Chapter 1. Serving the People. In his line of sight, Chen Jixing beheld a shaped pedestal, the national flag to the left and the party flag to the right, both billowing without a breeze. Opposite him sat a middle-aged man, approximately in his 40s, with a square face that exuded authority even in silence. His meticulously styled hair added to his commanding presence. Before him lay a copy of the Blue Book on County Economy, alongside a file labeled Funding Documents for the East City No. 1 project and a report from the Construction Bureau regarding violations associated with the East City No. 1 project. East City No. 1? Chen Jixing turned his head in confusion to observe a map on the wall, the economic planning chart of Jiping County. A surge of dormant memory flooded his mind, and it took him 2 minutes to come to terms with the reality that he had been reborn, returning to 15 years prior when he served as the director of the Construction Bureau in Jiping County. The individual before him was none other than Hu Wei, the secretary of the county committee, whose name, when translated, suggests a penchant for reckless actions. "Ah, Chen," Hu Wei began, breaking the silence. "I have reviewed the documents you submitted regarding the violations of the East City No. 1 project. As the director of the Construction Bureau, you should sometimes consider the perspective of the enterprises involved. Wouldn't you agree?" He wrapped his fingers lightly on the table, causing the base of his celadone cup to leave a half circle of moisture on the polished mahogany. Snapping back to reality, Chen Jixing regarded the middle-aged man with a complex expression. In his previous life, this very individual had marked a pivotal turning point in his career. In his earlier existence, he had been a prominent figure in the county and the youngest official at the department level in the entire city, having ascended to a position of significant power at the tender age of 26. Moreover, he was a selected talent from the central government, with a bright future ahead. However, during his most ambitious years, the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection issued an anti-corruption directive. The Provincial Disciplinary Committee responded to the central call, collaborating with television stations to establish a special column titled Pain Points in People's Livelihood. The inaugural focus of this special column was Jiping County, notorious for its low economic ranking, and the column team sent a message to Hu Wei, specifically targeting the violations surrounding the East City No. 1 project. Ultimately, Hu Wei feigned unavailability, sending Chen Jixing in his stead. One of the hosts was none other than the Provincial Disciplinary Committee's vice secretary, known as the Yama King Yu. Confronted with the relentless questioning from the vice secretary, Chen Jixing's complexion turned pale, and he stuttered in his responses. The final outcome was that Chen Jixing was portrayed as a typical example of failure. After the Provincial Disciplinary Committee forwarded the case to the Provincial Organization Department, it was reported to the Central Organization Department. Investigations revealed that Chen Jixing, during his tenure as the director of the Construction Bureau, had been negligent and erratic in his duties, leading to a significant incident, resulting in his dismissal. Consequently, after a period of despair lasting several months, Chen Jixing resolutely ventured into entrepreneurship. Through more than a decade of relentless effort, he constructed a commercial empire and emerged as a renowned entrepreneur and angel investor. The initial investment of $10 million in the rice startup came from Chen Jixing, and the results were, of course, spectacularly successful. "Chen," Hu Wei suddenly snapped Chen Jixing from his reverie. A cold chuckle escaped Chen Jixing's lips as he thought, "Hu Wei, how naive you are to believe I would take the fall for you. You still dare to dream of having me on your program. In my previous life, I had built an immense empire, and now, having been granted a second chance, I possess a wealth of insights that can easily facilitate the creation of a large international conglomerate. Why should I shoulder your burdens?" Hu Wei rose and approached Chen Jixing, patting him on the shoulder while speaking in a somber tone. "Last year, our county ranked second to last in GDP. This project could stimulate 5 percentage points of fixed investment and create 2,000 jobs." This statement was a warning. In my past life, I failed to grasp its significance. How could I be so oblivious now? Chen Jixing smirked inwardly, feigning humility. "I appreciate your concern for the challenges faced by enterprises. The East City No. 1 project was confirmed in 2003, yet construction only commenced this year. If my memory serves me right, within a month, the foundation collapsed, burying 13 lives during a stormy night, with no survivors. The most ironic twist was that Hu Wei single-handedly suppressed the incident and was promoted to deputy mayor in 2008. In this new life, Regardless of the circumstances, I shall not allow such a tragedy to unfold again. If I cannot prevent this, what was the purpose of my rebirth? Hu Wei sipped his tea with satisfaction. I heard your girlfriend is still working as a contract nurse at the county hospital. He squinted at Chen Jixing and continued. Old Liu from the Health Commission mentioned a regularization quota within the system yesterday. Glancing at his phone, Chen Jixing saw a photograph of himself and his girlfriend, Zhou Ruoli, taken at the hospital. A glint of coldness flashed in his downcast eyes. This time, I will ensure you never have to kneel and beg for my sake again. With courage to sever ties, one dares to unseat the emperor. In my previous life, it was my own cowardice that allowed Hu Wei to become increasingly brazen. After a significant safety incident a month later, he shifted the blame onto me. Furthermore, he insinuated that I should send Zhou Ruoli to his bed, which I reluctantly accepted. However, I was stubborn. Then Zhou Ruoli knelt outside Hu Wei's door for an entire night in my defense. That night, amidst the wind and rain, she ultimately fell gravely ill. In the 6 months following my dismissal, I spiraled further into despair, and eventually, Zhou Ruoli left me. When I finally achieved success and returned, she had already married and had 2 children. I heard that Zhou Ruoli was sought out by her family of origin and was living a fulfilling life with a husband from the establishment. Reflecting on these events made Chen Jixing want to slap himself in self-reproach for his failures. Losing her was his greatest regret. Drawing a deep breath, he spoke in a calm tone. I appreciate the organization's concern. However, the families of the Construction Bureau enjoy special treatment, and the public would undoubtedly criticize us. Hu Wei's smile faded as he traced the signature line on the report with his pen. It is commendable for young comrades to have principles, but that he abruptly opened the annual evaluation form from the Housing and Urban Rural Development Bureau, the tip of his pen hovering above the name, Chen Jixing. This year, the county is particularly focusing on 2 key indicators: maintaining stability and promoting growth. If the Bureau falls behind, the other members of the team are bound to have their thoughts. A threat? I have no intention of continuing. Am I supposed to fear your intimidation? Chen Jixing rose slowly, the shadow cast by the party flag enveloping half of his face. Last week, the Municipal Disciplinary Inspection Team held a discussion with me, emphasizing the need to guard against the risk of construction rising while officials fall. Hu Wei's countenance darkened, his sharp gaze fixed intently on Chen Jixing. Could he have discovered that the developer behind Dongcha No. 1 is my brother-in-law? If that is the case, then this fellow must be silenced. Dismissal? Such a move would necessitate multiple levels of review by the organization department, and my own connections would not reach that far. A smile crept onto Hu Wei's face as he cheerfully declared, "You are absolutely right. We must safeguard against this issue." The team is also organizing meetings on anti-corruption and integrity. Hu Wei, the very embodiment of unscrupulousness, tempting with the promise of official confirmation, coercing through evaluation metrics, his every word cloaked in organizational rhetoric while revealing his selfish intentions. Chen Jixing directly utilized the presence of the inspection team to exert pressure. This conflict is already laid bare. Since this man refuses to recognize the situation, let him bear the blame. After all, a scapegoat is in demand. Thus, Comrade Jixing, the Provincial Disciplinary Committee and the television station have established a segment called Pain Points of Livelihood. The documents have been dispatched. Please represent Jiping County and visit the television station before 9 a.m. tomorrow. They only sent the documents this morning, and we had no prior notice, so the county committee and government cannot arrange their work accordingly. Fortunately, their theme for tomorrow also revolves around the Construction Bureau, so it would be troublesome for you to make a trip. Hu Wei handed him a document, his smile seemingly devoid of ulterior motives. Yet Chen Jixing understood that this was merely a pitfall laid by Hu Wei. Once he goes, he is undoubtedly the one to take the blame. With this stain, Hu Wei's allies can easily report to the provincial organization department, and he can patiently await his dismissal. However, having been given a second chance at life, will I allow you to ensnare me? You might just find yourself regretting it. Hu Wei took the document, gazing out the window at the ominous clouds looming over the city, a storm imminent. Narrowing his eyes slightly, his hands pressed against the mahogany desk, leaning forward. Boom! A thunderclap resounded suddenly. Secretary, who does this thunder not resemble? Someone who swore to be struck by lightning? perhaps akin to a certain official who once proclaimed to serve the people, who Wei's eyes turned cold. Comrade Jixing is indeed the official who serves the people for the sake of the populace. He could disregard even human lives. Chapter 2. Mr. Zheng in the capital city. From the moment he stepped out of the county party secretary's office, Chen Jixing had already composed in his mind the resignation letter he intended to write. The realm of bureaucracy is rife with intrigue, teeming with various factions, and the smoke of power struggles has never dissipated. He had long grown weary of it all. On this grand stage of the county, the drama of power contention perpetually unfolds. As a key official in the construction bureau, Chen Jixing found himself reluctantly forced to take sides. The East City No. 1 project loomed like a colossal vortex of power, entangled in a web of intricate interests. Though a significant profit chain exists between business and government, not everyone dares to cross that line. Upon exiting the county government building, Chen squinted against the light. Having once helmed a commercial empire worth hundreds of billions, his intelligence was hardly in question. He had emerged from the brutal battleground of commerce, still standing at the pinnacle. After a dispiriting half-year, he had perused countless online novels, fantasy, urban, apocalyptic, so that upon resigning, his first order of business would be to purchase a laptop. The endeavors of a literary figure. Can that be termed plagiarism? No. That is called inspiration. It is an act of learning from the strengths of others. He aimed to quickly monetize his writing and invest the proceeds with Mr. Lei. Recalling from memory, in 10 years, when Mr. Lei faced financial challenges, that would be his opportunity to enter the fray. Of course, entering at that juncture would be the least advantageous. He needed to position himself well in advance, lest he find himself investing a staggering total of $41 million, a sum he could scarcely afford. Given his intention to depart, he resolved to expose the corrupt official who weigh on tomorrow's people's livelihood issues program. His greatest advantage was his foresight into future events. Chen Jixing, true to his name, embodied the unity of knowledge and action. Returning to the construction bureau, he took an A4 sheet and with a sweeping motion inscribed 3 characters, resignation letter. Simultaneously, he dialed the number of an esteemed elder in the organization department. Old leader. It's Jixing. The sound of a chess piece striking the board resonated through the phone, mingling with the faint notes of kunku opera. I see. The Chen Jixing who embodies the unity of knowledge and action. Among your cohort, you have left the deepest impression on me. When your group was new, when asked why you aspired to hold office, while others offered the usual rote responses, you candidly expressed a desire to combat corruption. Of your batch, you have developed the most, becoming a key official at the district level. Young man, I have always held high hopes for you. Although the elder had retired the previous year, his disciples were spread across the nation, having been personally received by him in the past. Having risen from humble beginnings to his current position, he exhibited a commendable humility towards those from less fortunate backgrounds. Chen Jixing fell into silence, sensing this. The elder quickly understood that the young man had something on his mind. Young Chen, speak. I am listening. The elder remained as approachable as ever, devoid of any airs. After a prolonged silence, Chen Jixing finally managed a wry smile and said, Old leader, perhaps this is not what you wish to hear, but I must express this. I wish to resign. The elderly man over there fell into silence as well. After a long pause, he finally spoke. Xiao Chun, I respect your choice. Everyone possesses the right to make decisions. Regardless of what resolution you arrive at, I will support you. If you have truly made up your mind, then report to the organization. Chen Jixing gazed at the daunting number 1 project. Perhaps this was the final act he could perform for Jiping County before departing from the corridors of power. A smile graced Chen Jixing's lips. He merely wished to spare the old leader any sorrow, fully aware that this esteemed elder held the highest regard for him. Once you resign, come to the capital to play chess with the old man. Very well, esteemed leader. After hanging up the phone, Chen Jixing resolutely inscribed Dear Leader, simultaneously. In a quaint courtyard in the capital, a spirited elder donned in an administrative jacket pondered deeply, clutching a chess piece in his hand, seemingly contemplating his next move. Old Jing. What troubles you? Did a single phone call steal your spirit away? Old Jing sighed deeply, a trace of helplessness evident in his tone. This young lad was my greatest hope. I never expected he would wish to resign now. Cross the river and consume your soldiers. The following morning, Chen Jixing arrived at the provincial television station. The program Pain Points of People's Livelihood was a collaborative effort between the Provincial Disciplinary Inspection System and the television station, marking the first provincial television program of its kind. as well as a party and government initiative. The previous afternoon, just before the end of the workday, his resignation letter had been submitted to the county committee's organizational department. In accordance with the management measures for selected cadres, his resignation letter required approval at various levels before ultimately being filed with the organization department of the Central Committee. The final decision and filing authority regarding his resignation rested with the Central Organization Department. After navigating a series of tedious checks, Chen Jixing finally entered the recording hall. Guided by the staff, he walked through a passage, where upon finishing the preceding lines, he would make his entrance from there. From Chen Jixing's vantage point, he could see two hosts. One was the provincial station's flower, Yun Shui, and the other was the executive deputy secretary of the Provincial Disciplinary Inspection Commission, Yu Qinghe. Esteemed viewers, greetings. Welcome to Pain Points of People's Livelihood. This program belongs to every ordinary person. Here, voices will be heard and issues confronted. Within the folds of life, we collectively seek the direction of light. Today, as we discuss livelihood, we never speak of grand concepts but focus on specific individuals, the elderly father who transfers through 3 buses to reach the hospital. That crumpled route map in your hand. The price of a pound of vegetables weighed repeatedly at the market. These are our shared pain points and the subjects that progress must confront. Pain points of people's livelihood will not act as mere spectators or simplistic critics. There are no trivial matters in people's livelihood. Every detail bears significance. Pain points of people's livelihood. Starting tomorrow, we shall embark on this journey together. The camera shifted to the large screen, rolling footage of gruesome realities. Upon witnessing this scene, a playful smile appeared on Chen Jixing's lips in the passage. Oh, Hui. This time, the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission has set its sights on Dongqing No. 1. I wonder if my words today might topple your position as the esteemed secretary of the county committee. Yu Qinghe cast a glance at Chen Jixing in the corridor, particularly noting the tear-streaked, wrinkled faces of the suffering citizens displayed on the large screen, contrasting sharply with Chen Jixing's current smirk. A mockery. A blatant mockery. He is merely a junior director of the construction bureau, yet he finds amusement in witnessing the anguish of these sorrowful citizens. He remains indifferent to their plight, allowing them to be displaced. The houses that should have been completed are still nothing but gaping pits, devoid of any signs of construction. As the head of the construction bureau, Chen Jixing shows no semblance of empathy. He continues to laugh. What is he mocking? Is he deriding the incompetence of the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission? Or is he reveling in his ability to manipulate thousands of citizens as a mere junior director? Housing is no trivial matter. Housing is no trivial matter. Housing is no trivial matter. The provincial committee has reiterated this. Yet they dare to commit such a grievous offense that invokes public outrage. Are they truly unafraid of divine retribution? From Chen Jixing's youthful yet spirited, somewhat handsome countenance, he seemed to perceive the derision of a mid-level official towards the provincial commission's ineptitude. An inexplicable fury surged within him, as if the flames of anger igniting in his chest could consume Chen Jixing entirely. The senior leaders, who should remain unperturbed in the face of calamity, now bore somber expressions, their faces cold, a faint aura of authority permeating the air. The screen shifted to an outdoor interview segment, the footage shaky as if filmed by hand, revealing the overgrown, abandoned construction site of Dongqing No. 1. An elderly man with graying hair trembled as he knelt before the camera, his cracked hands clutching a yellowed demolition agreement, tears cascading down his furrowed face, splattering onto the paper. Oh, leaders, I just want to ask, when will the government restore our homes? They promised us that after the demolition, they would build our houses. Yet to this day, nothing has been done. Oh, leaders, the bricks and tiles of 3 generations in my family were sacrificed. The demolition office assured us we would return in 2 years. Just look at the bright red stamp on this agreement. He quivered as he pointed to the collapsed steel framework behind him, the wind swirling dust across the desolate foundation pit. My child is burning with fever in the rental house. My wife has left me, and my life. I just want this house to leave a legacy for my grandson. My spouse's leg, shattered by the demolition crew, has yet to be repaired. They claim to be optimizing the business environment, yet this water. My daughter drank it and is now suffering from severe diarrhea. The school refuses to let her in because of the smell. Liars. Great deceivers. The girl wiped her tears fiercely with her uniform sleeve, mucus clinging to her lips. My homeroom teacher said my essay, my new home, is all lies. But my mother pointed at that pit and said a building with an elevator would rise from beneath. In a sudden outburst, she seized a stone and hurled it at the rusted developer's sign, the head of her doll bursting open, scattering cotton. Witnessing this scene, Chen Jixing felt a tumult of emotions stirring within him. The common folk are only aware that the construction of houses falls under the jurisdiction of the Construction Bureau. Yet, at times, even the director of this bureau finds himself powerless. The funding for the East City 1 project has completely vanished, and the construction group initially responsible for it went bankrupt within a mere 3 months, ultimately leading to a shell company lacking construction qualifications being awarded the contract. He too finds himself at a loss. The authority stemmed from the county party secretary Hu Weigai, and he cannot contend with such overwhelming power. Witnessing these events, perhaps he now avoids the so-called elite games riddled with flaws. Now, let us welcome Comrade Chen Jixing, the director of the Construction Bureau of Jiping County, to the stage. Upon hearing this announcement, Chen let out a deep sigh. What is destined cannot be evaded. Having reached this juncture, he contemplates toppling Hu Wei, venting his frustrations and revealing the entire saga of East City 1 before the Deputy Secretary of the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission. By drawing the province's attention to the current political ecology of Jiping County, perhaps this building can soon rise from the ground. This may well be the most significant contribution he can make for the people of Baixing before his departure. I have traversed the winds and dust, yet I return as a youth. Ultimately, I cannot bear to witness the sufferings of this world, Chen Jixing murmured as he ascended the stage. Meanwhile, all cameras focused on him as he walked down the aisle. Yu Qinghe's secretary hurriedly approached, urgently handing over an expedited document. The header stamped with the Central Organization Department's response to Comrade Chen Jixing's resignation application. Yu Qinghe was astonished to discover that a resignation letter, which typically takes at least half a month to receive a response from the Central Organization Department, had unusually been processed within a single night. At that moment, he suddenly realized that Elder Zheng was also watching this event. He opened the response, which should have remained in the archives of the Central Organization Department, now bearing a bright red approved stamp. Simultaneously, the secretary held up a phone that was currently in conversation. The screen displayed Elder Zheng from the capital. Chapter 3. A tragic incident in people's livelihood in an instant. Yu Qinghe donned his attire, clasped the phone with both hands, and a faint smile graced his face. "Oh, teacher, I am here." The robust voice of Elder Zheng resonated from the other end. "Xiao Yu, have you received the approval from the organization department?" "Yes, I have received it, but could it possibly be a mistake? Why does it say approved?" Yu Qinghe suddenly grasped the implications, his gaze shifting to Chen Jixing, who stood in a white shirt, exuding an air of confidence that hinted at a sense of authority. For reasons unknown, Yu Qinghe felt an overwhelming composure radiating from Chen, devoid of any signs of anxiety, as he spoke eloquently on stage, a demeanor that belied his mere 26 years of age. "Teacher, I have received it," Yu Qinghe murmured softly. "My dear junior, perhaps you are somewhat disillusioned with the political landscape. Rest assured, I exerted no influence over that document in your hands. I merely urged them to expedite the approval, devoid of any personal sentiments." With the teacher's words, Yu Qinghe's understanding crystallized, and he promptly assured, "That's not right. The teacher's implication is evidently to protect my junior. Yet why does the approval from the organization department read as approved? Does the teacher have other plans? Teacher, please rest assured. I shall take good care of my junior. What he wishes to see is also what I aspire to see. May the world be free of corruption. This is what you taught me, and for many years, this phrase has been my guiding principle. At times, some truths need not be articulated with utmost clarity. A subtle suggestion suffices. Well then, continue with your recording. That will be all, the teacher concluded. Yu Qinghe was left in a state of bewilderment. If the organization department's opinion was indeed an approval of Chen Jixing's resignation, what, then, was the purpose of the teacher's call? A wave of confusion washed over him. Yu Qinghe handed the phone to his secretary and, after retreating to a corner where he could not be seen, lit a cigarette, his gaze penetrating as he focused on his junior on stage. The teacher's concern was certain. However, the response from the organization department was evidently expedited, yet the review section clearly stated approved. What exactly did the teacher intend? If Chen Jixing were aware of Yu Qinghe's thoughts, he would likely respond, "The excellence you have sacrificed your health for is merely a few lines in a personnel file. Easily replaceable. The machinery of the institution has never faltered for a moment. Life cannot be gauged by official documents, but rather through the fleeting moments of witnessing blossoms bloom and raindrops fall. After all, the nights I endured, the efforts I expended, the tears I shed, all culminate into nothing more than lightweight A4 papers within a file. The missed sunsets, the absent lovers, the dinners unfulfilled. These are the irreplaceable narratives of life. Perhaps this encapsulates the essence of Chun Jixing's decision to relinquish his iron rice bowl. Meanwhile, on stage, they had already transitioned into the preordained content. To address the specific issues raised in the short film, we shall now invite the responsible colleague from the Zhiping County Construction Bureau to elucidate the situation. The host, Yun Shui, spoke with a distinctively smooth broadcasting tone. Chun Jixing initiated the discussion, noting that, compared to subsequent inquiries, the province had just established the first phase, and many areas were lacking in execution. An excellent host. The content of the short film concerned the construction of subsidized housing, a real estate project originally slated for completion this year, yet various unforeseen circumstances had led to the current situation. The Construction Bureau must bear a portion of the responsibility. Although Chun Jixing wore a gentle smile and maintained a steady tone, his words starkly contradicted his demeanor, exuding an undeniable assertiveness. Yu Qing had gestured towards the host, and when he reappeared on camera, he stood beside the provincial station's flower. The implication behind Director Chun's words was that due to other factors, the project could not be completed, and as the responsible department, the Construction Bureau was merely accountable for a fraction of the fault. What an aggressive line of questioning to start with, directly tackling such a critical issue. Fortunately, Chun Jixing had intended to adopt a break-the-pot attitude today. Chun Jixing responded, "Indeed. However, one must maintain one's image. You must first inquire about the reasons before I can respond. Each action and consequence is predetermined." Observing his demeanor, Yu Qinghe understood and continued to press. "Since Director Chun has stated this, I trust there must be a valid reason." "What is that reason?" Chun Jixing again took the microphone, his voice steady as he revealed shocking, yet seemingly justifiable truths. The Dongqing One project was supposed to be completed this year as per the original plan, but the responsible group went bankrupt due to pressure from County Party Secretary Hu Wei, resulting in the project being sold for 500,000 to a shell company. The legal representative of this shell company is Hu Wei's nephew, which has left the Dongqing One project in limbo until today. Just yesterday, I submitted a document regarding the violation orders of Dongqing No. 1, but Secretary Hu has resorted to intimidation and bribery against me. Even my appearance on today's program was coerced by Secretary Hu. I suspect he intends for me to take the blame. His tone remained unhurried, yet his words undoubtedly dropped a bombshell, leaving everyone present and those watching on television momentarily breathless. Are you serious? How bold of you to directly accuse Hu Wei, the county party secretary, of colluding with business interests and exploiting loopholes for illegal gains while intentionally suppressing subordinates. Who granted you such audacity? Exposing the darkness of political circles is tantamount to slapping the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission in the face. Such a significant matter, and the Provincial Commission is unaware? Isn't that a direct affront to the Provincial Commission? Yu Qinghe took a deep breath, struggling to contain his inner turmoil, and sternly admonished, "Comrade Chun Jixing, do you realize that slandering a comrade violates disciplinary regulations?" Chun Jixing was certainly aware. He hadn't returned home last night, but had sought out an individual, without evidence. Would he dare speak such words today? Chun Jixing produced a floppy disk and handed it to Yun Shui, requesting the program team to project it onto the large screen. Yun Shui promptly complied, and soon the screen displayed a financial flowchart. Chun Jixing continued in a calm tone, "The actual cost of Dongqing No. 1 is 120 million. The total funding from the Finance Department, Housing Construction, and Special Funds amounts to 270 million. In the 150 million discrepancy, 60 million was transferred through the Shenzhen Stock Exchange account AE23489 to an overseas company owned by Hu Wei's nephew. Of course, I lack concrete evidence regarding the Shenzhen Stock Exchange, but once the Provincial Disciplinary Committee intervenes, securing evidence will be swift." This floppy disk originated from a colleague in the Construction Bureau, who tragically passed away in a car accident last month, leaving the disk's whereabouts unknown. However, it is currently in my possession. Yu Qinghe's expression turned exceedingly grim as he finally understood why his junior apprentice had chosen to resign. Engaging in such activities would surely warrant resignation. Even if he chose to remain, his career would stagnate at the deputy section chief level, with the county committee potentially assigning him to a town, thus sealing his fate to a life devoid of high positions. Resigning might indeed be the wisest course of action, truly fitting for the disciplinary committee system. Suddenly, a dark-skinned, hunchbacked old man rose from the audience. He exclaimed with indignation, "I am the old Wang who knelt in the footage. Director Chun gave my family 5,000 yuan as a lifeline yesterday, and this morning, whose secretary threatened to cut off my daughter's dialysis. It was then that the lights illuminated the audience, revealing a significant number of attendees. Much like in his previous life, he did not exhibit any considerable emotional reaction. Instead, he continued with the microphone, "I have a recording that everyone should hear." Chen Jixing retrieved his phone, located the audio file, and pressed play, two voices emanating from the device. "Uncle, if we use these materials, it will certainly cause a collapse that will bury people alive. Many will die." Hu Wei's voice resonated. "What is there to fear? A collapse is preferable to living people causing a ruckus. Let it be. If they die, it can only be attributed to bad luck." The revelation was explosive. The very county committee secretary audaciously uttered such words, unequivocally tarnishing the government's image. Silence enveloped the room, a profound stillness prevailing as everyone fell into a hushed stupor. Outside the program, the Provincial Disciplinary Committee's viewing of pain points of livelihood struck them like a slap to the face, underscoring their ignorance of the situation below. The Municipal Disciplinary Committee and government shared a similar atmosphere, the meeting room steeped in silence, with attendees too apprehensive to even breathe. In the eye of the storm, Jiping County was even more tense, with many cautiously observing Hu Wei, whose countenance was particularly dark. The atmosphere was charged with pressure. Yu Qingha's breaths resembled the wheezing of a broken bellows, echoing through the tension. He could hardly fathom the threats, oppression, and despair his junior apprentice must have endured to speak so calmly now. The more he empathized with his junior, the more his anger towards Hu Wei intensified. However, amidst the profound silence both inside and outside the venue, Chen Jixing spoke once more. "I still recall the teachings of Secretary Hu, who advised young officials to prioritize politics and consider the broader picture. Today, I wish to inquire, whose overarching interests should be taken into account?" Chapter 4. The move in the capital city. Chen Jixing spoke with an air of detachment, almost as if his words floated lightly in the atmosphere. Yet, to the prominent figures present, seated before their television screens, his voice resonated like a thunderclap. The venue fell into a profound silence. Yu Qingha, standing nearby, could distinctly sense the resolve and determination of his junior apprentice, who seemed ready to stake everything. However, the absence of approval from the organization department for his resignation indicated that the path ahead would indeed be fraught with challenges. As his senior, he felt compelled to offer a word of caution. Having discussed the matter to this extent, there was little more to say. The Provincial Disciplinary Committee would take over and conduct an investigation, rendering further commentary unnecessary. If he continued, would the Provincial Committee not feel humiliated? How could they endure being chastised repeatedly on stage by a mere head of a county-level construction bureau? Yu Qingha's face felt flushed at the thought of his junior's relentless critique. "Let it be," Yu Qingha murmured softly, his lips barely moving, conscious that he must not appear overly expressive in the televised setting. Yet, his words prompted Chen Jixing to assume that his companion was under some form of pressure, causing a stir of concern within him. Was Hu Wei's backing rooted within the provincial ranks? This was news to him from his past life. The provincial committee had merely apprehended the executive vice mayor of Haixing City, yet the situation now seemed far more intricate. Paradoxically, this only fueled Chen Jixing's rebellious spirit. The more they sought to silence him, the more resolute he became in his intention to speak out. After all, he had already submitted his resignation. The multitude of selected candidates in the organization department would not miss one individual. Thus, he was confident that his resignation would eventually be approved. With a cold glance at Yu Qingha, Chen cleared his throat. Observing this series of actions, Yu Qingha felt a jolt of alarm, thinking, "This is disastrous. He must believe I am here merely to give him a heads up." Though his face betrayed no urgency, his tone grew increasingly anxious. However, just as he prepared to utter a few words, his junior had already completed his statement. "Junior, it is widely acknowledged that according to national standards, the vertical and horizontal steel reinforcements in load-bearing walls are assigned specific grades. Yet, under the influence of Secretary Hu's uncle, these specifications had been utterly altered. In simpler terms, while a standard steel bar can withstand a force of 1,000 kilograms, the steel used by Secretary Hu's uncle can only endure 300 kilograms. Suddenly, the large screen displayed two sets of data side by side, with a glaring red percentage difference that pierced the eyes of many. The hearts of the common people grew cold, while the leaders felt a pang of anxiety. Chen Jixing's mellifluous voice, laced with a chilling edge, invited the audience to ponder. Perhaps you might calculate how many additional digits Secretary whose overseas account could accumulate for every ton of steel that is compromised? A suppressed gasp emanated from the audience. Yun Shui, gripping her cue card, felt her knuckles whiten as she distinctly observed Chen Zhixing smiling. It was a smile that exuded a pathological quality, sending a shiver down her spine. After delivering his statement, Chen Zhixing swallowed hard, his throat parched. Memories of the car accident involving the deputy chief of the budget division at the construction bureau 3 months prior flooded back to him. Chen Zhixing suddenly summoned footage from the traffic police cameras. Behind the shattered windshield lay a bloodied briefcase, its zipper entangled with a severed finger. According to the police investigation, this was a case of hired murder. Half an hour prior, the perpetrator had received a substantial transfer of 500,000. Shortly thereafter, the deputy director of the budget department was found dead. The large screen began to display images from the accident scene. As Chen Zhixing unbuttoned a cuff of his shirt with one hand, revealing a grotesque old scar beneath his collarbone. Last year, when I rejected an oversized budget proposal, our office received a menacing letter wrapped with razor blades. What did Secretary Hu say back then? Young Chen, as a young cadre, you must learn to protect yourself. He gestured again to change the photograph. The next image displayed Secretary Hu addressing the county committee, the golden tie clip at his throat glimmering coldly. Reminiscent of the gilded clip that had melted down ancestral gold bracelets from 3 families displaced by demolition. Would you like to hear how 82-year-old Granny Zhao wept? Pleading with the construction team to spare a piece of coffin wood? His voice had transformed into a tone of fury. As a leader, one ought not to be so incensed. Yet, at this juncture, Chen Zhixing's previously light tone had morphed into one of seething anger. It was not a frantic rage, but rather the restrained fury of a leader struggling to maintain composure, though his voice betrayed him. As a leader, are you merely here to exploit the common people? As a leader, is it your purpose to drain the lifeblood from the masses? Each of you, upon taking office, spoke grandly, singing praises of the people. Everything we possess is granted by the masses, yet what have you bestowed upon them? Oh yes, you have indeed given the people many things, such as transforming them into mere fragments of society. Ha ha ha. Chen Zhixing's emotions surged. In this life and the last, he had accumulated over 80 years. Yet at this moment, his indignation intensified with every utterance. After he finished speaking, he took a deep breath, his face flushed further from the effort of suppressing his rage. Gritting his teeth, he nearly growled. For some, the grand scheme is to burn the bones of the people to illuminate their path. Then let us raise the lamp even higher. Meanwhile, in a courtyard in the capital, Elder Zheng slammed the red car down heavily upon the black general piece, causing the chessboard to crack with fine lines. He raised his gaze slightly to the television screen, his chest rising and falling erratically, yet a smile graced his face. Burning the bones of the people to light the way, such a profound statement. The elder sitting across from Zheng cast a glance, not overly concerned, and casually asked, "Did you make the call?" "I heard it was urgent." Zheng had nothing to conceal. In this city, there were never any secrets. "Yes, I did make the call, though I did not insist they comply. I merely stated that, apart from the urgency, everything should proceed according to established protocols." The elder rolled his eyes, responding with irritation. "What difference does that make? Even so, they must consider your reputation." Suddenly, the old man paused, a look of realization dawning upon him. "So, you still do not wish for this young fellow to resign?" A playful smile unexpectedly graced Zheng's lips. The National Bureau for Preventing Corruption is beginning to take shape. The date of its official establishment is imminent. The old man abruptly lifted his gaze to Zheng, but could discern nothing from the murky depths of his eyes, only managing a resigned smile. "Ah, old Zheng, your cunning is as sharp as ever." Meanwhile, Yu Qinghe's secretary received an unexpected phone call, and his expression shifted dramatically as he quietly called out to his superior. The man carrying the camera, sensing the shift in atmosphere, discreetly stepped aside, allowing Yu Qinghe to move out of the frame. Chapter 5. This misunderstanding could be quite serious. The atmosphere was tense, with an eerie silence enveloping the scene as all eyes fixated on the somewhat frail yet tragically poignant figure at the center. Once Chen Zhixing uttered his words, it was clear that his path within the system had come to an end. Those who dare to expose the dark underbelly of the political realm inevitably find themselves targeted by their peers. You might say he is quite an admirable person, but if you truly believe that, then let him join your organization, assuming you are not afraid of him being publicly reported by you. It could be aptly described as a realm where even the most formidable spirits tremble in despair. As Chen Zhixing surveyed the audience, He contemplated further remarks when Yun Shui, seemingly having received news, approached the stage with a sweet smile. Her voice, both articulate and melodious, resonated as she spoke. Thank you for tuning in to the inaugural episode of Pain Points of the People. Regarding the issues raised by Director Chun, the relevant departments will expeditiously review and take action. This concludes our episode. See you next time. Upon finishing, the director's booth swiftly cut the feed, and Yun Shui exhaled a sigh of relief on stage. It was exhilarating, truly exhilarating. While she had anticipated the first episode might be controversial, she had not expected it to be this audacious. As a television host, Yun Shui understood that typically, corrupt officials had powerful backers. Remarkably, Chen had yet to reveal the influence behind him. If such revelations were made on their program, the entire provincial political landscape would tremble. No, it was already shaking. If disclosed, the headlines of tomorrow's newspapers would undoubtedly feature both herself and Chen Zhixing, potentially escalating matters to the provincial office in Beijing. The reports from there could lead to repercussions that would likely result in a sweeping purge across Chatian province. She certainly did not wish to become a notorious example of stringent crackdowns, nor did she wish to find herself among the infamous cases. Chen Zhixing, reluctantly stepping down from the stage, made his way to the backstage corridor when Yu Qinghe swiftly intercepted him. Zhixing, wait a moment. Just 10 minutes ago, I received 2 pieces of rather distressing news regarding you. Firstly, numerous media outlets are circulating claims that Chen Zhixing has been investigated for corruption and is framing his superiors, accompanied by images of the luxurious residence of the construction bureau chief in the newspapers. How could it be that such an upright junior, whom my mentor holds in such high regard, has been transformed into a corrupt official upon arriving in your county? Yu Qinghe continued. Moreover, the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission has received evidence concerning your alleged corruption. Before Yu Qinghe could finish, Chen Zhixing interjected, extending his hands and calmly replying. Evidence, you say? Then go ahead and arrest me. Yu Qinghe's lips twitched. Did this younger brother harbor some misunderstanding about him? Did he mistake himself for a violator of laws and regulations? Contemplate the moment when I attempted to restrain the other person from continuing their discourse. Yu Qinghe felt a flicker in his eyelid. Very well, let me engage in a bit of perspective-taking. If I were in their position, I too would harbor doubts about their character. Comrade Zhixing, you have misunderstood. I am not the sort of person you imagine. Before he could finish his statement, Chen Zhixing interrupted once more. Oh, so you are not the kind of person I presumed? Then what type of individual are you? To put it plainly, aren't you merely a corrupt official? It matters not. I have already resigned. Do as you please. I never anticipated that the so-called iron-faced Yama, Deputy Secretary Yu, had fallen from grace. It seems my decision to resign was indeed astute. Rather than languishing in this murky, silt-filled pond, I would prefer to stand upright in the sunlight. At least beneath the sun, my heart and the pentagram within my sight will always reflect my convictions, rather than allowing you all to deplete my beliefs in this filthy quagmire. Interrupting the words of a deputy secretary at the level of a department head is a graver offense than cutting off one's own superior. The deputy secretary of the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission holds a position of significant authority. In 2007, the reforms for the hierarchical system within the Discipline Inspection Commission had yet to be widely implemented. Thus, he remains at this level. As the secretary attempted to approach and reason, Yu Qinghe halted them, narrowing his eyes and remarked, I see now why the teacher made a special phone call. With a smile, he introduced himself. Allow me to present myself. I am Yu Qinghe, the Executive Deputy Secretary of the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission and Deputy Director of the Provincial Supervisory Commission, as well as a student of Elder Zhang. By virtue of our graduation timeline, you ought to address me as senior brother. Chen Zhixing. My senior brother? The iron-faced Yama, renowned for his unyielding nature, is my senior? From the same lineage? If I had known in my past life that the iron-fisted Yu secretary was my senior, I wouldn't have endured such hardship. Nevertheless, it is inconsequential now. I am soon to depart, and these matters are no longer my concern. In his previous life, Yu Qinghe ascended to the position of Deputy Secretary of the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection. If my memory serves me right, he will soon become a member of the Provincial Standing Committee and Secretary of the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission. That is quite a formidable ally. Oh, and what now? What does my senior brother intend? Chen Zhixing cast a skeptical glance at Yu Qinghe. Yu Qinghe, feeling helpless, realized he had not alleviated Chen Zhixing's suspicions about him. You must return with me to the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission. I need to gather information regarding Hu Wei and confirm some details. Following verification, the Provincial Commission will urgently mobilize personnel to form a special task force. Yu Qinghe swallowed hard, about to continue his speech when the phone rang at that moment. He raised his hand to signal silence. As he answered the call, the veins in his hand surged, and his expression darkened. This is Yu Qinghe. Secretary Qin, you are placing me in a difficult position. Although your rank surpasses mine, I cannot make a decision on this matter. It requires deliberation by the Provincial Standing Committee. Stability in the governance of the county supersedes all else? I do not share that sentiment. At present, the entire province is closely observing our Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection. If we fail to take action at this moment, should the supervisory authority of our commission gather dust on the altar? Yes, you are the Secretary of the Political and Legal Affairs Commission, yet in this matter, we are the professionals. If my actions do not align with regulations, please invoke the relevant statutes to sanction me, or have the Secretary of the Provincial Commission directly command me. From my beginnings as a member of the Discipline Inspection Committee in Qinghe Town to the Deputy Secretary, then Secretary of the County Discipline Inspection Commission, followed by the Municipal Secretary, and finally the Executive Deputy Secretary of the Provincial Commission, I did not rise through fear. I have encountered numerous corrupt officials and malfeasance. I am adept at handling them, and no one can deter me. Qin Jixing turned to assess his somewhat younger mentor, pondering deeply, stroking his chin. As though he had misjudged his senior. Perhaps he is indeed a good official? At that moment, Qin Jixing's phone rang, and he promptly pressed the answer button. Qin Jixing, you must come to fetch me. I am being followed. I heeded your advice this morning, took leave from the hospital, and came directly to the provincial capital. But since I left the hospital, I have been under surveillance. I am currently at the bus station. Please hurry and come for me. I do not know where to go. Sob, sob, sob. Chapter 6. The meeting of the 5-person task force at the provincial office. Upon hearing these words, Qin Jixing's expression abruptly darkened, and his heart plummeted to the depths of despair. He had summoned Zhou Ruoli to the provincial capital early that morning, apprehensive that Hu Wei might resort to violence against her. Now, it had become painfully evident that the adversary had long been prepared to strike. Whether in hospitals, on buses, or at stations, all these locations are characterized by high foot traffic. Thus, even if an attack were to occur, it would be unlikely to transpire amidst such crowds. Do not be alarmed. I will contact the Public Security Bureau immediately and urge them to intervene at once. Yu Qinghe turned to his secretary, instructing, get in touch with Deputy Director Chen. The secretary promptly set about contacting Chen Weigua, the Deputy Director of the Provincial Public Security Bureau. Yu Qinghe gave Qin Jixing a reassuring pat on the shoulder, a smirk playing on his lips as he declared, in this small realm of the provincial capital, while I may not boast of immense power, I can certainly guarantee the safety of an individual. Who is Yu Qinghe? He is the Executive Deputy Secretary of the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection, the second in command of the provincial disciplinary body. With his extensive connections in the provincial capital, should he wish to protect someone, the chances of success are exceedingly high, if not 100%, then at least 99%. After all, nobody wishes to offend a figure renowned as the iron-faced Yama of the Provincial Discipline Commission. What may appear as troublesome to others is but a trifling matter in his eyes. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Jixing decided, I shall go, my concerns remain. Yu Qinghe nodded, signaling to the secretary, accompany him, and also convey to Deputy Director Chen that we must avoid any misunderstandings. I will send you the address shortly. After you have secured the individual, come directly to the Provincial Discipline Commission. I must return to my meeting. Meanwhile, in the office of the Provincial Secretary, Lin Shanhe regarded the Provincial Governor, the specially appointed Deputy Secretary of the Provincial Committee, the Secretary of the Provincial Discipline Commission, and the Minister of the Provincial Organization Department. Have you all watched the program titled Pain Points of Livelihood? Lin Shanhe inquired, strolling from his desk to the seating area with a thermos in hand. A genial smile gracing his face as he addressed the 4 individuals. The National Bureau for Corruption Prevention is anticipated to officially establish its presence next month. And the Provincial Discipline Commission Secretary, Bao Wenrui, had attended a meeting in Beijing last May. At the plenary session, the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection issued directives pertaining to the current national situation, imposing stringent targets on provincial-level discipline commissions. Each province is mandated to identify a representative case, with an emphasis on establishing ironclad, significant cases. In response to the central government's call, the Provincial Discipline Commission initiated this special program. Lin Shanha placed considerable importance on it, directing all levels to meticulously view the premiere episode. To their astonishment, the first installment presented them with a considerable revelation. During the Cultural Revolution, the construction of the cadre team suffered severe damage, leading to the abrupt cessation of the selected student policy. Following the end of the Cultural Revolution, the issue of talent depletion became dire, but the restoration of the college entrance examination system allowed for the revival of the selected student policy. In 1992, the concept of selected students was officially introduced, stipulating that talents would be selected from recent graduates to undergo at least 2 years of training at the grassroots level. In 1999, the organization department of the Central Committee comprehensively reinstated the Selected Student Initiative, clearly designating the annual selection of outstanding graduates for focused cultivation. In 2003, Chen Zhuxing graduated from Beijing University of Political Science and Law, coinciding with the release of a document from the organization department of the Central Committee. It can be said that, apart from the Cultural Revolution period, Chen Zhuxing was among the first batch of centrally selected officials and among his peers. He alone ascended to the position of a powerful departmental cadre. Regrettably, the expedited approval from the organization department had already sanctioned the resignation of this young comrade. Otherwise, I believe he could have potentially become the next Yu Qinghe. After the provincial organization minister presented Chen Zhuxing's resume, he spoke slowly. His remarks merely recounted the past and present of the selected officials, with the emphasis resting on his final statement. As a member of the provincial committee's 5-person group, he was privy to some of the inside information from that time. For instance, it was the elder Zheng who personally welcomed them, particularly favoring Chen Zhuxing, emphasizing his uniqueness, especially given the involvement of the central authority. "Why do you wish to resign?" Lin Shanha inquired expressionlessly. The organization minister hesitated, then sighed, stating, his resignation letter reads, "Due to personal abilities, I am unable to fulfill my duties. Such an excuse might deceive others, but we, the old foxes, are well aware that otherwise." Chen Zhuxing would not have dropped a bombshell in the first episode of the program. Bao Wenrui squinted slightly, speaking in a calm tone, "I will retire next year, and I've spent most of this year on sick leave. The work of the Discipline Inspection Commission is led by Deputy Secretary Yu. If you seek my opinion, since the higher-ups desire a typical case, isn't this matter practically served on a platter? I suggest establishing a special investigation team for Zhiping County, with the Deputy Secretary as the leader and Comrade Chen Zhuxing as the Deputy Leader, to swiftly deliver a decisive blow to corruption in Zhiping County. Presently, this young Comrade Chen Zhuxing is in a quasi-resigned state, and based on his performance in the program, I believe we shall see results within a month. After all, in a month, he will no longer be a civil servant." The organization minister turned to the white-haired secretary of the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission and jested, "Comrade Wenrui perhaps harbors other intentions?" Bao Wenrui laughed heartily. "And you, comrade, do not have any intentions of your own, huh?" The two reached a consensus. Lin Shanha stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, his back to the fore, and softly remarked, "I also concur with the thoughts of comrades Wenrui and Jinkai." Naturally, the governor and the full-time deputy secretary had no objections either. Even if they opposed, the matter could still proceed. With 3 in favor, a majority was secured. This is also the reason why the 5-member group and the standing committee consist of an odd number of members. Should a tie occur, the final vote becomes particularly significant. Given this, Comrade Wenrui, you should convene a meeting and finalize this matter today. Time waits for no one. If Hu Wei is prepared to flee, we would lose face at the provincial committee. It would be difficult to find a case more exemplary than this one. Generally, corruption cases at this level are conspiracies. Comrade Wenrui, you face considerable pressure, Lin Shanha said with a smile, concluding that the matter was settled. The meetings of the 5-person group typically serve as a preliminary procedure for the standing committee. However, more often than not, the implementation begins immediately after this preliminary process concludes. Major issues are discussed in small meetings, while minor matters are addressed in larger gatherings, and particularly significant matters are often left unexamined. It is akin to a large conference where summoning a junior staff member implies that the matter at hand is of little consequence, likely merely to fill seats. Rest assured, Secretary, the Discipline Inspection Commission will deliver a satisfactory report. Lin Shanha heavily set down his thermos cup, even if he were as capricious as Sun Wukong. This time he would peel back the monkey skin to discover which deity had nurtured such a creature. Some individuals hide in the shadows, reluctant to embrace the sunlight. Thus, your task is to bring these people forth and expose them to the light. Upon hearing these words, Bao Wenrui pondered for a moment, comprehending Lin Shan's intent, and promptly made a commitment. A meeting would be convened within 1 hour, personnel would be dispatched to form a special task force within 2 hours. They would set out within 3 hours, and operations would commence within 6 hours. Chapter 7. The Chief of the Security Division. I was terrified. I thought I was about to be held accountable. At the Wuyun passenger transport station, after disembarking from the bus, Zhou Ruoli found herself lingering outside the police office. Given that it was peak hour, the law enforcement personnel were patrolling various areas of the station, leaving the police office unattended. Nonetheless, it was still a public security agency, and those who might have been following her dared not make a move. An undercurrent of fear coursed through Zhou Ruoli's mind as she recalled Chen Jixing's tales of the audacity of human traffickers who shamelessly abducted children, women, and young girls, selling them into remote regions where they suffered untold torment. Yet, despite her anxious waiting, Chen Jixing was nowhere to be seen. Zhou Ruoli stepped into the police office, her back pressed against the cold iron door. The station's announcement system crackled with a dialect laced with static, informing of the delay of train K527. A short-haired man in blue canvas shoes passed by the window for the third time, the acrid scent of cheap tobacco seeping through the door's cracks. Suddenly, a metallic scraping sound pierced the air. A thin man in a duck-billed cap was leisurely tracing the police office window frame with a spring knife. The friction of stainless steel against glass producing a grating noise that set her teeth on edge. Playing hide and seek, are we? A robust man with tattooed arms suddenly pressed his face against the window. Ah! Zhou Ruoli screamed. The man in the duck-billed cap abruptly kicked open the door, mud splattering from his blue canvas shoes, as 2 other men swiftly approached. The man in the duck-billed cap growled, "Quick, grab her. Someone's here to back us up." Zhou Ruoli, being merely a fragile young woman, stood no chance against them. In an instant, they seized her, forcing her shoulders as they began to drag her outside. The man in the duck-billed cap snickered. "This little girl can certainly run, can't she? We chased you from Zhiping County all the way to the provincial capital. Let us see where you think you can run now." With a bone-crushing grip, he twisted her arms, the stench of cheap leather mingling with the sourness of sweat invading her nostrils. The burly man produced a handkerchief to cover her mouth and nose, the acrid scent of chloroform searing her throat. This was an ether-based contraband, circulating in the black market during the severe crackdown of 2007. "Behave yourself." The buzz-cut man lifted his jacket lining to reveal the outline of a makeshift shotgun, bound with duct tape beneath his ribs. The barrel, unmistakably a cut, seamless steel pipe, was emblematic of the weaponry used by organized crime groups of yore. Tears nearly escaped Zhou Ruoli's eyes just as the 3 men prepared to leave with her. Suddenly, a Pajero police vehicle equipped with a blast-resistant net barreled into a garbage bin, the tires screeching against the pavement, executing a dramatic drift to halt at the entrance. Before the vehicle could come to a complete stop, officers from the 3 police cars had already disembarked, clad in uniforms. The officers descended upon the scene with the ferocity of wolves spotting their prey, launching themselves forward in an instant. Meanwhile, an Audi A6 gradually came to a halt, as Chen Jixing, seated in the passenger seat, flung open the door and rushed out, neglecting even to close it behind him. Upon seeing the raised gun barrel of the buzz-cut man, Chen Jixing's pupils constricted in alarm as he bellowed, "Get down." His thunderous command instinctively compelled many to drop to the ground. The next moment, gunfire erupted. Bang! Immediately following was the shattering sound of glass. The windshield of the Pajero was shattered by a shotgun blast, the tinkling of glass fragments resonating through the air. At that moment, Chen Jixing had already dashed forward, while the man with the buzz cut almost simultaneously raised his gun, aiming directly at Chen Jixing. A jolt coursed through Chen Jixing's heart, prompting him to drop to his knees. Steel pellets mixed with gunpowder grazed his face, and he instantly felt a sharp sting, but there was no time for such thoughts. Using the momentum from his slide, he approached the buzz-cut man, and as he came to a halt, he sprang up, crashing his head into the man's abdomen. Gripping the man's wrist with one hand, he leveraged his body weight to pin him to the ground. With his other hand, he seized the barrel of the gun, pressing it firmly against the man's throat. The police acted swiftly. As Chen Jixing knelt, others had already rushed toward the 2 remaining assailants, subduing them on the spot. While Chen Jixing restrained the buzz-cut man, the police approached to disarm him, slapping handcuffs onto him without delay. "Comrade, are you all right?" inquired the captain of the 3rd Security Division. The corner of his mouth twitched, He had never witnessed such recklessness. Knowing the adversary was armed, Chen Jixing had charged forward without a hint of fear for his life. Had it not been for the orders of the chief of security, he would have preferred not to respond to the call, and this was not the standard procedure. Chen Jixing touched the injury on his face. Fortunately, it was merely a scratch and did not mar his features. "I'm fine." Just as Chen Jixing stood up, he caught sight of Zhou Ruoli at the side, tears glistening in her eyes. The image of their past life flashed before him, where he found Zhou Ruoli only to see her married with 2 little ones by her side. "I'm sorry. In this lifetime, I shall never let you go again." The lilac-colored, collared knit top he wore had been tugged askew, revealing the strap of a white cotton tank top beneath. The silver butterfly brooch that once adorned her neckline was nowhere to be found. Her naturally cherubic face had drained of color. Her ponytail lay limply at her nape, and wisps of hair clung to her temples, dampened by cold sweat, while her almond-shaped eyes swelled red like peaches from weeping. Zhou Ruoli exuded an endearing charm, growing more lovely with each glance. "You're bleeding," she sobbed, reaching out to touch the wound on Chen Jixing's jaw. The faded red cord bracelet on her wrist brushed against his injury, and he could distinctly feel her trembling hand. The captain averted his gaze, clearing his throat, as the officers discreetly turned their backs to tidy up the scene. "Those with girlfriends are truly cursed. Why must they flaunt their affection before us lonely souls?" They lamented. "Just saved you, and you're already piercing our hearts. Is this fair? Is there no justice left? Is there no law? It's just a minor injury," Chen Jixing said, wrapping his arms around Zhou Ruoli's slender waist, lowering his head to rest his forehead against hers, smiling gently. The captain rolled his eyes. "If it weren't for your quick reflexes, you would have already been shot. At such close range, you can't even ensure your own safety. You scare me to death. You really scare me to death." Zhou Ruoli buried herself in Chen Jixing's embrace, her trembling body revealing her fear, her voice thick with emotion. Chen Jixing gently rubbed her small head and chuckled softly. "There's nothing to worry about. With so many people watching, if you cry again, you'll turn into a little raccoon." He was quite indifferent. Decades of thick skin had not been acquired in vain. Zhou Ruoli seemed to remember that there were many onlookers. Hastily wiping her tears on Chen Jixing's shoulder, her delicate face flushing as she stood to the side, yet her hand remained intertwined with Chen Jixing's, refusing to part. "Team Su, I am truly grateful to you. If it weren't for you, I cannot imagine what might have transpired today." Chen Jixing approached Su Guang, extending his hands for a handshake as a sign of respect. Su Guang chuckled. "It's nothing. This is our duty. We must also thank your girlfriend for making us aware of the significant gaps in our work. When I return, I will certainly report to the headquarters regarding the staffing shortage at the station. After all, she is a deputy director-level team leader." Chen Jixing shook his head. "Let's keep matters separate. Today's events are still due to your efforts. When you have the time, I would like to treat you to a meal as a token of my appreciation." Su Guang's smile broadened, recognizing the intelligence in Chen Jixing's words. In just a few sentences, the credit had shifted to him. "Well then, don't be modest. Deputy Secretary Yu's secretary is still waiting. So you should hurry over and not keep the leaders waiting. I've heard about your recent activities on the program. It has now garnered significant attention from the provincial committee. You certainly have a knack for making waves." After receiving a phone call, Yu Qinghe's secretary approached and said, "Director Chen, Secretary Bao and Secretary Yu are already in the conference room, awaiting your arrival." Chapter 8. The Special Investigation Team of the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission. With Comrade Chen Jixing serving as the deputy leader. In the conference room of the provincial committee, Chen Jixing felt a sense of unease as he faced the prominent figures before him, his mind clouded with uncertainty. What was the current situation? If they were to investigate him, it should not take place in a conference room, but rather in an interrogation room. The expressions of everyone present were somber, and the atmosphere was oppressive. Chen Jixing's gaze fell upon the Y-shaped base on the table, the vibrant red of the national and party flags almost blinding. "Secretary Bao," he called. Just as silence enveloped the room, an elderly gentleman with graying hair strode in, exuding an inexplicable aura of authority, his square face emanating a sense of gravitas. Bao Wenrui raised his hand with a smile. "Please, everyone, take your seats." Chen Jixing regarded this esteemed figure. Knowing that the only person referred to as secretary in the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission was none other than the secretary of the provincial committee and a member of the 5-person meeting group. Bao Wenrui's gaze settled on Chen Jixing as he remarked with a smile, "Comrade Chen, you possess quite the audacity. openly exposing issues of corruption and collusion involving the secretary of the Xi County Committee in the first issue of People's Livelihood Dilemmas. Is he hinting at him? Bao Wenrui gently tapped the table, the metallic party emblem base producing a crisp echo. Chen Jixing noticed ink stains on the sleeves of the secretary's attire, suggesting he had hurriedly come from reviewing urgent documents. However, I have not summoned you here to demand an apology, Bao continued, taking a yellowed paper envelope from his secretary. He conveyed the provincial committee's directive. Following discussions, it has been decided to establish a special investigation team for Xi County, with Deputy Secretary Yu appointed as the team leader and Comrade Chen Jixing as the deputy leader. We will mobilize elite personnel from the Discipline Inspection Commission to promptly investigate corruption cases in Xi County. Yu Qinghe showed no surprise, having anticipated this outcome given his extensive experience within the discipline inspection system and his understanding of his superior's character. Furthermore, it had been emphasized at the National Discipline Inspection Commission's plenary session that through strengthening anti-corruption efforts, improving institutional construction, and reforming organizations, we must deepen the supervision of power operations to safeguard the fundamental interests of the people and promote strict governance of the party. Hearing this, Chen Jixing was taken aback. Being appointed as the deputy leader of the investigation team? What was this maneuver? With decades of experience, he struggled to comprehend the implications of this decision. Meanwhile, Yu Qinghe, with a cheerful demeanor, encouraged, Comrade Chen, Secretary Bao has already made his decision. You need not decline. Moreover, we require someone familiar with the political ecology of Xi County. Bao Wenrui offered Chen Jixing no grounds for refusal, directly presenting an A4 sheet of paper while lightly tapping his thermos. This is the list of personnel for the investigation team. In the freshly printed document, prominent positions such as the director of the 3rd Supervision Room of the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission and the deputy director of the Provincial Audit Office were glaringly listed, with his name awkwardly nestled among them. The final name on the list was unmistakably that of Yun Shui, the host of People's Livelihood Pain Points. Chen Jixing was well aware of Bao Wenrui's intentions as he rose to express his gratitude, saying, "Thank you for the organization's trust." Yu Qinghe pondered for a moment before turning to Bao Wenrui and inquired, "Secretary, to what extent has the investigation progressed?" Bao Wenrui replied with a smile. Secretary Lin's exact words were, "Even if he behaves recklessly like Sun Wukong, we must peel back the monkey skin to uncover which deity has raised this beast." 40 minutes later, beneath a somber sky, 3 golden-hued coasters slowly entered the provincial party compound. The familiar double flashlights began to illuminate, signifying that the sword of the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission was now poised above them. Once Chen Jixing settled into the coaster, emblematic of the commission's authority, he sensed a stark contrast from his previous life. The understated luxury of its exterior, the spacious comfort of its interior, and its secure confidentiality were all symbols of status. The lead vehicle, reconnaissance car, security vehicle, and trailing car ensured a safe passage, while it lacked the flamboyance of a Lamborghini and the opulence of a Rolls-Royce. The journey in the coaster was not to be interrupted, even if one were driving a Maybach. From within, the view was not merely of the scenery, but rather of the city's development. With the coaster's double flashlights activated, there was no need to fret over traffic signals, as a procession of green lights awaited. Inside the coaster, Yu Qinghe, clad in an administrative jacket adorned with a party emblem, smiled at Chen Jixing and asked, "What does it feel like?" He was referring to the experience of sitting in this vehicle, a representation of the commission's power, rather than being one of those waiting outside. Chen Jixing replied, "It is the embodiment of power." He then added with a smile, "With these 3 coasters flashing their lights as they enter Xiping County, it won't take 5 minutes for the county committee to be aware that leadership has arrived. Before we reach our destination, all members of the county's 4 leading groups will be present. Upon our descent, we can expect a warm welcome accompanied by subtle scrutiny." Yu Qinghe nodded in deep agreement and sighed. Indeed, how many officials are enamored with this feeling of holding immense power? And how many lose themselves in the illusion of this false authority? After a moment's pause, he continued, "The Central Organization Department's decision has already come down this morning. Your resignation letter has been approved. You are free to leave within a month after ensuring a smooth handover. However, considering the favor of your senior brother, if you can resolve as much as possible during this period, it would be appreciated. After your departure, I will personally take over the remaining matters." The implication was clear. Upon arrival in Xiping County, all actions would be at your discretion. You could mobilize the entire special investigation team, and after a month, I would assume responsibility for whatever remained. 3 words floated in Chun Jixing's mind: limitless power. Indeed, during this month, the authority he wielded was boundless. As he embodies the entirety of the project team, his voice is the sole representation of their collective will. When he decides to investigate someone, that individual becomes subject to scrutiny. Even in the absence of wrongdoing, he possesses the capability to unearth issues. This signifies the absolute power he wields over the forthcoming month. Chun Jixing realizes that he is wielding the disciplinary committee's blade. His sole purpose is to sever the intricate web of interests within the governance of Jiping County. His only required action is to strike. After a month, regardless of the magnitude of the commotion stirred by Chun Jixing, it will be Yu Qinghe, the province's deputy secretary of the disciplinary committee, who will confront the ensuing chaos. The indiscriminate wielding of the blade results in uncertainty, as one cannot predict who will cry out in protest when the strike lands. Being in a quasi-resigned state, he faces no repercussions. With this understanding, Chun Jixing gazes at Zhou Ruoli, seated beside him, as a playful smile gradually graces his lips. The skies over Jiping County are ominously overcast, a foreboding calm before the impending storm. Suddenly, a thunderclap rends the gloomy sky. Hu Wei drops his cigarette to the ground, murmuring to himself, "This is bad. They are coming for me." Chapter 9. Hu Wei. This is bad. They are coming for me. Hu Wei had an unsettling sensation today, as if a chilling breeze were creeping up his spine, sending shivers coursing through his body. This eerie chill, akin to a phantom's grip, made the hair on the back of his neck stand on end, evoking a feeling of being targeted by malicious intent. He could not pinpoint the source of this disquiet, yet it loomed over him, dark and foreboding. Suddenly, 3 measured knocks echoed through the air. Hu Wei shuddered, his mind conjuring the image of a great bell tolling, which heightened his already taut nerves. Annoyed, he called out, "Come in." Zhang Yuping, the head of the comprehensive section of the county committee and the secretary to the county party secretary, entered, holding a red-headed document, his expression grave. "Secretary, the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission has sent an investigation notice." Those words sent another chill down Hu Wei's spine, prompting him to snatch the document from Zhang's hands. The notice read, "Notification regarding the cooperation of Daji County with the Special Investigation Team." A jolt of realization struck him. He now understood the source of his unease. Chun Jixing. It finally dawned on him. Although the complaints aired on the program constituted a significant political incident, the individual had already submitted a resignation letter. So how could it still be considered a political matter? Moreover, the female host was seated next to Yu Qinghe, the executive deputy secretary of the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission. Could he possibly endure such scrutiny? The document explicitly stated that the special investigation team was en route, intensifying his anxiety and causing his heart to race uncontrollably. Taking a deep breath, he looked up at his secretary, Zhang Yuping, and quickly instructed, "Hurry and inform the chairman of the Political Consultative Conference and the county mayor to join me in welcoming the members of the investigation team." "Understood, leader." Zhang Yuping replied before promptly exiting the office. Once Zhang had left, Hu Wei anxiously retrieved another phone from his desk drawer, fumbling to find a SIM card that slipped from his fingers and fell to the floor, betraying his inner turmoil. He had contacts in the city that could offer support, allowing him to navigate the situation and sever ties discreetly. However, with the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission directly involved, and led by the formidable Yu Qinghe, there would be no grace period for him to clean up his affairs before being scrutinized. Such a scenario was utterly implausible. "Hello, brother-in-law. You won't believe it, but 2 fresh girls have shown up at Tiger's KTV, and they're still in high school. I'll save one for you tonight." As soon as the call connected, raucous music blared through the receiver, causing Hu Wei's lips to twitch as an inexplicable fury welled within him. At such a critical moment, how could one still indulge in trivial pursuits? "Zhang Feng, I must inform you that you have 1 hour to tidy up your affairs. The Provincial Disciplinary Inspection Team is about to arrive in the county. Should you fail to cleanse your situation, I shall notify your parents to deal with it." After bellowing his reprimand, he hung up the phone, turned off his device, and placed it aside, preparing to dispose of it later. After gathering himself, he descended the stairs, where he found the 4 main leadership teams assembled: the county committee, the county government, the county people's congress, and the county political consultative conference, ready to proceed to the county border to greet the incoming team. Although there were prohibitions against welcoming or sending off, the reality of operations rendered such restrictions impractical. 20 minutes later, at the county border, A procession of vehicles lined the roadside, all flashing their hazard lights. As a group of middle-aged men clad in administrative jackets stood by, they were well aware of the pressing issues at hand, having already anticipated the purpose of the Special Investigation Team's visit. This was a direct inquiry into County Secretary Hu Wei. Initially, they thought the team would not arrive before tomorrow, yet here they were. Only 3 hours post the conclusion of the preceding event, an unmistakable signal of the gravity of the situation that they could not ignore. Following protocol, after accepting the case, assessments would typically follow, leading to preliminary investigations that could last from half a month to 2 months. Once disciplinary violations were confirmed and legal responsibilities established, formal cases would be opened, entering the investigation phase, during which peripheral inquiries would be conducted to gather evidence, ultimately resulting in detention and questioning. However, the Provincial Disciplinary Inspection Team was acting with remarkable speed, bypassing the usual acceptance and preliminary review processes and directly launching an investigation in a matter of hours. Led by the Executive Vice Secretary of the Provincial Committee, the atmosphere among the 4 leadership teams was thick with unspoken tension. Each member understood the purpose of the Special Investigation Team's arrival, creating an oppressive ambience. Within the system, there was an evident sense of dread at the mention of disciplinary actions, with no one wishing to be associated with the disciplinary committee. Then it arrived. As the golden-hued luxury vehicle came into view, all present straightened, their spirits heightened. The approaching vehicle stirred a palpable anxiety. Hearts raced as if threatening to leap from their chests, while their legs felt weighed down, immovable. An overwhelming sense of suffocation and pressure enveloped them, reflected in their strained expressions. According to the principle that a smile may shift but not vanish, the county mayor, Sun Jiangwo, wore a genuine smile at this moment. Were it not for the solemnity of the occasion, he might have laughed aloud. As the door of the vehicle slowly opened, Hu Wei, steeling himself, stepped forward to greet the visitors. The first to alight was Yu Qinghe, whose opening remark nearly brought Hu Wei to his knees. With a jovial demeanor, Yu remarked, "Comrades from Jiping County display remarkable courage, braving the risks of contravening the Central Committee's decisions on party conduct, yet arriving punctually to await us." Though delivered with a smile, his words carried an icy chill that swept over everyone, plunging their hearts into despair. Yu Qinghe's gaze scanned the crowd, ultimately landing on Hu Wei's pallid countenance, his penetrating stare seeming to cut through flesh to reach the very soul. Hu Wei Qiang feigned calmness, managing a forced smile, though his heart quivered with apprehension. Yu Qinghe, in his heart, scoffed at him, pondering how someone with such fragile mental fortitude could dare to commit acts that incited the wrath of so many. Inside the coaster vehicle, Chen Zhixing, now clad in an administrative jacket, stepped out with a confident stride. The moment Hu Wei laid eyes on him, his expression shifted to one of astonishment. Ordinarily, Chen Zhixing would not be deemed worthy of donning such an administrative garment. However, it was given to him by a deputy secretary of the Provincial Disciplinary Committee upon his departure. This revelation hinted at possible affiliations or alliances. Before Hu could fully process his shock, Yu Qinghe, adhering to the formalities of bureaucratic etiquette, cheerfully introduced, "Secretary Hu, allow me to present Chen Zhixing." "Oh, I almost forgot. Comrade Chen Zhixing is the head of the construction bureau in your esteemed Jiping County. I wonder if you have received the transfer letter from the Provincial Disciplinary Committee. I should mention that Comrade Chen is now the deputy leader of our special task force and is poised to oversee its operations for the forthcoming month." Chapter 10, 5-Day Countdown. What? The deputy leader of the special task force? Boom. Hu Wei felt as though he had been struck by lightning, his entire being rendered speechless. As merely the head of the construction bureau, a position of no more than a mid-level official, what right did he have to assume such a role? The staff members under his purview from the Discipline Inspection Commission were likely of higher rank than Chen Zhixing. What gave him the authority? Allowing Chen Zhixing to investigate him was tantamount to digging his own grave. Most critically, as Yu Qinghe had stated, Chen Zhixing would be in charge of the Special Task Force's comprehensive operations for the coming month. Wasn't this pushing him toward a certain doom? Comrade Zhixing was merely on loan from Jiping County, also the director of our construction bureau. I have full faith that Comrade Zhixing will approach this matter with fairness and objectivity. I hold a profound respect for his capabilities. Hu Wei took a deep breath, forcing a smile as he extended his hand to shake Chen Zhixing's. Anyone could see that Hu Wei's mood was far from pleasant, yet he felt powerless. Chen Zhixing's smile grew increasingly radiant as he fixed his gaze on Hu Wei, genuinely delighted to shake his hand, applying pressure discreetly. "Secretary Hu, I hope for your continued support in our future endeavors. Our special task force possesses substantial evidence. The provincial government takes this matter very seriously, and Secretary Bao from the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission has issued clear directives to see this anti-corruption campaign through to the end. We must strike with the ferocity of thunder to shatter the darkness. A jolt coursed through Hu Wei's heart, and a forced smile crept onto his face. Why was this scoundrel still gripping his hand, and with such force? Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, Chen Zhixing suddenly released his grip, looking at him with a cheerful expression. The air was thick with tension, rendering the leaders present silent. They could sense the atmosphere had thickened, with the provincial government involved. What could they possibly say? Were they to confront the provincial edict head-on? If that were the case, it would certainly be entertaining, as it could lead to a thorough investigation from top to bottom. This was a serious political incident. Welcome the supervision of our leaders. Hu Wei's facial muscles twitched, his reluctance evident, yet he felt compelled to maintain a facade of friendliness. Yu Qinghe sensed the moment was right, smiling as he spoke. In that case, let us board the vehicle. We shall first settle in at the county. Hu Wei exhaled a sigh of relief, nodding as he attempted to ingratiate himself with Yu Qinghe, saying, Secretary Yu, the guest house is already prepared. We shall not go to the guest house. Chen Zhixing was resolute in his refusal to heed Hu Wei's suggestion. The tense atmosphere surged once more. Hu Wei shot a vexed glance at Chen Zhixing, thinking to himself, if you weren't the deputy leader of the special task force, what qualifications do you have to oppose me so directly? A subordinate from merely a day ago now dared to exert authority over him, and he found himself utterly powerless to respond. Frustration boiled within him, truly stifling. Secretary Hu, we have our own arrangements for the special task force, so there's no need for you to trouble yourself. We must expedite our work. Chen Zhixing's calm voice echoed in Hu Wei's ears. The sight of Chen Zhixing's face made Hu Wei want to punch him in the jaw. The indignation was unbearable. Unable to find an alternative, Hu Wei turned to Yu Qinghe, who was, after all, the team leader of the Special Investigation Group. The fact that the leader remained silent while Chen Zhixing made decisions was clearly an overreach. How dare you assist in making decisions for the leadership? Yu Qinghe shrugged, smiling amiably, and said, Secretary Hu, do not look at me. I have already stated that for the upcoming month, Comrade Chen Zhixing will preside over all matters. The meaning was quite clear. During this month, Chen Zhixing's words would carry the weight of my own. Hu Wei's facial muscles twitched slightly, his fingers turning white as they clenched within his sleeves, and he forced out a hoarse response. Then let us proceed according to team leader Chen's directives. Each word felt like it was ground from the shards of ice between his teeth. As he watched the door of the special investigation team's vehicle slam shut, he ground the heel of his shoe into the pavement, as if seeking to stamp Chen Zhixing's shadow into the asphalt. The special investigation team's vehicle slowly began to move, with the county committee's convoy serving as the lead car, gradually making its way toward Jiping County. Inside the vehicle, Yu Qinghe observed his junior, realizing he was indeed well suited for the disciplinary inspection system. How do you intend to proceed with the work? Yu Qinghe inquired. The individuals aboard this vehicle comprised the core personnel of the Special Investigation Group. Team leader Yu Qinghe, deputy leader Chen Zhixing, the director of the 3rd Supervision Office of the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission, the deputy director of the 10th Review and Investigation Office, the deputy director of the Supervision Office for Discipline Inspection and Supervision Cadres, the deputy director of the Financial Audit Division of the Audit Office, the provincial broadcaster Yin Shui, and Yu Qinghe's secretary. The second vehicle contained professionals from the Public Security Department, Taxation Bureau, and Audit Office. The third vehicle was occupied by disciplinary inspection staff, including 2 interview team members, 6 external investigation team members, 2 financial staff, and 1 legal expert. Typically, routine cases involve 5 to 10 personnel, while significant cases require 10 to 20. It was evident that this case had been classified as significant, with personnel allocation at full capacity. Chen Zhixing reflected on this case from his previous life, closing his eyes in contemplation, aware that all eyes were upon him. He understood that this was a test from Yu Qinghe and a means to reassure others. A deputy leader at the division level, with no prior experience in the disciplinary inspection system, appointed directly by the leadership, would naturally evoke discontent among many. Should disagreements arise during the investigation, it could lead to considerable complications. I suggest employing law enforcement from another region to ensure the independence of the disciplinary inspection, he proposed. Within the entirety of Jiping County, Hu Wei's web of interests hinged on 2 pivotal individuals. The first was his brother-in-law, Zhang Feng, the legal representative of Tianma Construction, a mere shell company. The second was the largest criminal gang in Jiping County, led by He who specialized in carrying out illicit tasks for Hu Wei. From what I understand, this individual is ruthless and has already been incarcerated 3 times. Thus, collaboration with law enforcement will be imperative. Yu Qing had nodded in agreement. No problem. However, despite Chen Jixing's assertions, he had yet to strike at the heart of the matter. Such information could easily be gleaned by anyone within the political circles of Jiping County. The liaison officer from the Public Security Department first contacted the Municipal Police Bureau to request assistance from other regions. Once we arrived and organized our efforts, the external investigation team swiftly apprehended Zhang Feng. My evidence is incomplete, and Zhang Feng can fill in these gaps. Moreover, given our rapid progress, Hu Wei and Zhang Feng will be unable to erase all traces within such a short time. Before the personnel from the Municipal Bureau arrive, we should first manage the situation with the County Bureau's assistance and seal off the Tianma construction site. Furthermore, we must recommence the investigations into the January 14th explosion case, the December 4th suicide case, and the December 29th death in custody case. All 3 incidents are connected to Hu Wei, and notably, the victim of the December 4th suicide case was the director of the Poverty Alleviation Office. We should also request that personnel from the Audit Department be stationed at the Poverty Alleviation Office. Additionally, it is crucial to note that Mo Qian from the county television station is Hu Wei's mistress. A cold glimmer flashed in Chen Jixing's eyes, and a playful smile appeared on his lips. The Public Security Department, the Audit Department, and the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission will collaborate on this case. And I am confident that we can take down Hu Wei within 5 days and shift the battlefield to begin capturing those behind him. Chapter 11. Arrangements before the capture. The atmosphere within the coaster was somewhat tense, yet it swiftly transformed as applause erupted. Yu Qinghe felt a genuine sense of relief, for his junior disciple was indeed a natural fit for the role within the Discipline Inspection Commission, remarkably suited for the responsibilities it entailed. He contemplated whether he should call his mentor to retract his resignation approval, considering the possibility of transferring him to the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission. The plan was meticulously structured, grounded in rationale and evidence. Not only did it present ideas and recommendations, but it also accounted for every detail, including the resource utilization from the Audit Office and the Public Security Bureau, ensuring that no individual was superfluous. Each had their designated tasks. The investigative direction was articulated with precision, akin to possessing a divine perspective that revealed the crimes committed, thus allowing for a targeted strategy. However, what Yu Qinghe remained unaware of was that Chen Jixing truly possessed such an omniscient view. He had meticulously reviewed the Hu Wei case numerous times, and when Hu was finally brought to trial, Chen himself attended the court proceedings, observing from the audience. He was acutely aware of Hu Wei's eventual fate, execution. It was evident just how many heinous acts Hu Wei had perpetrated, inciting widespread public outrage. Seated beside him, Zhou Ruoli gazed at Chen Jixing with a look of admiration. It is often said that a man who is earnest is the most appealing, and in this moment, that sentiment rang true. I have a question, spoke He Yang, the deputy director of the 10th Investigation Office of the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission, rising to address the group. Team Leader Chen, how can we effectively apprehend Zhang Feng at the earliest opportunity? As you mentioned, he who is the most formidable criminal force in Jiji County, which implies that Zhang Feng likely has many associates. With just the 6 of us from the external investigation team, we may not be able to contain them. He Yang's inquiry resonated with the collective concern of the team. This highlighted the critical importance of having a local expert within the task force. The liaison officer from the Public Security Bureau was to contact the County Bureau under the pretense of assisting in the investigation, aiming to secure the Jin Taiyang KTV, a frequent haunt of both Zhang Feng and He Hu, suspected of engaging in illicit activities such as prostitution and drug dealing. Once the establishment was sealed, they would apprehend the suspects. There would be no escape. After bringing them in, I will oversee the primary interrogation to ascertain their culpability before dawn. Subsequently, we will initiate an investigation into Hu Wei. We shall execute a swift strike, catching Hu Wei off guard. Just as he concluded his statement, Chen Jixing's phone chimed, an enigmatic smile gracing his lips. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Look, our assistance has arrived. The Genie Hotel was indeed a prime location. Situated directly across from the county committee and government, with the county police bureau at its rear, the geographical advantages were substantial. Furthermore, it was a randomly selected hotel, eliminating the need to inspect for eavesdropping devices, allowing for immediate setup. They would occupy the 5th floor, with personnel stationed at the stairway entrance to ensure that unauthorized individuals could not enter. For safety's sake, Chen Zhixing chose to stay with the task force, primarily due to his concern for Zhou Ruoli, as he did not feel comfortable with her residing alone in a rental apartment. Team Leader Chen, Team Leader Chen, Team Leader Chen. All individuals, having gathered their belongings, stood in the corridor observing Chen Zhixing. He nodded and promptly commanded, "Let us depart." Following the pre-assigned tasks, everyone set forth. The support from the Municipal Bureau would likely take approximately another hour, a duration that the County Bureau would cover in the meantime. Hu Wei would never have anticipated their swift actions. Under normal circumstances, once the task force arrived, there would be a transitional period, and apprehensions would not occur so rapidly. As Chen Zhixing had articulated, it was to be a lightning strike. "Am I not assigned any tasks?" Yu Qinghe inquired with a grin, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Chen Zhixing offered a wry smile, replying, "How could I possibly assign you tasks? You are the leader of the task force. It is not customary for subordinates to dictate work to their superiors." Yu Qinghe rolled his eyes, retorting, "Am I not familiar with you? Given your disposition, I suspect you have already devised a plan." He continued, "Enough of this idle chatter. I have already contacted Hu Wei and instructed him to convene a meeting with all the heads of county departments. I can secure at most 2 hours for you. Whether you intend to apprehend individuals on the spot or pursue other endeavors, do so swiftly." As he spoke, he made his way outside. He had surmised my intentions. Chen Zhixing was consumed by this singular thought. After all, he was a deputy secretary at the department level, accustomed to dealing with these corrupt individuals. And he certainly knew how to proceed. Chen Zhixing turned to Zhou Ruoli, gently pinching her cheek, and spoke in a tender tone, "Little one, I must attend to important matters now. I shall trouble you to remain here for the time being." Zhou Ruoli embraced Chen Zhixing, tilting her head slightly with a smile. "As long as you are present, I am content anywhere. Please take care and do not get hurt." At the County Public Security Bureau, Deputy County Head and Public Security Bureau Chief Wang Zhi had just returned from the County Party Secretary's office. The secretary had unequivocally informed him that the task force had arrived in Jiping County, urging him to swiftly eliminate any detrimental evidence. Upon receiving this news, Wang Zhi felt a chill run through him. The task force's focus on Jiping County meant that they were now only a thin veil away from uncovering the truth. Should that veil be pierced, all their sordid deeds would be laid bare to the light of day. He quickly summoned Deputy Director Zhao Zhenjuan, urgently instructing, "Destroy all files pertaining to cases 114, 12-4, and 12-29. Burn them. Now, immediately." Zhao Zhenjuan frowned. "Old Wang, are you not being overly paranoid? Even if the task force has arrived, they will require some time to acclimatize to the situation here. We could easily stage a fire and conveniently dispose of the files within. Burning them outright seems rather unwise. It gives off an air of guilt." Wang Zhi's fingers rapped heavily on the mahogany desk, causing the teacup lid to clink. His temples throbbed. "Old Zhao." He loosened the collar of his police uniform, swallowing his anxiety as his Adam's apple bobbed. "I mentioned last month while the City Bureau was reviewing the files that those case documents should have been resolved long ago." Zhao Zhenjuan stroked the stubble that had recently sprouted on his chin, his gaze drifting momentarily towards the partially ajar door. Suddenly, he lowered his voice. "In the back alley, Old Lou's auto repair shop is stacked with 30 barrels of industrial alcohol." He traced a haphazard route on the table with his finger dipped in cold tea. "Old Song from the fire brigade. His daughter works as a head nurse at the county hospital." With Zhao Zhenjuan's reminder, Wang Zhigang also sensed that he had been somewhat overly anxious. There was no need for such haste. They had yet to clarify the situation in Jiping County. How could they possibly act so abruptly? It was impossible, utterly implausible, and contrary to protocol. Yet, the chilling sensation coursing through his spine lingered relentlessly. "Director Wang, the liaison officer from the Special Investigation Team has arrived. It is Chao Dexian, the Deputy Director of the Provincial Office." Chapter 12, Police Inspection, Do Not Move. Within the office of the Director of the Jiping County Public Security Bureau, the air conditioning hummed monotonously, failing to disperse the suffocating atmosphere that enveloped the room. The cold light glinted off Chao Dexian's silver-rimmed glasses as he rhythmically drummed his knuckles against the solid wooden desk, each sound reverberating like bullets piercing through Wang Zhigang's taut nerves. 20 minutes remained until the lockdown of the Golden Sun KTV. Suddenly, Deputy Director Chao intensified his drumming, causing a stack of documents awaiting his signature to tremble violently. The Vice Squad, the Public Order Unit, and the Criminal Investigation Team were all mobilized. "Is there a problem here at the county police station?" Zhao Xinjuan observed the cold sweat trickling down the back of the director's neck, sliding down beneath the collar of his uniform, while the tips of his polished shoes trembled with increasing frequency. Upon hearing that the criminal investigation, public order, and vice squads were to be dispatched, Wang Jigang felt a violent constriction in his throat. Director Chow, all 3 teams are currently on assignment. His protest was abruptly interrupted as Chao Dexian rose sharply. He strode to the window, the beam of light filtering through the slats of the blinds slicing across his profile. Director Wang, the provincial inspector asked me to be vigilant regarding the county bureau's issues before I left. It seems the inspector hasn't had much to address recently. Wang Jigang pressed his trembling right hand firmly against the table, his nails nearly embedding themselves into the wooden grain, as he grasped the receiver of the desk phone. The 3 brass police badges on his uniform epaulette swayed violently, casting shadows reminiscent of interrogation room bars. There are still 20 minutes until the operation commences. In 20 minutes, I expect to see them outside the Golden Sun KTV. The glint of cold light flashed in Chao Dexian's lenses as he slowly raised his gaze to meet Wang Jigang's. His tone as frigid as ice. Director Wang, I trust in your capabilities. Do you have any further questions? The torrential downpour arrived at an inopportune moment. The leaden clouds loomed ominously low, as if within reach, and a tense, oppressive atmosphere lingered in the air. By the roadside, Chen Zhixing held a black umbrella, dressed in an administrative jacket, allowing the raindrops to patter against the canopy. Beside him stood fellow disciplinary officials, similarly clad and shielded by black umbrellas. A blue and white police car was parked at the curb, and officers exited swiftly, all maintaining a solemn silence, devoid of unnecessary chatter. The public order, vice, and criminal investigation teams had all arrived, totaling 87 individuals, who surrounded the Golden Sun KTV from all sides. Chao Dexian unfurled his black umbrella and hastened to Chen Zhixing's side, offering a nod. In an instant, all eyes were fixed upon Chen Zhixing. Action! Chen Zhixing commanded. Amidst the rain, the sudden blast of a whistle shattered the silence, akin to the sound of a charge being sounded. The captain of the public order unit hurled a battering ram, and the tempered glass shattered into a spiderweb of cracks, shards flying into the luminous halo of the chandelier above the lobby. A gust of wind carrying the scent of fish surged into the Golden Sun's hall, toppling stacks of imported liquor bottles from the bar. Police inspection. Everyone, crouch against the wall. In that moment, a chorus of screams erupted in the hall, but tranquility soon returned. The ruffians dutifully maintained their watch, charging forward with fervor, resulting in 3 blows shattering brotherhood, with testimonies all bearing the names of comrades. A swarm of police rushed in, initiating control of the scene. Chen Zhixing gathered his umbrella's ribs and crossed the cordon, droplets cascading from the tip of his umbrella, leaving a small patch of moisture on the ground. His strides were unhurried, as if he knew they could not escape. In a previous life, when Zhang Feng was being interrogated, he uttered a telling phrase. Every Saturday, I meet he who at the Golden Sun KTV, for it is the day we settle accounts. It was precisely this statement that led Chen Zhixing to decide today, without prior investigation, to mobilize police forces for a lockdown. Habits can be truly formidable. A police officer familiar with Chen Zhixing curiously inquired of his colleague, "Is the director of the construction bureau always this refined?" The seasoned officer replied with profound insight. When your power is sufficient to bring down a county party secretary, you may find yourself even more poised than he, or perhaps it is simply composure. Chao Dexian walked alongside Chen Zhixing, jokingly remarked, "Captain Chen, if they're not inside, there will be great amusement." A smile crept across Chen Zhixing's lips. "Director Chao, shall we wager that both Zhang Feng and he who are in the third-floor office?" Chao Dexian raised an eyebrow. "I don't believe it. You returned with us. How would you know their whereabouts? If you were indeed that insightful, there wouldn't be so many unsolved cases. I'll wager on the late-night snacks of the Special Investigation Team." As the two conversed, they reached the office on the 3rd floor, flanked by members of the Criminal Investigation Team. At the entrance, 4 individuals held firearms, ready in tactical stance, while 6 members of the Disciplinary Inspection Group stood prepared nearby. Inside the office, Zhang Feng lounged with his legs crossed, a cigar in hand, grinning as he said, "Brother Hu, my brother-in-law said the Special Investigation Team has arrived. We should lay low for a while. Also, I'll notify you when it's time to settle accounts." He who, adorned with a large gold chain around his neck and a gold ring on his finger, wore only a suit jacket, his exposed belly prominent. "Damn, I say, my friend, what is there to fear from the Special Investigation Team? Our county has seen them before. The last team merely left in disgrace after someone jumped from their lodgings. What is there to be afraid of? He who scoffed, his face adorned with a brazen smile. This time is different, this time. Bang. Police inspection. Don't move. Before Zhang Feng could finish his sentence, the office door was kicked open. Damn. Who the hell gave you the audacity to inspect my territory? Don't you know Golden Sun is under my protection? My brother-in-law is County Secretary Hu Wei. Try to arrest me if you dare. Upon encountering the police, Zhang Feng exhibited no fear. Rather, he directed his ire at the officer at the forefront, vehemently berating him. Subsequently, the officer's baton descended forcefully upon Zhang's arm, seizing him by the limb while the other hand pressed him against the desk. Do not move. It is indeed remarkable how specialization in one's profession yields such swift results. In a mere moment, both individuals were subdued against the desk without any casualties. It is noteworthy that the three individuals pursuing Zhou Ruoli to the provincial capital were armed with improvised firearms. This situation compels one to admire Chen Zhixing's strategic decision-making. The advantages of a blitzkrieg strategy are evident, as none would anticipate their speed, which led to the immediate capture of a core member of the Hu Wei group. Chen Zhixing gradually stepped inside, with personnel from the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission hastening ahead, producing their credentials. What on earth do you intend to do? Let me go? Damn it. Do you believe I could have my brother-in-law peel your skin off? The office's chandelier swayed with the tremors of the breached door, casting a distorted silhouette of Chen Zhixing across the strewn documents. He bent down to retrieve a shipping order that Zhang Feng had pinned beneath his elbow. The date glaringly marked as the early hours of the day the special task force was deployed. Suddenly, Chao Dixin grasped his wrist, the reflection from his glasses obscuring the tremors in his pupils. The lower right corner of the document bore a blurred steel seal, revealing the initials of a certain official amidst the raging storm. He swallowed hard, struggling to turn his neck, the smile on his face more grotesque than if he had consumed something vile. Dinner tonight is on me. Chapter 13. Bewildered Zhang Feng. Omniscient leader Chen Zhixing gently stroked the edge of the shipping order, the steel seal suddenly becoming distinct under the flash of lightning. The two characters pierced through Chao Dixin's gaze, causing his pupils to constrict sharply. The sound of the torrential rain outside abruptly faded into the distance as he heard the sound of his own Adam's apple rolling, drowned out by the thunder. Chen Zhixing cast a glance at him, uttering not a word, before turning to the others and solemnly commanded, "Take him away." Zhang Feng fixed his gaze on Chen Zhixing and roared fiercely, "Chen Zhixing, you are being used as a pawn without even realizing it. Once they VE exploited you, you'll be nothing but a discarded piece." At that moment, he who suddenly broke free from his restraints, his glistening belly crashing into the mahogany tea table. As he who drew a gun from the hidden compartment, Chen Zhixing had already caught the scent of gunpowder. It was the second time this month. Caution! At the instant when Chao Dixin's thermos struck his wrist, 3 bullets grazed his ear, tearing off bits of plaster from the wall. Chen Zhixing could even discern the callus on the second joint of he whose index finger, a mark earned from years of pulling the trigger. The captain of the criminal investigation team executed a swift sweeping kick, toppling he who, while 4 detectives aimed their weapons at the back of his head. Chen Zhixing observed he who with a measured demeanor, letting out a resigned sigh, attempted murder of the deputy leader of the special investigation team. He touched his ear, which was slightly bleeding but not severely, merely a scratch. With a grin, he remarked, "That charge is enough for you to munch on 7 peanuts at the execution ground." He who clutched his chest, baring his teeth as he glared at Chen Zhixing, letting out a sinister laugh, "If you have the guts, go ahead and kill me. You think you can judge me with your pathetic selves? I'll tell you, I'll be out within a week. The moment I'm out, I'll be the first to take you down, you dog." He spat blood and grinned wickedly. "Now bow 3 times, and perhaps secretary who will reward you with your whole bodies." Seeing the situation escalate, the captain of the criminal investigation team, struggling to suppress his seething anger, shouted, "Why aren't you taking them away? What the hell are you waiting for?" The staff from the disciplinary committee quickly gathered around Chen Zhixing, who waved his hand. "You all go outside first, close the door." As the door clicked shut, Chen Zhixing exhaled a long breath, patting his chest, as his heart raced almost out of his chest. "That scared me. If I hadn't turned my head, I might have been shot in the head." "Thank you, Director Chao." Director Chao managed a strained smile, jesting, "I thought you weren't afraid of death," looking so composed. Chen Zhixing rolled his eyes, retorting with irritation, "With so many people around, I had to put on an act of calmness. It's called maintaining an image." After a brief pause, he continued, Now, let us talk. What is the situation? Chao Dixin picked up the thermos, his hands shaking as he twisted the lid open. Last year, a gun transport vehicle from the provincial department rolled into a ravine, and 792-style pistols vanished. The transporter was named Hu Ming, and now. He stared at the steel seal on Chen Jixing's palm, grinning widely. He asked the deputy director at the city's anti-crime office. Old Chao, he suddenly chuckled. Do you think we were about to touch the tiger's backside? Chao Dixin cast a profound glance at Chen Jixing, letting out a weary sigh. Comrade Jixing, there are certain tiger's tails that should remain untouched. The blitzkrieg relies on an element of surprise. Chen Jixing had issued a military order on his way here to capture Hu Wei within 5 days. Achieving the downfall of a county party secretary in such a short span was indeed a formidable task. However, considering the evidence at his disposal, coupled with the arrest of Zhang Feng, it seemed less daunting than it appeared. At least, for the moment, everything appeared to be progressing smoothly. How could it not? This was a significant advantage gained from a lifetime of experience. Failing to unseat Hu Wei in his previous life had left him with a lingering regret. After reincarnating, if he could not accomplish this within 5 days, it would render his rebirth futile. He was well aware of the entire criminal network. Now, he merely needed to retrace their steps armed with the answers he possessed. At the Genie Hotel, 2 rooms on the 5th floor had been designated as interrogation chambers. The curtains were drawn tightly, casting a somber atmosphere, illuminated only by the swaying chandelier above. Chen Jixing and He Yang sat opposite Zhang Feng, with Chen acting as the lead interrogator and he serving as the recorder. Upon entering, Chen did not pose any questions. Instead, he lit a cigarette and began to tap his fingers rhythmically on the table. The irregular sound unsettled Zhang Feng, causing his agitation to rise. Yet, he remained silent. As his brother-in-law had advised, remaining mute was the best defense when caught. Speaking only led to more mistakes. 10 full minutes elapsed without a single question from Chen, which only heightened Zhang Feng's anxiety. Zhang Feng, being here signifies that we have set our sights on Hu Wei. Your silence bears little significance, for I already possess the knowledge I seek. Prolonging this exchange serves no purpose. Hu Wei holds no assets. I suspect he has liquidated everything into cash or gold bars. Speak up, where's the address? Chen yawned, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. Zhang Feng scoffed. Do you think I would divulge that? Dream on. Just as He Yang was about to take notes, Chen gestured for him to pause. He continued, record this. According to Zhang Feng, Hu Wei owns a villa in Wanyuan Houding, registered under Mo Qian's name, specifically Villa Number 3. He Yang widened his eyes in disbelief. Wait, are you fabricating evidence? This could lead to imprisonment. Deputy Leader Chen, are you truly going to conduct yourself so recklessly? Chen offered him a reassuring glance. Upon hearing Chen's words, Zhang Feng's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression one of utter astonishment. How does he know about this? Only my brother-in-law and I are aware of this matter. Even Mo Qian is oblivious to her ownership of the villa. You are not a fool, Chen stated. Therefore, I know you must have preserved some evidence. Now tell me, where is it? In a past life, Hu Wei was apprehended due to a dispute over the division of spoils between him and Zhang Feng regarding a particular matter. Enraged, Zhang Feng revealed a recording that subsequently drew the attention of the Provincial Disciplinary Committee, prompting an investigation into Hu Wei. During the court proceedings, Zhang Feng confessed to his habit of preserving evidence, retaining all pertinent materials. This is precisely why Chen Jixing prioritized capturing Zhang Feng upon his arrival, as Zhang Feng could complete the final piece of the evidentiary puzzle. Meanwhile, he who could further implicate both Hu Wei and Zhang Feng, potentially leading them directly to the death penalty once all matters were thoroughly investigated. The magnitude of the entanglement among these 3 individuals was evident. Zhang Feng smirked menacingly. Aren't you quite the guesser, Chen Jixing? Why not take another shot? Chen Jixing nodded, turning to He Yang. Make a note of this. According to Zhang Feng's testimony, all his evidence is concealed in his residence at Building 12, Apartment 401 of Xinyuan Community, within the master bedroom's safe, with the code 794613. Zhang Feng's grin gradually froze on his face, leaving him utterly stunned. What? The safe was sold to me? How could he possibly know the code? Chapter 14. Zhang Feng. I wish to report that someone is cheating. Yi Yang? Everyone else was left dumbfounded. Having witnessed interrogations before, they had never encountered one quite like this. Are you certain you are Deputy Chief Chen Jixing of the Special Task Force? Or have you been possessed by some malevolent spirit? You claim to know where he is hiding the evidence, and while I can comprehend that, you could have someone follow him or even go undercover. You allege that Hu Wei owns a villa registered under his mistress's name, which I can also understand. Considering your construction bureau has dealings with the housing authority, it is entirely reasonable for a construction bureau chief to request an inquiry or conduct one himself. However, how on earth do you know the combination to his safe? Even if you were a fortune teller, how could you possibly discern someone else's password? Is this logical? Is this appropriate? How am I to document this? Shall I simply write that Deputy Chief Chen Zhixing deduced the location of Zhang Feng's concealed evidence through divination? Zhang Feng's expression, astonishment. Thus, one might conclude that Deputy Chief Chen's deduction of the hiding place is accurate. I work for the disciplinary committee, not as a soothsayer. This is no interrogation. It is blatantly copying answers from a test. Meanwhile, Chen Zhixing maintained an air of calm assurance, seemingly unperturbed by the reactions of those around him. Indeed, he was not surprised. He was aware of every intricate detail and understood the final judgment's outcome. His task was merely to guide them in uncovering the evidence and connecting the dots. Any average intellect could accomplish this job with considerable success. At that moment, Chen Zhixing's thoughts drifted to another matter. During the apprehension of Hu Wei, the latter had been a cunning fox with multiple dens. He was simultaneously on the phone with his wife, instructing her to pack for their escape, while also calling Imo Qian to inform her about the villa, urging her to wait for him abroad with cash and gold. As for himself, he feigned an inspection of flood prevention efforts, traveling with Wang Jigang to the Qinjiang dike, all the while using a simulated walkie-talkie to contact his protector, preparing to switch from the national highway to the expressway for his departure. In the end, the Provincial Disciplinary Committee had to coordinate with the Civil Aviation Administration to ground flights to foreign destinations, staging a dramatic chase. Of course, Chen Zhixing could not have anticipated that during Hu Wei's capture, a violent confrontation would unfold at a highway toll station. Director, I kindly request that you send 2 members from the External Investigation Team to the General Assembly site to retrieve the Director of the Poverty Alleviation Office. The Poverty Alleviation Office Director is colluding with the Finance Bureau Chief. The former issues vouchers, while Hu Wei approves them, and the Finance Bureau Chief allocates funds. Ultimately, the money ends up in the pockets of the Poverty Alleviation Office Director, who launders it through Zhang Feng's shell company. Such a network surely counts as achieving economic circulation. Doesn't it? Zhang Feng's lips quivered, and the interrogation chair collided noisily with the wall. He Yang, I must report that someone is cheating. Is there anyone in charge? If not, then cheating is indeed occurring. There is a cheat here. Is there an anti-cheating department? Quickly, suspend their account. How is this even possible? This is hardly an interrogation. It is clearly copying answers from an exam. Zhang Feng's pupils dilated into an abyss of darkness, and he suddenly erupted into a frenzied laughter. In this world, who is untainted? You, Chen Zhixing, are so meticulous in your investigations. He leaned forward abruptly, the handcuffs clanking against the interrogation table with a resounding echo, and with a sinister grin declared, if one does not look after their sister-in-law while in power, they might as well return home and sell sweet potatoes. The pen carved a long fissure on the paper as He Yang was jolted by this hellish proclamation, his eardrums ringing painfully. This audacious remark, a twisted homage to a classic line, perfectly struck the nerve of the scandalous gossip surrounding the bureaucratic realm. Record that. Chen Zhixing's voice was as steady as a rock. The suspect claims that his protective umbrella's governing ideology is to look after his sister-in-law. Damn you, Chen Zhixing. Zhang Feng writhed in madness, only to be forced back into the interrogation chair. Leaning closer to whisper in his ear, Chen Zhixing said, the diary hidden in the 3rd layer of your safe is filled with love poems dedicated to Mo Qian. Would you like me to read them aloud to Hu Wei? In that moment, Zhang Feng collapsed like a rag doll. This once feared figure who had silenced half the county now resembled a spineless curse stripped of its backbone. He Yang was taken aback. Wait, let me digest this. It was known that Mo Qian was the mistress of Hu Wei, the county party secretary, and that Hu Wei's brother-in-law was Zhang Feng, who possessed love poems for Mo Qian in his safe. The question arose, within this triangle, how did Mo Qian maintain legitimate or illicit relationships with both men without their knowledge of one another? He Yang turned to Chen Zhixing. Is this how chaotic things are in your circle at Jiping County? It appears rather thrilling. What gives? Director He, enough of that. We should be on our way. Chen Zhixing remarked, patting his shoulder. He Yang, puzzled, asked where to. Chen Zhixing shot him an exasperated look, and He Yang smacked his forehead, recalling. He turned to the 2 discipline inspection staff behind Zhang Feng and instructed, Xiao Zhang, Xiao Hu, Escort him. We are headed to Xinyuan community. The remaining members of the external investigation team will apprehend the director of the Poverty Alleviation Office at the general meeting. Xiaohu replied, Director He. Please refrain from calling me Xiaohu. I prefer my full name. I often feel as if you all are conspiring to arrest me right in front of me. As Xiao Zhang and Xiao Hu escorted Zhang Feng to the stairway, Qiao Dexin hurried over to report information. Team Leader Chun. The safety team from the Municipal Bureau is in position. The officers are from the neighboring city's bureau, not from our superior municipal bureau. Chun Jixing paused for a moment, then nodded. Thank you, Director Qiao. Qiao Dexin replied cheerfully, This is all part of my duty. My responsibility is to ensure your safety. Chun Jixing stepped aside, and Qiao Dexin instantly grasped his meaning, approaching as he heard Chun Jixing quietly say, Director Qiao, I have a personal matter to discuss. Qiao Dexin's heart leaped with joy. It was evident to any discerning eye that Yu Qinghe intended to cultivate Chun Jixing deliberately, making early connections crucial. Moreover, within the entire special investigation team, not a single person opposed Chun Jixing. His plans were being executed with remarkable efficiency. Indeed, one could say omnisciently so. Speak. Well, my girlfriend Zhou Roli finds it rather dull here, so. Qiao Dexin patted his chest confidently, assuring, Leave it to me. Thank you. Chun Jixing responded with a grateful expression before returning to his room to speak with Zhou Ruoli. A few minutes later, he emerged, gesturing grandly as they set off once more to Xinyuan community. Outside the Genie Hotel, Xiao Zhang and Xiao Hu assisted Zhang Feng into the back seat, while Chun Jixing took the wheel and He Yang occupied the passenger seat, heading towards Xinyuan community. Trailed by a police car carrying officers dispatched from the neighboring city's Public Security Bureau, Xinyuan community is an aging complex, a relic from the 1990s, appearing quite dilapidated from the outside. The vehicle halted beneath Building 12, and as everyone disembarked, they instantly attracted the attention and whispers of several elderly residents, who would undoubtedly spread the news throughout the entire Zhiping County in no time. After all, one cannot underestimate the intelligence network of the local grandfathers and grandmothers at the village entrance. At the door of room 401, Zhang Feng regarded Chun Jixing with a mocking expression, his disdain palpable. Can you figure out where the key is? Chun Jixing cast him a sidelong glance, then turned to search along the stair railing. In less than a minute, he removed a section of the wooden railing and retrieved the key, unlocking the door with a satisfying click. Chapter 15. Huwei it is over. Zhang Feng remained silent, enveloped in profound contemplation. How could Chun Jixing possibly know with such uncanny precision where he had concealed the key? This key was known only to him. I am done with this. I truly am. If there are cheats involved, how can one continue to play? This is nothing short of a farce. Zhang Feng yearned for silence, wishing to distance himself from this charade. As he observed the other effortlessly unlock his door, doubts began to creep into Zhang Feng's mind. Perhaps he had indeed intoxicated himself to the point of inviting this individual over. Otherwise, how could one explain such familiarity? The room appeared utterly mundane, as did the entire neighborhood, ordinary to the utmost degree. Perhaps no one would ever suspect that Zhang Feng had bought a house solely for the purpose of storing these incriminating pieces of evidence. Do you wish to reveal where the safe is, or shall I search for it? Chun Jixing queried, turning to face Zhang Feng, who bore an expression devoid of desire or ambition. He had relinquished all hope. Once these pieces of evidence came to light, a death sentence awaited him. Thus, he had abandoned any intention of confession. You are the so-called diviner, so why not divine it? Who could possibly outwit you? You can even deduce the password, yet cannot ascertain the location of the safe? Zhang Feng, adopting an air of resignation, rolled his eyes, his tone unremarkable. Chun Jixing let out a disdainful snort. Unwilling to engage in further trivialities, he removed his shoes, ascended the bed, and took down a painting exceeding a meter in height from the wall, revealing a pitch-black safe. He entered the password. The safe emitted a click. As Chun Jixing pressed the handle downward, the moment the safe swung open, a multitude of onlookers were momentarily blinded. Bathed in light, the interior of the safe exuded a dazzling golden radiance. Once their eyes adjusted, they were finally able to discern the contents within the safe. As Chun Jixing pushed the safe open, it appeared as though a cascade of molten gold was pouring forth from the wall. Stacks of gold bars reflected light from the overhead lamp, and to the unknowing observer, it might have seemed as though they were gazing upon the Buddha himself. So radiant was the gold. Damn! He Yang staggered back a step, overwhelmed by the sheer volume of gold cascading from the safe. Having never encountered such a geometric array of wealth before, Even he, the deputy director of the third supervision room of the Discipline Inspection Commission, had never laid eyes on this much gold. Each 500-gram gold bar was arranged with more precision than munitions in an armory, the top 2 rows bearing faint imprints. Clearly the result of frequent handling. Suddenly, Zhang Feng emitted a cawing laugh reminiscent of an owl, the handcuffs on his wrists clattering noisily. Ha ha ha. Isn't it beautiful? This is all earned through my sacrifice. For every ton of concrete poured into the Qingshui River Bridge Pier, a gold bar is forged. Ha 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 ha. After stepping down from the bed, Chen Jixing continued, turn over every bed in the house. Open all the wardrobes. The moment he opened the wardrobe, the intoxicating scent of wealth erupted forth. Bundles of 100 yuan bills cascaded down like a breached dam, a crimson tide instantly engulfing He Yang's calves. Stacks of banknotes rained down from above, and he was utterly overwhelmed by this wall of currency. He Yang stood in stunned silence, utterly bewildered. He gazed in disbelief at the wardrobe before him, overflowing with bundles of cash, while the floor was so cluttered that it was impossible to find footing. He couldn't help but exclaim, damn, this must be a printing factory warehouse. Xiao Zhang lifted the mattress, revealing even more stacks of cash beneath it, filling the entire space of the bed. No, this was no longer a bed. It had become a fortress of currency, merely supported by 4 wooden boards. Team Leader Chun, I've made a discovery in the secondary bedroom. It's all cash. Team Leader Chun, the other secondary bedroom is also filled with cash. He Yang made a special trip to take a glance, and well, it seemed that this house was either filled with cash or gold bars. What did his monthly salary of 4,000 yuan even amount to? This pile alone was enough to cover nearly 2 years of his earnings. So, Director He, are you tempted? Chen Jixing observed He Yang with a hint of amusement, teasing him. He Yang rolled his eyes but nodded in acknowledgement, sighing, of course. How could one not be tempted by such a sum? My monthly salary is just a pittance compared to this. However, as a member of the Discipline Inspection Commission, he was acutely aware of one crucial truth. Accepting such money could not be used openly, and it would only lead to imprisonment, rendering it utterly meaningless. Chen Jixing chuckled, one must not reach out. Those who do are bound to be caught. Director He, if one day you become a corrupt official, well, by then, I will have resigned, and it will have nothing to do with me. Ha ha. He Yang shot Chen Jixing a glare and promptly instructed Xiao Zhang. Notify the president of the China Bank's Xiping branch to bring a cash counting machine and assist the Discipline Inspection Commission in counting the cash on site. Additionally, summon a few police officers to secure the area. Evidence team, ensure proper documentation of the scene and record everything. Yes, Director. An hour and 40 minutes had elapsed, leaving only 20 minutes until the 2 hours mentioned by Yu Qinghe. During the past 100 minutes, the comrades from the Discipline Inspection Commission had yet to arrive, causing Yu Qinghe to feel increasingly anxious. Had his junior's plan faltered? It was understandable, after all. His junior had only recently engaged with the work of the Discipline Inspection Commission, so significant progress was unlikely. Just being able to organize his thoughts was already commendable. Yu Qinghe tapped his fingers lightly on the microphone, the metallic sound reverberating under the dome of the auditorium. The Anti-Corruption Bureau is about to be inaugurated. Yet some comrades seem unwilling to maintain even the last semblance of dignity. Suddenly, he flipped open his notebook, causing Hu Wei to drop his pen in shock at the rustling of the pages. Yu Qinghe continued in a calm tone. According to the evidence provided by Comrade Chen Jixing, for every ton of concrete poured at Xinjiang Bridge, a gold bar can be forged. I would like to ask all present comrades who taught us this alchemy. I do not recall such lessons being offered during my studies at the party school. Hu Wei's face turned pale, his legs trembling slightly. In stark contrast, Sun Jianguo beside him took a sip from his thermos, the sound of the cup clinking against the table piercing through the silence. The county head even propped his leg up, the tip of his shoe subtly pointing towards Hu Wei's trembling knee, which quaked like sifted flour. Last year, the Central Inspection Team uncovered the involvement of 78 officials from our province in various cases, including 3 at the departmental level. Suddenly raising his voice, Yu Qinghe caused Hu Wei's chair to emit a strained creak under the pressure. He cast a sidelong glance at Hu Wei and continued in a nonchalant tone. However, in a place like Xiping County, the entire corruption industry chain is embedded within public welfare projects. At that moment, the side door of the auditorium swung open with a resounding crash. He Yang stood silhouetted against the light, interrupting the latter half of Yu Qinghe's words. while the sound of 3 disciplinary inspectors' polished shoes striking the ground echoed like a tolling bell. Zhao Jinlai, the director of the Poverty Alleviation Office, was present. He Yong produced a detention order emblazoned with the vivid red seal of the Discipline Inspection Commission. Please accompany us for a moment. Chapter 16. In Qinghe, the alchemy of certain officials, Zhao Jinlai's countenance transformed instantaneously, his face paling as he gazed at the detention decision document before him. Those in positions of power, particularly those in lucrative and influential roles, harbor a profound fear of the Discipline Inspection Commission. It is said that merely visiting the commission can compel one to confess, even if they are innocent, let alone someone like him, who already bears the weight of guilt. Comrades, have you perhaps made a mistake? I am merely a humble director of a poverty alleviation office. What could I possibly be involved in? He chuckled nervously, swallowing hard. He could feel the piercing gazes of everyone in attendance, as if they sought to penetrate his very being, leaving him with a sense of dread. Sweat streamed down Zhao Jinlai's face as he stood up in disbelief, only to stagger and clutch the back of the chair, loosening his deep blue tie as he spoke. This is undoubtedly a false accusation. I shall appeal to the Municipal Committee. The appeal materials may be forwarded to the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission, He Yang replied with a cold smirk, observing Zhao's futile expressions. On March 15th of last year, the 3 million yuan allocated for the dilapidated housing renovation in Qinzheng village ultimately found its way into a shell company controlled by Zhang Feng. Shall I recite the invoice number? The sound of Yu Qinghe's fingers striking the podium reverberated sharply, causing Hu Wei to clutch at his heart. As his briefcase slipped and spilled half a bottle of rapid-acting heart pills, the gravity of the revelation was staggering. Not only had they unearthed Zhao Jinlai's past deeds, but they had also highlighted the illicit flow of funds into Zhang Feng's shell company. Everyone in Jiqing County knew that Zhang Feng was Hu Wei's brother-in-law. To unveil such a connection in this context was tantamount to declaring that their focus was directly aimed at Hu Wei. Sun Jiangwo at the podium pressed his finger precisely against Hu Wei's phone in his pocket and whispered, "Secretary Hu, you must take care of your health. The entire county is counting on you to maintain order." Upon hearing Sun Jiangwo's sardonic tone, Hu Wei was far from inclined to engage in wit with the county chief. With the investigation already trailing back to Zhang Feng, it would not be long before it reached his own doorstep. He needed to devise an escape plan swiftly, otherwise, by the time the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission turned its gaze upon him, it would be too late. Could Yu Qinghe remain oblivious to the exchange between the two? He slammed his palm down on the table, his voice icy as he declared, "Jiqing County has indeed provided me with a tremendous surprise. Some officials are engrossed in alchemy, while others embezzle funds for dilapidated housing, disregarding the populace. This truly opens my eyes. Jiqing County serves as a colossal cautionary tale of rampant corruption." After Yu Qinghe's proclamation, he rose in indignation and exited the assembly. As Zhao Jinlai was escorted away, a hush fell over the crowd, quickly followed by a flurry of murmurs. It was well known that the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission's task force was a formidable beast. Yet no one anticipated that its fangs would be bared within mere hours of their arrival. Zhao Jinlai was, after all, a key figure in a powerful faction. Whether it is Zhao Jinlai or Zhang Feng, they are both affiliated with the Hu Wei faction. Now, many people gazing at Hu Wei on the podium exhibit an inscrutable expression. On the other hand, after leaving the venue, Yu Qinghe promptly returned to the Genie Hotel, only to learn that Chun Zhixing had not yet returned. Upon inquiring about his whereabouts, his secretary drove him to the Xin Yuan residential area. Upon arrival, Yu Qinghe was taken aback by the sight before him. A stack of cash piled high in the living room, accompanied by an array of gold bars sprawled across the floor. Even after years of service in the Discipline Inspection Commission, Yu Qinghe had never encountered such a staggering sum of money. It was simple, crude, yet profoundly shocking. The visual impact of the heaps of banknotes and the gold strewn about was immensely striking. "Comrade Secretary Yu, you might want to refrain from inhaling too deeply. Your actions could contribute to global warming," came Chun Zhixing's calm voice from beside him. Yu Qinghe, regaining the authoritative demeanor befitting his rank, gestured towards the scattered wealth and spoke, albeit with a hint of complexity in his tone. "Is this the commotion you have orchestrated?" Chun Zhixing merely shrugged. "It was a supplementary measure. The evidence has already been retrieved by Director He, and the evidence team is currently analyzing it to determine if a conclusive case can be formed. Deputy Director Cui Shuiming of the 3rd Investigation Office is in contact with the Provincial Commission's office, seeking Secretary Bao's approval for the detention order." Even if the evidence cannot form a closed loop, the current evidence chain is sufficient to detain Hu Wei, provided we can uncover further evidence within his villa. Yu Qinghe had heard from his secretary that shortly after his departure, Chen Jixing instructed Chao Dexian to notify the county bureau, which promptly sealed off the Jinyang KTV. Apprehending the crime syndicate leader He Hu and Hu Wei's brother-in-law, Zhang Feng, on the spot. Within half an hour, they had extracted specific addresses and pinpointed their location, leading to the current situation. Yu Qinghe felt utterly bewildered. As a senior official of the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission and vice-chairman of the Supervisory Commission, he had never been so confounded. He was all too familiar with the investigation process. Even the fastest special investigation teams required at least half a month. Yet here they were, stumbling upon evidence on the very first day, almost forming a closed loop. If they succeeded in achieving that, there would be no need for interrogation, as the case could be directly handed over to the Anti-Corruption Bureau for prosecution. This seamless operation was more adept than even his own seasoned commission. Teacher, your student is truly exceptional. As a fellow pupil, is there anything you have yet to impart to me? Yu Qinghe inhaled deeply, his expression grave. I will call Secretary Bao immediately to have him sign the documents. However, Chen Jixing shook his head meaningfully and pointed towards the outside. Yu Qinghe stepped outside, eager to hear what this prodigy had to say. Comrade Secretary, this matter cannot be rushed. The evidence we currently possess suggests that Hu Wei is shielded by higher authorities, particularly as this case pertains to the incident last year involving a batch of lost firearms from the provincial level. In an instant, Yu Qinghe's expression shifted dramatically. The incident of the lost firearms on December 9th last year? Yu Qinghe's eyes widened in disbelief, yet he lowered his voice. This matter implicates Hu Wei at the provincial level? Surely not. Hu Wei is merely a county party secretary, occupying a mid-level position among departmental officials. It seems improbable that he could have direct access to provincial leadership. However, Yu Qinghe soon grasped the crux of the situation. Are you suggesting that the individuals above Hu Wei are from the city, and that the person at the city level is connected to the provincial leadership? If that is the case, it begins to make sense, especially considering we are on the eve of a reorganization of the municipal leadership, with changes set to occur next month. This implies that, theoretically, there is indeed a possibility of involvement, potentially significant involvement. Chapter 17. Integrity and Honesty of Secretary Hu. What do you intend to do? Yu Qinghe inquired softly, his hands clasped behind his back after a brief moment of contemplation. Initially, he anticipated that his visit would require at least a month. If Hu Wei had a protective shield behind him, it would likely be at the municipal level, thus extending the investigation in the city for another month, concluding the turmoil at the provincial level. However, who could have predicted that his junior brother's methods would be so swift? Merely 2 hours. 2 hours were sufficient for a direct report of detention. The pressure upon him was immense. As the deputy leader of the Special Task Force from the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission, he sought to engage Hu Wei in conversation. This title alone would instill a sense of urgency within him. By artificially creating a crisis atmosphere, an impression that he could be apprehended at any moment, Hu Wei would inevitably feel compelled to reach out to his benefactors. The dilemma was that it was uncertain when he would contact those behind him. Chen Jixing chuckled softly, casting his gaze upwards, feigning ignorance as if he had said nothing at all. Yu Qinghe was momentarily taken aback, then rolled his eyes in realization. How had he overlooked his junior brother's cunning side? He clearly needed to coordinate resources, yet Chen presented himself as if he were entirely uninvolved. I will head to the procuratorate to coordinate resources and monitor Hu Wei's phone. From a legal standpoint, the Criminal Procedure Law of 2007 had yet to explicitly grant disciplinary inspection agencies the authority to conduct technical investigations directly, to implement surveillance measures. He would also need to request cooperation from the public security organs through the procuratorate. All right, I shall visit the county government now, he resolved, emphasizing a division of labor. 10 minutes later, Yu Qinghe returned to the Genie Hotel, entered his room, and sat contemplatively at his desk. Ultimately, he lingered for 3 seconds over the technical investigation measures approval form. He altered the justification for the application from Hu Wei suspected of duty-related crimes to endangering national security. This gray area could expedite the approval for surveillance by 48 hours, albeit at the cost of facing inquiries from the Provincial National Security Department later. Compounded by pressure from Secretary Bao, he felt 80 confident that he could complete all procedures within an hour. Meanwhile, Chen Jixing ambled towards the county government. Observing this bastion of the highest local authority, he felt an overwhelming sense of tranquility. Within this edifice, which epitomized the pinnacle of county power, numerous offices bore the motto "Serving the People," yet how many truly realized this in practice? He slowly raised his head and proceeded inside. Unsurprisingly, news of Chen Jixing's arrival at the county government spread swiftly among all present. His current status was no secret, and within this building, there were no secrets to be kept. On the marble steps of the county government's main building, Chen Jixing ascended steadily, his gaze fixed ahead. Zhang Yuping, the head of the comprehensive office of the county committee and secretary to the county committee, hurried forward, holding a black umbrella. Yet, the county mayor, Sun Jianguo, arrived even more quickly. The leaders of the county committee and government, including the deputy directors of the county committee office, the full-time deputy secretary, the executive deputy county mayor, the secretary of the discipline inspection commission, and the publicity minister, had already gathered. The county leaders stood in 2 rows under umbrellas in the rain, flanking Chen Jixing, creating an overwhelming and oppressive atmosphere. Perhaps this is the allure of power? Sun Jianguo swiftly approached, raising a black umbrella to shield them from the drizzling rain. The unbuttoned collar of his shirt betrayed a sense of urgency and a hint of disarray. He laughed heartily, welcoming Group Leader Chun to the county government for a work inspection. The personal attendance of a department-level county magistrate with an umbrella spoke volumes about the significance attached to this visit. Group Leader Chun, secretary who is currently convening a flood prevention and dispatch meeting. Clearly, this was merely a pretext. Was it not ironic that the county party secretary was holding a meeting? Yet the only one present was him, while all other standing committee members rushed down to greet Chen. Chen Jixing gently pushed aside Sun Jianguo's umbrella, his tone calm as he replied, "No need. I personally prefer not to have an umbrella over my head." Instantly, the atmosphere grew awkward. The implication of his words was unmistakable. "I do not favor a protective umbrella." Following his statement, the county leaders promptly folded their black umbrellas, plunging the scene into an eerie silence. Despite Chen Jixing currently holding only a deputy division-level position, astute observers could discern that after the dissolution of the Special Investigation Team, he would likely be transferred to the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission, perhaps even promoted further. "Rest assured, I am merely here to have a casual chat with Secretary Hu," Chen Jixing said with a smile, pausing before adding, "Nothing more." Sun Jianguo quickly intervened. Indeed. Group Leader Chen's visit to the county government to guide our work serves as an enlightening lesson on anti-corruption, and we also welcome you to have a chat with me." Their banter continued, yet others did not share Sun Jianguo's lighthearted demeanor. After all, with Hu Wei's downfall, Sun Jianguo was likely to take over. The group silently welcomed Chen Jixing into the county committee and government, the party emblem on their chests glimmering ominously under the light. During the General Assembly, the Special Investigation Team openly detained the director of the Poverty Alleviation Office, inducing a sense of absurdity in each of their hearts, primarily due to the rapidity of events, which filled them with dread. As Chen Jixing pushed open the sandalwood door to Hu Wei's office, raindrops trickled down the glass windows. "Secretary Hu, what a refined taste you have, still in the mood to admire the rain," he remarked, closing the door behind him. He glanced at the calligraphy plaque on the wall inscribed with integrity and cleanliness. "Is Secretary Hu's flood prevention meeting proceeding smoothly?" Hu Wei's lips twitched as he forced a smile, failing to respond directly. "Group Leader Chun, you are indeed talented and ambitious, but be cautious. The waters here are murky, and one must tread carefully." This was evidently a veiled threat. Chen Jixing's fingers suddenly tightened, nearly embedding themselves into Hu Wei's hand. "The murkier the waters, the better for fishing. Secretary Hu, have you not thrived over the years by flourishing in such muddy waters?" He leaned in slightly, lowering his voice. "With each ton of concrete poured at Xinjiang Bridge, it is as if you have delivered a vibrant lesson in corruption to all county officials." Hu Wei's complexion was as pale as paper, his nails scraping against the lacquered surface of the table, producing a jarring sound. "You are slandering me. I shall report you to the municipal committee." Chen Jixing remained extraordinarily composed, seated on the sofa with his arms crossed, nodding in a nonchalant manner. "Ah, indeed. You are going to file a complaint with the municipal committee. TSK. Who would have thought that Secretary Hu would address someone as teacher? I wonder if your little lover, Mo Qian, has informed you that Zhang Feng is also fond of him. We uncovered quite a few love poems addressed to Mo Qian in the Xinyuan community, the very place where Zhang Feng stashed evidence. Ha ha ha." The mockery was blatant. a stark display of derision. Hu Wei's fingers turned white from the pressure he applied, and the rain outside felt like steel needles piercing his temples, which throbbed with intensity. At that moment, he was overwhelmed with the impulse to smash Chun Jixing's skull with the ashtray. The butterfly tattoo on Mo Qian's inner thigh was rather unique. Suddenly, Chun Jixing struck the table with a paperweight, each sharp sound resonating like bullets penetrating Hu Wei's skull. Zhang Feng's diary reveals that he relishes licking that birthmark turn tattoo. Have you, Secretary Hu, ever tried that position? Hu Wei's neck veins bulged, and a primal roar escaped his throat. Yet, in the next moment, Chun Jixing unexpectedly looked up at the calligraphy work on the wall, inscribed with integrity and cleanliness, and uttered something shocking. This is the calligraphy of a certain provincial leader, isn't it? To be frank, it lacks artistic merit. I wonder, how much did Secretary Hu spend on it? Chapter 18. The umbrella behind. Upon hearing those words, Hu Wei's expression changed dramatically. He gazed at Chun Jixing with astonishment, his eyes wide open in sheer disbelief. How could he possibly be aware of such a clandestine matter? Even if he had apprehended Zhang Feng, He Hu, and Zhao Jin, what of it? Those three were utterly oblivious to this secret, which was known to only three individuals: the provincial leader, his own benefactor, and himself. Was the other party endowed with extraordinary insight? How did they uncover this information? Who had betrayed him? The provincial leader? Impossible. The individual had received payment. If he were to divulge this, it would be tantamount to self-incrimination. His benefactor? Even less likely. Should he fall, that individual would undoubtedly face an investigation by the disciplinary committee as well. Thus, the question arose, how did the other party come to know? Could it be that the disciplinary committee had already initiated an inquiry into him, merely using Chun Jixing's case as a guise to act against him? Otherwise, how could one explain Chun Jixing's knowledge of such a covert affair? It was conceivable that they might even be investigating the provincial leader without his knowledge. Individuals like Chun Jixing, who dared to expose the darkness of the political realm, were generally disliked by most departments. However, the disciplinary committee held a different view. They appreciated such audacious individuals, unafraid to confront authority regardless of the consequences. The more Hu Wei mulled over this, the more a chill crept up his spine, his blood nearly freezing in his veins, drenched in cold sweat. Secretary Hu, should I apprehend you, what do you suppose your leader will do? Will they allow you to shoulder the entire burden, or will they protect you? What sort of person could influence the operations of the provincial disciplinary committee? Can your benefactor truly interfere with them? Chun Jixing leaned casually against the armrest of the sofa, one leg crossed over the other, observing Hu Wei with keen interest. The pressure he exerted was palpable, transitioning from the capture of Zhang Feng and others to discussing the leader's attitudes. Hu Wei surely possessed his own scales of judgment in this situation. To attain the position of county party secretary, one must be astute, adept at maneuvering with superiors while simultaneously outsmarting subordinates. It would not be an exaggeration to say one must be versatile. The essence of politics lies in interests, compromises, and resources, but beneath this facade lies duplicity, where one must navigate between two faces to survive in a realm filled with elites. Survival is merely the baseline. To ascend, one must master the intricacies of human relationships. Ding! A text message chimed on Chun Jixing's phone. He glanced at the message, squinting slightly before speaking up. Well, Secretary Hu, it has been quite enjoyable chatting with you. If there's nothing further, I shall take my leave. Oh, and do remember, Secretary Hu, during this period, do not even think about fleeing. Otherwise, your troubles will only multiply. Hu Wei's lips twitched. While Chun Jixing was quite pleased, he certainly was not. After finishing his remarks, Chun Jixing left with a cheerful demeanor. In the brief span of merely 10 minutes from his arrival to his departure, Hu Wei found himself drenched in perspiration, overwhelmed by a chilling dread that only deepened with the passage of time. Within the intricate web of power dynamics, one who does not partake in the crafting of rules inevitably becomes a victim of them. The more Hu Wei pondered in his office, the more his unease grew, morphing into a palpable sense of panic that took root in his heart, swiftly blossoming into a towering tree of dread. Panic engulfed his mind and body. Xiaozhong, please tidy up. I must return home for an urgent matter, Hu Wei declared after taking a deep breath, hastily relinquishing the office keys to Zhang Yuping before rushing home. The more he contemplated, the more terror gripped him. The special investigation team had already apprehended Zhang Feng, He Hu, and Zhao Jinlai. These three would surely implicate him. And once they did, escape would be impossible. Declining a driver's offer to take him home, he leisurely drove his Santana towards his residence. during which he placed a call to his benefactor. Beep, beep, beep. By the third ring, Hu Wei's nails were nearly embedded into the steering wheel. Hello. The voice on the other end was accompanied by the delicate sound of porcelain as a man leisurely brewed tea. Mayor Song. Hu Wei abruptly slammed the brakes, the wipers swiftly clearing his view. He inhaled sharply. The special investigation team is auditing the accounts for Qingjiang Bridge. That fool Zhang Feng preserved quite a bit of evidence. With a click, the lid of the Zisha teapot was sealed, and Song Qinglin's voice was as cold as ice shards. Last year, Jiping County's GDP growth rate was second in the entire city. I have reviewed the Statistical Bureau's report. Hu Wei was momentarily stunned, struggling to comprehend the riddle. Within the concrete of Qingjiang Bridge lay the molten gold of political achievements. Yet Chen Zhixing had even uncovered the evidence left behind by Zhang Feng. In a sudden fit of frustration, Hu Wei honked his horn, eliciting a blaring response from an oncoming truck. That painting, dwelling in the Fuchin Mountains, I delivered to your study just last month. If the Provincial Disciplinary Committee discovers the auction records from the Art Association. Suddenly, he heard a shattering sound through the phone, reminiscent of porcelain crashing to the floor. Mayor Song, clearly vexed, pondered who had granted this mere county secretary the audacity to threaten him. Xiao Hu. Song Qinglin's voice remained unhurried. Chairman Liu of the Art Association will suffer a heart attack tonight. All his counterfeit collections will be donated to the museum. A thunderclap illuminated Hu Wei's pallid face. Tonight? How could he possibly know of such a specific event? The only explanation was, Hu Wei dared not delve deeper into the implications. Had the other party severed these tales? A chill crept back, suffusing his entire being. His voice became hoarse. Mayor Song, you must save me. However, Song Qinglin did not provide a direct response. Instead, he calmly remarked, the Flood Control Office reports that the water level in Qingjiang is nearing the warning line. Party cadres must uphold their responsibilities, particularly in the sandy embankment sections prone to seepage. As the busy tone resonated before the call ended, Hu Wei fixated on the fluctuating fuel gauge, finally grasping the last piece of the riddle. The second phase of the Qingjiang embankment project exclusively utilizes river sand, and his name is inscribed on the acceptance certificate. Furthermore, another threat looms over him. The Qingjiang embankment is indeed a resting place for numerous bones. Moreover, he is reminded to diligently safeguard the responsibility of the dam, subtly urging himself not to flee. Secretary Hu, should I capture you? Do you suppose your superiors will stand by you? Will they expect you to shoulder the burden alone? Or will they offer you protection? Chen Zhixing's words echoed in his mind once more. He lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply, and struck his fist against the steering wheel, causing the vehicle to emit a sharp beep. I am not a fool. If they were to capture me, would I not know how to escape? I contribute a substantial amount of money each year. Now that trouble has arisen, do they expect to cast me aside? Such a delusion. Faced with imminent capture, Hu Wei abandoned his composed demeanor, cursing in frustration. After locating Mo Qian's phone number, he hesitated momentarily before dialing. Hello, Qian. Wait for me at the county border in your car, and please purchase 2 tickets for the soonest flight. Where to? Of course, it's abroad. Chapter 19. Comrades. It is time to catch the mouse. Upon returning to the Genie Hotel, Chen Zhixing initially intended to accompany Shou Ruoli downstairs for a meal. However, he soon received a call from the hospital, insisting that she return. Furthermore, Chao Dixin had arranged for 2 plainclothes officers to follow her. Having lived 2 lives, Chen Zhixing was acutely aware of one crucial truth. Never provoke a person who is cornered. Even a common man, when enraged, can unleash a torrent of violence. Let alone a former high-ranking official, a county party secretary who once governed 500,000 people. At that moment, in Yuqinghe's room, a middle-aged man in police uniform stood waiting. Just in time, Comrade Zhixing has returned. Allow me to introduce you to Deputy Captain Zhou Jigang of the Special Police Team. Borrowed from the neighboring Lin City's task force. Lin City has provided us with substantial support. Upon learning of the collusion between officials and criminals, they dispatched Zhou personally to lead the team here. Yuqinghe cheerfully explained. Yuqinghe's introduction of Zhou Jigang subtly highlighted the respect he held for Chen Zhixing. In accordance with protocol, the individual being introduced is typically a subordinate or someone of a lower rank. Chen Zhixing promptly stepped forward to shake hands, jokingly remarking, Captain Zhou, thank you for your efforts. We are placing our lives in your capable hands. Zhou Jigang returned the handshake warmly, smiling as he replied, not at all. Protection is our forte. Being part of the task force is indeed a feather in my cap, but I wouldn't dare to say it that way. As Chen Jixing grasped Zhou Jigang's hand, he felt the rough calluses at the base of his thumb, a testament to years spent wielding a firearm. You two leaders continue your discussion. I shall attend to some matters downstairs, Zhou Jigang said before departing. Once he left, Yu Qinghe's expression gradually returned to its usual stoicism, reflecting the most fundamental emotional shift. The detention documents for Hu Wei had been received 10 minutes prior. They had been faxed to their location. Simultaneously, the National Security Bureau had begun monitoring Hu Wei's phone. Just 2 minutes ago, Hu Wei made a call to Mo Qian, preparing to flee. Zhou Jigang had already dispatched individuals to monitor the Wanyuan Haoding residence. The City Bureau's anti-crime task force was en route, as was the investigation team from the City Disciplinary Committee. Our focus here is primarily on investigations and apprehensions of individuals at the department level and above, while the City Disciplinary Committee handles those below that rank. Yu Qinghe provided Chen Jixing with an update on the current situation. Has the provincial order been issued? Chen Jixing inquired, his spirit invigorated. At that moment, Yu Qinghe handed him the detention documents for Hu Wei. Observing the text in the semi-cursive GB 2312 font, he lifted his gaze to Yu Qinghe and asked, "Are we making the arrest tonight?" Yu Qinghe countered, "Is the evidence sufficient?" Chen Jixing pursed his lips. The loop has not been fully closed, but based on the current evidence, immediate detention is justified. Before Yu Qinghe could respond, his phone on the table rang. He picked it up, closed the door, and then answered. This call, however, was not concealed from Chen Jixing. Secretary Zhao, your direct concern for grassroots anti-corruption work is greatly appreciated on behalf of the task force, Yu Qinghe said, activating the speakerphone. As he dipped his finger in the teacup to moisten it, he wrote 2 characters, and at once, Chen Jixing comprehended the identity of the individual behind the call. Deputy Secretary of the Provincial Political and Legal Committee, Zhao Wei, a truly exemplary figure at the provincial level. Zhao Wei's resonant voice echoed through the telephone. The governance of the county is a model for comprehensive social management in the province. We must remain vigilant against the expansive influence of case handling on stability, Comrade Yu. Zhao Wei's tone abruptly shifted to that of an elder, continuing, Little Yu, Secretary Bao from the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission often emphasizes the importance of adhering to political norms. With Secretary Bao's semi-retirement, you are now at the helm, and the pressure is immense. Besides, this is merely a corruption case at the department level. There is no need for you, the renowned iron-faced Yin Wang, to personally oversee it. It can be delegated to others. The notion of pressure loomed in Chen Jixing's mind. Darkening his expression, Song Qinglin, the mayor behind Hu Wei, was also his pillar of support. Through Song Qinglin, he had established a connection with the deputy secretary of the Political and Legal Committee. Currently, Yu Qinghe was also in a precarious position, needing to withstand pressure from within the Political and Legal Committee while confronting a power vacuum within the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission. Thank you for your concern, Secretary Song. Rest assured, the Special Investigation Team will absolutely keep this within a small scope, Yu Qinghe replied with a seemingly cheerful demeanor. Yet those familiar with him understood this was a harbinger of the iron-faced Yin Wang's wrath. Well, I see that after Secretary Bao stepped down, your prospects of succeeding him are quite promising, he chuckled. After hanging up, Yu Qinghe cast a grim look at Chen Jixing. You know who is behind Hu Wei, correct? Chen Jixing nodded. He indeed knew, but evidence was necessary. Notify everyone to convene in the hotel conference room. The Genie Hotel, a lodging for leaders, was backed by municipal enterprises, so having a conference room was quite normal. Understood. Chen Jixing turned to inform the Discipline Inspection Commission personnel, indicating that Yu Qinghe was ready to overturn the table, disregarding the so-called political norms. The more you try to suppress, the more invigorated I become. I don't even care about the national security surveillance anymore. I want to follow the proper procedures, but you come down with a bombshell. 5 minutes later, the internal meeting of the Discipline Inspection Commission commenced formally. Yu Qinghe looked at the commission members and cleared his throat. The Hu Wei case is of utmost importance to the Provincial Party Committee and government. Secretary Bao has made it clear in meetings that this case must be treated as a significant and major issue. Thus, comrades, our task is exceedingly arduous. Moreover, the Provincial Party Committee and government are continuously monitoring our progress. Under the astute leadership of Team Leader Chun, we have achieved the current results in just a few hours, which is commendable. However, Yu Qinghe paused. During meetings, the word however often signified a potential twist in the matter. Our special investigation team is also facing pressure, and this pressure comes from the province. indicating that there are still gaps in our work. Therefore, I have decided to immediately initiate the detention procedure against Hu Wei. Before dawn tomorrow, I want to see Hu Wei's confession before me. However, the procedures must be lawful and compliant. Understood? Chun Jixing rubbed his forehead. It was evident that his senior brother was thoroughly agitated. At that moment, a knock resonated through the conference room, the sound of the report echoing. Come in. After Zhou Jigang entered, he offered a salute, instinctively feeling a twinge of fear in the presence of these individuals from the Discipline Inspection Commission. Moreover, dozens of eyes were now fixed upon him. He had never before realized the intensity of their scrutiny, which unnerved him somewhat. Report. Comrades from the National Security have relayed the information. The contents of Hu Wei's conversation have emerged. He has contacted Mo Qian and is preparing to flee abroad. Hu Wei is currently heading to Wanyuan Haoding. Upon uttering this statement, he observed that the dozens of eyes upon him suddenly gleamed with a predatory intensity. It was as if a meek little lamb had transformed into a ravenous wolf. Yu Qinghe abruptly rose, his ironclad aura exploding within the conference room, causing every heart to tighten in an instant, as a profound sense of suffocation enveloped their throats. His cold, merciless voice reverberated through the room. Comrades, it is time to catch the rat. Chapter 20. Hu Wei's flight, and the pursuit begins. Wanyuan Haoding is the only villa district in Jiping County, a sanctuary for the affluent and the noble. Intriguingly, the owner of this villa district was driven to bankruptcy by Zhang Feng. Upon receiving news that Hu Wei's vehicle had entered the villa area, 6 cars from the disciplinary committee swiftly converged. All personnel were alerted to the possibility that Hu Wei might be armed, making the apprehension within the villa district perilous, as it could easily result in collateral damage. Both entrances were secured and replaced with our operatives. The moment Hu Wei attempts to exit the community, we will initiate the capture. Chun Jixing spoke into the radio, his tone grave. The previous incident of lost firearms at the provincial department, which had resurfaced in the possession of He Hu, indicated a significant likelihood that those 6 firearms were now in their grasp. Even if they were not, it was prudent to exercise caution. Human nature is frail under duress, particularly for someone like Hu Wei, who had been cornered and could resort to anything. The potential for armed confrontation rendered the situation even more precarious. Understood. Understood. An atmosphere thick with tension enveloped the air as vehicles were strategically positioned at the exits. Unless Hu Wei rammed through, escape was virtually impossible. Every individual was on high alert, their expressions solemn, as a weighty seriousness settled upon them all. In that moment, Chun Jixing grasped the surreal nature of power. It could compel the owner of the villa district to kneel in ruin and transform firearms into mere lost items in the provincial archives. Power, intangible and elusive, could lead one to lose oneself unbeknownst. The committee members vigilantly monitored the scene. However, 5 minutes elapsed, then 10, yet no vehicle had emerged. Report from Position 2. Any sightings? Chun Jixing sensed something amiss. 10 minutes had passed, and still, Hu Wei had not appeared. Report. No sighting of Hu Wei's vehicle. Something felt profoundly wrong. His memory could not be faulty. In his previous life, he had meticulously perused every word of the case report concerning Hu Wei. There was no room for error. The reports and the information he had gathered confirmed one thing. Hu Wei was captured at Wanyuan Haoding, caught in the act with Mo Qian in bed. An ominous premonition gnawed at him. Another 10 minutes passed, and Chun Jixing's countenance darkened, his gaze sharpening. Team Leader Chun, should we proceed to enter and apprehend? A committee member inquired, approaching Chun Jixing. Taking a deep breath, Chun Jixing nodded. Very well. Have Captain Zhou lead the team to advance methodically. I suspect Hu Wei may have escaped through an alternate route. Let them conduct a thorough search. Without further ado, he instructed via radio for the second team to enter the villa and proceed with the arrest. Simultaneously, Chun Jixing dialed Yu Qinghe. Secretary Yu, we have not yet witnessed Hu Wei's vehicle exit. I suspect there may be another escape route. I am now entering the villa to prepare for the apprehension. A cold and eerie voice emanated from the phone. Permission granted to apprehend on site. Utmost caution is imperative. Hu Wei may be armed. Indeed, the villa's surroundings were quite exquisite. Yet there was no time to admire the scenery. Nearly 2 minutes had passed when they arrived at Hu Wei's standalone villa. Meeting the gaze of approximately 20 individuals before him, Chun Jixing lowered his voice, urging, exercise caution. The group nodded in agreement. With a decisive kick, Chun Jixing burst through the villa's grand entrance, followed by a surge of operatives pouring into the premises. The well-trained team swiftly divided into several factions, conducting thorough searches on the first and second floors, only to find no one on the first. The scene was chaotic, indicative of a hasty escape. The second floor yielded the same results, disorder, suggesting a flight with stolen funds. The third floor was equally deserted, yet scattered bills were discovered. In the basement, a passageway. Upon hearing this revelation, Chen Jixing's spirits soared. His eyes widened in astonishment as he hastily approached the staircase and descended. There, he beheld a wine cabinet tilted against the ceiling, revealing a large hole in the wall, with footprints imprinted on the ground. Where could this passage lead? Chen Jixing felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Documents from the previous century and police files had failed to mention any underground tunnel. Wait. It was also plausible that Hu Wei had been captured before he could flee, hence the absence of any announcements. It is noteworthy that in his former life, Hu Wei was not apprehended until 2 years later, after ascending to the position of deputy mayor of Haixing City, which meant, although the capture location was identified as Wanyuan Haoding, at that time, he had never anticipated his downfall. I have contacted Secretary Yu, who is currently reaching out to the county, He Yang reported swiftly. The standard protocol dictated that He Yang would inform Chen Jixing, who would then relay the message to Yu Qinghe. However, He Yang's direct contact with Yu Qinghe signified a lack of trust in Chen Jixing, a serious breach of etiquette. Yet, in the present circumstances, no one dared to contest it. Chen Jixing's rank was indeed lower, and they had all acknowledged his position as deputy leader, especially in this urgent situation. Hu Wei has escaped. Very well. Director He, you remain here with a few individuals. The rest will accompany me. The intelligence gathered indicated that Mo Qian was to wait at the county boundary. If Hu Wei intended to flee, the county road would be the quickest route. All other paths were less favorable, making it challenging to reach the provincial capital for a flight. Haixing City was the only locale with an expressway, necessitating travel from Haixing City to the airport for provincial flights. The construction of Haixing City's airport was still in the planning stages. Understood. Chen Jixing, accompanied by 8 others, proceeded to the community entrance. Once in the vehicle, he ignited the engine while dialing Yu Qinghe's number. Secretary Yu, we have encountered a complication. There is an underground passage within Hu Wei's villa. He has already fled through it. I am preparing to pursue him by car. As per the intel from our national security colleagues, Hu Wei is currently en route to the province to catch the next flight abroad. We are prepared to intercept him on the highway. Yu Qinghe's voice resonated with anger over the phone. Sun Jiangwo just called me. He mentioned that the passage is an air raid shelter left over from wartime, with its exit located at the county boundary. I reiterate, safety must be our utmost priority. I will immediately contact the provincial department to set up roadblocks at the highway entrance. We must apprehend Hu Wei there. If he possesses any weapons and enters the city, the situation could escalate dramatically. Chen Jixing promptly nodded, his other hand shifting the gear. Yes, I understand. Releasing the clutch, he pressed down on the accelerator, and the engine of the Santana roared to life. If Hu Wei were to enter the city, it would turn the disciplinary inspection into a farce. What began as a corruption case could swiftly transform into a counter-terrorism incident. Chapter 21 Reactions connect me to the director of the Public Security Bureau, Qi Ziyuan. Director Qi. This is Yu Qinghe from the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission. In the conference room, Yu Qinghe had been awaiting good news from Chen Jixing, but was instead met with the alarming report of Hu Wei fleeing with embezzled funds. It was only after considerable contemplation that he decided to reach out to Provincial Public Security Director Qi Ziyuan. Hello, Qinghe comrade, this is Qi Ziyuan. As the director of the Provincial Public Security Bureau, holding a position equivalent to that of a minister, he was the foremost authority within the provincial police system. And not just anyone could address him as comrade. Unfortunately, Yu Qinghe was not among those privileged individuals. I heard that Comrade Qinghe has led a special task force to investigate in Jiping County. Is there something you require assistance with, given your call? Qi Ziyuan replied with a cheerful demeanor. Yu Qinghe harbored a disliking for Director Qi, viewing him as a quintessential sycophant. Despite the jovial banter, you knew that when it came to his own interests, Qi would not hesitate to stab him in the back. Director Qi, the county party secretary Hu Wei utilized a bomb shelter to escape. According to intelligence from the National Security Agency, he has booked the next flight out of the country. It is suspected that he is carrying firearms, specifically those that went missing from the provincial bureau last year. Once Hu Wei enters the city, he will be akin to a cornered dog, posing a significant danger that could escalate into a counterterrorism incident. As for Qi Ziyuan, He had his own set of strategies for such situations, primarily aimed at targeting the opponent's vital interests. Once the core concern was touched upon, the other party would be far more invested. There was no need for further persuasion, and success would be almost guaranteed. The critical point was that the upcoming leadership transition could not afford any missteps. He was well aware that Director Chi aspired to ascend to the vice governor position, and any blunder could jeopardize those ambitions. Although the leap from a ministerial rank to a vice-ministerial one seemed small, it was a leap that eliminated 99 of contenders within the elite political arena, allowing only one to break through such formidable barriers. Comrade Xinghe, I understand. I will instruct the traffic police and SWAT teams to set up checkpoints on the highway for interception. I must thank you for the timely information, otherwise the provincial leadership would surely express their outrage and reproach my inadequate handling of the situation. Meanwhile, on the road from Jiping County to Haixing City, a Mercedes sped forward, exceeding 100 kilometers per hour. Hu Wei sat behind the wheel, his expression dark and brooding. Years of meticulous planning had crumbled into ruins. The web he had woven was now in tatters, torn apart by Chen Zhixing. Chen Zhixing, curse you. If it weren't for that wretched Chen Zhixing, I would still be the county party secretary. Had it not been for Chen's exposure of his wrongdoings and people's livelihood issues, he would remain in his lofty position. How had he fallen to the status of a fugitive? Hu Wei's fingers gripped the steering wheel tightly, almost fracturing it, as a distorted visage reflected back at him in the rearview mirror. The windshield wipers flailed desperately, yet they could not clear the torrential downpour that slammed against the glass. Much like the protective net he had spent half his life weaving now lay in shambles, rent asunder by Chen Zhixing. The pendant of the party emblem on the dashboard swayed with the bumps of the road, transforming into a distorted glimmer in the rearview mirror. In a moment of reverie, he recalled the scene from 20 years ago when he first assumed the role of village chief. Back then, he had tucked away the 3,000 yuan his mother had sewn into his waistband and waited for 3 days and nights in the corridor of the county committee's guest house until he finally met Mayor Song Qinglin, who was then still the deputy county head. With a tea-stained tissue, Song Qinglin wiped the sweat from his brow. Xiaohu, to be an official is to be like this tea, he remarked, shaking a purple clay teapot. As the Bai Luo Chun tea swirled in boiling water, sink when it's time to sink, and float when it's time to float. The vehicle jolted, and the 50 kilograms of gold bars in the trunk clanged ominously. Hu Wei suddenly burst into a nervous laugh. While the passport in the passenger seat was soaked by rain, his phone vibrated in the storage compartment. Mo Qian's 7th missed call. Secretary Hu, where are you now? I've been waiting for you here for quite a while. Are you not coming? Hu Wei picked up the phone and answered, tossing it onto the windshield. I'm a bit delayed. Head straight to the airport and wait for me. Go to the airport now. Don't ask why, just do it. At that moment, a text message arrived. Mayor Song has submitted a copy of your work report to the Provincial Disciplinary Committee. Mo Qian, with red-rimmed eyes, gazed at Chen Zhixing and the 6 disciplinary committee members, on the verge of tears. Team Leader Chen, I have already said, I know nothing. I truly know nothing. I've made my calls, can I leave now? It must be said that Mo Qian was indeed quite beautiful, deserving of her title as the county television station's flower. Yet, regrettably, she had been mishandled by Hu Wei. Chen Zhixing hurriedly made his way, finally reaching the county boundary after 10 minutes. Spotting Mo Qian still anxiously waiting for Hu Wei. After disembarking, he promptly revealed his identity and compelled Mo Qian to call Hu Wei. With narrowed eyes, Chen Zhixing swiftly assessed the current situation. First, Mo Qian was unaware that Hu Wei had fled with the money. Based on her pace, she was at least half an hour behind him, meaning he had long passed this point without taking her along. This indicated that he had abandoned Mo Qian to delay their pursuit. Leave one person to take Mo Qian back. The rest, follow me. Having discerned Hu Wei's motives, Chen Zhixing immediately returned to the car. The sound of doors slamming echoed as Chen Zhixing wasted no time, driving off in pursuit. The roar of the engine filled the vehicle, the deep growl of the engine intertwining their hearts with urgency and anxiety. For no one could have anticipated the existence of a bomb shelter hidden beneath Hu Wei's villa. This was unexpected. The rain intensified, pouring down like someone had thrown a bucket of water against their windshield. The faster they drove, the more their vision blurred. Roaring, the engine's sound reverberated within the car, and Chen Zhixing's expression darkened to its utmost. Damn it, who would have thought there was a bomb shelter? Chen Zhixing was suddenly struck by an idea, a playful smile dancing upon his lips. From over 100 yards away, he grasped his smartphone and located Hu Wei's number, promptly dialing it. After a prolonged period of ringing, Hu finally answered the call. The flash of inspiration had taken him by surprise. He had not anticipated that Hu would actually pick up. Chen Jixing's voice was as frigid as ice, a chilling presence resonating within the vehicle. Secretary Hu, do not attempt to flee. It is futile. Did you truly believe you could escape? Let us not forget that the provincial capital is a haven for leaders. Surely, you do not think you can elude capture from here? As the deputy leader of the special investigation team, I extend you an opportunity to confess. Pull over and return with us willingly, or the consequences you face will be dire. The other party not only refused to surrender, but also dared to. Chapter 22. Qi Yuan's political acumen. Not only did the other party refuse to capitulate, but they also dared to insult the deputy leader of the special investigation team. Chen Jixing, how dare you? Hu Wei's furious voice echoed within the confines of the car, instantly creating an awkward atmosphere. Who would have thought that a dignified county party secretary would resort to such vulgarity? Yet, upon reflection, it is rather common. The smaller the locality, the greater the chaos. And it is not uncommon for individuals to resort to insults or even violence during meetings. Ah, Secretary Hu, do not be so anxious. If you wish to berate me, it should be within the confines of the disciplinary committee's interrogation room. Alternatively, you could pull over, activate your hazard lights, and wait for me. A good beating would suffice. Chen Jixing mused. Well, considering I have exposed your misdeeds on public concerns, do you not find me detestable? Do you not think I am deserving of a thrashing? From a lofty position as a county party secretary, surrounded by equally high-ranking officials, potentially even aspiring to be a deputy department head or the vice mayor of Haixing City. Are you content with your current state? You possess the potential to ascend further. Within the vehicle, the three disciplinary committee staff members glanced at Chen Jixing, their lips twitching. His words resonated with striking relatability. It was not just others who felt this way. Even they experienced a profound sense of empathy. Imagine being a county party secretary, a paramount figure in your jurisdiction, a mid-level official, and then, under the enthusiastic response of the provincial committee to the spirit of the Central Disciplinary Commission, finding yourself embroiled in a public concerns program. Yet, in that very program, your subordinates divulged all your misdeeds, prompting the Provincial Disciplinary Committee to swiftly establish a task force. The task force arrived at the county within mere hours, uncovering everything. With no recourse left, the secretary could only abandon all pretense and flee. And then, encountering someone like Chen Jixing, who toyed with his psyche, who could maintain their composure. Not just Hu Wei, but even they felt the urge to drag Chen Jixing down and give him a good beating. It was infuriatingly lowly. Chen Jixing, if you have the guts, come and apprehend me abroad. I am well aware that you are pursuing me, but regrettably, you will never catch me. Indeed, I did it all. But so what? I am an official. They are mere citizens. I merely took a little money. What is there to apprehend me for? If you have the audacity, target those behind me. After his tirade, Hu Wei abruptly ended the call. Chen Jixing, sensing the atmosphere in the car, exchanged glances with the others through the rearview mirror, rolling his eyes and remarking, "Feel free to laugh." His intention was to see if he could provoke Hu into stopping to confront him, but it appeared he had not fallen for the bait. Laughter erupted among the group, instantly alleviating the tension. The disciplinary committee's vehicle tore through the stormy night. It was far from tranquil. In the provincial capital, at the expressway exit, vehicles belonging to special police, traffic, and public security had completely blocked the highway exit. Before them lay a spike strip, with cars obstructing the road as special police officers stood armed at the toll booth. The highway has been closed, and all personnel at the toll booth have been evacuated. Director Qi has personally arrived at the scene to oversee the situation. There is no alternative. If this matter is mishandled, it could escalate into a counter-terrorism incident, jeopardizing his aspirations for the vice-governorship in the current term. Thus, his primary concern is maintaining stability. With less than a month until the transition of power, it is imperative that no incidents occur during this period to ensure the current public order is preserved. The upcoming transition is akin to a surgical scalpel, precisely dissecting the political anxieties concealed beneath his uniform. As soon as Hu Wei is apprehended, regardless of the circumstances, he must be eliminated immediately. Qi Yuan issued the order with a chilling tone. He is also monitoring the situation regarding Hu Wei as it pertains to last year's gun loss incident. The gun loss case must not surface at this critical juncture. As the provincial director, he is acutely aware of systemic issues and understands the phrase death of the individual. Closure of the case. Therefore, If Hu Wei is dead, the leads to the gun loss case will be severed. Although the case cannot be closed, it can at least become a cold case. This will not affect the power transition. After all his maneuvering, he finally expects some results. Director, this may not be appropriate. After all, the other party is still. The chief of the criminal police hesitated. Qi Ziyuan's expression darkened suddenly, and he coldly retorted, "Are you the director, or am I? Hu Wei is no longer the county chief. He is merely a suspect. Furthermore, he may still be armed. Do you wish for our personnel to be harmed?" After a pause, Qi Ziyuan lowered his voice. "Doesn't your son aspire to join the police force? Eliminate him, and I will secure a position as an office director for him. He can train for 2 years and return to a promotion." The chief of the special police fell silent, sighed deeply, and reluctantly nodded before turning to issue orders. Boom! A bolt of lightning suddenly illuminated the night sky as torrential rain poured down. A power struggle began to unfold amidst the stormy night. Sometimes, schemes of power are not merely about framing others or the clandestine severance of interest chains, nor solely about the precise guidance of public opinion weapons or the fatal exploitation of institutional loopholes. They also involve the urgent self-digestion of protective umbrellas and the factional strangulation within the power structure. Just as the special police mobilized by Qi Ziyuan are both a hunt for fugitives and a surgical operation on his own political career, the gold bars in Hu Wei's trunk represent not only the manifestation of 2 decades of corruption, but also a hot potato that the entire faction is eager to distance itself from. Qi Ziyuan, in his bid to secure the vice-governorship candidacy, attempts to eliminate Hu Wei to cover up last year's gun loss case. Hu Wei's escape through a bomb shelter exposes deficiencies in grassroots oversight. Mayor Song's submission of a work report is, in essence, an attempt to sever evidence. Ultimately, everything is driven by a singular purpose, the urgent desire to protect and sever personal interests. 2 beams of light suddenly pierced the darkness, glaringly bright amidst the downpour. Vehicles burst through the rain curtain, and all the police outside the toll booth stood ready, weapons loaded, as the acrid scent of gunpowder suddenly permeated the air. The echoes of the commanding voice of the SWAT team leader resonated in everyone's ears. Open fire immediately upon any act of aggression. Yet, at that very moment, a blue and white police car unexpectedly emerged behind the speeding black Mercedes, its velocity surpassing that of the latter. "Director, there's another vehicle behind us. It's a police car." A jolt of alarm surged through Qi Ziyuan, his expression darkening further, his gaze sharp enough to pierce the heavens. This was dire. Action was now fraught with peril. The police would only fire under certain conditions. Chun Jixing, in the rear, had pressed the accelerator to its limit, the engine's temperature radiating a palpable heat into the cabin. The confined space became stifling, forcing him to roll down the windows, his left shoulder drenched in perspiration. "Brake! Team Leader Chun, brake! We're about to collide." Chapter 23. The Provincial Highway Ambush. Hold on tight. Chun Jixing bellowed. His knuckles whitened as he gripped the steering wheel, a fierce glint emerging in his gaze. He had no desire to collide. Rather, he yearned for Hu Wei to be apprehended by the police. Once captured, they could directly demand his release. However, the dilemma lay in the impending provincial reshuffle next month. Currently, Hu Wei's case was entangled with the gun incident, a damning stain on Qi Ziyuan's reputation, constituting a grave political affair. If this cache of firearms resulted in fatalities, it could very well spell the end of Director Qi's political career. To safeguard his own future and political standing, it was entirely plausible that Director Qi might resort to silencing Hu Wei, especially since he was merely a political fugitive at this juncture. He could easily issue an order for his subordinates to shoot Hu Wei on sight. As Chun Jixing's words echoed, he pressed the accelerator firmly to the floor, finally aligning his vehicle alongside Hu Wei's Mercedes. Turning his head, he flashed a grin at Hu Wei. A foreboding sensation washed over Hu Wei. He instinctively sensed that Chun Jixing was up to no good. Sure enough, he could clearly see an ominous smile creeping across Chun Jixing's lips, and then, without warning, Chun yanked the steering wheel to the right and yanked the handbrake, sending the vehicle skidding across the waterlogged road, creating a half-arc wall of water. As the vehicles raced parallel, the front wheels suddenly locked, the screeching of tires pierced the air, and the pendulum-like swing of the rear entraced a graceful arc. The Mercedes surged forward while the Santana police car careened backward, propelled by inertia, crashing heavily into the front of the Mercedes. The body of the Santana scraped against the left rear side of the Mercedes, the metallic screech accompanied by sparks flying. Bang! Chen Jixing, you bastard. Hu Wei's furious roar erupted as the vehicle collided violently with a stone barrier. Almost instantaneously, Director Qi issued the command. What are you waiting for? Get moving. Inside the Mercedes, Hu Wei's rage was muffled by the deployment of the airbags. The engine had crumpled grotesquely upon striking the stone. The entire front of the car was now embedded within it. He struggled to reach for the gun stashed in the glove compartment, only to find a dark barrel ominously pointed at him through the shattered windshield. Hu Wei thought to himself, fine. After running for so long, from the county to the province, my pursuers relentlessly on my heels, I was so close to escaping, so close to freedom. But damn it, this Chen Jixing is like a ghost, clinging to me. He turned to gaze out the window at Chen Jixing, his face contorted with rage as he beheld that loathsome visage, unable to contain his fury any longer. Chen Jixing, why can't you just let me go? Why do you persistently stalk me? Why must you continuously oppose me? Is it merely because I pocketed a little money that you are so fixated on me? Do you have any idea of the contributions I have made to the governance of the county? I merely accepted a bit of money. How has that become such an affront to your eyes? Chen Jixing, Hu Wei's face twisted in fury, his neck and forehead veins bulging with rage as he fixed his gaze on Chen Jixing. Chen Jixing cast a subtle glance at him, his arm gradually lifting, fingers slowly gesturing. At that moment, Xiao Hu stepped forward from behind, revealing his credentials, the embossed seal glimmering coldly beneath the solemn national emblem. Chen Jixing spoke slowly. Comrade Hu Wei, we are the Special Investigation Team from the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission, and I am the Deputy Leader, Chen Jixing. From this moment on, you have the right to remain silent, but every word you utter will be treated as evidence in court. This is the detention order. You may verify this with the Discipline Inspection Commission, but prior to that, you must cooperate with our investigation. It was at this juncture that the police from the provincial department forcefully opened the car door, dragging him out and pressing him face down onto the ground, his face marred by wounds from shattered glass. His visage was pressed against the waterlogged pavement, yet his eyes remained fixed on Chen Jixing, screaming in anguish. Chen Jixing, do you think you're some kind of righteous judge? Do you realize how many people would tremble in fear if I remain alive? Once the list I handle surfaces, the municipal committee building will be stained with blood handprints. Ha! At that moment, Qi Ziyuan also approached, his heart sinking abruptly. Now that he had been apprehended, there would be no excuses left to gun him down. This was disastrous. The gun case might very well come to light. Chen Jixing crouched beside him, softly inquiring. The list? Why not write one? Qi Ziyuan suddenly stepped forward. Leader Chen, the suspect must be detained immediately. His leather shoe crushed Hu Wei's splayed fingers. A cry of agony mingling with the sound of bones cracking, swallowed by the downpour. It was evident that Qi Ziyuan understood the gravity of the situation. If Hu Wei were taken by the Discipline Inspection Commission, it would indeed spell trouble. At the very least, with him in their hands. Any information could be obtained solely at their discretion. Chen Jixing stood up, smiling as he remarked, Director Qi, I apologize, but this individual is wanted by our Special Investigation Team, and the interrogation room at the Discipline Inspection Commission is already prepared. Director Qi, perhaps you should refrain from trying to take him from us? With narrowed eyes, he glanced at Hu Wei, speaking with profound intent. Director Qi, Hu Wei is indeed a key target for our team. Secretary Bao from the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission has made it explicitly clear that we must dismantle this case as swiftly as possible. Qi Ziyuan had risen through the ranks through considerable struggle, from a heroic drug enforcer to the director of the Provincial Public Security Department, wielding substantial power. Oh, one cannot underestimate the extent of a public security director's authority. To put it in perspective, there are merely 31 individuals in the nation occupying his position. The resources at his disposal are neither insignificant nor few. The silver olive branches on Qi Ziyuan's epaulette shimmered coldly under the glare of a police flashlight as he wiped the rainwater from his face. The dark blue police raincoat flapping in the wind. 10 meters away, 3 police cars, adorned with flashing red and blue lights, began to encircle the scene slowly. The sound of tires splashing through the puddles mingling with the roar of raindrops hammering against the roofs of the vehicles, tightening the atmosphere to a taut bowstring. Leader Chen, according to the procedural regulations for criminal cases handled by public security organs. As Qi Ziyuan crushed the ice crystals formed from the accumulated water at the roadside with his boots, he received a document stamped with a bright red seal from his secretary. The interprovincial fugitive case, involving firearms and ammunition, was rightly to be handled by a specially approved task force from the Ministry of Public Security. Chun Jixing, unwavering and equipped with sound reasoning, stated emphatically. The Provincial Disciplinary Committee demands a swift resolution to this case. It was evident that both parties were vying for the authority to handle the investigation. Hu Wei not only violated party discipline and national laws, but was also implicated in a firearm loss case, leading to a fierce contention between the two sides. However, Qi Ziyuan was acutely aware that should Hu Wei confess to the firearm incident, the consequences would be dire. He would undoubtedly lose his position as vice-governor. This was precisely why he was reluctant to concede. A single step back would mean the forfeiture of his own vice-governorship. In the midst of this tense standoff, a staff member from the disciplinary committee approached briskly, holding Chun Jixing's phone. Chin took a glance at the unfamiliar number but answered nonetheless. "Hello, this is Chun Jixing." A venerable yet authoritative voice resonated from the other end of the line. "Comrade Chun Jixing, this is Bao Wenrui from the Provincial Party Committee. I am formally notifying you that following deliberations by the Provincial Committee, the Hu Wei case has escalated into the 15 series of corruption cases. It is imperative that we ensure the interrogation of Hu Wei, the pivotal figure in this corruption case, is completed with utmost urgency. This matter is of paramount importance to the Provincial Committee." Bao Wenrui, a member of the Standing Committee of the Provincial Party Committee, Secretary of the Provincial Disciplinary Committee, and Minister of Supervision, made it clear that there was no room for negotiation. After all, Qi Ziyuan aspired to ascend to the vice-governorship. A decision resting with the Provincial Committee, and it would be unwise to offend a Provincial Disciplinary Committee secretary. Qi Ziyuan swiftly made a decision favorable to himself. He silently mouthed 2 words to Chun Jixing, who exhaled in relief. "Understood, Secretary Bao. I assure you that we will conclude this case as expeditiously as possible." Upon hanging up, Chun Jixing well understood the significance of a Provincial Public Security Bureau chief and recognized the reason behind Qi Ziyuan's insistence on pursuing Hu Wei. Since others had shown him respect, he too had to reciprocate in this matter. Offending a provincial public security chief would jeopardize the workings of the forthcoming month. Thus, he remarked, "Rest assured, Director Qi. My sole concern lies with identifying those who have engaged in corruption. Beyond that, I shall not delve further." Chapter 24. The Net Titan's Chun Jixing's words evidently resonated deeply with the heart of our esteemed Public Security Bureau Director. Qi Ziyuan's expression shifted from tension to relaxation, culminating in a long sigh of relief, accompanied by a smile that illuminated his face. He extended a friendly hand toward Chun Jixing, their palms clasping firmly in a robust handshake. "Group Leader Chen, feel free to reach out to me whenever necessary." With a wave of his hand, Director Qi summoned the chief of the SWAT team, who promptly approached. He instructed, "Please provide Group Leader Chen with my contact information, and arrange for someone to drive him and Hu Wei back to Jiping County." The chief nodded, slightly taken aback. "Understood, Director Qi." A smile spread across Chun Jixing's face. Fortunately, the situation had concluded without calamity, as they had successfully apprehended Hu Wei. The next step involved escorting him back to Jiping County for interrogation. Ideally, the interrogation would take place directly in the Provincial Disciplinary Inspection Office, but given that the Special Investigation Team was based in Jiping County, contacting Bao Wenrui directly would undoubtedly raise suspicions of overstepping boundaries. In the nuances of social conduct, Chun Jixing had become acquainted with Bao Wenrui through Yu Qinghe. Unless Yu Qinghe suggested that they should communicate directly, any attempt by Chun Jixing to reach out to Bao Wenrui would appear as if he were bypassing the intermediary. Navigating social intricacies is indeed an art. The escape of Hu Wei and the subsequent interception by disciplinary inspection personnel was a significant event, underscoring the inadequacies in handling the situation. Should such lapses continue, the Special Investigation Team could face accountability. While Chun Jixing himself was indifferent to such repercussions, he was determined to shield Yu Qinghe from any fallout. The establishment of the Special Investigation Team undoubtedly bore Yu Qinghe's contributions, and with the considerable authority granted to him by his senior, any trouble he stirred would not only affect him, but also burden his mentor. This consideration was for the sake of his senior. Otherwise, the suicide of a Public Security Bureau director at Tua Foling would not suffice to compel his compliance. Declining the offer of an escort, Chun Jixing opted for a vehicle of his own, driving back to Jiping County. During his journey to the site, he had pressed the accelerator to its limits. However, on his return, he took a more leisurely pace, prioritizing safety. Chun Jixing also dialed Yu Qinghe's number to relay the information. "Secretary Yu, Hu Wei has been apprehended, and we are currently en route back to Jiping County. Moments earlier, Secretary Bao had contacted me, indicating that the Hu case has escalated into the 8-15 series of corruption cases, urging us to resolve it expeditiously. Yu Qinghe, upon receiving the call, appeared already informed of the developments. With a smile, he remarked, "Little junior brother, I knew I made the right choice in you. Now hurry back. I am aware of the matters you've mentioned. We must interrogate Hu promptly to ascertain the identities of those shielding him." Shielding him? That is far too mild a term. Behind Hu stands Song Qinglin, the executive vice mayor of Haixing City, who, before his current role, served as the secretary to Zhao Wei, the deputy secretary of the Provincial Political and Legal Committee. With such connections, Zhao Wei will undoubtedly seek to protect Song Qinglin. Most critically, Zhao Wei is also the director of the Provincial Anti-Organized Crime Office. Hu is indeed a core figure, albeit one at the most fundamental level. Through him, the layers of the grand umbrella can be gradually unraveled. After all, without any evidence, it would be inconceivable to investigate an official at the level of a provincial director. Not only would Qinghe disapprove, but so would Bao Wenrui. At the provincial expressway entrance, Director Qi discovered a handgun inside the vehicle, identical to the batch we lost last year, complete with a serial number. The captain of the special police quickly approached and spoke, simultaneously presenting the handgun from the evidence bag before Qi Ziyuan. Upon seeing the firearm, Qi Ziyuan's lips twitched slightly, and he ultimately waved his hand, coldly snorting, "Do not investigate for now. Let us wait until next month's leadership reshuffle is complete. I am eager to know who dares to seize my possessions within my jurisdiction." 2.5 hours later, Chen Jixing finally returned to Jiping County from the provincial capital. Outside the Genie Hotel, He Yang, Chao Dexian, Yu Qinghe, and others stood waiting. As Chen Jixing and his colleagues from the Discipline Inspection Commission entered, Yu Qinghe was the first to applaud. Soon, everyone joined in, and the sound of applause reverberated. Chen Jixing was treated like a hero. "Let us welcome our great hero back." The clapping was thunderous. It must be said that Yu Qinghe's demonstration of emotional support was truly remarkable. Even someone as seasoned as Chen Jixing felt a surge of elation in this moment. It is noteworthy that Yu Qinghe, who was about to be promoted to a standing committee member of the Provincial Party Committee and secretary of the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission, personally welcomed him back, encouraging everyone to celebrate their return. This sense of fulfillment far surpassed that of a successful investment, particularly in such a grand setting. Yu Qinghe even brought Zhou Ruoli along, which allowed Chen Jixing to shine before the woman he cherished. Were it not for his genuine disinterest in a political career, he might have wished to continue on this path. Hu raised his gaze to the assembly before him, questioning whether their exuberance was truly warranted. Did they genuinely wish to apprehend him? Their delight was inversely proportional to his despair. "Secretary Yu, the most pressing matter now is to interrogate Hu Wei." Chen Jixing replied with a grin. Hu Wei's lips twitched. Was it truly appropriate to utter such words in my presence? Is there no one who can be discreet? Yu Qinghe nodded, creating a gap in the crowd as several colleagues who had accompanied Chen Jixing on the assignment shared in the glory. The flawless drift that intercepted the fugitive vehicle on the highway was a story they could brag about for a lifetime. Faced with the leadership, "Director, I was nearly killed." Faced with colleagues, "Just a little dirt on my clothes." Faced with childhood friends, "A few hardships, nothing worth mentioning." A few minutes later, in a room converted into an interrogation chamber, the harsh fluorescent light illuminated Hu Wei's pallid face, rendering him vulnerable. The handcuffs on his wrists reflected a cold glimmer, and he bore witness to the stark reality that from the lofty position of county party secretary to the depths of a discipline inspection commission prisoner, merely a few hours had transpired. He had become the fastest county party secretary to fall from grace. Chen Jixing continued to preside over the interrogation, with He Yang serving as the recorder. "Hu Wei, will you confess voluntarily, or shall we have to inquire further?" Chen Jixing sat in his chair, rubbing his temples, feeling a sense of fatigue. After several hours of intense concentration, even he found it somewhat overwhelming. It was less than 10 hours since the special task force had arrived in Jiping County and apprehended this deeply implicated county committee secretary, leaving Chen Jixing quite exhausted. On what grounds do you presume I would divulge anything? Or what makes you think I would choose to speak?" Hu scoffed, clearly unwilling to cooperate. Chen Jixing shrugged his shoulders and turned to He Yang, asking, "How do you typically handle uncooperative individuals?" He Yang pondered for a moment before responding. "First, we employ the method of burning the eagle. In the summer, we confine them to a room with the air conditioning set to blow hot air, and in the winter, we set it to cold. If they still refuse to yield, we must resort to alternative measures. Chapter 25. The Methods of Song Qinglin. Murder to silence. Hu Wei suddenly threw his head back and laughed heartily, the handcuffs glinting under the interrogation lights like blinding silver. Leaning forward, he tugged at the iron chains, causing them to rattle ominously, with veins bulging on his neck like coiled serpents. Enduring hardship? Have you ever faced the obstinacy of the peasants when collecting fines for exceeding birth limits? Back when I served as the director of the family planning office in Chongling Township. He abruptly tore open his shirt, revealing a centipede-like scar across his chest, his voice turning sharp and piercing. Do you see? A madman who couldn't be subdued by a dozen joint defense team members. Just one pot of boiling water. And he quieted down. You office-bound novices think you can match what's with me? Chen Jixing glanced at him, giving a scoff, observing the fierce Hu Wei before him. He spoke with a calm demeanor when Secretary Hu served as Secretary Lin's aide. Even the cleaning lady at the county government knew how you always rushed to wash the leader's teacups. The Lin secretary he referred to was the previous county party secretary of Xi Ping, a past Hu Wei was most reluctant to mention. Unfortunately, your former superior has long been awaiting you in prison, or perhaps your current achievements stem from marrying a good wife. Yet your esteemed spouse is none other than Secretary Lin Feng's mistress. After your marriage, you frequently made excuses to be on business trips, while Lin Feng always found various reasons to visit your home and engage with your wife. One could say your present status is entirely the result of enduring humiliation and bearing burdens. I recall that at the time, the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission was already investigating Lin Feng. Fearing exposure, he arranged for you to marry his mistress. Secretary Hu, why do you always favor wearing someone else's discarded shoes? If I am not mistaken, Mo Qian was Zhang Feng's mistress before she met you. And after she got involved with you, she promptly discarded Zhang Feng, only to later discover he is your brother-in-law. Oh, this was revealed by Zhang Feng. He Yang gazed at the document in Chen Jixing's hand, feeling utterly bewildered. But the document you hold is merely a blank sheet of paper. How can you remain so composed while discussing such matters? Furthermore, how do you possess such intricate knowledge of events from 6 years ago? That was around the time you were preparing for the organizational department's exam after graduation, right? And Zhang Feng never divulged anything. A tempest of confusion surged within Hu Wei, mirroring He Yang's sentiments. How could Chen Jixing possibly know of such clandestine affairs? It could be ruled out that Lin Feng had disclosed any information, as if he had. Who would not be occupying the position of county party secretary and might have already been expelled from the system. If Zhang Feng had indeed shared such details, it would begin to make sense. Hu Wei's expression morphed into one of fury, his hands gripping the small table before him with force as he bellowed hoarsely. He betrayed me. How dare he betray me? Fine, if you seek to uncover my affairs, then let it be known. I shall reveal everything regarding Zhang Feng. He Yang discreetly gave Chen Jixing a thumbs up. Zhang Feng had not provided any details, thus all the information was known only to Chen Jixing, who intended to incite conflict among them. Astonishing. What a cunning strategy from team leader Chen. Although such tactics had been employed before, their efficacy now was unparalleled. It was not merely a psychological maneuver, but a profound understanding of the corrupt official's human nature. He resolved that after the interrogation, he must report to Secretary Yu, advocating for this exemplary interrogation discipline to be included in the Commission for Discipline Inspections manual. This significantly alleviated the challenges of their interrogations while complicating the gathering of information. Such interrogations were predicated on disparities in information. Just as Hu Wei was about to divulge details regarding Zhang Feng, Chen Jixing abruptly interrupted. Wait a moment. Hu Wei nearly choked on his words, feeling the irritation rise within him. Isn't it rather rude to interrupt someone while they're speaking? Director He, please go to Zhang Feng's interrogation room and inquire if the team has received any new testimonies from him. He Yang was perplexed by Chen Jixing's intentions. Shouldn't they press Hu Wei for a complete confession without interruption? What if he chose not to confess later? All right, I'll head over now. He Yang nodded and left the interrogation room, shutting the door behind him. After approximately a minute, Chen Jixing suddenly lifted his gaze in Hu Wei's direction, as if recalling something of great importance. He hurriedly exited the room in a rush. Outside the interrogation room, He Yang leaned against the wall, smoking, and had not gone anywhere. Chen Jixing smiled broadly. Director, he truly understands me. He Yang rolled his eyes and retorted. Zhang Feng hasn't confessed to anything you mentioned. So your request for me to ascertain the latest updates is clearly just a diversion. Chen Jixing extended a thumbs up, and He Yang slightly raised his chin, acknowledging, you. Chen Jixing are quite impressive. Being able to sit in the deputy director's position is no small feat, Chen Jixing continued to explain. If he confesses now, it will only concern Zhang Feng. But what we need to uncover is the protector behind Hu Wei. There's no rush for Zhang Feng. They can confess at any time as their trust in one another has eroded. A few mere threats will lead to confessions, so arrange for someone to administer a substance that will induce extreme distress. After he confesses, serve him a late-night meal mixed with it, and then claim that someone is attempting to silence him. Subsequently, we will feign anger and promptly send him to the hospital. He Yang's eyes widened in disbelief. Wait, you would stoop to such underhanded tactics? Honestly, my friend, it would be a shame for you not to work in the Commission for Discipline Inspection with such talent. Your ability to frame others is truly remarkable. Are you a natural-born authority in this system? Thus, you must lead Hu Wei to harbor misconceptions, making him believe that it is his associates who are intent on silencing him. Meanwhile, in Haixing City, at the municipal party's family compound, the executive vice mayor, Song Qinglin, clad in an administrative jacket, stood with his hands clasped behind his back in the living room. His expression remained impassive as he gazed at his secretary, his voice unwavering as he inquired. Hu Wei was ambushed by Chen Jixing at the provincial highway entrance. Qi Ziyuan intended to eliminate Hu Wei to cover up the lost firearm incident, but his plan was thwarted by a collision with Chen Jixing. The secretary promptly nodded. Yes, leader. Hu Wei is currently in the special investigation team. What shall we do? A glint of coldness flickered in Song Qinglin's eyes, and his tone turned icy. Hu Wei possesses far too much knowledge. Should he divulge anything, we will all face dire consequences. If I recall correctly, the cousin of the deputy director of the Municipal Earthquake Bureau works at the Genie Hotel. Am I right? Go find him and ensure he subtly poisons Hu Wei's meals, allowing him to perish within the special investigation team, unnoticed. If a life is lost, I would be most interested to see if the special investigation team can continue to exist. Chapter 26. Hu Wei, oh no. It's a disaster. The Genie Hotel, due to its prime location, has essentially become a second reception center, earning the moniker of the second reception center of Xiping. Chen Shufan is a staff member at the Genie Hotel, holding a permanent position, and during this period, she has been responsible for the meals of the Special Task Force from the Discipline Inspection Commission. Naturally, Chao Dexian from the security team also arranged for inspections. Yet nothing was discovered. Tonight, Chen Shufan is on the night shift, languidly resting her head on the front desk, fatigue sweeping over her as her eyelids grow heavy. Suddenly, the shrill ring of a telephone jolts her awake. Hello, cousin. Chen Shufan's voice instantly takes on a syrupy sweetness, but she quickly adopts a pouting demeanor as she speaks to her cousin on the other end. Cousin, you promised to help me get into the county committee office. It's been so long. I don't care. I want to get into the county committee office. The special task force has already been apprehended by Secretary Hu tonight. I doubt they will be released. If a new county party secretary parachutes in from above, I might have a chance to become his secretary. With her lips pursed, it is evident that she harbors a deep yearning for the county committee office. The voice on the other end gradually responds. Hee, that's a trivial matter. It just requires my word. However, before that, you need to accomplish a task. If you succeed, not only will you have access to the county committee office, but even the municipal government office will be within your reach. Upon hearing this, Chen Shufan, who is already enamored with vanity and the allure of power, immediately becomes intrigued, her tone urgent. Cousin, please tell me quickly. Otherwise, I want to accompany you to the city this weekend. Shortly, someone will deliver a bottle to you. You need to mix this substance with the late-night snack and serve it to Hu Wei. Once you complete this task, gaining entry to the municipal government office will be a breeze. After relaying this, the vice director of the Municipal Earthquake Bureau hangs up, casting a sycophantic glance at the secretary of the executive vice mayor. Meanwhile, Chen Shufan sits at the front desk, momentarily dazed, struggling to believe that merely completing this task could lead her to the municipal government office. She envisions herself ascending the ranks within the municipal government office, ultimately donning an administrative jacket, standing before thousands, declaring, Comrades, you have worked hard. Power, like a poison, is eroding her very soul. A smile involuntarily curls at her lips, followed by a fit of giggles. Knock, knock, knock. Just as she dreams of reaching the pinnacle of power, a man wearing a mask taps on the front desk, leaving behind a transparent small bottle before departing. A mere 10 minutes later, the food delivery arrives. Chen Shufan takes one of the meal boxes, opens the glass vial, and pours the colorless, odorless liquid over the food. She places the box into another basket and ascends the stairs directly. After passing the inspection of 2 police officers at the 5th floor stairwell, she finally arrives at the 5th floor. A box of takeout began to be distributed from the first room at the stairway. Meanwhile, the staff member from the disciplinary committee, Xiao Hu, had just delivered the late-night snack he purchased downstairs to Chen Jixing. He Yang took out the effervescent tablets he had bought from the pharmacy, crushed them, and mixed them into the rice, rendering them virtually undetectable. Inside the room, Chen Jixing and He Yang were conspiring, while Zhou Ruoli sat nearby, engrossed in a book, rolling her eyes in exasperation. How could she have been so blind as to fall for such a scheming character as Chen Jixing? She had never realized his duplicitous nature before. Are you certain this mixture is safe? Chen Jixing suddenly fell silent as he gazed at the fried rice. He Yang patted his chest confidently. Rest assured, I have tried this several times without any issues, aside from a bit of diarrhea. Wait, what do you mean by that? This method was your idea. He suddenly widened his eyes, feeling an unsettling sense of collusion. As the deputy director of the 10th Investigation Office, how had he become increasingly Chen Jixing-like? What kind of look is that? Don't stare at me like that. This stuff cost a fortune. I tell you, I bought vitamin C effervescent tablets, ensuring he will be spitting while he eats. Chen Jixing. He Yang. Should we inform Secretary Yu? After all, this could be considered a tactic, right? No, it can't really be classified as a tactic, at most. It's just a trick. The two of them, clutching the fried rice, walked with a sense of mischief toward the interrogation room. Upon arriving, they saw Chen Shufan beginning to distribute the late-night snacks. Leader, the late-night snacks have arrived. He Yang nodded. Hand them over. Chen Shufan, visibly anxious, presented 2 boxes of untainted food to He Yang, saying, Leader, this is your late-night snack. Then, she produced another box, stating, This is Hu Wei's late-night snack. After handing them over, her heart raced with excitement, though she couldn't help but notice the white foam takeout box in Chen Jixing's hand, filling her mind with questions. Where did this late-night snack come from? Had she already distributed it to them? However, she brushed off her curiosity and hurriedly went downstairs to return a call to her cousin. Municipal Government Office, Chen Shufan, have arrived. He Yang and Chen Jixing remained unfazed. Once inside the interrogation room, Chen Jixing placed the box of fried rice containing the effervescent tablets on Hu Wei's desk. He Yang casually set aside the late-night snack meant for Hu Wei next to the kettle and took a seat, handing a box of food to Chen Jixing. All right, I've brought your late-night snack as well. I also checked on Zhang Feng. He has already provided details about the Qingjiang Bridge incident. You should share your insights regarding Zhang Feng as well. No rush. We can discuss it while eating. Chen Jixing chuckled as he retrieved his chopsticks and opened the takeout box. Hearing Chen Jixing's words, Hu Wei, who had been wavering, suddenly erupted in anger. Qingjiang Bridge. Zhang Feng, that despicable wretch, dares to mention the matter of the Qingjiang Bridge. What a scoundrel. Allow me to clarify that the affair concerning the Qingjiang Bridge is truly unrelated to me. Those unfortunate souls were not dispatched by my orders, but rather, it was he and he who undertook that endeavor and later informed me of their actions. Hu Wei exclaimed in great anger, though his stomach grumbled audibly. Having gone without dinner the previous night, he had hastily taken the money and fled, leaving him quite famished. He unscrewed a bottle of mineral water, savoring its sweetness, and quickly opened a box of fried rice, which was surprisingly more delectable than he had anticipated. As he devoured the meal, he indignantly declared, There are indeed people within the bridge piers of Qingjiang, though I cannot specify how many. You must inquire with Zhang Feng. All I know is that they have met with untimely ends. Chen Jixing waved his hand dismissively. We will address that matter shortly. For now, tell me about the protector behind you. Hu Wei was momentarily taken aback and shook his head. I have no protector. The fried rice seemed to choke him slightly. And as he chewed, he took a sip of water, only to sputter it out in a fit. Hu Wei, what is happening? This is bad. It's poisonous. Chapter 27. The dark humor of Yu Qinghe. As the effervescent tablet met water, it began to fizz. And combined with the starch lingering in Hu Wei's mouth, it triggered an immediate reaction. Upon drinking, the tablet activated, causing him to smack his lips while expelling bubbles. Delicate bubbles hissed from the gaps between his lips, and white froth dripped in strings down the corners of his mouth. His eyes widened in terror as his fingers clutched the edge of the table, the veins on his hand bulging, coated in sticky foam, reminiscent of a stranded fish futilely attempting to move its jaw. More froth splattered onto the interrogation lamp with his intermittent choking, refracting an eerie rainbow in the blinding light. while the handcuffs rattled ominously. It's poisoned. This food is poisoned. Panic flickered in Hu Wei's eyes as he violently overturned the water and fried rice on the table, still spewing foam while shouting in terror, "Help me. Someone has poisoned me. I know who did it. I know who it is." His pupils narrowed to pinpricks beneath the interrogation lamp, a hoarse gasp escaping his throat. The veins in his neck throbbed violently with each frantic heartbeat, as if they might burst through his skin, an aura of impending death enveloping him in an instant. In a frenzy, he clawed at his throat with his cuffed hands, gagging and foaming, his muddled mind flashing with the image of Secretary Lin Feng being imprisoned, and the sight of Mo Qian being embraced by Zhang Feng as they entered the hotel's revolving door. He realized he had always been a domesticated dog. Even the timing of his potential silencing had been calculated, anticipating his greedy consumption of the remnants. "Are you so afraid of me revealing your secrets? Are you so eager to silence me? Yet, I shall not grant you your wish." At that moment, the door to the interrogation room swung open, revealing Yu Qinghe. He had intended to consult Chen Zhixing about matters, but was taken aback to find Hu Wei gagging and spewing foam. Yu Qinghe's expression shifted dramatically as he turned to Chen Zhixing and He Yang, shouting irritably, "What are you still doing? Call an ambulance immediately." He Yang struggled to suppress laughter. After all, it was merely crushed vitamin C tablets he had already consumed several bites of, and this expulsion would only result in more foam. The more he observed, the more he found it amusing, unable to restrain himself. Then he heard Yu Qinghe's voice, and suddenly He Yang feigned a shocked expression, stuttering, I'll contact the hospital." Chen Zhixing sprang to his feet, his voice tinged with panic. "I'll inform the police to ensure comprehensive protection." As Chen Zhixing dashed out, he closed the door behind him. Yu Qinghe, with a grim countenance radiating an icy aura, glared at Chen Zhixing, nearly grinding his teeth in frustration. "Explain to me, what on earth is happening?" If anything were to happen to Chen Zhixing under the Special Investigation Team's watch, they would undoubtedly be disbanded, and he would face accountability. Yu Qinghe was not afraid of accountability. He was terrified that Hu Wei's predicament was a calculated assassination, intended to silence him. This signifies that Hu Wei is privy to numerous matters, prompting a sense of urgency among certain individuals. The fear lies in the possibility that, without extracting the information, Hu Wei may perish. Chen Zhixing spread his hands, while Yu Qinghe expressed his bewilderment. Following this, Chen Zhixing provided an explanation, inciting Yu Qinghe's ire as he gritted his teeth, his lips twitching slightly. "Did you really mix a bottle of effervescent vitamin C tablets into the fried rice for the interrogation subject?" He Yang scratched his head, offering a feeble defense. "Secretary Yu, I only added half a bottle, not much at all." "A bottle, and you still think half a bottle is insignificant?" Yu Qinghe's eyelids twitched violently. "Are you suggesting you should have added more? Do you realize that effervescent tablets could potentially cause airway obstruction, leading to asphyxiation?" He Yang hesitated. "It shouldn't be that serious. He only swallowed a couple of tablets at most." Yu Qinghe rolled his eyes and glared at the pair, then explained why he now resembles a deflating inflatable doll. The fact that starch turns blue in the presence of iodine is basic chemistry. If you had merely added a drop of reagent to the rice. Chen Zhixing was attempting to conceal his twitching lips behind the interrogation record book. Yu Qinghe rubbed his temples, recalling the notice from the Municipal Bureau 3 days prior, which prohibited the use of non-standard agents during interrogations. He suddenly realized that the team he had brought was not a specialized task force, but rather a circus. Both individuals before him were clowns, and he, the ringmaster. He sighed deeply, his voice steeped in frustration and disappointment. Who will induce vomiting in that humanoid bubble machine? Chen Zhixing could not contain himself and burst into laughter, hastily covering his mouth to stifle the sound. Secretary Yu, our plan is to have him taken away by the ambulance, to maintain the pretense, and then conduct the interrogation in the hospital room. I believe that with tonight's performance, within 2 hours, Hu Wei will surely divulge the identities of those behind the scenes. Moreover, after I deceived Hu Wei, he likely revealed some information regarding the Changjiang Bridge Pier, which is why we are currently interrogating Zhang Feng. As Chen Zhixing began to report the current situation, he seemed to recall something and suddenly spoke. This afternoon, when the front desk delivered meals, Zhang Feng and he who had already been apprehended, and it was entirely random. However, during tonight's supper, Chen Shufan specifically requested a meal for Hu Wei, which struck me as quite suspicious. Is there any distinction between our meals and theirs? Upon hearing this, He Yang pondered, then took a deep breath. It does seem that there was no separation this afternoon. Yu Qinghe's expression turned grave as he contemplated for a moment. Xiao He, Please contact the hospital and have Hu Wei's dinner from tonight tested. I require results within 2 hours. He Yong immediately nodded. Understood. At that moment, the sound of an ambulance echoed from below. In less than half a minute, doctors clad in white coats arrived with a stretcher, placing Hu Wei onto it, led personally by Chao Dixin towards the hospital. As Song Qinlin emerged from the interrogation room, Hu Wei, with a pallid complexion, weakly addressed Chen Zhixing, his voice barely a whisper. He felt as though he were teetering on the brink of death, devoid of the strength to articulate his thoughts. In Hu Wei's mind, the events of this evening were orchestrated by Song Qinlin, aimed at silencing him once and for all. He was determined not to allow Hu Wei to expose him. If Song Qinlin wished for Hu Wei's demise, then he, too, would drag him down. It was unjust that one could live in comfort while the other faced death. Such a notion was intolerable to him. As Hu Wei was carried out, frothing at the mouth, and the ambulance departed, Chen Shufan, her face ashen, dialed her cousin's number. Cousin, what exactly have you given me? What? Why has Secretary Hu been taken away by an ambulance? And he was frothing at the mouth? At last, this naive woman, who had long dreamed of ascending to the pinnacle of power, began to feel a pang of fear. Chapter 28. Potassium chloride. Hu Wei's moment of reflection. Hu Wei was initially untroubled. Yet after being transported by ambulance, he underwent a complete set of examinations, including gastric lavage, while accompanied by Zhou Mingjie, the party secretary and president of the hospital, along with the vice president and heads of various departments. The growing number of attendees only intensified Hu Wei's anxiety. The more tests he underwent, the more he felt as though death was imminent. A profound fear gripped his heart, and panic coursed through his veins. The battery of tests, blood draws, complete blood counts, toxicology screens, urinalysis, electrocardiograms, liver function tests, kidney function tests, and abdominal ultrasounds left Hu Wei increasingly pallid, his complexion fading visibly, particularly after being placed on oxygen and 4 fluids. The psychological factors exacerbated his sense of suffocation, an ominous shadow of death looming overhead. Comrade Mingjie, am I going to die? In the ICU's high-level ward, Hu Wei cast a feeble glance at Chen Zhixing, his face ashen. For the sake of authenticity in this charade, Yu Qinghe, the executive deputy secretary of the Provincial Disciplinary Inspection Commission and deputy director of the Supervision Commission, graciously participated, alongside Zhou Mingjie, He Yang, Chao Dixin, Cui Shiwiming, and other key personnel from the Special Investigation Team. Chen Zhixing felt an overwhelming sense of absurdity, as if he were amidst a troupe of 500, with only one genuine victim among a sea of actors. He longed to laugh, yet his professional demeanor forbade it. Rest assured, Secretary Hu, we shall exert our utmost efforts. Hu Wei, already ghostly pale, was further struck by fear upon hearing these words, his complexion resembling that of a corpse, devoid of color. He felt himself growing increasingly feeble. Perhaps he was truly on the brink of death. At that moment, the door swung open with a clatter, and a voice echoed through the ward. The toxicology results are in. It is potassium chloride. Everyone turned in unison, their expressions filled with shock, before a flurry of footsteps hastened out of the room. Chen Zhixing inquired urgently, potassium cyanide? Where did it come from? Young Hu, clutching the report, swiftly replied. Team leader Chen, it was in the meal provided to Hu Wei by Chen Shufan. It revealed a significant amount of potassium cyanide. By sheer happenstance, someone truly intended to kill Hu Wei. Yu Qinghe patted Chen Zhixing on the shoulder, commending him, yet his voice turned icy as he added, had you not devised this ruse against Hu Wei, he might very well be a lifeless body by now. It appears someone wishes him dead. Upon this revelation, a serious atmosphere enveloped the room, with admiration flickering in the eyes of those present as they gazed at Chen Zhixing. Had it not been for him, Hu Wei would undoubtedly have perished in their interrogation room. Zhou Jigang immediately retrieved his phone, contacting the on-duty special police with a chilling tone, immediately apprehend Chen Shufan. Conduct an urgent interrogation. With a frigid demeanor, Yu Qinghe declared, since they can no longer remain still, why not stoke the flames further? After retrieving his phone and dialing a number, he swiftly stated, Secretary Bao, this is Yu Qinghe. There has been an unexpected situation. This subtly hinted at the escalation of the anti-corruption campaign into a coalition of various power systems. Chen Zhixing glanced at He Yang, recognizing that the moment for interrogation had arrived. Captain Zhou, could you arrange for someone to stand guard at the door? We are about to commence the interrogation. Zhou Jigang nodded in agreement. Chen Zhixing entered the room with the laboratory report in hand, followed closely by He Yang. With a complex expression, Chen Jixing gazed at Hu Wei, letting out a deep sigh without uttering a word. He approached him directly, sighed again, and after several attempts to speak, he finally said in a tone laden with complexity, "If you have something to say, do so quickly. Time is limited." Upon hearing this, Hu Wei trembled as if shaken by a sieve, his face contorting into a grimace as he could not refrain from shouting, "He intends to kill me. He wants to silence me. He wants to silence me." As the words escaped his lips, his eyes widened in disbelief. He felt an unexpected surge of vitality, a fleeting glimpse of hope. It must be a momentary revival. Everything is over. Beside him, the beeping of the electrocardiogram sounded like a death knell, and he feared that the next moment he would become just another beep. Fear surged within him, spreading like wildfire to every corner of his being. Chen Jixing exchanged a glance with He Yang, who quickly produced the designated interrogation paper. "Speak up. Who wishes to kill you? What do you know that would compel others to take such a significant risk to silence you?" Chen Jixing stood by his bedside, regarding him with a gaze filled with pity. Seated at the desk in the high-ranking patient ward, He Yang's lips twitched. Truly, Chen the King of Hell lived up to his reputation. Secretary Yu's version of the King of Hell merely employed iron-fisted tactics, which could be deemed righteous, but you, the King of Hell, could resort to any foul means. While not outright torture, your methods play with the psyche of others and manipulate their bodies, instilling a sense of urgency that makes them feel that their remaining time is insufficient, compelling them to divulge information rapidly. Your approach is rather unscrupulous. Better to provoke the iron-faced you than to cross the King of Hell Chun. The iron-faced you may instill fear, yet the King of Hell Chun will make you regret your very existence, lamenting your entry into the treacherous game of power. I will confess, I will reveal everything. It is Song Qinglin. That wretched dog intends to kill me. I know far too much about Song Qinglin, and he has already silenced one person. I am certain that the poison I am suffering from is his doing." Hu Wei spoke urgently, fearful that he would not have enough remaining time to share everything. He Yang could surmise his intent. Even in the face of death, he sought to drag Chen down with him. Chen Jixing suddenly interrupted. "Who is Song Qinglin?" "Song Qinglin. He is, of course, the executive vice mayor of Haixing City and a vice mayor of the standing committee. As a reincarnated individual, Chen Jixing was undoubtedly aware of the circumstances, yet he needed Hu Wei's explanations to continue his investigation. Otherwise, it would be utterly impossible to proceed. After all, the Discipline Inspection Commission is governed by evidence. The executive vice mayor of Haixing City is indeed my protector. Many of the tasks I undertake are at his behest. For every million I earn, I must allocate at least 600,000 to him, leaving me with a mere 400,000, which I must also share with others. Song Qinglin is truly the most corrupt official. In the municipal archives, there exists." Before Hu Wei could finish his sentence, the entire hospital was plunged into darkness. The moment the emergency lights flickered on, plainclothes police officers surged in from outside, centering around Hu Wei, their firearms aimed menacingly at the doors and windows. "This is Song Qinglin's contingency plan. He intends to eliminate me. He undoubtedly wants me dead." Illuminated by the eerie green glow of the emergency lights, the words potassium cyanide on the report reflected upon Hu Wei's face, rendering his complexion a ghastly shade of green. Song Qinglin has further schemes. He even intends to take his own life. An overwhelming wave of terror engulfed him, and Hu Wei, trembling uncontrollably, covered his head with a blanket, quaking in fear beneath its confines. Chapter 29. The duel commences. Hu Wei's complexion turned ashen, his expression filled with terror as he surveyed his surroundings. "Song Qinglin still intends to kill me. You must protect me. I know all about Song Qinglin. I assure you, the information I possess could serve to elevate you. Chen Jixing, on your path to success. Chen Jixing, I guarantee that within the task force, you will have the means to bring down Song Qinglin. I must inform you, Song Qinglin is my ally, yet he too has his patrons. Behind him stands his former superior, the Deputy Secretary of the Provincial Political and Legal Committee, the Director of the Provincial Anti-Organized Crime Office, Zhao Wei." Hu Wei's voice, tinged with desperation, echoed sharply within the confines of the hospital room, his fear palpable. Even the glucose solution suspended above him appeared to take on a ghastly hue. Dread swelled within him, for he understood that Song Qinglin's ruthlessness was far from trivial. Naturally, prior to Chen Jixing extracting every morsel of information from him, he would not dare to reveal that this was all a charade. Chen Jixing raised an eyebrow, his heart swelling with elation as a smile gradually crept across his lips. "Excellent. Splendid. At last, we have drawn out a significant adversary, a provincial leader, the Deputy Secretary of the Provincial Political and Legal Committee. This formidable figure will certainly provide the task force with a substantial lead. Although only 3 individuals had surfaced in this web of interests, each link in this chain was crucial. The absence of even a single element would render the entire structure ineffective. At that moment, a voice from outside interrupted the tension. An inspection has revealed that the hospital's transformer box is faulty, causing the power outage. Chen Jixing frowned, a sense of unease lingering in his mind. From the onset of this affair, it seemed possible that Song Qinglin had long been prepared, perhaps even orchestrating an elaborate trap. Song Qinglin is indeed merciless. You are aware of my calligraphy. I contacted Deputy Secretary Zhao through the president of the Calligraphy Association, who has also met his demise this evening. Therefore, it is evident that he intends to silence me. Hu Wei's voice grew stronger. I am acutely aware of how many of his subordinates are embedded within the. It is certain that someone will come tonight to finish the job. At this juncture, Hu Wei's vigor surged. In truth, he understood better than anyone the depths of Song Qinglin's cruelty. He was a man willing to betray everything for personal gain. Hu Wei even believed that should Zhao Wei's core interests become entangled with Song Qinglin's, the latter would not hesitate to scheme against him. Chen Jixing spoke calmly. He Yang promptly responded, Leader Chen, remain here to conduct the interrogation. By dawn, I expect to see Hu Wei's testimony. As for Hu Wei, I trust you are already aware of Song Qinglin's methods. Thus you should understand that he will not let you go unscathed. What I seek is not merely your testimony, but your cooperation. You should be well aware that as long as you are alive, Song Qinglin will stop at nothing to eliminate you. Our collaboration is simple. You provide the information, and I will make the arrests. Within the prison walls, you will find companionship. Hu Wei nodded eagerly, assuring, rest assured, given how Song Qinglin has treated me, I will definitely drag him down with me. With his hands plunged into his pockets, Chen Jixing strode towards the exit. In the shadows, he gazed at the dimly lit hospital, his expression devoid of emotion, marked by an air of indifference. At the doorway, Yu Qinghe was smoking a cigarette. Upon seeing Chen Jixing emerge, he inquired coldly, Power outage, was it your doing? Chen Jixing shook his head. The gravity of Yu Qinghe's expression deepened, suggesting that this situation could only yield 2 outcomes, one induced by human actions and the other not. Should it be the former, it implied that another round of silencing would inevitably occur that night. Thus, Yu Qinghe, after hearing this, could easily deduce the implications. Hu Wei spat, his back against the influential Song Qinglin, who was in turn backed by Zhao Wei. What, then, should be done? Chen Jixing fixed his gaze on him intently. Yu Qinghe nodded, his hands clasped behind his back as he paced back and forth at the doorway several times before exhaling deeply. Director Qi called. Dozens of kilograms of gold and several million in cash were found in Hu Wei's car trunk. The Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission has already taken over the evidence. Moreover, I previously stated that within this month, I would heed your counsel, so even I can be mobilized by you. Yu Qinghe extinguished his cigarette, crushing it with force. Internally wrestling with his dilemma, he pondered whether to make this decision, knowing that once made, it could lead to dire consequences, even jeopardizing the upcoming reshuffling in October. He found it exceedingly difficult to arrive at a conclusion. Consequently, 5 minutes prior, he had already reached out to Bao Wenrui. Bao Wenrui's stance was clear. He would shoulder the consequences of any decision Yu Qinghe made, regardless of its nature. Bao Wenrui was gambling with his own future. But then again, he would retire next year, rendering future prospects moot. Chen Jixing also lingered in contemplation, as he had yet to finalize his thoughts. Damn it! How dare you come to the hospital without money? Get out. This place is not for the likes of you impoverished souls. Can you afford these medications? Can you buy them? Get out now. Suddenly, a voice cut through the air. Turning his head, Chen Jixing observed a man in a suit mercilessly assaulting an elderly woman from their vantage point. Taking a deep breath, he turned to a plainclothes officer nearby. Brother, could you assist me with something? The officer nodded and swiftly proceeded. Senior brother, I have made my decision. After obtaining Hu Wei's confession tonight, I will head to Haixing City to investigate Song Qinglin. At the very least, I must present you with a gift ample enough to secure a permanent position, sufficient to ascend to the role of Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission Secretary. I trust that once I step down, your position will still provide me with protection. A smile broke across Chen Jixing's face, a glimmer of hope illuminating his features. Yu Qinghe opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. With a deep sigh, He remarked, my junior, do you truly believe you can resign so decisively? The urgency with which our teacher has approved your resignation is perhaps intended to incite this reckless pursuit to uncover the individuals behind the scenes. Yet, dear junior, within the realm of the disciplinary inspection system, the more conspicuous you become, the less likely they are to permit your departure. Moreover, you are precisely the individual our teacher has taken a shine to, now exhibiting the resolute tactics expected of a stalwart secretary of the disciplinary committee. Do you think the higher-ups will allow you to walk away? Will the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection acquiesce? Will the organization department consent? My junior, you are undeniably a born talent for the disciplinary committee. At that moment, Yu Qinghe's phone rang unexpectedly. Upon answering, he heard a voice on the other end. It was Zhao Wei, the director of the Provincial Anti-Crime Office, who, 10 minutes prior, had dispatched a special police unit to take control of the First People's Hospital of Zhiping County under the pretext of ensuring the safety of officials. You must uncover everything Hu Wei knows before the special police arrive. Upon hearing this, 5 words flashed through Yu Qinghe's mind. The battle of wits has commenced. Chapter 30. The love and hatred among provincial leaders. The Deputy Secretary of the Provincial Political and Legal Affairs Commission embodies a mere 4 words: consolidation of power. As the Executive Deputy Secretary of the Provincial Political and Legal Affairs Committee, the actual authority transcends the jurisdiction of the Anti-Organized Crime Office, encompassing involvement in daily decision-making within the committee and the coordination of operations across the judicial, prosecutorial, and police sectors, thereby amplifying influence. The Anti-Organized Crime Office, serving as the nerve center of the provincial campaign against organized crime, is tasked with formulating provincial work plans, overseeing key case management, and facilitating interdepartmental and cross-regional joint actions. When necessary, it can submit reports to the Standing Committee of the Provincial Party Committee, directly impacting the formulation and enforcement of provincial anti-crime policies. The essence of its core power lies in the blend of a departmental-level position, coordination authority within the legal system, and special supervisory rights. However, this authority is contingent upon individual qualifications, the degree of support from the Provincial Party Committee, and the political prioritization of the campaign against organized crime. During the peak of the anti-crime initiative, this power is nearly equivalent to that of a deputy minister, and under normal circumstances, it surpasses that of a regular department head. After all, he is one of the few individuals capable of intervening in cases through procedural justice. He aims to exert control over Hu Wei by taking command of the hospital. Yu Qinghe instinctively spoke up, inhaling deeply as his pupils constricted sharply. Chun Jixing furrowed his brow and inquired, "Senior brother?" Yu Qinghe set aside his phone and lit another cigarette. Speaking rapidly, Zhao Wei has dispatched a team of special police under the authority of the Anti-Organized Crime Office, under the guise of protecting the safety of officials, but in reality, this is a strategy to control Hu Wei. He took a deep drag, and Chun Jixing could vividly observe the swirling smoke dispersing, only to be inhaled back into his lungs, then exhaled through his mouth and nostrils. Chun Jixing's eyes widened. He understood that the current era is marked by rampant authority, yet he did not anticipate such blatant overreach. The provincial special police force has been mobilized, but the question remains, how dare they be so brazen? Well, it is not entirely brazen, as they have crafted a pretext for safeguarding officials. Senior brother, we should act separately. I will proceed to the interrogation, while you reach out to the provincial leaders to see if we can divert Zhao Wei's attention. If he truly intends to strike against us, we will have no means of defense. He was acutely aware of the terrifying reality posed by an individual wielding power close to that of a deputy minister. A mere department-level official, at the zenith of their influence, could bring a publicly listed company to its knees, not to mention a department head whose authority approaches that of a deputy minister. Yu Qinghe inhaled deeply once more, the corners of his mouth twitching. If he intends to mobilize special police, he must be in league with the Provincial Public Security Department. My concern is that they may have formed an alliance. Song Qinglin was once a core member of the secretary's faction. Targeting him equates to offending that very faction. Simultaneously, Zhao Wei is aligned with the executive vice-governor, while the secretary of the Political and Legal Affairs Committee is associated with the provincial party secretary. The powerful figures behind this conflict are entangled with several of the top-ranking members of the Provincial Standing Committee. He rubbed his temples in frustration. This situation is exceedingly troublesome. The individuals involved are increasingly formidable. Initially, his sole intention was to subdue Hu Wei. However, How did it evolve into this predicament? How did he find himself in a power struggle with the influential figures from the provincial government? At this moment, Yu Qinghe felt a sense of bewilderment. Is this accurate? Chen Zhixing was mulling over the gravity of the situation, having previously overestimated the peril behind it, yet the present reality revealed that he had gravely underestimated it. Suddenly, a flicker of insight illuminated his mind, and he gazed at Yu Qinghe with an oddly peculiar expression. Brother, do you believe the Secretary of the Political and Legal Affairs Commission is aligned with the Provincial Secretary? Let us consider an alternative perspective. What about Secretary Bao? He too must be in the same faction as the Provincial Secretary, which is politically sound. Since both Secretary Bao and the Secretary of the Political and Legal Affairs Commission are aligned with the Provincial Secretary, they cannot be adversaries. Am I correct in my deduction? Moreover, both Secretary Bao and the Secretary of the Political and Legal Affairs Commission hold ranks superior to Zhao Wei, thus easily suppressing him should be a trivial matter. Yu Qinghe interjected, "Are you attempting to incite a catastrophe?" Chen Zhixing responded with confusion. Yu Qinghe rolled his eyes and took a seat on the edge of the flower bed, finally disclosing a well-known secret among the provincial officials that Chen Zhixing was unaware of. The relationship between Bao Wenrui and the Provincial Secretary of Political and Legal Affairs was one of lifelong love and rivalry. Both graduated from the same university and hailed from Hu City, while Qian Yutao, the Provincial Secretary of Political and Legal Affairs, had crossed paths with Bao Wenrui during the extensive implementation of the Up to the Mountains and Down to the Countryside movement in December 1968, as the People's Daily called for educated youth to venture into rural areas. Due to the resumption of higher education in 1970, which entailed a system of mass recommendations and approvals by leaders, Qian Yutao was assigned to the propaganda department of the Lin City Municipal Committee in 1973, while Bao Wenrui was placed within the Discipline Inspection Commission. At that time, the belle of Hu City University, who was rumored to possess a notable background and is now Bao Wenrui's wife, had already become the deputy secretary of the Lin City Youth League. As all three were natives of Hu City, a small clique formed around them. Moreover, it is worth noting an explosion incident in 1978, where Bao Wenrui risked his life to save her, leading to their inevitable union. The complication arose in 1977 when Qian Yutao had expressed his feelings to the young lady. Upon hearing this, Chen Zhixing was left agape, astonished by the abstract nature of the political landscape back then. Yu Qinghe, with an exasperated roll of his eyes, retorted, "What do you know? Their generation witnessed the most impoverished era of our nation, yet it was also a time of immense pride and defiance." From that point onward, the rapport between Secretary Qian and Secretary Bao deteriorated into a fierce rivalry. Whatever Secretary Qian endorsed, Secretary Bao would remain silent on, and vice versa. If one were to pinpoint an intriguing aspect, it would be that when Secretary Bao proposed genuinely beneficial policies, he would only oppose them if over 90% were in favor, while Secretary Qian would agree if the support fell below 50%. Chen Zhixing pondered, realizing that this was merely an act of sheer provocation. It seemed as though emotions had inadvertently seeped into the professional realm, yet paradoxically, they had not truly integrated into the work itself. Yu Qinghe sighed and continued, "Thus, you suggest that the two should collaborate. I suspect it may be somewhat improbable. At least Secretary Qian would likely not acquiesce. For behind this collaboration lies not only partnership, but the potential to trigger a cascade of repercussions. Should they work closely together, it would inevitably foster dissent among certain individuals, who might then turn against them. This is also Secretary Lin's method of maintaining equilibrium. To be a provincial secretary, the notion of balance seems deceptively simple, yet its execution is anything but straightforward. A provincial secretary transcends the role of a mere regional official. They are, in essence, a statesman. However, Chen Zhixing's eyes sparkled with insight as he shook his head. "I beg to differ. As you mentioned, Secretary Qian undoubtedly possesses a broad perspective, and thus, collaboration seems inevitable. Moreover, considering that a provincial committee member and secretary of the Political and Legal Affairs Commission is only 59 years of age, I firmly believe that these two esteemed individuals. No one would dare to provoke a sleeping tiger at this juncture. Their presence alone serves as a formidable deterrent, even in the face of a robust and vigorous adversary. Furthermore, if Director Qi is indeed compelled to act under Zhao Wei's directive of ostensibly providing protection, it is, in truth, an attempt to control Hu Wei. Does Director Qi not fear that an incident involving firearms might unexpectedly erupt at such a critical moment? Chapter 31. Preparing to head to Haixing City for an umbrella. Since you are so persistent, I shall contact Secretary Bao. How stubborn can you be? I wonder what the teacher sees in you. As he spoke, Yu Qinghe couldn't help but chuckle. It was no wonder the teacher favored this lad, for he was just as obstinate as himself. Regardless of the task at hand, there was always an indomitable spirit and an unwavering determination to get to the bottom of things. Watching Chen Jixing turn towards the hospital, Yu Qinghe suddenly burst into laughter, murmuring, "Teacher, do you intend to mold your junior disciple into a Na'vi bureaucrat, or do you wish for him to confront deep-seated issues?" Under the pressure from Zhao Wei, Chen Jixing could not afford to be concerned about any covert actions in the latter half of the night. He promptly summoned the disciplinary committee and the public security officers from the safety team to conduct a rapid interrogation of Hu Wei. He Yang served as the lead interrogator, while Chen Jixing hurried back to the Genie Hotel to question Chen Shufan. Indeed, Hu Wei possessed far greater value than Chen Shufan. The revelations he held would undoubtedly send shockwaves through the county committees and governments of Haixing City and Jiping County. However, Hu Wei had divulged everything, and it was now challenging to verify his claims. Conversely, the person capable of instigating Chen Shufan must have been someone very familiar to her. In simple terms, what Chen Shufan knew was a pivotal entry point into the current stalemate. Upon Chen Jixing's return to the Genie Hotel, he found Chen Shufan already seated in the disciplinary committee's interrogation room, her hands shackled in cold handcuffs. She was filled with dread, terrified of the disciplinary committee. Chen Jixing sat across from her, observing every nuance of her expression. Bang! Chen Jixing abruptly slammed his hand on the table, startling not only Chen Shufan but also the recording clerk beside them. In a fit of anger, he sprang to his feet, veins bulging in his neck. Glaring at Chen Shufan seated in the interrogation chair, and bellowed, "Chen Shufan, I must impart some unfortunate news. Hu Wei is dead. He did not survive 10 minutes in the hospital. The floor was stained crimson with his blood. Hospital tests revealed a significant amount of potassium cyanide in the meal you provided for Secretary Hu. Are you aware of what potassium cyanide is? Judging by your expression, it seems you are not. Let me explain. Potassium cyanide is what is used in euthanasia injections. A substantial quantity of it can result in death. Thus, Secretary Hu perished by your hand." Bang! Hu Wei is dead? Chen Shufan trembled at this revelation, her gaze filled with terror, and she shook her head frantically, her eyes wide with disbelief. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Secretary Hu cannot be dead. Her nails dug deeply into her palms, and under the harsh glare of the interrogation lights, her bloodshot eyes reflected sheer panic as a chill crept down her spine. How could her cousin deceive her? He had assured her that once this matter was resolved, she would be transferred to the city. How could Secretary Hu have died like this? She was merely an ordinary person. She would never have the courage to take a life, let alone even the faintest notion of killing a chicken. Chen Jixing suddenly roared. How can it be impossible? What is there that cannot be? Since you harbor doubts, very well. I shall accompany you to the hospital's morgue to witness Hu Wei's lifeless body. He is now in a state of disarray. I shall ensure you behold the grotesque sight of his demise. How shall I put it? Chen Jixing's method of intimidation proves more effective than anything else. He clearly perceives that Chen Shufan lacks the resolve to commit murder, particularly in light of the fear that flickered in her eyes upon hearing of the man's death, hence his deliberate provocation. I must admit, this tactic is remarkably effective. Imagine, as you venture to the restroom at night, the moment you open the door, there sits Secretary Hu. Upon returning and attempting to rouse your husband to discuss this matter, you inadvertently awaken Hu Wei instead. Wherever you go, Hu Wei follows, his visage ghastly, a sight to behold. Chen Jixing vividly describes this to Chen Shufan. Meanwhile, a voice interjects, Team Leader Chen. In the horror films I've watched, the specters are often as pale as a sheet, some with blood streaming down their faces. Resembling those ghastly figures, their banter could easily be mistaken for a comedic exchange. Of course, as party officials, they profess disbelief in superstitions. Yet, it is merely a reference to horror films. What? Is it forbidden for public servants to indulge in such entertainment? The notion is absurd. Ghosts, they seek substitutes. A young recorder suddenly interjects, cackling with a bizarre laugh. Especially those who died unjustly, they must claim a living soul to accompany them in their passage to the afterlife. As he speaks, he drags his chair back, the metallic legs scraping against the tiles, creating a sound akin to nails on a chalkboard. Chen Shufan's pupils constrict sharply, the rust on the interrogation chair's armrest morphing into the shape of Hu Wei's bloodied spittle on the monitor. She envisions Hu Wei, resentful and expelling blood, his eyes brimming with hatred. The more she contemplates, the more her fear escalates, transforming the horror films she had once watched into a source of terror. Burrowing deeper into her mind. It wasn't me. It was the medicine given to me by my cousin. Chen Shufan suddenly screams, curling into herself, the shackles on her ankles clanging against the interrogation chair. She frantically tears at her collar as if an invisible force were constricting her throat, gasping. My cousin is the deputy director of the city's earthquake bureau. He said once I'm done, he'd de-transfer me to the municipal government office. It wasn't my doing. It wasn't my doing. They made me do it. They compelled me. A playful smirk dances on Chen Jixing's lips as he probes further. How did your cousin contact you? By phone. It was by phone. Chen Shufan, now thoroughly frightened, is in a state of collapse, answering whatever questions are posed. Chen Jixing squints his eyes, a half-smile on his lips, before exiting the interrogation room to call Yu Qinghe. Chen Shufan is effectively coerced. Tomorrow morning, we shall proceed directly to Haixing City. Based on Hu Wei's testimony and Chen Shufan's account, we can undoubtedly investigate the protective umbrella surrounding Haixing City. Once the hospital has thoroughly examined Hu Wei, the documents for dual regulation can be issued. Chen Jixing spoke in a calm tone. In fact, the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission and the Public Security Bureau have already established an investigation team and a special task force station in Jiping County. Based on the clues currently at hand, they are entirely capable of investigating Song Qinglin, the deputy director of the Municipal Earthquake Bureau and the executive vice mayor of Haixing City. When Chen Jixing hung up the phone and arrived at the hospital, he immediately noticed that Yu Qinghe's expression had darkened to an extreme. Senior brother, what happened? Yu Qinghe's voice was hoarse. The deputy director of the Earthquake Bureau, who is also Chen Shufan's cousin, suffered a cerebral hemorrhage and passed away at home at 1:30 a.m. Chapter 32. The thoughts of Song Qinglin. Chen Jixing's mind momentarily ceased to function. They had just uncovered the identity of the individual who had instigated Chen Shufan. And now that person was deceased? Moreover, he was a deputy director at the county level within the municipal bureau. Chen Jixing had previously been informed by Hu Wei about Song Qinglin's ruthless nature, but he had not anticipated such extreme measures. This blatant violation of party discipline and national law, executed in such a decisive manner, had plunged their investigation into turmoil, clearly targeting them. 2 lives had been lost. One was the president of the Calligraphy and Painting Association, and the other the deputy director of the Municipal Earthquake Bureau. This was a grave oversight. The task force had been compromised. Otherwise, how could the deputy director of the Earthquake Bureau have met his end within an hour of their discovery regarding his role? The only plausible explanation was that someone within the task force had leaked information, and it had occurred after your departure. Otherwise, this situation is inexplicable. The fluorescent lights in the hospital corridor emitted a faint buzzing sound at 2 in the morning as Yu Qinghe clenched his phone. The veins on the back of his hand protruding, his knuckles whitening from the force of his grip. At that moment, Chen Jixing's phone rang, and he stepped aside to answer it. Director Chao, came the voice of Chao Dixin from the other end, speaking swiftly. The time of death was between 1:25 and 1:40 a.m. The antihypertensive medication bottle on the bedside table is empty. Yet the family insists he took his medication just before sleeping. Chen Jixing rubbed his temples, his tone icy as he commanded, Director Chao, can the provincial department take over this case? Once they do, an autopsy must be conducted immediately, although phrased as a question. The certainty in his voice made it clear to Chao Dixin that the provincial department's involvement was imperative. If the autopsy revealed no traces of the antihypertensive medication, it would suggest that the death may not have been the result of foul play. Of course, it could also imply that someone had deliberately emptied the medication bottle. After hanging up, Chen Jixing turned to Yu Qinghe and softly said, Senior brother, send someone to escort Hu Wei to the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission. We must retain the initiative. I propose we immediately initiate an investigation into Song Qinglin to prevent him from erasing all evidence. Song Qinglin was indeed a character of ruthless disposition. In his previous life, he had followed Hu Wei's case closely. How could he remain unaware of Song Qinglin? As Hu Wei's protector, Song Qinglin instilled a profound sense of dread in Chen Jixing. His understanding of Song Qinglin surpassed that of Hu Wei. For Song Qinglin had been included in one of the top 10 cases of 2007, while Zhao Wei was another notorious case from the same year. Renowned as the largest political manipulation incident of that time, Song Qinglin wielded influence across the realms of politics, business, and the underworld. He was the true emperor of the underground. The wealthiest individual in Haixing City was under his control, and the Dark World's so-called minister of the underground organization was also his associate. In Haixing City, Song Qinglin could accomplish whatever he desired, and crucially, his capabilities were formidable. In a mere 3 years, he had completed state-owned enterprise reforms and industrial upgrades, elevating his political influence in Haixing City to its zenith, compelling even the mayor to tread carefully around him. At present, Song Qinglin is at the pinnacle of his power. It would not be an exaggeration to refer to him as the second most important figure after the secretary of the Municipal Party Committee. However, it is no small feat for Song Qinglin to eliminate all traces and connections to his actions. After all, his fingerprints are evident in various aspects. The Special Investigative Team may make numerous errors, but should Song Qinglin falter even once, he would undoubtedly be ensnared by them. Yu Qinghe nodded, instructing, "Immediately notify He Yang and have him personally escort Hu Wei back to the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission. Conduct the interrogation promptly in the vehicle." Chun Jixing suddenly interjected, "It may be time to take action regarding that host, Yin Shui." In Haixing City, within a family compound, Song Qinglin sat in his study, the dim lighting casting shadows around him. He was seated in a leather office chair, perusing the development report of Haixing City, patiently awaiting his secretary's briefing. The provincial special police were expected to arrive within half an hour, and Hu Wei was still alive. This was due to Chun Jixing's intention to poison Hu Wei into compliance, creating a timing discrepancy with our actions. Given Yu Qinghe's character and behavioral analysis, there was a significant likelihood that he would relocate Hu Wei. The most favorable course of action deduced thus far was to escort Hu Wei to the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission under the cover of night. There was a possibility of encountering the special police. Should we consider an ambush on the way? After a brief hesitation, the secretary's eyes suddenly chilled as he inquired in a frosty tone. Song Qinglin leaned back in his chair, tapping his fingers on the desk, his narrowed eyes betraying his contemplation. From the secretary's vantage point, he could only observe the fluctuations of Song Qinglin's expression. The personnel of the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission were not to be trifled with. Any interference could lead to a significant upheaval. With the synchronized leadership transition next month, he aspired to contend for the mayoral position, thus chaos must be avoided at all costs. Any action against the Discipline Inspection Commission would draw the attention of the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection. Do you truly believe that the individuals in the province lack connections? One must be aware that Bao Wanrui of the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission hails from Huqing, and in that municipality, there exists a complex rivalry with Secretary Qian Yutao. Should one choose to provoke either, the other would undoubtedly retaliate. Rubbing his temples, Song Qinglin lit a cigarette. Exhaling a cloud of smoke as he paced back and forth in his study, he resolved to find a way to warn Hu Wei to remain silent, or else. He was well aware of what awaited him. Pausing momentarily, Song Qinglin continued, "This matter must be distanced from us. Let Guo Shanfeng handle it." The secretary turned to leave and arrange these affairs. After extinguishing his cigarette, Song Qinglin approached the bedroom, standing atop the bed. Upon moving aside a painting on the wall, he revealed a silver safe. Entering the password and verifying his fingerprint, the safe clicked open. Inside, various documents were stacked alongside several Rolex watches, car keys, and gold. Both the Rolex and gold were indeed liquid assets. Without a second glance at the valuables, he retrieved a mobile phone and dialed a number. "Old leader, I apologize for calling you so late. The Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission is closing in, and I find myself at an impasse. If you do not assist me, some secrets may become impossible to safeguard." Song Qinglin spoke calmly, his tone devoid of urgency, and his expression remained impassive. A deep voice emanated from the phone. "Recently, there have been undercurrents in the province. I have discussed matters at length with Qi Ziyuan this evening. I can assist him in concluding the firearm incident. But the condition is that Qi Ziyuan must align with our interests. There is no need for you to worry about the Special Investigation Team's affairs. Bao Wenrui, he is merely a soon-to-retire Discipline Inspection Secretary. Although I am hesitant to stroke my beard, his appointed Yu Qinghe will certainly return." With the absence of Yu Qinghe, the head of the Special Investigation Team, does a mere division-level Chun Jixing dare to create any disturbances? Simply allow Guo Shanfeng to orchestrate a gang confrontation in the city, and the narrative of accidentally killing Chun Jixing will suffice. Director Qi and I will initiate a crackdown on organized crime, leaving no opportunity for the Discipline Inspection Commission to intervene. Chapter 33. The newly appointed mayor of Haixing City that evening. He Yang personally escorted Hu Wei back to the province. But on Songshan Road, they encountered a car accident, which fortunately resulted in no casualties. Interestingly, personnel from the Provincial Special Police Brigade did arrive, but since Hu Wei had been taken to the Provincial Disciplinary Committee beforehand, the special police were unable to detain him and could only ensure the safety of the officials. This was a clear maneuver, evidently aimed at placing their individuals into the special investigation team. The following morning, Zhang Feng and He Hu were handed over to the Municipal Public Security Special Investigation Team, while the disciplinary committee's investigative group set off towards Haixing City. However, en route, Yu Qinghe received a phone call from Bao Wenrui, which drastically altered their plans. Comrade Qinghe, although I am reluctant to have you return, the provincial committee is placing great importance on the actions of the special investigation team. Unfortunately, their operations have indirectly resulted in the deaths of 2 individuals, which is a matter of significant concern. Therefore, you must come back. The provincial committee intends to suspend the entire operation of the special investigation team. I have managed to secure your return for a debriefing alone while the team continues its work. Simultaneously, the investigation must be conducted expeditiously to thoroughly examine the corrupt practices of Song Qinglin and the Haixing City officials. Xiaoyu, I am retiring next year. You must exercise caution during this time, as there are numerous individuals eyeing my position. I can only feel at ease with the disciplinary committee entrusted to you. No one else possesses your resolve. At the border between counties and cities, many leaders from Haixing City awaited their arrival. The vehicle of the Municipal Disciplinary Committee secretary would escort them back, as the provincial committee sought to replace this feeble secretary. Bao Wenrui's aged voice resonated in Yu Qinghe's ear, and after hanging up, Yu Qinghe glanced at Chen Zhixing and sighed. Well, the pressure has now fallen entirely upon my junior brother. From the current reports submitted to the provincial committee, it is evident that corruption in Haixing City has penetrated deeply and must be eradicated with decisive measures. Last year, the municipal party secretary was discovered to have embezzled funds through the Social Security Bureau, accepted bribes, and engaged in illicit exchanges with more than 5 mistresses. This year, the executive vice mayor, Song Qinglin, has also come under scrutiny. If Haixing City is not thoroughly investigated, corrupt practices will undoubtedly persist. The provincial committee has summoned me for a debriefing, and I will not be able to return for at least a week. The affairs of the special investigation team will be under your purview. The investigation into Song Qinglin must commence immediately. You have full authority to act. As the coaster vehicle traversed the national highway, Yu Qinghe's expression grew serious as he regarded Chen Zhixing. Chen Zhixing narrowed his eyes and tapped on the table before him. Speaking, the president of the Calligraphy and Painting Association and the deputy director of the Municipal Earthquake Bureau, these 2 lives were lost due to the special investigation team reaching a critical juncture. The issue is, during my previous life, I never heard of this. Of course, it may also be due to my lack of attention at that time. Suddenly, Yu Qinghe recalled something and shifted the conversation, inquiring, last night, you spoke with Yun Shui for over an hour. What exactly were you after? You're not interested in her, are you? I must advise you, considering you are in a relationship, it would be wise to refrain from frivolous actions, otherwise I may be compelled to take matters into my own hands. Chen Zhixing rolled his eyes and retorted with irritation, I understand. But let us keep Yu Shui's role a secret for now. I wish to surprise you. However, for certain individuals, this surprise may indeed be a fright. With that, he rose and tapped the driver's seat, instructing, driver, please pull over. Yu Qinghe abruptly seized his arm, inquiring, what are you planning? Chen Zhixing's lips curled into a mischievous smile. Before I check into the city guest house, I need to visit a place, meet someone, and procure some evidence. Director He, would you accompany me? He Yang responded, huh? Me? Sure, I'm coming along. It was splendid, another opportunity to be carried along on this adventure. As for Song Qinglin, an immense amount of time and effort had been expended in his previous life, piecing together the fragments uncovered by the investigation team, which took 3 painstaking years. Chen Zhixing needed to condense that lengthy timeline into a mere fortnight. After resolving the matter of Song Qinglin, there remained Zhao Wei, but that was beyond his purview. By that time, he should have already resigned, hence he would not be able to partake. The former mayor of Haixing City, Lu Yu, was a political scapegoat, unjustly imprisoned under the machinations of Song Qinglin. Currently, he languished in Haixing City prison, wrongfully incarcerated because he had uncovered evidence of collusion between the then deputy mayor, Song Qinglin, and corrupt officials. Coincidentally, this was during the arrival of the supervisory team, rendering him a political casualty. Yet, he possessed crucial evidence. From memory, at the onset of 2008, in light of maintaining order for the upcoming Olympics, the supervisory team was dispatched. It was during this operation that Liu Yu came to their attention, and they speculated about the evidence he held. On the very night the team was set to meet him, Liu Yu suddenly succumbed to a cerebral infarction. This incident drew the upper echelon's attention to the situation, signaling the beginning of Song Qinglin's downfall. Chen Jixing and He Yang rented a vehicle, discreetly separating from the convoy, although their departure inevitably spread the news. The special police from the provincial office trailed behind, and with an insider among them, their exit could hardly remain concealed. Team leader Chen, where are we headed now? He Yang realized he had developed a fondness for Chen Jixing, despite initially being indifferent, even resentful, towards him. Had it not been for Chen, he might have been the deputy leader. However, he had to concede that Chen indeed possessed remarkable capabilities, particularly his enigmatic interrogation techniques, skills he could never hope to replicate. If he were to speak candidly, he would ponder where on earth Chen Jixing had acquired such extraordinarily unorthodox interrogation methods. In the prison, protocol dictated that to interrogate a prisoner, they required documentation from their unit as well as a supervision certificate. However, they are a special task force, and in this era, while procedural justice is undoubtedly significant, does the municipal prison truly dare to obstruct a special task force? Some matters are better left unacknowledged. There is no need to invite trouble upon oneself. Furthermore, we cannot afford to offend certain individuals in our city, let alone the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission and its Special Investigation Team. What purpose do we have in the prison? Hee, team leader Chen. Last night you and the beauty from the provincial radio. Hee. Chen Jixing cast a sidelong glance at the gossip-hungry He Yang and shot him an irritated glare. Get lost. I don't possess such warped values. I have a girlfriend, you know. I'll accuse you of slander. Last night, I had Yun Chue utilize resources from the provincial radio to widely announce in Haixing City that the Discipline Inspection Commission's investigation team had arrived, soliciting the public for information regarding Song Qinglin's criminal activities. Of course, this was merely a smokescreen. Our true objective lies elsewhere. The municipal supervision is to interrogate former Mayor Liu Yu, as he possesses direct evidence. Chapter 34. Nothing good comes of it originally. Chen Jixing intended to leverage Yun Chue to swiftly resolve matters with the opposing party. To his surprise, the situation unfolded seamlessly, allowing him to retain Yun Chue for the time being. Now, it was imperative for Yun Chue to utilize the provincial radio station's resources to loudly announce in Haixing City that the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission's investigative team had arrived, inviting the municipal government and the citizens to submit any evidence they possessed to the commission. This was a mere smokescreen. The high-profile presence of the Special Task Force in Haixing City served as yet another distraction, designed to intimidate certain individuals into revealing their true selves. Both strategies could effectively conceal Chen Jixing's genuine maneuvers. However, time was of the essence, and the window for action was limited. Once Song Qinglin caught wind of the situation, he would undoubtedly suspect Liu Yu and might even engage in covert inquiries. Concealing Liu Yu within the confines of Haixing City was utterly unrealistic, especially since Liu Yu had already been sentenced and could not possibly be released. The only viable solution was solitary confinement. This required an official document from the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission, as local intervention was not feasible otherwise. With this thought in mind, Chen Jixing promptly instructed He Yang to send a text message to Yu Qinghe. Look over there, Chen Jixing gestured. He Yang turned to see a row of autos parked at the intersection, with middle-aged officials clad in administrative jackets and adorned with party insignias standing by the roadside. Surrounding them, traffic police were conducting road control, and Chen Jixing quickly discarded his administrative jacket into the back seat. When the traffic officers inspected the vehicles, they found nothing amiss and allowed them to pass. Such a grand display. I reckon all the leaders from the 4 teams are present. He Yang remarked in awe. With a cold smirk, Chen Jixing replied, Song Qinglin is absent. Guess who's missing from the Municipal Standing Committee? He Yang's eyes widened in disbelief. No way. The absence of a standing committee member is quite significant, especially one like Song Qinglin. He must be anxious at this moment. Half an hour later, at Haixing Prison in Changtian City, the prison warden, Gao Wenjiang, awaited at the entrance after receiving a call from He Yang. Accompanied by several prison officials, they greeted the arrival, flanked by armed police standing guard and halting the vehicle. Swiftly, Gao Wenjiang approached, opening the car door for He Yang as he exited from the passenger seat. "Ah, you must be Team Leader Chun. I didn't expect you to be so young. Truly impressive." He Yang, caught off guard, managed a sheepish smile, nearly choking on his own words. "Ahem, I'm not. There has been a mistake. He is Team Leader Chun. I'm merely an assistant." What an awkward moment. But what could he do? In this day and age, not many possess vehicles, and learning to drive can be quite costly. Indeed, He Yang had no driver's license at all. The awkwardness extended beyond He Yang. Gao Wenjiang also found himself in an uncomfortable predicament. Upon realizing his blunder, he released his grip and swiftly approached Chen Jixing, extending his hand once more. His face illuminated by a smile more radiant than that of a child reuniting with a long-lost parent. "Greetings, Team Leader Chun. Welcome to oversee our work. You appear even younger than I anticipated. Truly a dragon among men." Chen Jixing grasped the other's hand, his gaze sweeping over the tense expressions of the armed police stationed at the booth. It seemed that Warden Gao truly possessed the ability to assess individuals astutely, his words flowing smoothly like honey. A subtle smile graced Chen Jixing's lips, a veneer of politeness barely concealing his true sentiments as he regarded him. Beads of perspiration formed on Gao Wenjiang's forehead, his shirt clinging to his back, drenched in sweat, yet he wore a composed smile. The phone within his briefcase vibrated incessantly. He was well aware of whose call it was. 15 minutes prior, Song Qinglin, a member of the municipal committee and the executive vice mayor, had personally called to emphasize the necessity of ensuring the safety of detainees. The implications were unmistakable. He Yang narrowed his eyes, observing Gao Wenjiang, discerning the tension reflected in his gaze. However, what perplexed him was the fact that Gao was merely a warden, ostensibly distant from the centers of power. Yet, what was he so anxious about? "Director He, please present the documents for Warden Gao's review," Chen Jixing asserted, never one to engage without preparation. Having made the decision to come to Haixing City the night prior, he had informed Yu Qinghe, who had promptly procured the necessary documents from the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission, which they received early this morning. He Yang retrieved the documents from his briefcase and handed them to Gao Wenjiang, stating, "Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission Order No. 37 regarding the approval procedures for the solitary confinement of Comrade Lu Yu." Gao Wenjiang's fingers trembled slightly as he turned the pages. The approval date was this morning at 7 o'clock, prominently stamped with the seal of the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission. Lu Yu, the former mayor. A vivid memory flashed before him. On that rainy night at the detention center, Lu Yu had been brought in, bloodied and silent. Gao Wenjiang inhaled deeply, offering an apologetic smile. "Solitary confinement requires the highest level of security. The ward is currently undergoing electrical repairs, and I'm afraid." The refusal was glaringly evident. A mere warden such as Gao Wenjiang lacked the authority to oppose the special investigation team, indicating that there were certainly others behind him. And this individual did not wish for them to encounter Lu Yu. The allure of power is indeed captivating. It could embolden a district-level warden to openly defy a special investigation team, yet the rationale presented left them powerless. Team Leader Chen, as you are aware, the campaign against organized crime has been ongoing for several years now, and the situation in Haixing City is rather tumultuous, particularly with the current intensified phase of the operation. The wards are essentially at full capacity. We have crammed 6 individuals into the solitary confinement cells, leaving us with no feasible options. Gao Wenjiang feigned a troubled expression as he offered a rueful smile, clearly reflecting the reality of the situation. Chen Jixing leaned against the front of the car, retrieving a cigarette from his pocket. With narrowed eyes, he smiled and began recounting. Gao Wenjiang graduated in 1987 from a provincial police academy or a law-related institution, majoring in prison administration and jurisprudence. In 1992, he entered the prison system after passing the civil service examination, serving as an ordinary officer. In 1995, he was promoted to deputy section chief for dismantling an illicit goods network within the prison. From 1997 to 2002, he held the position of head of the prison administration section at the city prison. Between 2002 and 2005, he demonstrated exceptional performance as a section chief or grassroots leader, earning accolades from the provincial judicial system and assuming the role of deputy warden at the city prison. In 2007, he became the warden of the city prison. During his tenure as deputy warden, he accepted bribes, facilitating the release of certain individuals under the guise of medical parole. In 2002, a grave incident occurred at the city prison, resulting in the escape of a violent criminal and the death of an armed police officer. Chen Jixing's voice abruptly turned icy. His gaze sharp as a blade fixed on Gao Wenjiang, his expression chillingly indifferent. Suddenly, he seized Gao's tie and yanked him closer, their noses nearly touching. Now, take us to meet Lu Yu. Or shall I have the armed police assist you in recalling what transpired that fateful night in 2002? Chapter 35. The tangible struggle for power, terror, fear, and the shame of having one's sordid deeds exposed were vividly etched upon Gao Wenjiang's face. The two armed police officers behind him tightened their grips on their steel rifles. Their previously vigilant expressions were suddenly veiled with a murderous intent. The index finger resting above the trigger now lay upon it, brimming with an impulse to shoot Gao Wenjiang in the back at any moment. With the Provincial Disciplinary Committee's investigative team, led by Chief Chun in front and armed police behind him, Gao Wenjiang felt akin to a turtle, where extending his neck invited a knife, and retracting it meant facing a bullet. Whichever choice he made would lead to death. Truly, what could he do? He was engulfed in despair, feeling utterly powerless. If he had any room for choice, he would not wish to betray his party principles or forsake his original intentions. However, within the corridors of power, one often finds oneself at the mercy of circumstances. Many matters lie beyond one's control, especially for someone in his position. Merely a section chief. Chief Chun, I never anticipated you would uncover so much. It seems the Provincial Disciplinary Committee has been monitoring me for quite some time. Gao Wenjiang mused bitterly, straightening his spine as his pupils slowly dilated and lost focus. He murmured, when I was diligent in my duties, no one paid me any mind. Yet, after I committed a single misstep, my position ascended with alarming swiftness. It was as if I was promoted precisely at the right moment. Just a mere 10 minutes ago, someone informed me that if I handled this matter well, I would resolve my deputy division chief role in 2 months and be transferred to the public security system as deputy director. Chief Chun, in the end, who was at fault, me or this world? Gao Wenjiang's tone remained remarkably calm, devoid of significant inflection, yet tears cascaded down his cheeks. It was unclear whether he regretted his actions or lamented not having concealed them more adeptly. Chen Jixing and He Yang fell into silence, for the answer eluded them. However, after careful consideration, Chen Jixing finally spoke. Power can be a formidable force. It can lead one to decadence or serve as a catalyst for self-reflection. Some exploit power for personal gain, while others occupy its highest echelons selflessly. As you pointed out, this world is indeed fraught with challenges. Yet it is precisely these trials that delineate good from evil. The essence of power lies in its application, and I have always believed in the party's principles. From a historical perspective, we have triumphed, and in contemporary terms, to quote an old adage, our generation ought to lay a solid foundation for the next and enhance our systems. At the very least, I hope for a significant reduction in corruption. Is that not the very essence of our disciplinary work? Gao Wenjiang self-deprecatingly smiled and slightly bowed to Chen Jixing, acknowledging, I have learned much from you. I never imagined Chief Chen would possess such profound insights. Chen Jixing returned the smile, tinged with self-mockery. As Gao Wenjiang discerned the depth of experience reflected in that expression, a smile born of enduring life's vicissitudes, reminiscent of the transformative passage of time. What perplexes Gao Wenjiang is that the other party is not even 26 years old, yet possesses such an oddly self-deprecating smile. He stands there, utterly bewildered. What on earth are you discussing regarding the international server? Why can't I comprehend a word of it? I graduated from Sichuan University, which is at least a prestigious 985 university, right? Each word is familiar, yet when strung together, they elude me. The conversation oscillates between the realms of my understanding and utter confusion. Team Leader Chun, I would like to discuss something with you. I acknowledge my actions, but if I am apprehended now, it would cause chaos in the prison. A new warden would arrive, and I cannot assure Lu Yu's safety then. Therefore, I propose that once you have apprehended most of them, or when Secretary Lu no longer holds any value for you, I will voluntarily surrender to the Special Investigation Team. Would that be acceptable? Chen Jixing nodded. That is permissible, but you must cooperate with the investigation at all times. Gao Wenjiang immediately agreed. I will be at your beck and call 24 hours a day. Soon after, Gao Wenjiang led the two into the prison area. After arranging the interrogation room, He Yang plopped down onto a chair, murmuring, Old Chun, what kind of riddle were you playing with Gao Wenjiang? I couldn't make heads or tails of it. Chen Jixing replied enigmatically, It is precisely because you do not comprehend that it is correct. If you did understand, I would suspect you shared my ilk. When you reach at least 40 years of age and reflect upon my words, I assure you, you will regard them as profound truth." He Yang rolled his eyes in frustration. "What the hell? This is akin to asking me to call you father while you dig a pit for me. So that when I remember, I must do so, right?" Chun Jixing grinned. "Ah, my dear son, the son has drifted through half a lifetime, lamenting the absence of a wise ruler. Should you not forsake me, I would be willing to acknowledge you as my righteous father. Get lost." Chun Jixing's lips twitched in confusion. What is this nonsense? This meme has been around since 2007? In the interrogation room, Lu Yu's condition was far from favorable. Even though he had already been sentenced, he was subjected to frequent interrogations, and the torture he endured here was no less severe than that inflicted by the disciplinary committee. As the heavy iron door swung open, the curled-up figure in the corner of the interrogation room trembled violently. Lu Yu clasped his head with arms resembling dry twigs. His tattered prison garb stained with dark red blood, rolling up as he thrashed about, revealing the crisscrossed lash marks on his back. The edges of the scabbed wounds were tinged with a bizarre yellow-green hue, indicating a clear infection. Don't come any closer." His hoarse screams mingled with the rattling of his teeth as Lu Yu pressed himself deeper into the corner. His left ankle twisted unnaturally, a result of being smashed by a hammer 3 days prior, now swollen like a pouch filled with pus. The once formidable deputy secretary of the municipal party committee and mayor of Haixing City could not even emit a scream, merely opening his mouth to produce the sound of a deflating bellows. Chun Jixing's pupils constricted sharply. He had encountered numerous corrupt officials, yet the man before him, resembling a tattered puppet, bore no resemblance to the impeccably dressed Lu Yu depicted in the files. "Water," Chun Jixing croaked. As He Yang handed over a bottle of mineral water, Lu Yu suddenly unleashed a startling surge of strength. He lunged toward the bottle like a dying beast, only to recoil as his fingertips brushed against the plastic, his blistered lips twitching nervously. "It's poisoned. You intend to. Before he could finish, he abruptly seized a discarded cigarette, but from the ground, and stuffed it into his mouth, grinding it with sand and gravel. Dark red blood trickling down his chin to the floor. Chun Jixing's tears cascaded forth, his jaw quivering, while He Yang's eyes were similarly reddened. Chun Jixing's trembling voice echoed in He Yang's ears. "This is the brutal manifestation of power struggles. Mayor Lu, I am deeply sorry. We have arrived too late." Chapter 36A2. He Yang seemed unable to believe the scene unfolding before him. He understood that the struggle for power was ruthless, yet he never anticipated it could be this merciless. As Chun Jixing's words reverberated in the air, a chilling sensation surged through his limbs, leaving him utterly frigid. "Mayor Lu, we are from the Provincial Disciplinary Inspection Team's Special Investigation Group. This is Deputy Leader Chun Jixing. We have come to ask you some questions." He Yang began, but his voice faltered. For the man before him was indeed the former mayor of the city, Lu Yu. The documents confirmed it. This was once the deputy secretary of the Haixing Municipal Committee and the mayor, Lu Yu. Taking a deep breath, Chun Jixing commanded, "Contact the hospital immediately and initiate rescue efforts. Furthermore, we must ensure that Mayor Lu remains within our sight. He cannot be allowed to leave." He Yang nodded gravely, recognizing that Lu Yu must possess incriminating evidence. Without such evidence, the other party would not go to such lengths for special treatment. The only conclusion he could draw was that Lu Yu indeed held proof. He Yang turned to reach out to the hospital and to Deputy Team Leader Zhou Jigang, who was dispatched from lynching. Chun Jixing gazed at Lu Yu, allowing a moment of silence to pass before he spoke with a complex tone. "Hu Wei has already been apprehended. He is currently in the Provincial Disciplinary Inspection Office. Once the office verifies all the evidence, it is highly likely that the documents regarding Hu Wei's double regulation will be made public tomorrow afternoon." Hu Wei has revealed that behind him stands Song Qinglin, the standing committee member and executive vice mayor of Haixing City. The investigation team has already entered Haixing City to formally investigate Song Qinglin. "Mayor Lu, I am aware that you possess evidence. Please hand it over to me, and I assure you that Song Qinglin will face justice for his actions. By the way, the head of the special investigation team is Yu Qinghe, the executive deputy secretary of the Provincial Disciplinary Inspection Office. He is my senior." Though these words appeared mundane, every phrase carried profound significance. The first conveyed the seriousness of their intentions. Hu Wei was, by all accounts, already under double regulation. Simultaneously, Hu Wei had implicated his protector, Song Qinglin, thus ensuring an investigation would ensue. However, evidence was crucial. Without it, even the most skilled could accomplish nothing. You need not fear that I am aligned with Song Qinglin. My senior, Yu Qinghe, is known as the Iron-Faced Yama, making it impossible for me to be on Song Qinglin's side. This was a declaration of purpose, a statement of position, and a demonstration of allegiance. Chen Zhuxing believed that Lu Yu could comprehend this, even in his seemingly deranged state. The iron chandelier swayed in the damp air, casting a pale light that illuminated the scab burned beneath Lu Yu's right eyelid, accentuating the hollows of his cheekbones. Suddenly, he clutched his head in a frenzy, a tortured whimper escaping his throat as he lunged toward Chen Zhuxing, gripping the railing between them with both hands, and bellowed, "You want to kill me? You are going to kill me. Go ahead. Just kill me. Please, I beg you, please kill me." The prison guards showed no mercy as they struck Liu forcefully on the back with a rubber baton, causing him to cry out in agony and collapse to the ground, convulsing. Subsequently, 2 guards dragged the barely conscious Lu Yu away. Chen Zhuxing, however, found himself staring at a tooth on the ground, enveloped in silence. This was the tooth that had fallen from Lu Yu's mouth when he had rushed toward the bars moments ago. He was certain that Lu Yu had understood his hint. But could this tooth serve as evidence? Perhaps there was more to the situation than met the eye. Bending down to pick up the tooth, he was met by He Yang, who had just entered. Seeing Chun alone, he paused, asking, "Where is everyone?" Chun let out a sigh, replying, "He was taken away." "What is the situation on your end?" He Yang shook his head, his expression grim. "It's difficult. First, Lu Yu is now a criminal, and second, many hospitals have refused us, even after clarifying our identities. I've contacted Secretary Yu, who mentioned he would seek documentation from the Procuratorate, so we must wait." Chen remained silent, fearing that something might go wrong during this interim. The complication was that Lu Yu had already been sentenced, and if the Provincial Disciplinary Committee decided to intervene, it must adhere strictly to legal protocols and authorities. Even in exceptional circumstances, party approval was necessary, coordinating with the judicial system, which included the courts, Procuratorate, and prison. Articles 248 of the Criminal Law and Articles 7 and 14 of the Prison Law dictated that an immediate appeal should be made to the Provincial High Court, requesting intervention from the Judicial Internal Inspection. Safeguarding Lu Yu's safety was imperative, along with applying for witness protection. In the office of the Executive Vice Mayor, Song Qinglin stood with his hands clasped behind him, clad in a formal administrative jacket, adorned with the party emblem on his chest. Behind him, a desk displayed a Y-shaped base with both the party flag and the national flag fluttering in the breeze from the window. He held a cigarette between his fingers, its brand indicating it was Taishan Confucian style. Despite being a ruthless individual, he still sought to project an image of civility through such trivial details. Even if he were a gentleman, he would still be a gentleman of depravity. After Chen Zhuxing distanced himself from the Special Investigation Team as convoy, where did he go? Song Qinglin, with one hand behind him, looked down upon the city, his cold voice resonating in his secretary's ear. The news from the prison indicated that Chen Zhuxing had met with Lu Yu and uttered some nonsensical remarks, likely suggesting he believed Lu Yu possessed evidence and was attempting to coax it from him. However, Lu Yu, now deranged, did not respond to Chen's inquiries. Secretary Zhou Wenbin quickly replied that these matters had been inquired about before entering this office. Having followed Song Qinglin for so long, he understood the latter's dual nature, capable of both charm and cruelty. A poor response could result in a slap, while the most terrifying outcome could be a fate like Lu Yu's, worse than death. What about the Special Investigation Team? Song Qinglin inquired once more. Zhou Wenbin responded, Yu Qinghe has returned to the province, and the remaining members have checked into a guest house. As you anticipated. Moreover, this evening, the directors of the Finance Bureau, Social Security Bureau, Construction Bureau, and the head of the Poverty Alleviation Office, along with President Li of the Intermediate Court, have invited you for a game of mahjong. What do you think? As Song Qinglin squinted slightly, he extinguished the cigarette he held in the ashtray. While making his way to his office chair, he spoke in a calm tone. 3 matters. First, since Chen Zhuxing has met with Lu Yu, it is evident from Chun's series of actions in capturing Hu Wei that Lu must possess incriminating evidence. Give him one last chance to surrender the evidence. If he remains silent, a chilling light flickered in Song Qinglin's eyes, his tone suddenly turning icy. Then he shall never speak again. Second, concerning the guest house, you should oversee the arrangements personally. I wish to avoid any disturbances during this period. I will deal with them once I have finished my current affairs. Third, instruct Guo Shanfeng to orchestrate a gangland clash and, in the course of it, eliminate Chen Zhuxing. Chapter 37. The underworld clash and the fate of Chun Zhixing. Comrade Xiao Zhou, I have arrived in the city. What are you up to? Comrade Xiao Chun, is it truly appropriate to leave me all alone in the county? Furthermore, you hardly spent any time with me yesterday, which has left me quite upset. Zhou Ruoli's sweet voice resonated through the phone, her dulcet tones palpable even from the other end. While she refrained from expressing her feelings the previous day, it was only because she understood he was preoccupied with significant matters. At least in such instances, she was aware enough not to disturb Chun Zhixing while he was engaged in work. By reaching out to him now, it indicated that he must have at least half an hour of free time. Over the years, from her assignment in the village to becoming the director of the construction bureau, Zhou Ruoli had become the individual who knew him best in the world. Beside him, He Yang feigned a dramatic demeanor, delicately raising his fingers in a flamboyant gesture towards Chun Zhixing, mouthing, "I'm upset." Chun Zhixing rolled his eyes in exasperation, replying, "We have plenty of time ahead. I've already submitted my resignation. In a month's time, I shall take you on a journey across our great nation. We will first visit the capital to witness the flag-raising ceremony, and then explore the picturesque water towns of Jiangnan. The remaining time will be solely ours." Zhou Ruoli scoffed lightly. "All right then, I won't keep you. The head nurse is calling for me. I must attend to my duties. Call me when you're free. I will be waiting." Once the call ended, He Yang immediately chimed in, assuming a playful tone. "Oh dear, someone is upset." Chun Zhixing shot him a glare and retorted, "Go amuse yourself elsewhere." He was contemplating examining this tooth further and rewriting his resignation, as his previous application had been rejected. As they entered the city, Chun Zhixing parked the car beside an old noodle shop named Lao Qin. As he walked towards the restaurant, he instructed He Yang, "Go buy a magnifying glass from the nearby store. We will need it later. What would you like to eat? I will place an order for you so we can have our meal before attending to business." He Yang glanced at the sign and replied, "How about tomato and egg noodles? I will check to see if they have any." Chun Zhixing settled down at a greasy wooden table in the Lao Qin noodle shop and addressed the owner, 2 bowls of tomato and egg noodles, and one more to be prepared in about 5 minutes. Certainly. As Chun Zhixing sat at the table, he took out the tooth he had acquired from Lu Yu. Inspecting it closely, it appeared to be just like a normal tooth, but wait, this tooth seemed to be something else. To be precise, it was not original but rather an artificial one, thus confirming that this tooth indeed harbored a mystery. It was ceramic. As for why he was so certain, in a previous life, while investing in Mr. Lei, there was an incident after a shareholder meeting where he was dragged into a brawl, resulting in a lost tooth. Eventually, Mr. Lei paid for him to have a ceramic tooth implanted. Despite Mr. Lei's seemingly harmless appearance, he could be quite ruthless. Chun Zhixing squinted at a black Santana parked outside. Since their release from prison, the black Santana has been following them incessantly. It is hardly a stretch to assume that the license plate is indeed a forgery. Just as Chun Zhixing withdrew his gaze, a sudden loud crash erupted from the entrance of the noodle shop. 3 thugs with bleached hair kicked over a plastic stool at the door. The leader, a tall and skinny figure, held a cigarette in his mouth, placed a foot on the overturned table, and began banging a steel pipe against the doorframe. "Old Qin, it's time to pay this month's cleaning fee, isn't it?" The shop owner, Old Qin, turned pale, rubbing his hands as he rushed out from the kitchen. "Brother Chong, didn't we just settle this last week?" "Last week?" The lanky thug swung the steel pipe down onto the table, sending coins in a glass jar scattering across the floor. "That was for last month. Are you trying to renege on this month's payment?" He spat disdainfully, pressing the steel pipe against Old Qin's chest. "Or are you saying you no longer wish to keep this shabby establishment open? Is organized crime still extorting protection money?" Despite years of efforts to eradicate such activities, the existence of such thuggery remains perplexingly persistent. Moreover, in Haixing City, both the underworld and legitimate sectors are nearly under the control of Song Qinglin. Chun Zhixing extracted 2 chopsticks from the holder and struck the table hard, producing a dull thud. After so many years of crackdowns, it seems the underworld is indeed not so easily vanquished, is it? Brother Chong turned, his gaze landing on Chun Zhixing, scoffing derisively. "Who do you think you are? Mind your own business. You dress like a decent person. Why don't you just pay the cleaning fee yourself? Kid, if you don't settle this today, do you think you'll be able to walk out of here?" Chun Zhixing glanced at him dismissively. According to public security regulations, before he could finish, Brother Chong suddenly lunged at him, the steel pipe swinging viciously towards his head. "You think you can threaten me? Do you take me for a fool?" In a flash, Chun Zhixing seized a steaming bowl of noodles and hurled it at his assailant, splattering greasy broth across Brother Chong's face. as Brother Chong cried out in agony. Chen Jixing swiftly maneuvered to his left, thrusting the chopsticks like venomous serpents towards his ribs. Meanwhile, a group of armed individuals suddenly appeared outside, blocking the entrance in mere moments. The blades glimmered ominously in the sunlight, and all eyes were fixed on Chen Jixing. A chill ran down his spine. He realized the implications. Song Qinglin. It could only be him. In Haixing City, only Song Qinglin wielded the power to orchestrate such a spectacle, with influence over both the criminal and legitimate worlds, especially considering he was reputed to be the minister of the underground organization. Did he truly believe that title was a trivial matter? With resources, money, and firearms, the underground realm of Haixing City was entirely under his dominion. Chen Jixing narrowed his eyes, a cold smirk forming on his lips. What is this? Is Mayor Song planning to silence me? Is he that impatient? Brother Chang glared at Chen Jixing coldly. What Mayor Song? I don't know what you're talking about, but you've crossed me. And you're going to give me an explanation today? It appears that Mayor Song can no longer contain himself. Otherwise, he would not have resorted to violence in such a public setting. Brother Chang let out a furious roar as he swung the steel pipe once more. Chen Jixing deftly sidestepped, seizing a nearby stool to deliver a brutal blow to his assailant's knee. The sharp crack of bone resounded through the air, and Brother Chang fell to the ground, howling in agony. Outside, a throng of thugs surged in, their blades gleaming ominously, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Figures began to block the doorway, each brandishing a machete, advancing step by step towards Chen Jixing. With a twitch at the corner of his mouth, Chen declared, "Gentlemen, you must consider your actions carefully. I am the deputy leader of the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission's Special Investigation Team. Should anything happen to me here, do you truly believe you would escape unscathed? When the Provincial Bureau launches a thunderous crackdown, both the Provincial Committee and the municipal government will act decisively, and no amount of protection from Song Qinglin will shield you." Nevertheless, his words failed to deter them. Instead, the men with knives drew closer. Chen Jixing clenched his teeth and bellowed, "Old he, did you purchase a magnifying glass from the Pacific Ocean?" Chapter 38. The Open Assault on Deputy Leader of the Investigation Team, Director Chow Help. Chen Jixing is surrounded by a group of gangsters. You must hurry and bring people over. If you arrive late, you'll only find Chen Jixing's lifeless body. Me? I'm fine. I'm just watching the show from here. It doesn't concern me, or else I wouldn't even be able to call you. He Yang, with his strong Sichuan accent, sat on a nearby bench observing the gathering of thugs outside, having removed his administrative jacket and crouched by the roadside. While he truly wished to assist and was indeed curious about Chen Jixing's situation, he also recognized that this was not the moment to pretend he could handle it. At a glance, there were at least 20 or 30 individuals, all wielding knives. If he rushed in now, he would likely be cut down in a frenzy of blades. Director Chow, please hurry and bring your team. I suspect this is a coordinated attack specifically targeting Chen Jixing. We just encountered a witness, and now we're under assault. Moreover, since we left the prison, we have been followed by a Santana. After finishing his words, He Yang hung up the phone, his brow furrowed in deep thought. He could not comprehend the rationale behind this. Did their adversaries not realize the turmoil that would ensue from murdering Chen Jixing? This was an exceedingly grave criminal act. Politically, such cases would be directly supervised by the highest judicial authorities, with extensive investigative efforts, involving organized crime, corrupt protective umbrellas, and other serious issues would lead to broader investigations and ramifications. Most critically, the assassination of disciplinary inspection personnel is a blatant challenge to national laws and party discipline, and it would undoubtedly face the harshest repercussions, with no possibility of evading legal sanctions. To put it plainly, the highest judicial authorities, the Ministry of Public Security, and the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection would collaborate in supervision. The department would undoubtedly employ ruthless measures to eradicate all organized crime in Haixing City, while the CCDI would thoroughly investigate the accompanying disciplinary issues with an iron-fisted approach, and the highest judicial authorities would impose severe penalties, making public announcements nationwide. The situation would be even more troublesome at the provincial level, where provincial leaders would also face accountability from above, leading to a rather grim outcome. He Yang, squinting at the scene, remained inscrutable in his thoughts. Meanwhile, inside the restaurant, Chen Jixing was charging towards the exit, using a table as a shield. The cramped space left a horizontal table blocking his path, and the sound of knives striking the table echoed ominously. Clenching his teeth, Chen Jixing tightened his arms against the table. The dull thuds of the blades hitting the wooden surface sent jolts through his hands, and as with shavings flew, a glint of cold steel suddenly pierced through a gap at the edge of the table, slicing open a wound on his left arm. Gasping sharply, he kicked over the two thugs in front of him and glanced at his injury. He could hardly see the wound, only the blood pouring from his arm, staining his white shirt crimson. Damn it, what are you doing? Get over here and attack already. How can a defenseless waste like me hold out for so long? What are you all doing? Hurry and take him down. Zhao Chong, witnessing Chen Zhixing's audacious escape, was instantly engulfed in fury, delivering a powerful kick to one of his subordinates. In Haixing City, the underground forces were divided into 3 factions, with the Guishan Peak wielding the most formidable strength. Sheltered by the executive deputy mayor, Song Qinglin, thereby establishing a monopolistic dominance. Over the years, Guishan Peak had garnered Song Qinglin's favor, and now, with Wang Long and the blind man rendered nearly impotent, they merely clung to their last territory. The 4 formidable warriors under Guishan Peak's banner were no ordinary adversaries, with their leader being a notorious figure on the wanted list. He was merely a pawn under the Mad Dog's command. The brazen assault on the deputy leader of the Special Investigation Team underscored their arrogance in this locale. Take down Chen Zhixing, or you shall not return. Zhao Chong recalled the words of Dog Brother, causing a shiver to course through him. Seizing a knife from his subordinate, he pursued Chen Zhixing into the kitchen. In the kitchen, Chen Zhixing braced himself against the door, gritting his teeth as he snarled at the store owner. Is there another exit? The owner, trembling in fear, shook his head. No, there isn't. Chen Zhixing cursed in frustration. Their only option now was to fight their way out. Remaining here would inevitably lead to their demise. Without a doubt, there were individuals planted within the police system. Otherwise, they would never dare to act so brazenly against him. Bang! A tremendous force struck the door, sending Chen Zhixing flying, and pots and pans clattered to the ground in disarray. He rolled forward and, upon regaining his footing, found numerous foes blocking the entrance. Chen Zhixing cursed under his breath. Do they truly wish for my demise? Today, I shall see whether it is I who perishes or them. His youthful fervor surged, igniting his fighting spirit. With bloodshot eyes, he grasped a cleaver from the cutting board and bellowed, Come on, let us see whose bones are tougher, yours or my blade. As his words hung in the air, Zhao Chong spat out a beetle nut, weighed his machete in hand, and lunged toward Chen Zhixing's head with ferocity. Chen Zhixing's heart sank, instinctively raising the cleaver to defend himself. The moment the cleaver clashed with the machete, sparks flew. Zhao Chang sliced horizontally toward Chen Zhixing's wrist, instantly tearing through the flesh of his palm, blood gushing forth, the pain igniting a crimson haze in his vision, adrenaline surging through him. For a moment, he felt no pain. Before Chen Zhixing could react, Zhao Chong's blade descended once more. Chen Zhixing hastily retreated, the tip of the knife grazing his throat, drawing a thin line of blood, while a nearby soy sauce bottle shattered explosively. Damn it! Die! Zhao Chang roared, transforming his slashing attack into a stabbing motion. Chen Zhixing found himself on the defensive. Despite his youth, Zhao Chong was a seasoned thug, and such violence was second nature to him. In a moment of vulnerability, the blade pierced his shoulder. Chen Zhixing felt an intense pain shoot through him, yet this agony ignited his ferocity. Instead of retreating, he charged forward, swinging directly at Zhao Chong's head. If that strike were to land, death would be an inevitable fate. Even the hardest skull would not withstand the blow of Chen Zhixing's bone-slicing knife. Zhao Chong's pupils constricted sharply as he sidestepped, retreating, but Chen Zhixing's blade had already descended. With a swift whoosh, the razor-sharp edge sliced along his arm, leaving a gash of at least 20 centimeters. Blood flowed profusely. Gritting his teeth, Zhao Chang realized that this dogged fiend was fighting for his life. What are you all waiting for? Get in there. Zhao Chong hastily retreated, yet Chen Zhixing, now consumed by madness, grew ever more emboldened in the fray. As he retreated, he pursued with relentless fervor. His erratic strikes danced before the eyes of all, and he advanced forward. Meanwhile, another path in the kitchen revealed an assailant who had circled behind Chen Zhixing. Blades glimmered as they surged from all directions. Suddenly, a searing pain erupted from his back as a knife struck him fiercely. Chapter 39. For power, dare to change the heavens. The blade tore through Chen Zhixing's shirt, and in an instant, blood stained his back a vivid crimson. The pain of his flesh being lacerated surged through his mind, yet it was but a fleeting moment. Adrenaline surged, igniting a fierce warmth throughout his body. He abruptly turned, the bone-slicing knife in his hand cutting horizontally, striking the man squarely in the chest. Several ribs shattered on impact, with bone fragments visibly protruding. Blood streamed from the wound, soaking his shirt. A scream echoed through the kitchen. The owner of Lao Chin restaurant, trembling in a corner, wore an expression of sheer terror. As a mere small business owner, he had never witnessed such a spectacle, especially one that involved bloodshed. Chen Jixing raised the bloodied, bone-slicing knife, his eyes ablaze with fury as he bellowed. "Come on, aren't you here to kill me? Then do it." This display was undeniably shocking. He stood there, the knife still dripping with blood, glaring at the group before him. Having endured 3 blows, those present hesitated to retaliate, overcome by a mixture of fear and respect for Chen Jixing's ruthlessness. Today, the injured were promised 20,000 by Dog Brother. For serious injuries, 100,000. And in the unfortunate event of a death, Dog Brother assured them that their families would be taken care of with 500,000. Zhao Chang's voice reverberated in everyone's ears, igniting a frenzy among the crowd. In Haixing City, the base salary was only around 1,100. And for these small-time thugs with no other source of income, relying on protection fees was their only means of survival. 20,000 for injuries and 50,000 for death. This was a staggering sum. In an instant, the atmosphere became electric, and they surged forward like a pack of wolves. Chen Jixing cursed inwardly, infuriated by the audacity of Dog Brother to dangle such a tempting sum. He barely had 18,000 in savings. Such a fortune was enough to drive them to desperation. His back throbbed with pain, blood trickling down his spine, but he could no longer afford to dwell on it. Damn it, he thought, I'll fight to the end. Gritting his teeth, he swung the bone-slicing knife fiercely at the foremost thug. With a sickening thud, the blade sank deep into the shoulder, eliciting a shriek as the man staggered back. Yet before he could fall, others with rage-filled eyes lunged forward. "Kill him! 100,000! Someone screamed, swinging a steel pipe towards Chen Jixing's head. He sidestepped, the pipe grazing his ear and striking his shoulder, the searing pain momentarily blinding him. Yet he retaliated instinctively, slicing downwards into the assailant's shoulder. A piercing scream erupted, but more attackers surged forward like crazed beasts. Money could transform them into savages. 20,000 was enough to make them risk their lives. 100,000 could send them into a frenzy. Chen Jixing found himself cornered, his back against the cold tiles, surrounded by grotesque faces, with blood painting the wall behind him. "Come on. Even if I die today, I'll take a few of you with me," Chen Jixing roared, wielding his bone-slicing blade with wild abandon, blood splattering everywhere. Yet he was overwhelmed by the sheer number of his adversaries. His arms and thighs were struck several more times, blood gushing forth, and his vision began to blur. Breathing heavily, he leaned on his knee, gritting his teeth and muttering, "Damn it. Am I really going to perish here?" At that moment, Zhao Chang approached, brandishing a cleaver with a sinister grin, saying, "Team Leader Chen, I regret to inform you that today, you must meet your end here. Do you have any final words?" Leaning against the chopping board, Zhao Chang glided his fingers along the sharp edge of the cleaver. The rasping sound against the blade sent chills down one's spine. Chen Jixing slowly raised his head, his eyes stained crimson with blood. Wiping his face, he spat a mouthful of red saliva onto Zhao Chang's face. What appeared to be a mere incident arising from a protection fee was, in reality, a calculated move for silencing him. If one were to consider the situation from another perspective, if Song Qinglin wished to remain undetected, he would resort to eliminating witnesses, particularly Chen Jixing. Once Chen Jixing was dead, the disciplinary inspection team would undoubtedly be temporarily recalled to the provincial capital, allowing Song Qinglin the time to execute his plans, solidifying his ties with the criminal organization. Even if the municipal government of Haixing City faced scrutiny, at least Song Qinglin would evade capture. Thus, this entire affair was, to put it bluntly, a desperate gamble by Song Qinglin, a blatant scheme. As long as Chen Jixing remained in the fray, he was bound to be ensnared. The demise of Chen Jixing would spell catastrophic disaster for the investigation team. Their existence would become untenable. Naturally, once Chen Jixing fell, the incident would be magnified exponentially. But by that time, several months would have already elapsed. Song Qinglin would have completed his machinations. Therefore, Song Qinglin was indeed engaging in a high-stakes gamble. Should he win, he would undoubtedly evade this calamity. And indeed, this proved true. In 2011, Song Qinglin ascended to the provincial capital, appointed as vice governor and minister of public security at the tender age of 42. Even if he retired at 60, he still had 18 years of political career ahead. 18 years could allow him to achieve a meteoric rise. Transitioning from vice governor and minister of public security to provincial party secretary typically requires 10 years at minimum, generally spanning 12 to 15 years. This implies that, should everything go smoothly, Song Qinglin could potentially retire as the provincial party secretary. Thus, for the sake of power, Song Qinglin was undoubtedly willing to gamble boldly. If victorious, he truly had a chance. He was prepared to sacrifice lives to secure his position. What audacity Song Qinglin possessed. Ha ha ha. Cough cough cough. Did you think you could escape? Once the dust settles on this matter, Song Qinglin will undoubtedly emerge as a staunch proponent of cracking down on organized crime. He will ascend the ranks over your fallen bodies. Chen Jixing coughed, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Zhao Chong shook his head, sneering, "This has nothing to do with me. My orders are to bring your corpse back. If I fail to do so, I will face death today. Moreover, the likes of Mayor Song are beyond my comprehension." Zhao Chong let out a cold snicker, grasping the whetstone beside him, sharpening his blade with a menacing fervor directed at Chen Jixing. "If this is indeed your final proclamation, I can only lament the unfortunate conclusion of your political ambitions and career." With the knife raised, Zhao Chong advanced towards Chen Jixing, the blade glinting ominously under the light. "Farewell, Team Leader Chen. Remember, in your next life, never oppose power. It is truly a formidable force." Meanwhile, outside, He Yang regarded Chao Dexian and the loaded handgun of the security team. "Director Chao, hurry up. Don't wait until Chen Jixing meets his end. That would be utterly pointless." Chapter 40. The Kitchen Warrior. Chen Jixing. Chao Dexian rolled his eyes in exasperation, stamping his foot as he gritted his teeth and managed to squeeze out the words, "Enough already. Let me tell you, this matter carries significant weight. Secretary, you is already aware, and so is our chief of police." He raised his hand to loosen the collar of his uniform, his throat constricting as beads of sweat formed on his forehead. "In our profession, there has never been such a thing as a secret. In the minds of those with ulterior motives, this so-called clash of criminal forces has never existed. Everything is merely a reflection of power struggles. We are but cogs in this machine, and we too can be cast aside." His fingers unconsciously stroked the holster of his firearm, his knuckles turning white. Chao Dexian let out a bitter laugh, sighing with resignation as his gaze drifted toward the provincial capital, murmuring, "Can you guess why it is I, the deputy director of this office?" Outside the noodle shop, the undercover operatives from the security team swiftly entered, their 92 Type pistols at the ready, the sound of their tactical boots echoing against the greasy floor. Chao Dexian stood beyond the cordon, the flicker of his lighter illuminating his furrowed brow as the smoke from his cigarette swirled around him, merging with the flashing police lights in the distance. He observed the undercover agents, guns drawn, as they entered the noodle shop, while he remained outside, smoking, his gaze contemplative. Several Santana police vehicles screeched to a halt at the entrance of the noodle shop, the tires screeching against the pavement. The doors slammed shut in rapid succession as fully armed officers poured out, the insignia on their bulletproof vests glinting ominously beneath the red and blue lights. Notably, these officers were all armed with pistols, fully loaded. An atmosphere of palpable tension enveloped the scene. Amidst the din, the commanding officer's voice rose distinctly, "Everyone, load your weapons. Follow me inside. Protect Captain Chen. We must ensure Captain Chen's safety." Over 20 officers, weapons drawn, filled the cramped space with the sound of hurried footsteps. Inside the kitchen, Chen Jixing could clearly see his reflection on the blade and the murderous intent in Zhao Chong's eyes. As Zhao Chong's cleaver drew perilously close to Chen Jixing's throat, a sudden voice erupted in the air, shattering the tension. Bang! The sound of a gunshot reverberated through the confined kitchen, ringing painfully in their ears. "Ah!" Zhao Chang screamed as he collapsed to the ground, the cleaver clattering against the tiles. The undercover operatives surged into the kitchen like a dark tide, their firearms all aimed at the thugs. "Police! Everyone, put your hands on your heads and crouch down." In an instant, the kitchen was filled with the clattering of weapons as the thugs dropped their knives and clubs, creating a cacophony. Shortly after, a group of uniformed city police officers charged in, also armed with pistols. "Hands on your heads," they shouted. "Everyone, crouch in the corner and show us your hands. Otherwise, we cannot guarantee that our weapons won't misfire." The team leader gazed upon Chen Jixing, drenched in blood, and an unsettling sensation surged within him. The head of the municipal police had issued a stringent directive to ensure the safety of Chen Jixing, who served as the deputy leader of the Disciplinary Inspection Task Force. Yet, in such a dire state, how could he justify this predicament to his superiors? Thud, thud, Thud. A series of resolute footsteps approached, parting the crowd like the sea. Chao Dexian strode forward, his police uniform impeccably tailored, the badge emblazoned with the number 000 gleaming under the lights. He exhaled a plume of smoke, which gracefully ascended amidst the haze of gunpowder. Chao Director, Chao Director. Voices called out from either side as Chao Dexian, hands tucked in his pockets, acknowledged them with a nod. He squinted at Zhao Chong, now subdued on the ground, a once arrogant ruffian now reduced to a pitiful figure. His arms restrained by two officers, his face pressed against the blood-stained tiles as he wailed, "I've been shot in the arm. I'm dying. Help me. Please. Someone save me." In a corner of the kitchen, Chen Jixing staggered against the cutting board, blood loss blurring his vision. Yet the sharp sound of handcuffs clicking resonated distinctly in his ears. He Yong rushed to his side, supporting the faltering Chen Jixing. "Are you all right?" With great effort, Chen Jixing lifted his head, a bitter smile tugging at his lips, his voice barely audible. "What do you think?" He licked his chapped lips. "If you don't hurry, I'll be lying here, and then you'll have to beg me not to die." A sudden smile flickered on He Yang's serious face as he draped Chen Jixing's arm over his shoulder, chuckling despite the gravity of the situation. "Even now, you still have the energy for jokes?" Chen Jixing grimaced, the effects of adrenaline waning, allowing the pain to seep in. The surrounding officers regarded him with expressions of profound complexity. Despite the multiple wounds marring his body and his appearance being utterly tragic, one could not deny that enduring such an ordeal among these men showcased his formidable resilience, leaving the officers in awe. With a fierce determination, Chen Jixing stood amidst the chaos, bloodied yet unbowed. His white shirt was thoroughly soaked, the wound on his left arm oozing, dripping onto the ground and creating small crimson blossoms. His right leg trembled slightly, the pant leg slashed open by a cruel blade. Yet, his spine remained resolutely straight. Surrounding him lay a dozen ruffians, blood trickling from his chin to his shoe tips. He stood tall while they lay vanquished. Suddenly, Chen Jixing's gaze sharpened, like the edge of a blade, and a chilling smile curled at his lips. His voice, though hoarse, was as cutting as a knife. "Remember, it is not I, Chen Jixing, who kneels here today, but your master, Song Qinglin. Inform him that Haixing City is not his dominion. He is no emperor of the land. Today, as Song Qinglin causes my blood to spill, I shall demonstrate through my actions that crime must meet its due punishment." After speaking, Chen Jixing lowered his eyelids, struggling to turn his head, and weakly addressed He Yang. "Help me to the ambulance. Why are you still dawdling? If it comes to it, shall I die for you?" He Yang supported him, cautiously moving his feet towards the exit, mumbling, "I thought you were merely putting on a show. Isn't this your moment to shine? Damn, I feel like I'm not going to make it. Come on, my dear friend, you must hold on. Otherwise, Secretary, you will strip me of my very skin, brother. Please, don't die. It's a futile request. You see, I told you, you have to beg me not to die." Chapter 41. The evidence provided by Lu Yu in the hospital. Chen Jixing had endured nearly 40 stitches and was now resting in his hospital bed, while He Yang was reporting the situation to Yu Qinghe. Chen lay on the bed, receiving intravenous fluids in a high-ranking official's ward. A modest yet decent room of approximately 15 square meters, furnished with a single bed, a sofa opposite, and a desk adjacent to the bed. This accommodation was decidedly superior to the crowded 6-person wards downstairs. Gazing at the pristine ceiling, Chen's mind was consumed by the events of the day. After parting ways with He Yang from the Provincial Discipline Inspection Team's convoy, they had proceeded directly to the prison. It was there that Chen discerned the prison warden, Gao Wenzhong, was compromised. However, their conversation suggested that Gao had aligned himself with their cause. Yet, once they departed from the prison, a Santana had begun to trail them, following closely until they reached Old Qin. Chen had intended to stop and scrutinize the vehicle behind them, only to find it halted as well, indicating they were indeed being followed, validating his earlier suspicions. It was almost certain that Song Qinglin was behind this, as only he possessed the power to stifle the special investigation team. With narrowed eyes, Chen exhaled deeply and retrieved a tooth from his pocket, only to discover it had shattered into several fragments. Strangely, the center of the tooth was hollow. Hollow. This implied that something was concealed within. Chen's expression grew grave. With this realization, he raised his voice, calling out, Old He. Old He." Unfortunately, he was tethered to an 4-drip, and the wounds on his body throbbed with excruciating pain, particularly the deep cut on his leg. Come on. What are you waiting for? Speak up, hurry," he urged, his frustration evident. "I may hold a deputy director's title, but please do not treat me like a subordinate. He Yang, equally distressed, had been bombarded with incessant phone calls, his accent thickening with urgency. He was genuinely troubled, having accompanied Chun. He now found himself in a hospital while Chun faced dire circumstances. How could he explain this to Secretary Yu? Just moments ago, you had departed. Yet calamity had struck before he even reached the provincial city. What could he do? He felt utterly helpless. At this moment, calls flooded in from various sources. The Municipal Bureau, the Provincial Department, the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission, the Special Investigation Team, and even leaders from Haixing City, including a member of the Municipal Standing Committee. The last call he had received was from the Secretary General of Haixing City's Standing Committee, leaving him in a state of utter disarray. Where's the magnifying glass you bought? Hurry up and bring it to me. Chen's tone was urgent as he spoke quickly. If there was indeed something within that tooth, it could serve as crucial evidence of Song Qinglin's misconduct. He Yang rolled his eyes, exasperated, and replied, I really can't believe you. Here you go. He retrieved a magnifying glass from his pocket and carelessly tossed it onto the hospital bed. Just as his phone began to ring again, Chun Jixing paid little heed to his attitude. He propped himself up on the bed, grabbed his administrative jacket, and emptied the remnants of tooth fragments onto the surface, examining them with the magnifying glass. As he scrutinized the fragments, he noticed a small piece resembling a scrap of paper, causing him to squint slightly. He gingerly picked it up and inspected it through the lens. The scrap curled tightly, and it was too diminutive to unfold with his fingers. Chen called out again, Lao He. Lao He. He Yang poked his head through the door, visibly irritated. What now, brother? Help me find 2 tweezers. You really have a lot going on. He Yang borrowed a pair of tweezers from the nurse's station, tossed them to Chen Jixing, and hurriedly exited to make a phone call. City officials were en route. It should be noted that although Chen Jixing held the position of a department chief, he was currently the deputy leader of the Provincial Disciplinary Committee's Special Investigation Team. The nuances of borrowing and seconding were tacitly understood. Moreover, the other party's capabilities were evident. Chen Jixing clamped the magnifying glass between his teeth, allowing his eyes to focus on the tightly rolled scrap of paper. He cautiously used the tweezers to unfold it. The scrap measured only a few millimeters, and it was unclear how Lu Yu had managed to conceal it. This foresight significantly reduced the preliminary investigative work for the Special Task Force. The library shelf number was R631240. This was the book's identification number, more accurately, the classification code. The classification code is utilized by libraries for the arrangement, inspection, borrowing, returning, and statistical registration of books. Thus, had Lu Yu merely left behind a book as evidence? Indeed, Lu Yu possessed evidence. Chen Jixing tightened his grip on the tweezers, looking up at the dimming sky outside the window, his reflection revealing a face wrapped in bandages. Lu Yu had endured 5 years of torment for this opportunity to turn the tide. This chance was one that Lu Yu had exchanged for his political career, his freedom, and his safety. It must remain confidential. At that moment, a sharp voice pierced through the door. Secretary Wang. Mayor Nya. Vice Mayor Song. Group leader Chen needs rest. Upon hearing this, Chen Jixing immediately recognized that the municipal leaders of Haixing City had arrived to visit him. Given his current public role, he was, after all, the deputy leader of the Special Investigation Team. Especially after Yu Qinghe's departure, he had assumed the highest position within the team. Footsteps echoed on the floor as 3 figures entered, accompanied by the Vice Mayor and Public Security Bureau Chief in police uniforms, as well as several standing members of the Municipal Committee. 13 individuals filled the cramped 15-square-meter hospital room. Wang Guoqiang, the secretary of Haixing City, carried a fruit basket, placing it on the bedside table, and cheerfully remarked, Comrade Chen Jixing, you have suffered an injustice. As the secretary, I bear responsibility for this vicious incident in Haixing City. Chen Jixing sat on the hospital bed, feigning surprise at the secretary's words. You jest, secretary. The underworld does indeed collect protection fees, and I find myself unfortunate to have encountered them, resigning myself to fate. As he spoke, his gaze shifted towards the individual to Wang Guoqiang's left, an individual clad in a detective's jacket, slender and not exceeding 110 pounds, adorned with silver-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of scholarly elegance. Yet, Chen Jixing understood that this was the very pillar behind Hu Wei, Song Qinglin, a member of the municipal committee and the executive vice mayor. The responsibility for this matter lies with our municipal leadership, he stated. Rest assured, Deputy Group Leader Chen. We will convene a meeting upon our return and ensure that a satisfactory resolution is provided to you. The Municipal Public Security Bureau will also organize operations to combat organized crime, conducting thorough investigations into the underworld forces present in the city. We aim to eradicate all such forces in one fell swoop. Song Qinglin spoke with a grave demeanor, essentially offering a guarantee. However, it was rather intriguing that a mere executive vice mayor was assuming the role of determining the meeting's agenda in place of the municipal secretary. Quite amusing indeed. Chen Zhixing responded with a veneer of politeness. Deputy Mayor Song, your statement is misguided. We must not only dismantle the underworld forces, but also eliminate the protective umbrella that shields them. Only by uprooting the problem can we witness a rise in the populace's sense of well-being. Chapter 42. The flattering curator. The two men, Chun, the deputy group leader, and Song, the deputy mayor, emphasized the title of deputy with great intensity, as if to remind one another of their subordinate positions beneath a higher authority. In retrospect, Song Qinglin's words carried a distinctly provocative undertone. His initial statement, purporting to make decisions on behalf of the city's party secretary, Wang Guoqiang, implied that he was the one orchestrating this meeting. The irony lay in the fact that, despite being a member of the Municipal Standing Committee, he held merely the position of executive deputy mayor, lacking the authority to usurp Wang Guoqiang's decision-making power. The implication was clear. He had come here to confront Chen Zhixing directly. Moreover, his words also served to convey to Chun that the Public Security Bureau was under his influence, suggesting that he had complete control over its forthcoming actions. This piece of information was undoubtedly detrimental to Chen Zhixing, indeed, to the entire special investigation team. An executive deputy mayor wielding considerable power over both legal and illicit matters was a formidable adversary. Chen Zhixing regarded Song Qinglin, who adjusted his glasses, his gaze akin to a venomous serpent lurking in the shadows. As he polished his spectacles, he concealed the chill in his eyes and brazenly remarked, Deputy Group Leader Chun, you are young and talented, but do not emulate certain individuals who, upon entering, have not enjoyed a single restful night. This was an unmistakable threat, delivered openly in front of numerous witnesses, signifying a clear warning. Outside the door, He Yang observed the unfolding situation with quiet scrutiny. Sensing something amiss, he knocked and hurried inside, holding his phone. Group Leader Chun, Secretary Bao from the Provincial Committee, is on the line. Wang Guoqiang promptly seized the opportunity, saying, Then we shall not disturb Group Leader Chen's rest. He cast a meaningful glance at Song Qinglin before leading the other committee members out, like a receding tide. Only the police chief, clad in uniform, lingered momentarily at the threshold before hastily departing. Once the sounds of footsteps faded entirely, He Yang locked the door and quickly inquired, What is going on? He had sensed something was off from outside, prompting him to rush in for assistance. Chen Zhixing was now a key figure under protection, not only with the local police present but also with officers from Haixing City. Song Qinglin likely suspects we possess evidence, He Yang continued, which is why he came to confront us. Our upcoming days will not be easy. Song Qinglin holds significant sway in both the lawful and unlawful realms, and he is backed by Zhao Wei. This indicates that we must not only race against Song Qinglin, but also engage in a battle of wits with Zhao Wei. He Yang's lips twitched in resignation as he questioned, What evidence do we actually have? However, before he could finish his thought, he abruptly turned to Chen Zhixing, swallowing hard, his eyes wide with astonishment. No way, no way. Could it be that you truly possess evidence? When did you acquire such evidence? How come I was unaware of it? Aside from our time at the noodle shop, we have been inseparable. When would you have had the chance to find evidence? Wait, are you implying that during the interrogation of Lu Yu, he actually provided evidence? You're not insane, are you? Chen Zhixing shrugged, the corners of his mouth slowly curling upwards. Who knows, perhaps I possess the gift of foresight. He Yang cast a disapproving glance at him, adopting a serious demeanor yet exuding an air of nonchalance. Ah, indeed, if you could foresee the future, you wouldn't be here. Your so-called foresight is quite impressive. Did you foresee your own injury? Instantly, Chen Zhixing's expression darkened. Get lost. All right then. The city library is a municipal entity. Yet the director typically holds a deputy division chief position under the cultural department. The director, Zhang Dihai, who manages the institution without administrative power, receives a salary commensurate with his title. As he contemplated how much he might lose while playing cards with the deputy director of the Cultural Bureau that evening, an urgent report interrupted his thoughts. Director, Group Leader Chun from the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission has arrived. In an instant, Zhang Dihai dashed downstairs. The frosted glass door of the library swung open, his polished shoes echoing a frantic rhythm against the marble floor. He jogged while hastily fastening the wrinkled buttons of his suit, beads of perspiration forming on his receding hairline, and his old-fashioned gold-rimmed glasses precariously perched on his nose. Group leader Chun, what a commotion this is. He abruptly halted before a wheelchair. A sycophantic smile spreading across his face as he began to rub his hands together. If you need to check some documents, a simple phone call would suffice. There's no need for you to come in person. His words faltered mid-sentence as he caught sight of Chun Zhixing's bandaged hand. His eyes widening in shock as tears welled up. Your injury, oh dear. I suggest we confine those ruffians to the ancient book restoration room, making them copy the complete library of the 4 treasuries every day. Chun Zhixing thought to himself, this obsequious demeanor, if it were in the era of the anti-Japanese war, would undoubtedly mark him as a quintessential traitor. Chun Zhixing gestured for He Yang to present his credentials, while Zhang Dihai bent down with a spring-like motion, the back of his suit humorously lifting. Oh, no need for such formality. The leaders from the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission are here to guide our work. It's an honor for our entire library. His ingratiating smile was so exaggerated that it appeared he might lay himself down before Chun Zhixing's wheelchair, allowing him to roll over him. Chun Zhixing's lips twitched, unable to look on any longer. This flattery is rather excessive, is it not? With a resigned sigh, he stated, Director Zhang, there is no need for such courtesy. I am merely here to look up some materials. Upon hearing this, Zhang Dihai bent even lower, his ingratiation reaching new heights, his weathered face breaking into a beaming smile. No need for courtesy. Group Leader Chen, please mind your step. Our library is an old building designed by Russian experts, and the thresholds exude a sense of bureaucratic formality. Hearing this, both Chun Zhixing and He Yang couldn't help but grimace. Your actions are far more indicative of bureaucratic tendencies. No, you merely serve to highlight my own bureaucratic demeanor. Chun Zhixing helplessly rubbed his forehead and directly stated his intention. Director Zhang, could you kindly assist me in locating the book numbered R631240? The most astonishing part is yet to come. As Chun Zhixing uttered the call number, the 50-something librarian suddenly executed a pirouette, dashing towards the ancient books section with his protruding belly, resembling a plump squirrel that had just discovered a pine cone. After taking 3 steps, he recalled something. Swiftly retreating to the front of the wheelchair, nodding and bowing. Please hold on. I shall fetch it myself. The shelf starting with R is on the 3rd floor, and I will climb up for you. Chun Zhixing. He Yang. The safety team. In that moment, Chun Zhixing grasped why the 2007 Code of Conduct for Public Institutions had to introduce a clause prohibiting excessive hospitality. He Yang, resting his hands on the handles of the wheelchair, sighed deeply. Old Chun, just look at this. It starkly highlights the absurd sycophancy exhibited by petty bureaucrats in the face of authority. Chapter 43. A battle of words and probes surrounding a book. Zhang Dihai vanished around the corner of the staircase with the speed of a sprinter, his leather shoes thudding heavily against the wooden steps. Chun Zhixing and He Yang exchanged glances, each recognizing the absurdity reflected in the other's eyes. This old rascal. He Yang smacked his lips. I bet he never sprinted this fast, even when competing for the position of curator back in the day. Chun Zhixing scoffed. If it were you, I suspect you would be nearly as swift. After all, this position, despite its rank, holds no real power. Distanced from the center of authority, and with no leader ever gracing this place, the prospect of forging connections with superiors is bleak. One can only await retirement, which is, in truth, more despairing than simply aligning with the wrong faction. At least aligning with the wrong faction signifies that one once stood close to the epicenter of power. He Yang merely sighed, saying nothing. The disciplinary committee, the tales witnessed, and the excuses heard are far too numerous. The wheelchair creaked over the aged wooden floorboards. The scent of camphor mingled with dust from the ancient book section on the 3rd floor, causing Chun Zhixing to squint. At the corridor's end, Zhang Dihai was bent over, rummaging through the R section of the bookshelf, his suit tail ensnared by cobwebs. Eureka! Zhang Dihai suddenly straightened, holding aloft a modest copy of Capital, his voice brimming with delight. He scampered over to Chun Zhixing, bending forward, cradling the book with both hands and presenting it with utmost reverence. As Chun Zhixing received the tome, he spoke slowly. I will temporarily take this book. Someone will return it later. Zhang Dihai beamed, exceedingly deferential. No problem at all. We have plenty of this book on our shelves. If the leaders fancy it, we have more in our collection. The implication was clear. If it is liked, there is no need to return it. This book is hardly a precious item, as the library incurs losses monthly, rendering it inconsequential. What truly matters is the ability to cultivate a favorable relationship with the leadership of the special project using a mere 30 or so yuan, an exceedingly worthwhile exchange. Chen Jixing leafed through the book, finding it devoid of substance. Of course, he surmised as much. If the evidence were so overt, it would have already fallen into Song Qinglin's hands, and they would not be here searching for it. At that moment, Zhou Jigang approached swiftly. Addressing Chen Jixing, "The municipal committee's vehicle has arrived." Chen Jixing narrowed his eyes. The municipal committee's vehicle? Their route diverges from that of the committee. They are headed in opposite directions. What purpose could the committee's vehicle serve here? He Yang moved to the window, and Zhang Dihai hurried to take a glance as well. His legs nearly buckling. Mayor Song. No, Deputy Mayor Song visits every month on this day to review documents. Chen Jixing raised his gaze, a smile lingering on his lips, and exchanged astonished looks with He Yang. Deputy Mayor Song would come here to review documents? I suspect the document review is merely a pretense. The true purpose is to seek evidence. After all, in matters such as these, the suspicious Song Qinglin would trust no one. This is a matter of great significance for his political career. He Yang raised an eyebrow, a subtle smile gracing his lips. As Chen Jixing observed the entrance, the rhythmic sound of polished leather shoes against the wooden floor heralded the arrival of Song Qinglin, whose scholarly and elegant figure appeared at the doorway, prompting an immediate smile from him. Team Leader Chun, what a fortuitous encounter. It seems we meet again. Dressed in a meticulously pressed navy administrative jacket, the executive vice mayor adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses with his left hand while carrying a briefcase in his right, as if he had just stepped away from a meeting at the municipal government. In truth, it was clear to everyone that he had likely rushed over here immediately after the gathering with the city committee. Mayor Song, Chen Jixing said, handing a book to He Yang while his wheelchair glided forward by half a meter, regularly reviewing materials each month. Such a commendable habit of learning. Song Qinglin narrowed his eyes, peering at the book in He Yang's hand, his curiosity piqued. Capital? A deputy leader of the Discipline Inspection Commission perusing capital? Song Qinglin understood well the adage that unusual circumstances often harbor hidden motives. With a half-smile, he remarked, Team Leader Chun, you truly are dedicated. Coming over to read despite your injury, and choosing to delve into capital no less. He then shifted his tone, speaking casually. Perhaps Team Leader Chun might consider parting with it for a moment? I, too, wish to broaden my knowledge. As a leader, understanding the essence of capitalism is crucial. One must know what capital desires in order to administer effective remedies. What do you think, Team Leader Chen? Song Qinglin recalled the phone call he had received just 10 minutes prior. The prison warden, Gao Wanzhang, had defected to Chen Jixing's side, even facilitating a private room for Lu Yu, which had effectively stripped him of control over Lu. However, the silver lining was that just when he was about to eliminate the threat posed by Lu Yu, the latter had suddenly mentioned the city library before losing consciousness. Upon receiving the call, he had rushed over. While en route, he received a text message from an informant, ostensibly for protection, but in reality, a surveillance operative within the municipal bureau monitoring Chen Jixing. This further solidified his suspicion that Lu Yu possessed incriminating evidence linked to the city library. Now, with Chen Jixing holding capital, his suspicions deepened. Could it be this very book? Thus, Song Qinglin's current probing ensued. Chen Jixing nodded and turned to He Yang, saying, Lao He, let Mayor Song have a look. Though He Yang was uncertain of Chen Jixing's intentions, he complied and handed the book to Song Qinglin. Chen had previously examined the book, and it contained no evidence. At least, he presumed that if there were any evidence, it would not be so overt. Otherwise, Song Qinglin would have discovered it long ago. If not by Song Qinglin, then certainly by others. Song Qinglin's mind was evidently elsewhere as he casually flipped through the pages. Yet he retained the book in his grasp without returning it. Team Leader Chun, perhaps this book would be better kept with me for now? His voice was gentle, yet carried an undeniable authority. I am currently researching Marx's theory of surplus value and could use it as a reference. Clearly, he intended to claim the book for himself. Even in the absence of evidence, the disdain for Chen Jixing is quite palpable, and this encapsulates Song Qinglin's sentiment. To his surprise, however, Chen Jixing shook his head resolutely, declaring, I fear that may not be the case. Song Qinglin's smile deepened, taking on a more playful nuance as he slowly remarked, Oh, is Director Chen so reluctant? Might it be that this book contains evidence sought by the task force? To me, it seems nothing more than an ordinary publication. Chen Jixing nodded in agreement, affirming, "Indeed, it is merely an ordinary book, nothing particularly remarkable." Yet, his tone shifted dramatically, and his gaze sharpened with intensity. "I do not take kindly to others encroaching upon my possessions. For instance, if someone were to attempt to steal my girlfriend, I would undoubtedly ensure their demise. Or, if someone were to usurp the secretary position that Mayor Song rightfully deserves, would Mayor Song simply acquiesce? If that were the case, I must say, is Mayor Song perhaps rather ineffectual? My apologies, Mayor Song. I tend to be rather blunt. Please do not take offense. My intention is not to label you as inept, but rather to imply that you are. Ah, this is not quite what I meant. I meant to convey that you are. My sincerest apologies, Mayor Song, for my clumsiness. Please do not be angered." Chapter 44. I await the opportunity to outmaneuver you with a favorable wind, while you linger in anticipation, waiting for death, perhaps? Chun Jishing brazenly and openly insulted Song Qinglin. It was as if he was directly berating Song Qinglin to his face. The expression on Song Qinglin's face stiffened slightly. He had not encountered such an intriguing adversary in ages. How audacious to point a finger and insult him. Since he embarked on his political career, no one had ever dared to act in such a manner. Now, someone had the audacity to insult him directly. This was an unprecedented occurrence. Regardless of his position as a member of the Standing Committee of the Haixing City Municipal Party Committee, a legitimate deputy department-level official, he was being scorned by Chun Jishing. A mere district-level official. This was not merely a matter of disrespecting authority, it was a flagrant affront. It was utterly outrageous. Yet, he found himself powerless. Chun was the deputy leader of the Special Investigation Team. Although his personal rank did not exceed Song Qinglin's in the realm of the Disciplinary Committee, the hierarchy was paramount. The Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission's Special Investigation Team bore the authority of the Provincial Committee. Not even a department head could evade scrutiny. Chun's demeanor was starkly different from the profile presented in the documents. The records had not indicated that he possessed such sharp wit. Song Qinglin narrowed his eyes. A smile that was neither genuine nor warm played on his lips, yet his gaze shifted from calm to sinister, darkening ominously. Seated in his wheelchair, Chun Jishing replied with a disjointed response. Indeed, much like a certain individual who appears genteel, yet manipulates both the underworld and the elite behind the scenes. My role is to offend, and if I have offended Mayor Song, I can only offer my apologies. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps approached. Song Qinglin's secretary, Bai Shu, rushed over and whispered something in his ear. Simultaneously, Chun Jishing's phone rang. Upon answering, a voice emerged from the other end. "Director Chun, this is Wei Sun, the secretary of the Municipal Committee. Due to today's events, the municipal secretary is quite upset and has convened a meeting. We hope you can attend to provide guidance." The secretary of the Municipal Committee is often regarded as the chief steward of the committee. In this realm of power, although he ranks lower, he is frequently the most trusted aide of the municipal secretary. The fact that the secretary personally called signifies the will of Secretary Wang Guoqiang. Understood. Wei. After hanging up, Chun Jishing caught sight of Song Qinglin's countenance, which had darkened. It seemed he too had not anticipated Secretary Wang Guoqiang calling for a meeting at this juncture. Bai Shu had just reported this matter. It appeared that Director Chun was also required to attend the meeting. "Why not ride with me to the municipal committee?" Song Qinglin extended the invitation. "I wouldn't dare accept a ride in Mayor Song's vehicle." Chun Jishing suddenly grinned, revealing blood-streaked teeth. "What if the brakes fail on the way? As an injured individual, I cannot endure a second mishap." On the surface, Song Qinglin displayed no signs of displeasure, yet he turned and departed. In this verbal sparring match with Song Qinglin, it appeared that Chun Jishing had gained the upper hand. However, Song Qinglin was not one to relent easily. He was no pushover. As the impending change of leadership approaches, Song Qinglin has his sights set on the mayoral position. This endeavor is far from straightforward. Should he ascend to the role of mayor, he would not only resolve the issue of his official rank but also achieve a significant status as the head of the municipal government. This would bring him a step closer to the paramount authority of the party secretary. Chun Jishing is acutely aware that Song Qinglin is willing to go to great lengths for power, unafraid to take any action necessary. Watching Song Qinglin depart, Chun Jishing narrowed his eyes and calmly instructed, "The reporting channel for the investigation team should have yielded some clues. Please check in with Yun Shui. After all, the reports from concerned citizens may lead us to uncover vital information." Chun Jishing is waiting for a case that could decisively implicate Song Qinglin. If his memory serves him correctly, last year, the catastrophic mining accident at Hangzhou Coal was suppressed by Song Qinglin's influence. In truth, this tragedy resulted in the loss of 45 lives, yet the official report submitted to the provincial committee stated that only 2 fatalities occurred, attributed to worker negligence. This is merely the data disclosed by the authorities. In reality, the incident qualifies as a particularly severe accident, an event of the highest magnitude. Such occurrences draw significant attention from the central authorities, and should accountability be pursued, local government officials and relevant personnel would face serious repercussions, including but not limited to dismissal from their posts and potential criminal charges. The crux of the issue lies in the fact that Song Qinglin is responsible for production safety, which is why he sought to bury this incident. However, many bereaved families have expressed their outrage and have filed appeals, though their current whereabouts remain unknown. It is rumored that some have escalated their grievances to the capital, yet they have been effectively silenced, and their fates are still shrouded in mystery. Chen Jixing has tasked Yun Shui with generating awareness, ensuring that the residents of Haixing City are informed of the provincial disciplinary inspection team's arrival, with the aim of drawing out this issue. Once actual cases surface, the path to resolution will become significantly clearer, particularly if attention is drawn to reports claiming to be from Hangzhou Coal. In the second conference room of the municipal committee, Chen Jixing entered to find a considerable assembly present. The standing committee members were in attendance, alongside Su Daoguang, the deputy mayor and police chief, and himself, forming the core of this meeting. Among them were also key figures from the police department. Chen Jixing took a seat in the audience, alongside several deputy directors of the police department. However, the party secretary, Wang Guoqiang, seated at the head of the table, smiled and addressed him. Group leader Chen, please take a step forward. Clearly, Chen Jixing's place was not meant to be in the audience. According to protocol, following the arrival of the provincial disciplinary inspection team in Haixing City, group leader Yu Qinghe would typically engage in a profound and incisive dialogue with the party secretary. However, this was not the case, as Yu Qinghe has returned to the provincial committee, leaving Chen Jixing's rank and status insufficient for such an engagement. As Chen Jixing maneuvered his wheelchair to the conference table, Wang Guoqiang cast a glance at Song Qinglin, contemplating that this meeting was indeed aimed at him, and the outcome remains uncertain. You behave quite well, pretending to be a formidable figure. Do you truly believe that we are unaware of your clandestine activities? Comrades. As Wang Guoqiang began to speak, everyone instinctively straightened their spines. I shall refrain from reiterating today's events. Wang Guoqiang tapped his fingers against the table, launching into an impassioned critique. How has the social order in our Haixing city deteriorated to such an extent? Criminal elements brazenly assaulting individuals in the streets, openly threatening the safety of deputy head of the investigation team, Comrade Chen Jixing, and instilling considerable panic among the citizens. This signifies that our efforts in combating organized crime through the Municipal Anti-Black Office and the Public Security Bureau over the years have been a resounding failure. Upon hearing these words, Chen Jixing suddenly realized that Wang Guoqiang was leveraging this incident to exert pressure on Song Qinglin. On the surface, it appeared as a mere summary. Yet all present were shrewd enough to discern the underlying message in Wang Guoqiang's words. This incident has also revealed certain individuals within our ranks who, while ostensibly complying with the provincial committee's directives, have, in reality, taken them lightly. The provincial committee has repeatedly emphasized the importance of eradicating organized crime. Have certain individuals truly acted on this? What purpose does the Municipal Anti-Black Office serve? In light of such a serious incident, do you believe you are fulfilling the responsibilities entrusted to you by the party and the people? Wang Guoqiang, exhibiting an unusually assertive demeanor, left no ambiguity in his words, clearly targeting specific individuals. Chen Jixing narrowed his eyes, finding the situation rather intriguing, a conflict within the ranks. Given this, he did not hesitate to stoke the flames further. Clearing his throat, Chen Jixing stated, Secretary Wang, regarding this matter, I hope the municipal committee provides the special investigation team with a reasonable explanation. Otherwise, I will suspect that certain individuals present here are colluding with these so-called criminal elements. The evidence recently acquired by the investigation team has now been compromised, and I suspect that this so-called clash with organized crime is orchestrated by certain individuals. Their objective is to impede the investigation team's progress. This is a blatant act of defiance against the organization. Chen Jixing leaned forward, his arm resting on the conference table, surveying the room before continuing in a cold tone. May I question whether this constitutes a flagrant challenge to the organization's scrutiny? Could it be that certain individuals, fearing exposure, have resorted to such tactics to save face? Although my personal rank may be insufficient, I represent the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission. Since I am present, I do not stand alone, but rather embody the authority of the commission. This is a matter of public interest and must be handled as such. Chen Zhixing dared to assert that the purpose of this meeting was not pure. Certainly, it was advantageous for him at this moment. Song Qinglin understood the implications clearly. Chen Zhixing was using this meeting as an opportunity to orchestrate his own downfall, while Wang Guoqiang, well, that was an old conflict. Since Leader Chen is so concerned about safety, perhaps we should have the police officers from the municipal bureau set aside their current tasks to provide protection solely for you. Under such stringent safeguards, I assure you that within a meter of Leader Chen, not even a mosquito shall dare to intrude. Song Qinglin subtly mocked Chen Zhixing's fear of death. Chen Zhixing retorted on the spot, while I may fear for my life, I fear even more the prospect of failing to capture significant offenders. In contemporary times, I find myself apprehensive that certain influential figures may have bribed law enforcement officers, jeopardizing my very existence. The Special Investigation Team possesses a security unit, rendering Vice Mayor Song's goodwill unnecessary. Just as I was about to finish my thought, Chen Zhixing's phone rang. Without a hint of decorum, he answered the call on the spot. What? Evidence has been found. The entire leadership of the municipal committee could potentially be held accountable? Understood. I shall return immediately. Chapter 45. A list and her with a swift utterance. All eyes in the room converged upon Chen Zhixing. The atmosphere grew heavy with tension, especially at the mention of potential accountability for the entire municipal party committee, a notion that sent shivers through the hearts of those present. Song Qinglin directed a gaze tinged with coldness towards Chen Zhixing. While others might have been oblivious to the implications, he certainly was not. Had evidence regarding their actions been uncovered? After ending a phone call, a knowing smile graced Chen Zhixing's lips as he addressed the leaders. My apologies, esteemed officials. The Special Investigation Team's tip-off hotline has uncovered some leads, and I must return to clarify matters. His words ignited an atmosphere of profound anxiety among several members of the municipal committee. Their concern was not the nature of the leads discovered, but rather the potential repercussions for themselves. With the upcoming leadership transition, they feared it might adversely affect their positions. A sense of foreboding settled over Song Qinglin as he coldly remarked, Deputy Team Leader Chen, any developments from the Special Investigation Team ought to be communicated with our municipal committee, as this is a matter of procedure. The emphasis on deputy served as a reminder to Chen Zhixing of his subordinate status. A playful smile danced upon Chen Zhixing's lips as he retorted with a scoff. My apologies, Vice Mayor Song. But according to the regulations on the inspection of party discipline cases, any investigation involving important issues or members of the same level party committee must indeed be reported to the same level committee, necessitating communication. However, the issues we've uncovered do not qualify as significant leads, thus the standard procedure does not strictly require notification to the municipal committee. A blatant refusal. In front of all the members of the municipal committee, he had openly dismissed him, employing work regulations as justification. This was a clear indication of his disregard. Who in attendance was unaware of whom the Special Investigation Team was probing? How could leads pertaining to Song Qinglin not be deemed significant? Was he attempting to pull the wool over their eyes? Oh, and Vice Mayor Song, allow me to interject. My point is, if there were indeed significant leads, they should be communicated with the leadership team, rather than just you. With those light words, Chen Zhixing effectively darkened Song Qinglin's countenance. It was as if he were on the verge of delivering a sharp slap across Song Qinglin's face. Such was the naked disdain and implicit assertion. I am investigating you, Song Qinglin, but what can you do about it? Seated at the head of the table, Municipal Party Secretary Wang Guoqiang narrowed his eyes, a smile that was neither here nor there playing on his lips as he regarded Chen Zhixing. He had investigated Chen Zhixing's background, only to discover from the Municipal Organization Department that he lacked the necessary clearance, which resided with the Central Organization Department. Subsequently, he had leveraged his connections, exerting considerable effort to obtain Chen Zhixing's dossier, which boldly stated, Central Cadre Selection. A graduate of Beijing Political Science and Law University in 2003, and personally received by Elder Zheng. As the Municipal Party Secretary, Wang Guoqiang was no one to be trifled with. Yet, delving deeper, he stumbled upon an exceedingly terrifying truth. Yu Qinghe is also a student of Elder Zheng. Upon discovering this, he refrained from further investigation as it touched upon Elder Zhang. His courage had not yet reached such heights. Thus he convened this meeting, primarily to express his stance to Chen Zhixing, affirming his allegiance to him. Moreover, the Provincial Committee's standing member and secretary of the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission, Bao Wenrui, is set to retire next year, and it is highly probable that Yu Qinghe will succeed him. Furthermore, it is quite likely that one of Elder Zhang's students will come to assess the situation from the organization department. This signifies that the Executive Deputy Secretary of the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission, Yu Qinghe, may ascend to the roles of Provincial Committee, Standing Member, and Secretary of the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission. This would be a direct promotion. Notably, the likelihood of an Executive Deputy Secretary being directly elevated to the Secretary of the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission is merely 20. With most transitions occurring through interprovincial exchanges or by taking other deputy ministerial positions. This further solidified Wang Guoqiang's alignment with Chen Zhixing. Of course, Chen Zhixing remained unaware of these developments. Wang Guoqiang rapped the table, issuing a final ultimatum. Comrades, in accordance with the directives from the Provincial Committee and the anti-corruption regulations of the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission, it is the duty of every party member and cadre to cooperate with the investigation work of the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission. I advise certain individuals not to underestimate the Secretary. Personally, and on behalf of the Municipal Committee, I fully support Team Leader Chen in his quest against corruption. Chen Zhixing cast a surprised glance at Wang Guoqiang. Well, it is only natural to contemplate. As being overshadowed by an executive deputy mayor must have left Wang Guoqiang feeling somewhat constrained. One could even describe it as absurd. Wang Guoqiang looked at Chen Zhixing, his face radiating goodwill as he remarked, Team Leader Chen, the secretary of the Linqing Municipal Committee, is a fellow alumnus from my party school, and he recently gifted me some exquisite preaching Ming Longjing tea. Chen Zhixing pondered for a moment, as everyone present heard their phones ring. Yet Wang Guoqiang still chose this moment to invite him for tea? Clearly, he had something to discuss. Song Qinglin observed the two. Their interaction resembling something akin to an illicit affair, his expression darkening like the bottom of a pot. Chen Zhixing suddenly broke into a smile. Since Secretary Wang has extended an invitation, how could a mere department head like myself refuse? Please, Secretary Wang. Their conversation unfolded openly before all, clearly aligning with Chen Zhixing. Song Qinglin's gaze was ominous. A municipal committee secretary alongside a deputy leader of a special investigation team was a configuration that was difficult not to regard with suspicion. Chen Zhixing let out a deep sigh, feeling helpless, as he perceived this time as merely a countdown to his political career. He wished only to focus on his investigations, devoid of entanglements in local power struggles. He was even contemplating drafting a resignation letter for the municipal organization department today. Indeed, the higher government of Zhizhou County is Haixing City, so submitting it directly to the municipal organization department would yield the same result. In the municipal secretary's office, Wang Guoqiang poured a cup of clear, luminous Longjing tea and presented it before Chen Zhixing. Chen Zhixing had no intention of engaging in local power struggles. He did not touch the cup of tea, instead smiling as he remarked, Secretary Wang, your invitation to my office surely entails more than merely enjoying this cup of tea, does it not? Wang Guoqiang did not underestimate Chen Zhixing before him. The information he had uncovered was substantial enough to warrant a complete gamble. Secretary Wang expressed that gambling is a form of wisdom. Although Haixing City is merely an ordinary prefecture-level city, the rapid development has given rise to numerous corruption cases, ensnaring many in the vortex of wealth. Team Leader Chen, let me be frank. Song Qinglin is a persistent worry for me and also a parasitic pest draining the lifeblood from the populace. I am aware that you have just arrived and are hindered by a lack of evidence. Hence, I possess a list that you may investigate. I assure you, every name is accurate. Wang Guoqiang rose and retrieved a book from the file cabinet behind him. Team Leader Chen glanced over and was astonished to find it was Das Kapital. Could Lu Yu have replaced the evidence with Marx's work? Chen Zhixing could not help but entertain this suspicion. Wang Guoqiang extracted a somewhat yellowed list from the book and handed it to Chen Zhixing. Chen Zhixing took the list and began to read. The names included Zhang Jingguo, Director of the Social Security Bureau, Li Chang, Director of the Finance Bureau, Liang Xiaolong, Director of the Construction Bureau, Lin Jia, Director of the Poverty Alleviation Office, Li Weiguo from the Intermediate People's Court, and Su Daowang, Vice Mayor and Police Chief. 6 names glaringly displayed on the aged paper. Chun Jixing glanced at it and set it aside, shaking his head slightly. The individuals provided by Secretary Wang share a common trait. They have all served as secretaries to certain influential figures. They are also core members and confidants of the interest group led by Song Qinglin. Chun Jixing's finger rested on Zhang Jiangwo's name as he spoke softly. The Social Security Fund case. Li Chong, financial fraud case. Liang Xiaolong, occupational crime. This entire series is well within my knowledge. Thus, Secretary Wang, how about sharing something I do not know? For instance, a single individual could implicate a substantial number of others, or perhaps a particular case could unearth a myriad of wrongdoings. Wang Guoqiang's pupils contracted sharply, a tempest of emotions swirling within him. He swallowed hard, his gaze filled with astonishment. Wait, if his memory served him correctly, this special investigation team had been established for less than 72 hours, hadn't it? In this brief span, they not only apprehended the principal criminal of Jiping County, but also captured numerous others, causing a significant stir within the local political sphere. Officials from the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission were still investigating deputy-level officials and below. The reason they had not yet targeted those at the director level was that Jiping County currently only had 2 such officials, a county magistrate and a chairman of the Political Consultative Conference. The issue is, with the arrests made in Jiping County, how could you possibly know the situation in the city so thoroughly? No. Could it be that you have been reborn? How can you be so well informed? It has barely been any time since your arrival, and you can already name their crimes? Did they meet you, as if they had violated some heavenly decree? Are you here to collect their debts? He took a deep breath, for Chun Jixing's calm tone rendered him unable to maintain his composure. This was utterly absurd. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Guoqiang's expression grew complicated. Following Chun Jixing's line of thought, he finally uttered a name after a lengthy pause. Director of the State-Owned Asset Supervision and Administration Commission, Deng Rong. Wang Guoqiang had been keenly observing Chun Jixing's expression, a sudden pang of apprehension striking him. Could it be that he was aware of Deng Rong's existence? Although this was a well-known fact within the political circles of Haixing City, it was merely an acknowledged secret among the leaders. Chun Jixing began to ponder. Deng Rong. A name he not only recognized, but one that resonated profoundly with him. Most importantly, Deng Rong, like himself, was a graduate from the same cohort of the Beijing University of Political Science and Law, and was also a central government-selected talent. Indeed, she belonged to the same batch as him. However, the case she was entangled in was undeniably monumental. Comrade Chun Jixing, I will only discuss matters regarding Deng Rong within this office. Outside this door, I cannot be held accountable. It was evident that even the esteemed municipal party secretary, Wang Guoqiang, approached this matter with utmost caution. Chun Jixing nodded, fully aware of Wang Guoqiang's reluctance to speak. For Deng Rong was unequivocally a ticking time bomb, one capable of detonating the entire political landscape of Haixing City. Deng Rong, the director of the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission, was a woman who ascended through the ranks by virtue of her allure. In the political arena of Haixing City, she navigated with remarkable dexterity, her web of connections spanning the municipal party, the city government, the People's Congress, and the Political Consultative Conference. Can one fathom the multitude of individuals who would be implicated should a woman who rose to power through her charm face exposure? Chapter 46. Old friends. A sudden pang struck Chun Jixing's heart as he cast a complex glance at Wang Guoqiang. That silent gaze seemed to question how Deng Rong, once a distinguished graduate, had succumbed to the whirlpool of corruption. On the day of the graduation ceremony, Deng Rong had spoken as the representative of outstanding graduates, her white shirt adorned with the party emblem gleaming strikingly in the sunlight. At that time, she was considered an exemplary figure among them, the most radiant among their cohort of central selected personnel, even earning high hopes from Elder Zhang. Yet, who could have anticipated that Deng Rong would now? Indeed, Deng Rong was undeniably beautiful. During her time at the University of Political Science and Law, she embodied both wisdom and beauty, maintaining her integrity. There was not a hint of scandal surrounding her. She was intelligent and astute in social affairs, recognized as the belle of every department in the university. Secretary Wang, I sincerely hope you are jesting with me. Chun Jixing inhaled deeply. After 4 years as classmates, he truly wished to believe that Deng Rong had not metamorphosed into this. He recalled the debates they had participated in, where Deng Rong had eloquently triumphed over her opponents, and he still remembered the debate topic when faced with corruption among classmates. Should you, as a disciplinary inspector prosecutor, prioritize punishment or rehabilitation? Wang Guoqiang smiled wryly. Comrade Jixing, I too wish I were jesting. Yet, the reality is absurd. Comrade Deng Rong and you belong to the same cohort of central selected personnel. By law, you should apprehend her. By sentiment, after 4 years of camaraderie. If not brotherly love, at least there is a bond. I know this is challenging for you, but this is the reality. Chen Jixing moved his lips slightly, but ultimately could not voice his thoughts. His voice emerged hoarse. Could you kindly provide me with her phone number? Wang Guoqiang nodded and promptly summoned his secretary, instructing them to write down a number for Chen Jixing. In his previous life, after Hu's downfall, he had ceased to follow this matter, with details about Song Qinglin only relayed later by his secretary. As for Deng Rong, he was genuinely unaware, hence his shock now. He remembered that in his former life, Deng Rong occupied the position of the director of the Provincial State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission. During an investment promotion event, she had attended as a representative and had even hinted at her own circumstances. At the time, he had dismissed it as a mere jest from an old classmate. Now it appeared she had long since crossed a point of no return. Comrade Jixing, I am your senior. Calling me uncle would not be inappropriate. I wish to convey that you must not jeopardize your career for the sake of so-called friendships. The first lesson of the officialdom, loyalty is but gilded ballast. It appears respectable, yet is worthless when weighed against interests. Bonds of affection serve merely as stepping stones. Once the door opens, they are discarded. The political arena serves as a mirror, and when it shatters, it is irreparable. The overarching message, those who awaken will survive. I'm quite curious about everyone's perspective on the survival rules within the political sphere. In the realm of politics, those who assist you may not necessarily value friendship, and those who cherish friendship may not be able to assist you. What is the essence of political camaraderie? It resembles the moutai served at banquets. It appears dignified when raised in a toast, but once the gathering concludes, it becomes mere dirty dishes awaiting cleansing. Chen Jixing pressed his lips together and nodded. Thank you, Secretary Wang, for your sage counsel. Wang Guoqiang was quite pleased with Chen Jixing's demeanor, admiring the emotional intelligence displayed by the young man. In stark contrast to his own offspring, whose intellect he often found lacking. At times, he wished he could cleanse his child's mind, pondering whether it had perhaps been dulled by ignorance. After watching Chen Jixing depart, Wang exhaled deeply, feeling a sense of relief and delight as he settled into his leather office chair. He retrieved his phone and dialed a number, intending to expose the issues surrounding the Shishan mine, urging the families involved to present the evidence they possessed to the light of day. After ending the call, he gazed at the ominous sky before the impending storm, murmuring to himself about the approaching deluge that seemed to be sweeping into the city. Feeling unwell, He Yang gently pushed Chen Jixing through the courtyard of the municipal committee, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. It was likely that Chen had been targeted during the meeting. He was well aware of the usual protocol. Such matters were typically resolved by Yu Qinghe, given that they involved local power struggles, beyond the purview of those at their bureaucratic level. During the meeting, Secretary Yu had called, inquiring whether the armed police should be deployed, implying that evidence was necessary to combat corruption, whereas counterterrorism did not require it. After all, the Special Investigation Team was backed by the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission, and any misstep could be seen as a slap in the face to them. As the commission held the status of a deputy provincial-level unit, they had crossed a line. Moreover, the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission was renowned for its independence and authority, standing alongside the Provincial Party Committee, the Provincial People's Congress, the provincial government, and the Provincial Political Consultative Conference, occupying a pivotal role in provincial oversight. Chen Jixing looked up at the imposing gates ahead and spoke slowly. Where is the evidence? Secretary Bao stated that in order to establish a significant case, we must have solid proof. Otherwise, our position is untenable. He Yang remained silent, merely guiding him towards the exit. Inside the municipal building, countless eyes were undoubtedly fixated on the scene unfolding below. Chen Jixing had become a veritable powder keg, capable of igniting at any moment. To put it bluntly, with Yu Qinghe's departure, the power that Chen wielded in the anti-corruption campaign had been magnified exponentially. He could assert that someone was guilty, and with a mere suggestion of cooperation in the investigation, the question arose, would one comply or not? Refusal to cooperate? That would equate to resisting organizational scrutiny. Such resistance would surely jeopardize one's prospects for advancement. Did you just mention having evidence? Chen Jixing suddenly inquired. He Yang rolled his eyes, feigning indignation, and exclaimed, Hey, what do you mean by that? Are you implying I deceived you? Come on, am I that kind of person? Moments earlier, the hotline managed by Yun Shui had received a call from someone claiming to be a relative of a victim from the Xishan mine disaster. Chen Zhixing had been following the incident, which had reportedly resulted in 2 fatalities, but it appeared there was more to the story. Chen extended his hand, forming a A4 gesture while raising his thumb. He Yang scratched his head in confusion. What does that mean? 4 or 5 people died. Chen remained silent. But He Yang's eyes widened in realization, halting in his tracks. No way. Do you mean to say that 45 individuals have perished? He. How could they dare? 45 lives. How could they suppress this? If I recall correctly, this matter has been reported to the provincial committee, and the news office of the provincial propaganda department mentioned only 2 individuals. If it is indeed 45, this constitutes a particularly grave incident. Who granted them such audacity? Chen Zhixing scoffed. Why not take a guess? What gives Song Qinglin the audacity to attempt to take my life? Once this matter is exposed, not a single person in Haixing City from top to bottom will escape unscathed. Essentially, all the principal leaders would have to resign. He Yang swallowed hard, still in a state of shock. This case is our breakthrough. You should lead the investigation, and no matter who we uncover, we must show no leniency. He Yang. His expression grave? Asked, and you? Chen Zhixing pondered for a long while, then, with a slight limp, rose from his wheelchair, lighting a cigarette. Thick clouds of smoke enveloped him as he took a deep drag, exhaling through both his nose and mouth. I need to meet an old friend. If this old friend cooperates, perhaps, within a week, everything will be settled. Chapter 47. The Torn Justice Deng Rong. Currently the Secretary of the Party Committee and Director of the State-Owned Asset Supervision and Administration Commission of Haixing City. Graduated in 2003 from the Jingqing University of Political Science and Law. After passing the selection process in the latter half of that year, he officially commenced his career in 2004. In February 2004, he served as a clerk in the Enterprise Division of the Municipal Economic Commission. By September 2005, he participated in a citywide special project for auditing state-owned enterprises, uncovering 230 million yuan in off-the-books assets belonging to a certain group. In March 2006, he was exceptionally promoted to Deputy Director of the Enterprise Reform Division at the State-Owned Assets Commission, following a special assessment by the Provincial Organization Department for Young Cadres. He was appointed in March 2007 as the Secretary of the Party Committee and Director of the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission of Haixing City. With such a resume, it is hardly an exaggeration to refer to him as the youngest functional cadre at the provincial level. The next step would likely involve an appointment as a county mayor or county party secretary, preparing for further advancement, or perhaps a transfer to the municipal party committee. At this moment, Chen Zhixing stood at the entrance of the Yulan Xiangxie community after reviewing the materials. Yulan Xiangxie is a prestigious residential area in Haixing City, known for its stringent security. Chen Zhixing was halted at the entrance by a security guard. Upon presenting his work ID, the guard's expression shifted dramatically, and he promptly allowed him to pass. The elevator ascended directly to the top floor, where Chen Zhixing stood before the door, inhaling deeply before ringing the bell. Footsteps echoed from within, and the door opened slightly, revealing Deng Rong's face through the crack. Clad in casual home attire, her hair loosely tied back, she appeared somewhat haggard, with a bruise visible on her neck. You have come quite quickly. I underestimated you, my old classmate. Is this a personal visit or a professional one? Deng Rong remarked coldly, her tone unfriendly upon seeing Chen Zhixing's unwelcome visage. The arrival of the Provincial Disciplinary Inspection Team in Haixing City was common knowledge, with the 4 leadership teams personally welcoming them. Yu Qinghe, as the head of the Special Investigation Team, had convened a meeting to reiterate the provincial directives on anti-corruption and integrity. As the director of the State-Owned Assets Commission, Deng Rong naturally attended. In a mere day, Chen Zhixing, a rising star within the Discipline Inspection Circle, had dismantled the corruption network led by Hu Wei in Jiping County, earning him the notorious moniker Little Yin Wang, which had spread throughout the political landscape of Haixing City. Sister Rong, it has been 3 years since we last met, and you leave me standing at the door? Aren't you going to invite me in for a glass of water? Chen Zhixing said with a cheerful smile. After a moment of hesitation, Deng Rong ultimately stepped aside, allowing him entry. Upon entering, Chen Zhixing surveyed the spacious and impeccably tidy interior, which would remain stylish even 2 decades hence. Now, shall we discuss whether this is a matter of public interest or personal affairs? Deng Rong leaned against the wall, arms crossed, her gaze fixed on Chen Zhixing. She was acutely aware of his intentions and his current standing, and she should maintain a degree of caution. Chen Jixing smiled, raising his gaze to meet hers. It must be said, Deng Rong was indeed stunning. With her striking features, she could effortlessly captivate the entertainment industry. Standing at 1.8 meters, her figure was both alluring and commanding, and even in loose home attire, her fierce yet enchanting aura remained unmistakable. Sister Rong, after all these years, you remain as straightforward as ever. Chen Jixing withdrew his gaze and settled onto the sofa, casually pouring himself a glass of water from the cup on the coffee table. Both official and personal matters exist, he remarked. Deng Rong let out a cold laugh and took a seat opposite him, her long legs elegantly crossed, her eyes sharp. Do you think it's appropriate for the Provincial Disciplinary Committee's Special Investigation Team to visit the Director of the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission at night? Not at all, Chen Jixing admitted candidly, but some matters are unsuitable for discussion in the office. Deng Rong narrowed her eyes, a slow smile forming at the corners of her mouth as she retreated to another room. When she emerged, she tossed a small blue pill into the glass of water before Chen Jixing. Leaning back against the sofa, he inadvertently touched a wound, wincing in pain. Sister Rong, it's been years since we last met, and you're starting off by drugging me. Is that really appropriate? Deng Rong approached him, taking a seat beside him, her hand gently caressing his cheek, her chest pressing against his. Her lips brushed against his ear as she exhaled softly. A tingling sensation coursed through Chen Jixing's ear. Just as he was about to respond, Deng Rong's voice, as melodious as a lark, interrupted him. Since you've already said that it's not suitable for office discussions, those who come to my home follow this routine. With that, she retrieved a remote control. Turning on the television, which displayed not a program, but rather an intimate scene of Chen Jixing and Deng Rong. Deng Rong leaned closer. Her home attire's buttons deftly undone by her slender fingers, revealing a glimpse of alabaster skin. An air of flirtation enveloped them, as if they were on the brink of igniting a spark. One of Deng Rong's hands rested upon Chen Jixing's chest, causing him to shiver. If this continues, I might commit a fundamental error. Such errors are intolerable. I am the deputy leader of the Special Investigation Team. If I cannot control myself, I might soon find myself in the interrogation room. One must be steadfast, he thought. Chen Jixing turned away, rising to approach a display shelf, his gaze falling upon a trophy. Sister Rong, you still keep this trophy? The base of the trophy boldly proclaimed, champion of the 2003 Law Department debate competition. That debate, held years ago, had been unprecedented in its stature, featuring judges from the Supreme Prosecutor's Office, the Supreme Court, the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection, and the Organization Department. Chen Jixing had represented the opposition, while Deng Rong stood for the affirmative. I remember your core argument was that all individuals are equal before the law, and that punishing corruption is the bedrock of social fairness and justice. You asserted that our status as classmates should not serve as grounds for exemption, and selective enforcement would lead to societal skepticism towards fairness and justice. Deng Rong scoffed, her long, fair legs draped over the coffee table as she lit a cigarette, exhaling a cloud of smoke. Back then, a bunch of naive youths, who had yet to step into the political arena, debated whether to punish severely or to save. Don't you find it amusing? Haha. Chen Jixing, try to empathize. If you were one of those four leaders, wouldn't it feel akin to watching a circus performance? A group of uninformed youths on stage argued heatedly, each fervently defending their stance from a legal and disciplinary perspective. Deng Rong took a deep drag from her cigarette, erupting into laughter, only to be choked by the smoke. Yet, amidst her coughing fits, she continued to laugh, tears streaming down her face as if recounting an utterly ludicrous tale. She forcefully extinguished the cigarette in a crystal ashtray, her fingers trembling slightly. With a sudden motion, she tore open the collar of her loungewear, revealing a grotesque bruise on her collarbone. Do you see this? Last week, while delivering items to my superior, his wife struck me with an inkstone. Staggering to the liquor cabinet, she seized half a bottle of whiskey and drank directly from it, the amber liquid trickling down her chin and into her collar. The trophies from the debate competitions? I currently have 8 displayed in my office. She violently knocked over a display rack, the clattering sound resonating alongside her manic laughter, though her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Do you know what they call me behind my back? The mobile toilet of the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission of Haixing City. Her face contorted with rage as she shouted at Chen Jixing, pointing towards the government building. Every office within that building boasts certificates of integrity. At last year's commendation ceremony, 9 out of the 12 directors seated in the front row are now on your disciplinary committee's list. aren't they? She kicked aside a trophy base that had rolled to her feet, exposing the worn inscription of fairness and justice. When you proclaimed that everyone is equal before the law. Cough. Why didn't you mention that equality extends to the leaders' beds? Deng Rong seized Chen Jixing's tie, dragging him to the window, her alcohol-laden breath nearly brushing against his earlobe. Now you want me to account for my actions? Chen Jixing remained silent, allowing her to unleash her fury. The once demure girl, adorned with rectangular glasses, had completely lost her way. There was no turning back. Deng Rong laughed maniacally, tears spilling from her eyes as she yanked open a drawer, but it refused to budge. Cursing under her breath, she kicked it over and finally pulled out a stack of documents, hurling them at Chen Jixing's face, her expression a mask of fury. Depressive disorders, PTSD. Uterine fibroids. Here's the evidence of your violations. Her fingers, stained with the color of her nail polish, pressed against her temple. It's all here. Do you dare to file a case? The Provincial Disciplinary Committee's Rising Star versus the Mobile Toilet. What an explosive scene for a crackdown on illegal activities. Chapter 48. Tonight. Unveil the heavens. PTSD, known as post-traumatic stress disorder. What has she endured over these past 3 years? A series of cases starkly reveals the unimaginable trauma that Deng Rong has suffered during this time. Chen Jixing lowered his gaze to the scattered reports on the floor. His voice hoarse. Sister Rong. Deng Rong collapsed, crouching on the ground, indifferent to her disheveled state. Her broken body had long since lost its value to her. Death. Countless times she contemplated leaping from this place, yet each time, she found herself miraculously surviving. Instead, she faced unimaginable retaliation or, perhaps, punishment thereafter. As Chen Jixing crouched down, his hand barely brushed against Deng Rong, and she shrieked, retreating into the corner, her voice echoing like a cuckoo lamenting in despair. Don't touch me. I'm dirty. I'm unclean. I'm filthy. I'm nothing but a mobile restroom. With a heavy heart. Chen Jixing struggled to fathom what could have transformed this once vibrant young woman, who had dazzled on the debate stage, into her current state. He could scarcely imagine the events that had driven her to this point. Chen Jixing, you can arrest me. I beg you, just take me. I'll tell you everything you want to know. I have proof, all the evidence you need. I can tell you whose it is. You can either arrest me now or kill me. Chen Jixing remained silent, feeling an oppressive weight settle upon him. An indescribable sensation akin to a boulder pressing against his heart. He moved to the side of the sofa, extracting a cigarette from the pack, but at that moment, Deng Rong, in a frenzy, lunged at him, knocking him to the ground. As he fell, a sharp pain radiated from the wound on his back. He could feel it threatening to burst, surely using blood. Yet, Deng Rong seemed oblivious, sitting atop him, weeping and shaking her head violently, tears flying in disarray. No. You can't smoke. You mustn't smoke that. Suddenly, Chen Jixing snapped to attention, gripping her arm tightly, demanding, is there something wrong with this cigarette? It was then that he noticed the multitude of needle marks densely scattered around her elbow vein. Needle marks. Chen Jixing's mind raced with the horrific implications. Have you been using drugs? Or are they controlling you with substances? Deng Rong shook her head frantically, remaining silent, only able to cry. Chen Jixing's heart plummeted into despair as he turned to glance beneath the television cabinet, where he spotted a syringe affixed with tape. Taking a deep breath, a chilling glare filled his eyes. The notion of using drugs to control a director at the ministerial level of a state-owned enterprise was utterly unconscionable. This was lawlessness. Simply outrageous. Chen Jixing suddenly pushed aside Deng Rong, staggering to his feet. The wound on his back throbbed painfully, his shirt clinging to his skin. Blood seeping through. Yet he paid no heed to his injuries, rushing a few steps to the television cabinet, snatching the syringe. A few drops of murky liquid remained in the needle, shimmering with a sinister hue under the light. Who gave this to you? His voice was hoarse, his hand gripping the syringe trembling slightly. Deng Rong collapsed onto the floor, her long hair disheveled and obscuring her face, her shoulders heaving violently. Suddenly, she laughed, a harsh, ragged sound akin to sandpaper. Does it matter? After all, I've been ruined for a long time. Chen Jixing, I am a wretched person. Don't waste your time on me. A mobile toilet. Ha ha ha. There isn't a clean spot on my body. My life has been destroyed by them. Destroyed. Chen Jixing seized her wrist, the needle marks on her elbow glaringly evident, some scarred, others still bruised. His voice emerged from clenched teeth. Deng Rong, you graduated from a prestigious law school. You are the youngest department-level official in Haixing City. Did you ever think, when you vowed to uphold the dignity of the law during that debate, that you would end up like this? Dang Rong abruptly lifted her head, her eyes red and brimming with tears, yet twisted with maniacal laughter. Dignity of the law? Chen Jixing, tell me, where is the law? She pointed toward the government building outside, her nails almost digging into her palm, her voice a seething growl. How many people in that building recite reports by day and count money by night? How many proclaim to serve the people while treating them like livestock behind closed doors? Do you think I wanted to become like this? In a fit of despair, Dang Rong tore at her clothing, revealing countless scars on what should have been fair skin. The first time they dragged me into a hotel, I resisted, and the next day, I was transferred to the archives for 6 months. The second time, I thought I was clever, but they drugged me. By the time I woke up, they had photos and videos in their possession. Later, they realized that drugs were more effective than pictures. I am now worse than a dog. At least a dog can bark, but me? I don't even have the right to make a sound. She grabbed a bottle of liquor and took a swig, the liquid mingling with her tears. Chen Jixing's chest heaved violently as he wrested the bottle from her grasp and smashed it to the ground, shards of glass scattering. He grasped Dang Rong's shoulders, speaking deliberately. Names. I want all their names. Dang Rong stared at him blankly, then suddenly reached out to touch his face. Her fingertips icy. Her eyes were devoid of light, filled only with boundless despair and resignation. Little king of hell, do you know why they dare to act so recklessly? She leaned closer to his ear, her breath laced with the scent of alcohol, because the skies of Haixing City have long since darkened. A flash of lightning split the sky, and torrential rain began to pour outside. Chen Jixing, from the moment I was dragged into the hotel while crying out, I realized there was no turning back. They have never regarded me as human. After they discovered I was a central government selected official, their madness only intensified, as everyone sought to dominate me. Yet the one I truly desired was you. I have waited 4 long years for you. Why have you not confessed your feelings? Had you done so, I would not have faced such a tragic fate. I even bit off a deputy mayor's. You have no idea how exhilarating that night was for me. However, subsequently, they resorted to drugging me, injecting substances that confined me in a small dark room, aiming to annihilate my will both mentally and physically. Chen Jixing's teeth ground together in fury, his anger surging to the heavens. The guilt towards Dang Rong consumed him entirely. He felt as though a power drill was penetrating his temple, burrowing into his very brain. Each word of Dang Rong's anguished cries transformed into barbed hooks, tearing apart his memories of that girl, her high ponytail, the one who had reduced the opposing counsel to stammering in the mock court, into a bloody mess. Xiao Chun, this time in the mock trial, victory is assured for me. Just wait for your plea for mercy. Xiao Chun, I am hungry. Accompany me for a late-night snack. Xiao Chun. It turns out that during the celebratory feast of that debate competition, her moist eyes, filled with unspoken words as she tugged at his tie under the influence of alcohol, represented his last opportunity. Yet, he callously dismissed her with the words, "You've had too much to drink," leaving the girl, who had spent 3 hours preparing her makeup, alone in the hotel lobby. Reflecting on it now, he would slap himself awake in the middle of the night, cursing himself for being a beast. Suddenly, the sound of a key turning in the lock broke the silence. Chen Jixing turned sharply to see a casually dressed youth with yellow hair swaggering in. The young man twirled his keychain, chewing gum. Upon noticing Chen Jixing, he paused momentarily, then scornfully exclaimed, "What? There's still someone here?" He then winked at Chen Jixing, grinning as he inquired, "Brother, I heard this woman holds a position of power? They say it only costs $600 to. Well, isn't it shameless for a high-ranking official to sell herself? But I like it." Chapter 49. Direct call to the capital. 600 yuan. For sale. Each word pierced through Chen Jixing's sensitive and fragile nerves like a dagger. A dignified deputy-level leader, the esteemed director of the Municipal State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission. Yet, now, even a mere thug dares to insult her at will. Rage surged within Chen Jixing, erupting like a volcano, consuming him in an instant. "Get lost." He growled through gritted teeth, his eyes ablaze with fury. The blood seeping from the wound on his back clung to his shirt, yet it paled in comparison to the excruciating agony in his heart. He fixated on the multitude of needle marks in Dang Rong's elbow, each bruise a blatant affront to the dignity of the law, while the syringe stuck to the TV cabinet felt like a slap in the face, ringing in his ears. Controlling a deputy-level official with drugs. This audacious crime made his temples throb violently. He loathed himself, despised his past cowardice, and regretted his prior ignorance of the sordid realities. The most torturous feeling was the paralyzing helplessness of awareness. Drug manipulation, X-rated videos. The vice mayor's severed genitals pieced together a corruption network he knew existed but could scarcely sever. The flippant remark of 600 yuan for a high official brutally laid bare the harshness of reality. These maggots would not even grant her the last shred of dignity. Chen Jixing clenched his teeth so hard they creaked, yet he had to suppress the urge to kill on the spot, for anger could not remedy systemic decay. This suffocating awareness of malevolence, knowing it was monstrous yet unable to uproot it, infused his fury with a despairing severity. Damn it! If you've played your game to the end, why deny others their turn? Is this what you call a transaction? Yes, not even yours. Why the urgency? Damn it! Chen Jixing roared like a beast, disregarding his injuries as he seized a nearby bottle and smashed it against the thug's head. The thug's hair instantly turned crimson. He felt a wave of dizziness, scarcely believing he had been struck by a patron. As he blinked open his eyes, where had the man gone? In the next blink, the patron held a knife to his throat, eyes filled with bloodlust. The thug trembled, swallowing hard, fear evident in his gaze, hurriedly offering a forced smile. Cough, cough, cough. Brother, don't be like this. Enjoy yourself. I won't disturb you any longer. Just add time. What's the rush? Really? The thug thought. I usually don't bow my head. It's a matter of principle. But now, principles were in the hands of the other, and judging by his demeanor, he truly looked capable of murder. He did not wish to die. The thug fled, scrambling away. Chen Jixing took several deep breaths, struggling to quell the inferno within his heart, gazing at the desolate Dang Rong sprawled on the ground, tears brimming in his eyes. Hand over the evidence you possess, and I assure you, I will make them pay a bloody price. I guarantee they will face the full force of the law. After an agonizing moment, Dang Rong wiped away her tears and rose abruptly, forcefully toppling the television onto the floor. From the shards, she retrieved a USB drive wrapped in a plastic bag. Silence enveloped the room as neither spoke, the atmosphere in the living room returning to tranquility. Chen Jixing held the USB drive, uttering no words, and turned to leave. Upon reaching the door, he paused. I will strive to issue the arrest warrant overnight. At least such an incident as tonight will not recur. Sitting on the floor with her back to him, Dang Rong's voice was hoarse. Little Yama. Chen Jixing stifled a sob, his voice strained and rasping. I am here, always. Little Yama, if I die, remember to visit me every year. Chen Jixing clenched his teeth, his shoulders trembling. That won't happen. Everything will be all right. I'm leaving. Wait for me. As his footsteps faded into the distance, Dang Rong finally turned, daring to gaze at the spot where Chen Jixing had stood, and broke into heart-wrenching sobs. The sound of her cries echoed mournfully in the rainy night. Little Chen, may I still call you Little Chen? Little Chen, I fear I may not wait for you any longer. Emerging from the community gate, Chen Jixing radiated a chilling aura. Observing him alone in the rain, He Yang swiftly exited his vehicle, unfurling an umbrella to approach him briskly. Noticing Chen Jixing's forlorn demeanor, he jested. Oh, have you just come from a beauty's abode? Why do you look as if your heart has been shattered? Could it be your first love? Come on, smile a little. Brother, don't wear such a glum face. Speak to me. You're covered in wounds and drenched. Do you not fear infection? Let us return to the hospital. Chen Jixing walked with his head down, lost in thought, seemingly oblivious to He Yang's words, his gaze vacant. The arrest warrant. Let the Provincial Discipline Commission issue the detention order. Apprehend Dang Rong. He Yang, unable to hear his murmurs, inquired with confusion. What? Suddenly, Chen Jixing erupted, seizing He Yang by the collar and forcefully pushing him against the car, resembling a beast in fury. I said to immediately notify Secretary Bao and Secretary Yu. Apply for the detention order. Protect her. For God's sake, protect her. This was the first time He Yang faced Chen Jixing's wrath. Although he understood the reason behind it, witnessing Chen Jixing in this state, enraged, in pain, and teetering on the brink of despair, was overwhelming. It was a loss of control, a dual descent into emotional and psychological turmoil. Calm down. He Yang grasped Chen Jixing's wrist, lowering his voice. It's futile to direct your anger at me. Dang Rong is a cadre at the division level. To act against her, we must follow procedure. Chen Jixing forced a cold laugh through clenched teeth, enunciating each word with intensity. They control division-level cadres with drugs, and you dare speak to me of procedure. With a thunderous boom, his words reverberated, and a blinding flash of lightning pierced the dark sky, illuminating the astonishment and shock on He Yang's face. Chen Jixing's voice was hoarse, akin to sandpaper scraping against itself. If that pack of beasts dares to insult her with a price of 600 tonight, tomorrow they will not hesitate to plunge a syringe into the next official's arm. The shrill ring of He Yang's phone broke the tension. He struggled to suppress his fear and trembling body, his jaw quivering as he uttered a sound. Hello? He Director, you must leave at once. 3 vehicles are approaching your direction, heading straight for you. The provincial armed police are on their way. Hurry back to the guest house and meet with old Chow. I am en route, just 2 kilometers away. His pupils constricted sharply, his voice turning piercing as he spun around, flinging open the car door and shoving Chen Jixing inside, disregarding the injuries she bore. The moment He Yang returned to the vehicle, he turned the key in the ignition, flooring the accelerator as he sped towards team leader Zhou Jigang. Meanwhile, in the back seat, Chen Jixing had already dialed a number. How could a central cadre be treated in such a manner at the local level? Did they truly believe that those of us with Zheng at the beginning of our titles could be so easily bullied? The call was directed to old Zheng. This call reached the very heart of power in the capital. Chapter 50, Violent Intervention. In the capital, within a courtyard residence, the hour was late. And as an elderly man, Elder Zheng had already retired for the night. However, a sudden phone call jolted him awake. Despite his retirement, Elder Zheng maintained a personal secretary. And even while indulging in leisurely pursuits, he was always accompanied by personnel from the security bureau for his safety. Ordinarily, after 7 o'clock, he would entertain no guests and refrain from answering any calls. All matters would be summarized and reported by his secretary the following morning, unless a significant incident occurred that warranted waking him. Yet, this call came from Chen Jixing on his private line. Elder Zheng's private number was a rarity. Not even some provincial secretaries possessed it. This illustrates the weight of the connection he had established with this group of students. As the phone rang, he fumbled in the dark for his glasses, switched on the wall light, leaned against the bed, and finally glanced at his phone. The contact read Chen Jixing. Why was he calling at such an hour? In that instant, Elder Zheng sensed that something was amiss. No one would reach out to him at this late hour. Particularly not someone in Chen's position as the deputy head of the Special Investigation Team of the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission. With the authority he held, there was little he could not resolve, unless there was a pressing need to disturb him at this hour. Otherwise, labeling Chen Jixing as someone who was bypassing protocol would be unwarranted. Elder Zheng. Chen's voice was low, tinged with a hint of choked emotion and inexplicable grievance. There was a brief silence on the other end, lasting 3 seconds. Elder Zheng's voice abruptly rose an octave. You little rascal. Do you have any idea what time it is? He aimed to diffuse Chen Jixing's thoughts with his own anger, urging him to maintain his composure. After all, with Elder Zheng's stature, one could hardly imagine him losing his temper easily. Chen Jixing's mind swiftly cleared, his knuckles whitening as he gripped the phone, casting a glance at the USB drive in his palm. His hoarse voice filled the confines of the car. Elder Zheng, the 2003 Central Selection student, Dang Rong. Elder Zheng perhaps understood that what Chen was about to reveal could disrupt the political landscape of Chantian province, his expression turning grave. He tossed aside the silk quilt and made his way to the living room, where a secretary brought him a cup of tea, the handle of the porcelain cup facing his right hand. Just as he reached for the cup's pointed top to place it on the coffee table, he was startled by Chen's voice, which suddenly erupted in his ear. From the same cohort, having been personally received by you, you once remarked that she might be a rising star in the judiciary. The 2003 graduate of Capital Politics and Law University, Central Selection student Dang Rong. She has fallen victim to a corrupt network in Haixing City, manipulated by an interest group led by Song Qinglin through drugs and coercive videos. This corrupt network is controlling mid-level officials with narcotics. Just tonight, thugs showed up demanding 600 yuan for a sex transaction with Dang Rong. Preliminary findings suggest that Dang Rong was raped, forced into transactions, coerced into drug use, and compelled to engage in illegal activities. They have manipulated her psyche and degraded her dignity through prostitution. Elder Zheng. Chen Jixing suppressed his seething rage, envisioning the inhumane torment endured by Dang Rong, his jaw trembling. He clutched the doorknob tightly, veins bulging in his arms, blood seeping from the wound on his shoulder. The girl who once wore a school uniform, her smile radiant, began to merge in his memory with the distraught secretary of the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission of Haixing City, as well as the youngest county-level official in the province. Through gritted teeth, he growled, Old Zheng, please, take charge. Bang. Far away in the capital, Old Zheng heard Chen Jixing's anguished accusation, the lid of his porcelain cup suddenly crashing to the floor, shattering into countless fragments. The lenses of his reading glasses reflecting a furious glint. However, before Old Zheng could respond, a voice erupted from the phone. "Joe, where the hell are you? 3 cars are tailing us relentlessly. If you don't hurry, we're going to die a second time today." He Yang, seated in the driver's seat, roared into the phone, contacting Zhou Jigang, who was on loan to the Provincial Disciplinary Inspection Commission's Special Investigation Team for security duties. Die a second time. This crucial piece of information caught Old Zheng's attention. He activated the speakerphone, wrapped his fingers on the table, and his aide hastily approached. "Old Zheng, immediately investigate what transpired in Haixing City today. Leave no detail unexamined." Old Zheng's face darkened, his eyes behind the lenses glinting with cold resolve. The secretary felt a sudden jolt in his chest, bowing his head slightly. 10 minutes. As he turned to leave the living room, he emanated a formidable aura. A call was initiated from his mobile phone, swiftly gathering intelligence from Haixing City beneath this vast web of power. Chen Jixing's trembling jaw continued to utter words. "Old Zheng, we..." Bang. Before he could finish, a black SUV violently collided with their vehicle's rear. He Yang swerved the steering wheel, the tires screeching in the rain-soaked road. The sound of the crash and the agonizing screech of tires pierced through Old Zheng's ears, his expression turning frigid. Holding the hands-free phone, he returned to his bedroom, donned a Zhongshan suit, and swiftly instructed the secretary who re-entered the living room. First, urgently contact the secretary of the Provincial Party Committee. Second, prepare a vehicle to the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection. Third. The elder abruptly seized the red landline phone, his tone chilling. "Connect me to Secretary Wei of the Political and Legal Affairs Committee in Haixing City." 2 vehicles with smoking hoods rendered the stormy night far from tranquil. When the second SUV struck again, Chen Jixing glimpsed the glint of a blade swaying behind the windshield. He understood that Song Qinglin intended to send him to his demise. In his possession were not only the evidence Liu Yu had concealed for so long, but also a bomb that could be detonated at any moment. Should Deng Rong divulge information, the ramifications would undoubtedly extend far beyond Haixing City, potentially implicating high-ranking officials in the province. To assassinate a deputy leader of the Provincial Disciplinary Inspection Commission, Song Qinglin was acutely aware of the implications and the consequences that would ensue. Yet, even in the realm of counterterrorism, the only casualty will be the one hailed as the minister of the underground organization, Guoshanfeng, and undoubtedly, all will be implicated. Song Qinglin has already discreetly established contact with political brokers to transfer his assets. Should the situation arise, he will have avenues to escape through special channels. As long as he remains uncaptured, there will always be a way. This encapsulates Song Qinglin's resolve to sever all ties. Meanwhile, on the other end of the line, a heart-wrenching cry erupted from Old Zheng. "Jixing! Chen Jixing!" Bang! Following the third sound, Old Zheng's pupils abruptly constricted. This is the sound of gunfire. Someone has opened fire. The elderly man, who had long since departed from the corridors of power, has now resolved to intervene with violence. Simultaneously, on the top floor of the Yulan Xiangxie residential complex, Deng Rong stood before the rain-soaked floor-to-ceiling window, her fingertips caressing the remnants of a debate trophy. She gazed down at the flashing police lights below, a smile gracing her lips. "Little Chen, this time, I shall triumph over you." With a flick of her finger, the shards of glass fell into the abyss 28 stories below. Behind her, the security door was being violently battered by a hydraulic breaching tool, creating terrifying indentations. Chapter 51. Lin Shanhe faces disciplinary action, emergency meeting. After the initial impact, Chen Jixing found himself disoriented, his phone having flown away into the unknown. His head collided with the glass, leaving him in a daze. The glass had shattered, and a gash adorned his forehead, blood trickling down as excruciating pain jolted him into clarity. A glance over his shoulder revealed 3 unmarked SUVs encroaching from different angles. Has Lao He survived? Chen Jixing gasped, kicking the back of the driver's seat with urgency. He Yang flashed a grin, then growled, "If they're alive, how could I possibly perish? Damn it!" He cursed vehemently. Are these lunatics unaware of the consequences of murder? Can they truly bear the weight of their actions? He Yang quickly attempted to start the vehicle, but the engine refused to respond. Cursing under his breath, he scrambled out of the driver's seat, using all fours to navigate to the side of the car. Chen Jixing followed suit, both men seeking refuge behind the vehicle as gunfire erupted around them. Where the hell did these people get their firearms? He Yong shouted in frustration. Chun Jixing gritted his teeth. His expression contorted. The provincial department's firearm case remains unresolved. The Huawei case is linked to the provincial department's loss of weapons. This means that the guns they wield likely belong to that very batch. With no choice but to remain concealed behind the car, the grim reality dawned upon them. Stepping out would surely result in their demise. They could only wait for Zhou Jigang and the safety team to arrive. Suddenly, the gunfire ceased, and the rain-soaked street was illuminated. Chen Jixing and He Yong looked up, relief washing over them. Zhou Jigang had arrived. Suppressed their fire. As the vehicles blocked the road, members of the safety team disembarked, taking cover behind the car doors, and opened fire on the assailants emerging from the 3 SUVs. The sound of gunfire echoed relentlessly. Chen Jixing and He Yong found themselves caught in the crossfire, yet remained sheltered behind the vehicle. In such perilous moments, it was prudent to remain still. Advance, Zhou Jigang bellowed, and immediately, one of his men took the driver's seat, shifting into gear and moving at a snail's pace, while others utilized the vehicles as shields to inch forward. Shell casings were ejected, clattering to the ground, their sounds drowned out by the gunfire. 3 vehicles, 15 adversaries. Within moments, half had fallen, the remaining half unarmed. After 3 minutes of fierce exchange, the threat was neutralized. Zhou Jigang rushed over, relief flooding his features upon seeing the 2 unharmed. Captain Zhou, I apologize. If I had borrowed the car, this wouldn't have happened. It's my fault. He Yong's guilt was palpable as he bowed his head. Secretary, you had specifically instructed him to ensure Chen Jixing's safety. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily on him. If Chen Jixing were to perish, so too would his career, though that was a secondary concern. Chen Jixing patted his shoulder with a reassuring smile. It's not your fault. It can only be said that the individuals behind this are utterly deranged, orchestrating such a street gunfight. After a brief pause, Chen Jixing turned to He Yang and inquired, Old He, have you notified the police? What did they say? He Yang rolled his eyes and retorted impatiently, Brother, we were both attacked together, and my phone is still in the car. You expect me to contact them with my life? As he spoke, he walked towards the vehicle, retrieving his phone to contact the municipal police department. Zhou Jigang approached with an umbrella, positioning it over Chen Jixing's head. Chen Jixing expressed his gratitude and lit a cigarette. Having just exited Deng Rong's residence, he found himself embroiled in a gunfight, indicating that this was a premeditated act. No, it must be that someone had been surveilling Deng Rong's residence, which explains their swift arrival. Was Song Qinglin's group so fearful of me discovering Deng Rong? Or was it that he intended to kill me all along, and today was merely a fortuitous encounter that led to this misunderstanding? The probabilities of both scenarios seemed substantial, leaving Chen Jixing uncertain as to which hypothesis held the truth. Captain, there's a yellow-haired guy here, still gasping for breath, one of the officers reported. Yellow-haired? Instantly, the image of the yellow-haired man from Deng Rong's house flashed in Chen Jixing's mind. He promptly opened the car door and rushed to the scene. Sure enough, on the ground lay the yellow-haired man, gun in hand, a bullet wound piercing his chest, dead beyond any doubt. This yellow-haired individual was indeed the one who had appeared at Deng Rong's home. But this raised another question. Was this yellow-haired man specifically sent to check if he was present? The interest group seemed particularly concerned about Deng Rong. This implies that the evidence Deng Rong provided. Wait, where's my phone? I was just on a call with my teacher. Moreover, the USB drive I had earlier is also missing. Chen Jixing inhaled sharply, quickly returning to the vehicle to search for his phone and USB drive. The USB drive was paramount. He opened the car door and rummaged around until he finally found his phone and USB drive beneath the passenger seat. However, upon noticing that the call had not yet been disconnected, he was taken aback. He stepped into the car, closed the door, and respectfully addressed, Teacher. Hearing his voice, Zhang Lao, who had not ended the call, exhaled deeply. I'm relieved to hear you're safe. At my age, I still worry about your safety. Zhang Lao's tone was filled with concern. Chen Jixing chuckled awkwardly. I'm sorry, teacher, for causing you worry. Team leader Zhou from the safety team arrived promptly, and we managed to preserve the evidence. Now we have quite a bit of evidence, and next. Zhang Lao forcefully interrupted. I'm very angry right now. Let us leave it at that. I need to make a few more calls. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, he hung up, allowing Chen Jixing to exit the vehicle. In the pouring rain, he calmly instructed, First, Yulan Xiangxie Building 1, Room 101. Team leader Zhou, dispatch someone to ensure Deng Rong's protection. Aside from the special investigation team, Anyone attempting to see or remove her by any means must be apprehended. Second, Old He. Please notify the hospital doctors to come to the guest house and attend to the injuries I sustained earlier. Thirdly, please notify the task force to convene a case discussion seminar. And prepare a computer equipped with a USB port, as it is required immediately. Chapter 52. Captain Qin Zhan of the Provincial Armed Police Corps, tasked with ensuring the safety of the Special Investigative Team. At this moment, Chen Jixing remains unaware that his phone call has set off a wave of anxiety from the capital to local authorities, stirring unrest among the highest echelons of power. Who would have imagined that a prominent provincial official would be berated in the dead of night by Zhang, a figure of authority? Chen Jixing's emotional state resembles that of a climber who, after scaling a daunting peak, suddenly encounters another treacherous bend ahead. It is not only Chen Jixing who finds himself in disbelief. Even Zhou Jigang curses under his breath. What a wretched place this Haixing city is. Just as they thought they had quelled a few gunmen, they are now besieged by a menacing throng of at least 100 members of organized crime. Not only are adversaries emerging from the front, but reinforcements are also closing in from behind, encircling them. The windshield wipers flail violently as the vehicle halts in the middle of the road. In the rain-soaked night, the convoy is surrounded by countless figures. Shadowy forms advancing like a tide, severing any escape routes. The rain, illuminated by the headlights, casts a ghastly pallor, and the blades of knives glint ominously in the light. The screeching of the wipers juxtaposes eerily with the silence of the encroaching crowd. The vehicle is immobilized. The sound of raindrops hammering against the metal is amplified, resembling the ominous beats of a countdown. Shadows converge slowly from both directions, the splashing of boots through puddles echoing like a beast sharpening its teeth, while the air thickens with an unspoken malice. At this moment, the seismic political shifts in the province pale in comparison to this primal act of street violence. The tremors of the power hierarchy and the darkness of the criminal underworld, which should have existed as two parallel lines, have now bizarrely intersected. Their ammunition is dwindling. Bad news arrives in rapid succession. Zhou Jigang, seated in the passenger seat, takes a deep breath and lowers his head to inspect the magazine. As no one could have anticipated this sudden turn of events, He Yang feels a jolt in his heart, and a fierce determination flashes in his eyes. Damn it. Let's charge through. Chen Jixing, observing the throng outside, suddenly lets out a cold laugh. It seems some people truly wish for my demise. Indeed, should he perish, the trail leading to them would vanish. Even if the repercussions were dire, they would at least have the opportunity to escape through special channels during this critical time. He Yang, teeth clenched around a cigarette, tosses it to Zhou Jigang, who then passes one to Chen Jixing. Brother Chen, Captain Chen, what are you analyzing at a time like this? Just tell us whether to fight or ram through. As Chen Jixing lights a cigarette, poised to make a decision, an engine roars to life, shattering the moment. The instant the searchlights pierce the curtain of rain, the entire street is illuminated as if it were midday. Amidst the roar of engines, dozens of trucks splash through the puddles, and heavily armed police soldiers leap from the vehicles like a dark torrent. Their riot shields forming a silver wall as they advance, the sound of boots crushing through water drowning out the howls of the rioters. Silence blankets the scene, yet the orderly thrum of footsteps resonates. Eliminate them. A voice bellows, and then bang, bang, bang. The automatic rifle's short bursts pierce the night sky, the bullets accurately disarming the assailants of their machetes. The beam of the tactical flashlight sliced through the curtain of rain, illuminating the terrified and distorted faces of the thugs. The thunderous warnings from the megaphone drowned out the sound of the rain. Put down your weapons immediately. I repeat, put down your weapons immediately. As the white smoke of tear gas billowed among the crowd, the formation of the criminal elements disintegrated in an instant. The armed police assault team advanced in a wedge formation into the enemy ranks, the dull thuds of rubber batons striking flesh mingling with the cries of pain. The radio crackled with succinct tactical reports from various units. Area A secured. Area B cleared. No security threats confirmed. In the convoy, Chen Jixing squinted at the encroaching steel perimeter through the rain, the cigarette but flickering between his fingers. The armed police commander jogged to the front of the vehicle and saluted. Captain Qin Zhan of the Provincial Armed Police Corps. I am tasked with ensuring the safety of the Special Investigation Team. Effective immediately, I will take over as the head of the security team for the investigation. Chao Dixin exclaimed, Have I been usurped? Chen Jixing quickly exited the vehicle, extending his hand with a smile to shake Qin Zhan's. Captain Qin, my apologies for the trouble. We've barely welcomed you. and already such events have unfolded. Qin Zhan replied with a smile, "It's of no consequence. Our duty is to ensure your safety." He paused, surveying the surroundings. "To be honest, I did not anticipate that a special investigation team bearing the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission's title would encounter such circumstances, necessitating our security services." Zhou Jigang, standing nearby, felt a wave of frustration. The implication of his words was clear. It was precisely because you could not guarantee the safety of the investigation team that we have arrived. In that moment, he felt a sense of despair. Initially thinking he would gain prestige, then realizing he might achieve merit, and now, well, here he was, sidelined. The armed police contingent comprised 40 personnel, granted the highest authority by the Armed Police Corps, capable of mobilizing city police forces for immediate reinforcement. Qin Zhan spoke with a serious demeanor. Clearly, this force is sufficient to conduct counterterrorism operations. Chun Jixing nodded, before the special investigation team disbands. "We shall rely on your expertise, Captain Qin." Turning to Zhou Jigang, he added, "Captain Zhou, please coordinate with the Municipal Public Security Bureau on site. We will return to the guest house for now." Zhou Jigang, though reluctantly, could only nod. "Understood, Team Leader Chun." The armed police team swiftly took charge of the security operations for the special investigation team, rendering Chao Dexian idle. After all, they were the professionals. The city guest house, under the control of the armed police team, immediately transformed into a temporary military-controlled area, access restricted to essential personnel only, especially with armed police stationed at the entrance. The sense of security was palpable. In the guest house conference room, after the doctor from the hospital attended to his injuries, Chun Jixing wasted no time convening a case discussion meeting. The computers he had requested from He Yang earlier were now brought into use. The members of the special investigation team gathered around the long table, the air thick with the scent of blood and gunpowder. "Comrades, our anti-corruption mission is of utmost importance, and the provincial committee holds high expectations for us. Therefore, we cannot falter. If we do not employ resolute measures to eradicate corruption, there will inevitably be others who follow in reckless abandon. Upon our arrival in Haixing City, I have already encountered 3 life-threatening crises, which indicates what? It signifies that we have come to the right place, causing certain individuals to become increasingly anxious. They might even resort to eliminating me, the deputy leader. In order to disband our task force on the spot." Chun Jixing surveyed the 20 or so individuals present, his tone suddenly turning icy. "However, the more they obstruct our investigation, the more it suggests that the matters at hand are of significant gravity." Xiaohu raised his hand. "Leader, but we lack evidence." Chun Jixing regarded him and replied coolly, "Now, everyone will be divided into 3 groups. You shall determine the specific arrangements. I will oversee the general direction. Group 1 will investigate the West Mountain mining disaster, heading directly to the scene by tomorrow morning, with the armed police squad responsible for safety. Group 2 will focus on Deng Rong. As soon as the detention order arrives later, we will promptly apprehend and secure Deng Rong. Group 3, I shall lead personally, targeting Song Qinglin. As for the evidence," Chun Jixing handed a USB drive to He Yang, who plugged it into the computer. The screen soon displayed footage. In the video, officials clad in suits raised their wine glasses, while the disheveled Deng Rong was pinned to a leather sofa, amidst the raucous laughter. Her screams and terror seemed to be the source of their amusement. He Yang suddenly kicked over a chair. "Damn, is this truly a cadre?" "Calm down," Chun Jixing said, pulling up a second audio recording. "Listen to this." Amidst the crackling static, the voices were distinctly audible. 48 died in the mining disaster? Then report only 2. The rest will be classified as traffic accidents. Director Deng? Does she dare to speak out? We have her in our grasp. Does she not desire her monthly dose? Can she endure that? Moreover, we possess her video. Does she dare to speak out? At that moment, Chun Jixing's phone rang. Answering the call, he heard the voice of Yu Qinghe on the other end. "Chun Jixing, tomorrow morning, the provincial secretary will lead a delegation to inspect Haixing City. Prepare your materials. The tides are about to change." Chapter 53, Lin Shanhe's Forceful Accountability. There exists an abundance of video materials, with the folder containing either recordings or videos. As a distinguished student from a political and legal university, even when pushed to such dire straits, Deng Rong still contemplated preserving evidence, at the very least. These materials could serve as proof after her demise. Chun Jixing felt an overwhelming sense of despair. He could not bear to watch the subsequent videos. Returning to his room, he retrieved the volume of Capital, which had long been stained red. The evidence provided by Liu Yu pointed directly to this very book. However, he had previously examined it and found nothing concealed within its pages. Furthermore, this book had been perused by Song Qinglin, confirming the absence of any concealed items. Yet, a conundrum arose. If this book held no evidence, why would Liu risk discarding that tooth? Chen Zhixing furrowed his brow, a glimmer of confusion flickering in his gaze. Unable to grasp the situation fully, seated at his desk, he observed He Yang and Qin Zhan approaching, his lips twitching slightly. "Captain Qin, we are already at the guest house. It shouldn't be this serious, right?" Qin Zhan shook his head. "The higher-ups have ordered close protection." Chen Zhixing felt somewhat helpless and turned to He Yang. "Why aren't you inside analyzing the case with them? What brings you out here?" He Yang retorted with irritation. "I came to see if you were still alive. Following you for a day nearly cost me my life multiple times. Am I not entitled to scold you a bit?" Chen Zhixing was at a loss for words. Indeed, he could not counter that remark. All things considered, he and He Yang had become brothers in life and death. Among men, once they share such bonds, the camaraderie transcends ordinary relationships. As He Yang spoke, he squatted down to tie his shoelaces. Just as he was about to rise, his brow furrowed suddenly, and he inquired, "Under normal circumstances, shouldn't the cover of a book be flat?" From his vantage point, he could see that the cover of this book was somewhat bulging. A flash of inspiration struck Chen Zhixing, igniting excitement within him as a smile slowly crept onto his face. "Old He, it had to be you. Otherwise, I would have truly failed to comprehend why you directed me to find this book." Pausing momentarily, Chen Zhixing continued, "Do we have a knife?" Qin Zhan extended his hand, producing a dagger from behind his waist, stating matter-of-factly, "Only a dagger." Chen Zhixing snatched it from him, the blade gliding along the edge of the cover, accompanied by a tearing sound as a gash opened. He decisively sliced vertically along the spine, swiftly revealing the pages within. 2 sheets of paper. He Yang's eyes widened in astonishment, hastening forward in disbelief. "Wow, there really is something here?" The following morning, the provincial committee inspected Haixing City, effectively placing another layer of TNT on an already volatile situation. Led by Provincial Secretary Lin Shana, the entourage included the governor, the provincial secretary-general, the secretary of the provincial political and legal committee, the full-time deputy secretary, the head of the provincial propaganda department, the director of the public security bureau, the provincial disciplinary committee secretary, the provincial organization department, the executive vice-governor, and other standing committee members accompanying the inspection. The events that transpired in Haixing City the previous night, along with Deng Rong's detailed report, had already landed on their desks. A central cadre, who had once been received by Elder Zhang, is now embroiled in a significant scandal in Haixing City, which could potentially jeopardize their esteemed position. Even Lin Shana's secretary lamented that this is perhaps the most unified effort among all provincial committee members. Of course, the director of the public security department, Qi Ziyuan, is not a member of the provincial committee. However, as the head of public security, he will undoubtedly be held accountable for such an incident. With such a monumental issue at hand, is it truly conceivable that you, Qi Ziyuan, as the director, were unaware? You oversee the entire provincial police force. With such a crisis emerging in Haixing City, do you bear no responsibility? Setting aside other matters, you cannot escape liability for negligence. None of these individuals will evade scrutiny. They may even face serious reprimands within the party. Aspiring for a promotion at the National People's Congress? It would be a considerable feat if you weren't demoted. A promotion is utterly unrealistic. At 8 in the morning, outside the city reception center, for coasters with their hazard lights flashing halted at the roadside. A group of provincial leaders, clad in administrative jackets adorned with party insignia and averaging 56 years of age, emerged from the vehicles, while armed police had already established a perimeter. Concurrently, a fleet of black Autos awaited nearby, with City Party Secretary Wang Guoqiang leading the municipal committee members who gathered outside the reception center. Additionally, the Special Investigation Team, headed by Chen Zhixing, formed a triad of confrontation. "Comrade Xiaoqin, thank you for your hard work." Lin Shanha bypassed the Haixing City leadership and approached Chen Zhixing, extending his hand in a gesture of appreciation, which clearly signified his stance. A bead of cold sweat appeared on Wang Guoqiang's forehead as the atmosphere grew palpably tense. They could distinctly sense the unsettling gaze of those disembarking from the coasters. Chen Zhixing, taken aback, shook Lin's hand firmly. "Secretary Lin, you flatter me. This is merely my duty. If I can earn the satisfaction of the party and the people, it is worthwhile." regardless of the circumstance. The phrase "the party and the people" remains infallibly correct, a hallmark of political propriety. I have been monitoring the progress of the Special Investigation Team. Comrade Xiao Chun exhibits the poise of Comrade Qinghe, Lin Shan adjusted, affirming Chun Zhixing's efforts. Shall we commence the meeting? We can discuss further afterward. Certainly, Secretary Lin. In the largest conference room in Haixing City, Lin Shanha occupied the central seat at the podium. With Provincial Discipline Inspection Secretary Bao Wenrui to his left and the Minister of the Provincial Organization Department to his right. The atmosphere in the room was so tense that it felt as though the air could be wrung out for moisture. Lin Shanha's gaze swept across every face in the audience, ultimately settling on the area occupied by the Haixing City leadership. His fingers lightly tapped on the table, the rhythm reminiscent of a countdown clock. Comrades, Lin Shanha suddenly spoke, his voice commanding yet devoid of anger. This meeting was originally to be chaired by Secretary Bao. He turned his gaze toward Provincial Discipline Inspection Secretary Bao Wenrui. However, there are matters I must address personally. As the sound of his words faded, Lin Shanha slammed his palm onto the table, the sound resonating with a chilling intensity that suppressed the fury within him, echoing in the ears of all present. The leadership of Haixing City is utterly corrupt, rotten to the core, and it has even begun to erode our very flesh. Some individuals. Do you truly believe that having reached your current stature exempts you from scrutiny? Allow me to enlighten you. Such naivety is laughable. You are blatantly disregarding national laws and party discipline. You are provoking our patience. Lin Shanha shattered his teacup against the podium, tea splattering onto the faces of those in the front row who did not dare to raise a hand to wipe it away. I now unequivocally inform you that the Special Task Force represents the stance of the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission, embodying the collective attitude of the Provincial Standing Committee. To some of you, I refrain from naming names, but I must assert, if you seek destruction, be prepared for the consequences. A profound silence enveloped the room. Suddenly, the Director of Public Security, Qi Ziyuan, rose. Secretary Lin, I request immediate dismissal. Gritting his teeth, he continued, but grant me 48 hours. I will personally lead the SWAT team to apprehend those responsible. That scoundrel, Songqing Lin, has created such a significant public security incident. This political blemish has directly severed his ascent. Even if the gun incident were to be suppressed, his prospects for promotion are now utterly extinguished. The Deputy Secretary of the Longtian Provincial Committee and the Governor scoffed. Who are you performing for? Drug control, concealment of mining accidents, gunfights in the streets. Qi Ziyuan. Is your jurisdiction akin to Gotham City? Chapter 54. 3 commands from the Provincial Committee. 2 commands from the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission. Lin Shanha's accountability echoed like thunder, rendering the entire venue utterly silent. The national emblem, suspended above the podium, glimmered coldly under the lights, illuminating every pale face in the audience, leaving no room for concealment. He rose slowly, his hands resting on the edge of the podium, a habitual gesture that compelled dozens of senior officials in the audience to straighten their backs collectively. 3 years prior, Lin Shanha had adopted the same stance during a provincial standing committee meeting, where he dismissed 3 departmental officials on the spot. Director of the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission of Haixing City, Deng Rong. Lin Shanha's voice sliced through the thick tension in the air with surgical precision. The provincial organization minister to his left promptly retrieved an electronic file, projecting Deng Rong's career history onto the screen. Where the 5 glaring red characters, Central Selection Student, seemed to stab the eyes. Upon seeing this document, Songqing Lin felt his heart leap into his throat in an instant. Those few words, the consequences are dire. He could assure everyone that he had genuinely been unaware that Deng Rong was a Central Selection Student. Such a grave matter, who on earth was responsible? The problem was, he had not done anything against Deng Rong, a Central Selection Student. A political law prodigy personally received by Zheng Lao, now under your control through drugs and blackmail with X-rated videos. Lin Shanha suddenly seized a stack of photographs and slammed them onto the table. The images of needle marks and bruises on Deng Rong's elbows were shocking. Bang! Lin Shanha's fist struck the podium, causing a teacup to shatter on the floor. Seated in the front row, Public Security Director Qi Ziyuan trembled violently, the 4-pointed star insignia on his police epaulette quivering. Lin Shanha resembled an enraged lion, his teeth gritted as he glared at the municipal leadership below, nearly roaring. Who gave you the audacity? The provincial secretary hurriedly presented a new teacup, and Lin Shanha took a sip of water. Suddenly breaking into a cold smile, Even more captivating. Where is the director of the Municipal Safety Supervision Bureau? From the municipal leadership's direction. A stout man in the fifth row stood up, his voice quivering as he responded, Ellen's secretary. 48 mining accident casualties were misreported as merely 2. He pointed at the Safety Supervision Bureau director, who cowered in the corner. Is your bureau's official seal made of Play-Doh? Who gave you the courage to conceal such a significant production safety incident? Concealment. Do you not know your crimes? He cast a pile of photographs, scattering them like petals across the front row. Lou Maokai from the Safety Supervision Bureau collapsed to his knees, prompting the executive vice mayor Song Qing-lin in the second row to narrow his eyes in horror. They had just signed the compensation agreement for the mining accident together the previous week. Yet, more terrifying revelations awaited. When Lin Shanha flung a stack of photographs from the gunfight scene, the secretary of the Municipal Political and Legal Affairs Commission, seated in the third row, fainted immediately. The deputy leader of the Provincial Discipline Inspection Task Force was attacked, and the weapon used was one of the lost service firearms from the provincial department. Qi Ziyuan. You had keen eyesight when weeping at the grave. Why are you now blind? The public security director Qi Ziyuan's face turned ashen. While Wang Guoqiang slumped in his seat, trembling, Lin Shanha suddenly rose from his seat and approached Wang Guoqiang, standing before him with resolve. Secretary Wang, in your jurisdiction of Haixing City, do the forces of darkness wield more influence than the directives from the provincial committee? The first row witnessed Wang Guoqiang tremble uncontrollably. The words smooth transition, hastily scribbled in his notebook just yesterday, now blurred into a stain by the sweat dripping from his brow. Smooth transition? At this moment, he only yearned for a safe exit from this swiftly accelerating train of power. The Municipal Political and Legal Affairs Committee secretary, paralyzed by fear, turned to face all the officials, his voice escalating sharply. I hereby announce the Provincial Committee's emergency resolution. Instantly, all present rose in unison. Lin Shanha's voice cast a chilling atmosphere over the assembly. In the back, someone discreetly produced a heart-saving pill, the sound of it rolling on the floor piercing through the heavy silence. First, the entire Haixing Municipal Committee is to be suspended for investigation. A joint task force from the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission and the Provincial Organization Department will take over. Second, the Provincial Public Security Department will immediately establish a special task force, with assistance from the Armed Police Corps, to conduct a thorough purge of the criminal elements within Haixing City. Third, he turned his gaze towards the pallid faces of Song Qing-lin and others. All personnel changes in Haixing City are hereby frozen. Until the Provincial Discipline Inspection Task Force concludes its investigation, the city leadership must remain at home, awaiting scrutiny. Feeling the weight of Lin's gaze, Song Qing-lin trembled slightly. This was the overwhelming pressure of power from the provincial elite. Within the province, he held absolute authority. Finally, Lin Shanha's icy stare settled on Wang Guoqiang, his voice devoid of warmth. Replace this feeble municipal secretary. Wang Guoqiang's complexion drained of color, leaving him ashen. The other leaders from Haixing City shared similar pallor, their faces reflecting a ghostly hue. Song Qing-lin lowered his head, his expression darkening, a fire of indignation igniting within him. To undergo investigation signified, even if they could not uncover evidence against him, his ascent would be thwarted, at least until the next term, which meant a minimum of 5 years. 5 years. His political career had been irrevocably interrupted by that wretched Chen Zhixing. Lin Shanha's fury stemmed from a phone call received the previous night. This call, originating from the capital, signified that his path to advancement had been obstructed by these fools. How could he remain calm? His current actions were merely mild in comparison. One must understand, should Lin Shanha, a ministerial-level official, ascend further, he would become a vice premier. Not just him, but every provincial committee member present faced similar repercussions. All implicated departments bore responsibility for oversight and the exact penalties. Who could say? Comrade Wenrui. Lin Shanha turned to face the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission Secretary, Bao Wenrui. Bao nodded, tapping the microphone, the lighting casting silver strands of hair atop his head. Bao Wenrui too felt helpless. Why must such turmoil arise before his retirement? He merely wished for a peaceful conclusion to his career, nothing more. In light of the commendable performance of the comrades from the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission in the Huawei case, who resolutely uphold the party's principles, actively respond to the central call, and thoroughly implement the directives of the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection, the Provincial Organization Department conducted an evaluation and issued 2 appointments. He Yang was relieved of his duties as Deputy Director of the 10th Investigation Office. He has been appointed as the Director of the 10th Investigation Office of the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission. This was reported to the Central Organization Department, and the Provincial Organization Department consented. Chen Jixing was relieved of his position as Secretary of the Party Leadership Group and Director of the Construction Bureau of Jixing County. He has been appointed as Deputy Director of the 10th Investigation Office of the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission. Upon hearing the first part of the announcement, He Yang was left utterly bewildered, his gaze filled with confusion. What is this? I've been dismissed from my position as Deputy Director just like that? Damn. He cast a resentful glance at Chen Jixing, as if to say, look, it's all your fault. My position has been taken away. Then, he heard the latter part of the announcement. What? I've been promoted to director? A full department level? The previously resentful look in his eyes was suddenly replaced with a smile. Well, little Chun, let me clarify. I didn't mean to blame you. My point is, why didn't you create a bigger fuss? I admit, I may have raised my voice a bit too much earlier. Not only was He Yang bewildered, but even Chen Jixing was taken aback. What? You reported to the Central Organization Department? I'm going to the Discipline Inspection Commission? Wait, how did I get promoted? I wanted to resign, and now I've been made Deputy Director. Chen Jixing was somewhat perplexed, still under the command of Old He. The public notice had already been posted in the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission's announcement board, and it took effect upon its release. After Bao Wenrui's words echoed through the room, no one voiced any objections, considering that Lin Shanha's heavy-handed reprimand was still resonating in their ears. At this moment, who would dare to be the scapegoat? That would be sheer folly. As the meeting concluded, the Special Investigation Team continued their in-depth work at the Discipline Inspection Commission. Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission Secretary Bao Wenrui was present, along with Executive Deputy Secretary Yu Qinghe. The strategic maneuvering among these prominent figures was beyond Chen Jixing's participation. He too turned to leave. Although he had been promoted to Deputy Director, it held no significance for someone who wished to exit the system. Thus, he prepared to head to Yulan Xiangxie to interrogate Deng Rong, for she possessed a wealth of information. A great deal, to be honest. He truly did not anticipate being elevated to the position of Deputy Director, and now he had become the Deputy Director of the 10th Investigation Office, an officially recognized department-level position. Amidst this political upheaval, even the torrential rain outside had a newfound order, with raindrops rhythmically tapping against the glass, reminiscent of a tolling bell. Stepping out of the conference room, Song Qinglin took deep breaths of air, finally feeling a sense of panic wash over him. He quickly pulled out his phone and sent a text message. Do not harm Deng Rong. She is a central selected talent. If anything happens to her, the consequences will be dire. Stop immediately. A minute later, his phone buzzed, and upon seeing the 4 words on the screen, all his strength seemed to drain away. His pupils suddenly unfocusing, his gaze vacant. At this moment, his heart trembled with dread. It was too late. Yulan Xiangxie. 2 men emerged from Building 1. Apartment 101, exchanging a glance that conveyed an unspoken understanding. Subsequently, they parted ways. 2 minutes later, a convoy of vehicles from the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection arrived at the entrance. Halt. This upscale community is not for you. The security guard intercepted Chen Jixing and his group. He Yang presented his supervisory credentials before the guard. Ahem, please, leader, please. Chen Jixing, accustomed to the routine, approached the entrance, only to find the door wide open. A chill ran down his spine. Upon entering the room, he fell into silence, soon overwhelmed by a surge of fury. The audacity to murder a central selected official, especially during the inspection by Secretary Lin of the Provincial Party Committee. Truly, the boldness is staggering. Lieutenant Qin, please contact the armed police in Haixing City for a counterterrorism operation. I will reach out to Secretary Bao. P.S. The formal reckoning has begun. Chen Jixing is set to take charge of the situation. Chapter 55. Deng Rong's Farewell Letter. Chen Jixing's fury in this chapter. Tears abound. Who understands the anguish I endure, staying up late, smoking, with bloodshot eyes as I pen these words? In Unit 101 of Yulan Xiangxie, beside Chen Jixing, He Yang could palpably sense that Chen Jixing was akin to a volcano, on the brink of eruption. Initially elated by his promotion, He Yang was abruptly doused with cold water as they beheld a scene of utter chaos, a battleground of violence. The mingling scents of blood and spilled perfume coalesced into a nauseatingly sweet stench. At the forefront stood a robust man clad in a black suit, his throat savagely slit. Blood splattered from the sofa to the ceiling. In the center lay a female corpse, face down, Deng Rong's beige coat saturated with blood. A kitchen knife embedded in her back, its handle wrapped in anti-slip bandages. Her right fingers were deeply embedded in the hardwood floor, nails caked with splinters, while her left hand reached forward, mere centimeters from the mobile phone on the coffee table. At the rear, a man in sanitation worker's attire bore a bullet wound through his temple. It was evident a gunshot had pierced his skull. The gruesome fates of these three individuals spoke of a merciless and professional killer. Damn. He Yang kicked a shattered glass ashtray at his feet, the shards mingling with two bloodied teeth. Is this a cover-up? It's like a war zone. Chen Jixing stood in the center of the living room, his gaze fixed intently upon Deng Rong's lifeless body. The overturned perfume bottle failed to mask the overwhelming metallic scent of blood. His throat felt constricted, as if gripped by an invisible hand, each breath a searing agony. In his mind, the image of a girl in school uniform, eloquently debating, now lay in the most humiliating position, sprawled in a pool of blood. I'm sorry. I arrived too late. I'm still too late. Deng Rong. He unconsciously murmured her name, the chill escaping his lips causing He Yang to shudder beside him. For reasons unknown, he suddenly recalled the USB drive she had given him, containing the videos of her torment, the evidence she had risked her life to secure. This girl, who once slipped love letters into his textbooks, now had despair lodged beneath her nails. He abruptly turned, colliding with the entrance cabinet, the sound of shattering glass rousing everyone from their stupor. Notify the city bureau. Chen Jixing's voice emerged, hoarse as sandpaper, each word tinged with the scent of blood. Just say. He paused, his eyes, like a special effect, transformed, crimson spreading from the whites to his pupils. Just say we have found the silent central candidate. Xiao Chun. I have one. In blood, 5 crooked characters were inscribed upon the marble floor, piercing Chen Jixing's gaze. She, with her frail body, immersed herself in the fray, blasting open a gaping abyss that had seemed only the size of a fist, forging a path that would instill fear in countless hearts. A grievous political incident born from the identity of a central candidate. Chen Jixing leaned weakly against the entrance cabinet, murmuring, You have won. You nourished the tiger with your own flesh and acquired the evidence. You have triumphed. Yet, I did not wish for your victory. He looked as if he might collapse, prompting He Yang to approach him, ready to support him, and exhale a long sigh. Upon receiving the news, Zhou Jigang's heavy footsteps echoed outside as he entered the scene, opening his mouth in disbelief, tears welling in his eyes. The 2 individuals beside Deng Rong were his men, special police. The youngest among them had just welcomed a son, who was barely a month old. Zhou Jigang silently approached, extending his hand to close the young man's eyes. It was only then that he noticed. The body still radiated warmth, indicating death had occurred no more than half an hour ago. From a professional standpoint, heat loss begins 10 minutes post-mortem. But given the environmental conditions and the time of year, August, it could not have exceeded 30 minutes. Notify the city bureau. Canvass a radius of 20 kilometers. Focus particularly within 10 kilometers. I can assure you, the murderer remains within this vicinity, having certainly not fled far. The body remains warm, undoubtedly within half an hour. Zhou Jigang exclaimed sharply to the plainclothes officer accompanying him. Understood, Captain Zhou. Supported by He Yang, Chen Jixing rasped, I am sorry, it is my fault they perished. Had they taken Deng Rong back to the guest house, they might have survived. It's a procedural issue, a matter of procedure. Last night, the provincial committee convened an emergency meeting, and the detention order was only signed this morning, creating a critical time lag. I was too rigid in my adherence to protocol. Of course, one might argue that Song Qinglin and his associates were excessively brazen and reckless. They had already assaulted me twice last night. Yet they dare to commit such a silencing act. Are they truly unafraid? Or is it that those behind them can shield them? Song Qinglin's backing was merely a deputy secretary at the Provincial Political and Legal Committee, a position that did not even afford him the qualification to attend today's inspection. How could a mere deputy secretary wield such influence? Was there truly no one else behind Zhao Wei? Shaking his head, Zhou Jigang remained silent for a long while before speaking in a bitter tone. I do not blame you. After all, who could have anticipated their audacity? He glanced down, noting the blunt force trauma on Deng Rong's wrist, an uneven wound, distinct from the other injuries, suggesting that Deng Rong might have been discovered by the assailant during an attempted suicide. Our 2 officers were likely preparing to rescue or intervene when they were ambushed. as evidenced by the signs of struggle at the scene. Upon hearing this, Chen Jixing fell into a deeper silence. Rebirth may be an advantage. Yet from the moment they set foot in Haixing City, all events had already been altered. The butterfly effect, a subtle change in initial conditions within a dynamic system, can lead to divergent sequences of events. A butterfly fluttering its wings in South America may indeed instigate a tornado in Texas. Suicide. Wrong. Did you have this in mind when you saw me yesterday? Team leader Chun discovered a letter in the bedroom. Chen Jixing turned to see the envelope boldly addressed to him. He took the letter and turned to leave the scene. He Yang followed him out, jokingly saying, "I say, Comrade Chen Jixing from the 10th Review and Investigation Office of the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission. Why do you look so sorrowful? Is it because that girl has feelings for you? She truly is quite beautiful." While speaking, he pulled out a cigarette and offered it to Chen Jixing, then took out a matchbox, lit a match, and placed it before him. Chen Jixing bit down on the cigarette, inhaled deeply, and exhaled slowly, murmuring, "Indeed. We both graduated from Beijing Political Science and Law University. We're classmates for 4 years, shared an unbroken bond, and were part of the first batch of selected candidates after the resumption of the program." He Yang halted, smacking his own mouth in frustration, realizing he had unwittingly opened old wounds. With a clumsy gesture, he took another deep drag of the cigarette, causing tears to well up in his eyes. As he opened the letter, the handwriting remained as exquisite as ever. It is often said that one's penmanship reflects their character. Her writing bore a certain boldness, a carefree spirit of vengeance, as well as an air of abandon and grace. Little Chun, by the time you read these words, I will likely have turned to wind. Perhaps I am now drifting past the eaves of Yulan Xiangxia, or brushing against the cuff of your uniform. Do not frown. I have always despised tearful farewells. This world is too filthy, yet the sunset remains pristine. Do you remember the crooked-necked locust tree behind the law school? We once swore to cleanse the murky dust. Now, I have burned myself away, and the places untouched by the flame shall serve as your guiding markers. The videos and evidence are locked in a USB drive, the password being the last 3 digits of your student ID plus my birthday. I still succumb to the mundane. By the way, a little secret. You know I've always loved backups. Don't forget the password notebook in the drawer of my bedroom. Do not dwell on those scars. The scratches on my wrist were made by me. But the final cut went astray. Little Chin, I once glimpsed the lines you pinned on the title page of your textbook by Neruda. Love is too short, and forgetting is too long. But look, I have even spared myself the burden of forgetting. Beneath the ashtray lies a half piece of mint candy. In college, you always said I had a child's sweet tooth. This time, I shall depart first. The sweetness belongs to you, and the bitterness to me. By the way, take a moment to smell this year's magnolias. Should a petal fall upon your shoulder, it will be my farewell, delivered in the most familiar, arrogant pose you once displayed during debate competitions. Oh, and I heard that there seems to be involvement from a provincial standing committee member. Beyond that, I know nothing. Little Chun, if there is a next life, remember to wait for me. I am a slow traveler. You must wait for me. Deng Rong, the final note. Chen Jixing trembled as he folded the letter, his pent-up fury erupting uncontrollably. He shouted vehemently at He Yang, "Close the net. Gather them all. I will make those scoundrels pay for her." He Yang gritted his teeth, expressing his frustration. The evidence was insufficient to ensnare them. This was contrary to the rules. At that moment, Chen Jixing's fury erupted like a volcano fully set ablaze, his suppressed emotions tearing apart the bonds of rationality in an instant. His body trembled violently. His knuckles turned pale from gripping the letter tightly, and the veins on the back of his hand bulged grotesquely like twisted earthworms. His once cold pupils were now completely engulfed by blood vessels, the boundaries between the sclera and the iris blurring into a horrifying crimson, as if magma were boiling deep within his eyes. When He Yang mentioned the rules, Chen suddenly pivoted, seizing the collar of his opponent with an uncontrollable force that slammed him against the tree, causing shards of glass to rain down upon their shoulders like hail. The words that escaped his clenched teeth were laced with terrifying murderous intent. Rules? Damn it, let me ask you, have they followed the rules? They have disregarded the rules. So why should I adhere to them? As long as the task force remains intact, my rules are the only ones that matter. Not a single one shall be spared. Do you hear me? I said, not a single one. How do I say this? Where is the applause? Where are the cheers? For chapters, tens of thousands of words, 2 major sections. Donations at. I don't really want it. What I mean is, my cat has recently changed its food. For my own safety, please don't send me any sharp objects. I'm terrified and trembling. Please pay attention. I need 1,000 followers to create a fan group. Look, a real cat. Hee. Chapter 56. Cheesy Yuan's fury. Qin Jixing's voice resonated like thunder, echoing through the fragrant Magnolia Villa. He Yang regarded him, resembling an enraged lion, and fell into silence. He could empathize with Qin Jixing's current emotions, after all. If he were in Qin's shoes, he would understand the turmoil of a girl who harbored affection for him while enduring the many injustices of the world without ever resorting to despair. However, since his arrival in her life, she had left behind a letter, providing him with evidence that could elevate him to great heights. And they had known each other for 7 years. Who would not crumble under such pressure? This was not merely a matter of love or friendship. In fact, if Qin Jixing were to perish at this moment, He Yang suspected he might succumb to an even greater madness. Suppressing the fury within, Qin Jixing remained composed. For as the deputy leader of the special task force, he was compelled to maintain his rationality. Yet now, the clarity of the other party's words compelled him to abandon restraint. He decided to join Qin in his madness and take a bold risk. Suddenly, rain began to pour, seemingly heralding the conclusion of the chaotic situation in Haixing City. He Yang wiped the rain from his face and dialed the personal number of Yu Qinghe, the executive deputy secretary of the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission. After 3 rings, Yu's hoarse voice came through. Yang, what is the situation at the scene? Secretary Yu. He Yang inhaled deeply. Deng Rong is dead. Homicide. 2 special police officers have also perished. He paused, lowering his voice further. Qin Jixing's emotions are spiraling out of control. He demands an immediate operation. There was a brief silence on the other end. Hand the phone to him. Qin Jixing took the phone, and before he could speak, Yu Qinghe's voice thundered. Qin Jixing, do you comprehend what it means? Not all the members of the Municipal Standing Committee involved have been apprehended, and the protection behind Song Qinglin. Secretary Yu. Qin Jixing interjected, each word sharp as a blade. Deng Rong was a central government-selected student, personally met by her teacher. Her death has already reached the capital. Do you think the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection will grant us the luxury of taking our time? A pause followed on the line, the air thick with tension. Seizing the moment, Qin Jixing, in the calmest tone, uttered words that would send chills down Yu Qinghe's spine. Deputy Team Leader Zhou speculates that the murderer left less than 30 minutes ago. If we seal off the city now, we can still intercept them. If we delay any further. He let out a cold laugh. Once they cross the provincial boundary or commit suicide in some hidden corner, this case will become a deadlock. After a prolonged silence, Yu Qinghe finally sighed. In that case, let's take action. Remember, once we act, there must be no room for leniency. We must strike with thunderous force to sever all shackles. I will seek approval from superiors and delegate command to the special task force. As the call ended, Qin Jixing turned and strode toward Deng Rong's room. The torrential rain lashed against his face, mingling with the warmth of liquid trickling down his collar. He could not discern whether it was rain or tears, only aware of the fire burning in his chest, yearning to scorch this filthy sky into oblivion. Notify Chaodishian. The Municipal Public Security Bureau has mobilized forces to encircle all highway entrances in Haixing City, with a focus on scrutinizing hospitals and private clinics. As the perpetrator has injured someone, he pointed to a pool of blood mixed with glass shards on the ground, stating, that bastard had 2 of his teeth knocked out by our people. He Yang's expression remained impassive, exuding a chilling and ruthless aura typical of a disciplinary committee member. His tone suddenly growing cold. I will inform the special investigation team to assemble. 10 minutes later, Qin Jixing rummaged through the depths of the drawer in Deng Rong's bedroom and unearthed a password notebook. Its leather cover had aged, and a small inscription on the clasp read, for Xiao Chun, Winter 2006. His fingers trembled slightly. This was the Christmas gift he had given her the year they graduated. The combination lock clicked softly, the numbers halting at 0921, her birthday combined with the last 3 digits of his student ID. Inside the notebook's front page was a photograph. After a debate competition at the University of Political Science and Law, Deng Rong beamed with pride holding a trophy, while he stood beside her, helplessly holding her coat. On the back of the photo was written a message, Xiao Chun, if one day I disappear, remember to turn to page 47. Qin Jixing quickly flipped to the specified page. The paper was densely filled with dates, names, and transfer amounts, evidence. This was the most direct evidence. It could immediately warrant detention. However, what truly froze his blood was a note tucked between the pages, which boldly declared, Song Qinglin's backing is Zhao Wei, who is the deputy secretary of the Provincial Political and Legal Committee. A bureau-level official does not possess such clout. I overheard several keywords when I was forcibly injected with drugs: retirement, provincial leaders, and the compound. In the office of the City Public Security Bureau, the air seemed to thicken, as if a mountain weighed heavily on his heart, the ashtray overflowing with cigarette butts. Qi Zhiyuan, the director of the Provincial Public Security Department, sat in the office chair of Su Daoguang, the vice mayor and police chief of Haixing City, one hand drumming on the table as if counting down. Qi Zhiyuan's gaze, piercing and menacing, was fixed intently on Su Daoguang, whose forehead glistened with beads of cold sweat, his white shirt beneath the uniform completely soaked. The provincial department's stringent accountability forced the public security chief to demand his own resignation at the accountability meeting. With such dire public security in Haixing City, he bore an undeniable responsibility as the top official of the provincial public security system. More critically, the gunfight that Chun Jixing had encountered last night could not be suppressed, or rather, the assassination of the deputy leader of the Special Investigation Team, which had not yet escalated into counterterrorism, was already indicative of internal strife within the province. According to the Municipal Bureau's assessment, the firearms used by the assailants were 3 handguns from last year's provincial department's lost firearm incident. Bang! Suddenly, Qi Zhiyuan erupted, slamming his palm down onto the pile of case files on the table. Su Daoguang. His thunderous roar reverberated, causing the windows to tremble. Qi Zhiyuan seized the firearms identification report and hurled it vehemently at his counterpart, the pages scattering through the air like snowflakes. The 3 handguns from last year's lost firearm incident had, astonishingly, appeared at the scene of the assassination of the Special Investigation Team. He seized Su Daoguang by the collar, the metallic insignia digging into his fingers until they turned white. The mess in Haixing City could merit 10 death sentences. How could Qi Zhiyuan not be furious? As the deputy governor and director of the Public Security Department, he operated from a position of considerable authority at the provincial level, a status that conferred upon him greater power. Yet, it all lay in ruins. The painstaking efforts he had invested for so long had been utterly destroyed. His responsibility had yet to be determined, pending a decision from the provincial committee, and there was a significant likelihood that he would lose this position. Not only had he failed to ascend, but now he could not even maintain his current role. The police chief, known for his composure, had veins bulging at his temples, and his words, forced through clenched teeth, dripped with fury. The entire province was now witnessing the farce of the public security system, and you, my friend, are the greatest jest of all. Qi Zhiyuan hurled the dossier at Su Daoguang's face, shouting in anger, "Do you even realize where you went wrong?" Su Daoguang hung his head, swallowing hard, his voice trembling. "Chief Qi, I failed to manage public order. I should have ensured the special police protected the safety of the task force." Qi Zhiyuan gritted his teeth and roared, "Your gravest mistake was your failure to act decisively. This is why we find ourselves in this predicament. If Chun Jixing had died, it could have been conveniently blamed on the underworld, allowing the provincial department to launch an anti-terror operation and eradicate the roots of organized crime, thereby providing the best explanation to the higher-ups. The most pressing issue now is that Chun Jixing is alive. Do you understand the implications of this? At this moment, the living Chun Jixing wields the will of the provincial committee like a sword. Who could withstand such a threat? More critically, he is a central candidate selected by the state, personally received by Zheng Lao, which means he has direct access to higher authorities. Do you grasp the consequences of this? Just then, Qi Zhiyuan's phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar number. Under normal circumstances, even if it were a wrong number, he would not receive calls from unknown sources. Thus, he answered the call. "This is Qi Zhiyuan from the provincial department." "Chief Qi, this is Chun Jixing. By order of the provincial committee, the task force has the highest command authority. So I need you to cordon off a 20-kilometer radius centered on Yulon Xiangxie for a thorough search, while also establishing roadblocks on all exits from the city." Qi Zhiyuan was about to retort, but Chun Jixing's final statement shattered any lingering thoughts of dissent. The director of the Haixing City State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission, Deng Rong, is dead. She was a central candidate, and you should understand what that implies, correct? Chapter 57. The Wrath of Thunder, blood for blood. Upon hearing those words, the police chief, one among the 14 billion, felt a chilling wave of dread wash over him, as if his very blood had turned to ice. In that instant, he realized that his tenure as police chief may be drawing to an abrupt conclusion, potentially leading to even graver political repercussions. The terror of his political existence hanging by a thread engulfed him entirely. If Chen Jixing were to perish, the blame could easily be cast upon the nefarious elements, allowing for a series of counter-terrorism measures to placate those in power, rendering the incident a mere memory. Yet now, with Deng Rong's death, all such machinations lay in ruins. Her identity as a central government cadet left him with no room for rebuttal, exposing the complete collapse of his opportunistic political stance. Shi Ziyuan embodied the quintessential mindset of a political animal cornered, an extreme fear of losing power, a deep-seated resentment towards the instigator, and a frantic despair over the uncontrollable situation intertwined to create a state of hysterical contradiction, compelling submission. I understood that the Provincial Police Department and the Haixing City Public Security Bureau would immediately activate their emergency protocols, fully cooperating with the Special Task Force's operations. In the city government, within the office of the executive vice mayor, Song Qinglin sat in his chair, having unconsciously snapped the pen in his hand. The pen's casing pierced his palm, blood dripping down onto the mahogany desk in rhythmic drops. On his phone, the two words "too late" felt like a dagger, deeply embedding themselves in his heart. At the moment he laid eyes on those words, he heard the brittle sound of his political life fracturing. Ding dong. A text notification chimed. As his most significant patron, using a different number, sent him a message. Handle it cleanly. Song Qinglin comprehended that behind those 4 words lay a chilling readiness to sever ties. With a former superior preparing to distance himself for self-preservation, and Chen Jixing wielding the sword of anti-corruption against him, he pondered how many wished for his demise. Come to my office. Song Qinglin called Zhang Jianguo, Li Chang, Liang Xiaolong, Lin Jia, Li Weiguo, and others, then sat in his office, clutching several sheets of paper that were soon stained crimson. Inside the executive vice mayor's office, the air thickened to the point of suffocation as the group sat in silence on the sofa, none daring to speak first. Song Qinglin crumpled the bloodied tissues into a ball and forcefully tossed them into the trash bin, his voice hoarse. It was too late. Everything was irrevocably late. His palm continued to seep blood, yet he felt no pain, only the gnawing fear of his political life nearing its end. Zhang Jingguo's face turned ashen, his fingers unconsciously drumming the tabletop, his expression grim. With Deng Rong's death, the identity of a central government cadet became a ticking time bomb. Chen Jixing now held this incriminating evidence, leaving them no room for defense. A life lost necessitated a price to be paid. That was inevitable. Especially given the significance of the deceased's identity, it could easily provoke the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection to intervene. Once they did, escape would be impossible. At least for now, with Chen Jixing leading the charge, a faint glimmer of hope remained. Li Chang, the director of the Municipal Finance Bureau, let out a cold laugh. Yet his eyes were filled with a dull gray. Debate? How can one even debate? The message from the former leader was abundantly clear: clean up the mess, which unmistakably indicated that we are to be cast aside. He clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white, his tone imbued with resentment. Over the years, I have cleaned up their messes time and again, and now, at the first sign of trouble, they are eager to distance themselves. As the head of the finance department in Haixing City, every financial transaction within the city must pass through his hands. With the misdeeds he has committed, even 10 death penalties would not suffice. Illegal operations and clandestine dealings were merely routine. At this moment, Liang Xiaolong, the director of the Construction Bureau, paced back and forth in his office like a cornered beast. Lin Jia, the director of the Poverty Alleviation Office, glanced at Liang Xiaolong and could not help but exclaim, "Could you please stop pacing? It's infuriating." As the sole woman in this position, Lin Jia had ascended through the ranks by embracing her own moral decline. It was a game of mutual restraint. If you don't take, I want to take. But how will the leaders take? If the leaders do not act, how can we make progress? Liang Xiaolong's composure shattered, and he turned to shout, "Chen Jixing and his investigative team are in the city. Any slight movement on our part will put us under their scrutiny." He abruptly halted, directing his gaze at Mayor Song Qinglin. Now is not the time for pessimism. We must quickly devise a plan. Lin Jia, typically composed, could not mask her anxiety. The immediate priority is to prepare for the worst-case scenario. If we truly cannot suppress this, we must ensure we still hold some leverage. Who wishes to perish when life remains? The most agonizing circumstance is when one dies without having spent their wealth. Even more tormenting is the loss of freedom. Living a lifetime confined within prison walls without having enjoyed the fruits of wealth. Li Weiguo, with a grim expression, spoke slowly. An emergency plan must be formulated, and swiftly. He lowered his voice. Files, accounts, witnesses. Destroy what must be destroyed. Silence those who need silencing. Even if we ultimately cannot retain our positions, we must not sacrifice our lives. As the president of the Intermediate Court, it dawned on Li Weiguo that the so-called interpretative power of the law was as fragile as gossamer in the face of absolute power. There were even moments when he realized he lacked the qualifications to be a scapegoat, merely a bone left after being devoured by the beast of power. Song Qinglin closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, a steely resolve remained. Very well, let us prepare for the worst. He surveyed the room. His voice as cold as ice. Everyone return to your posts and dispose of what can be dealt with. Remember, from this moment on, we are all in the same boat. If it sinks, none shall survive. The office fell into a heavy silence. The only sound the ticking of the electronic clock marking the passage of time. They all understood that this was no longer a matter of retreating in scathe, but rather how to carve out a path for survival before the storm descended. As Li Weiguo stepped through the office door, he pondered a singular question. If, he emphasized the word if, he were to confess to the disciplinary inspection team now, could he possibly negotiate for leniency? As the president of the Intermediate Court, he was well versed in the intricacies of legal statutes. Surrendering oneself to the authorities and taking the initiative to confess, although it may not directly mitigate the charges, could potentially influence the sentencing. Moreover, considering that his former superior, now the deputy chief prosecutor of the provincial procuratorate, might intercede on his behalf to secure a lenient sentence of 1 or 2 years, the situation appears less dire. This vessel is on the verge of capsizing. Naturally, he must prioritize his own interests. As for those surrounding him, they have become his sacrificial pawns. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. Lin Jia lowered her head, murmuring to herself, uncertain of what she was counting. She was calculating how many years could be deducted from her sentence by presenting the evidence she held against these individuals to the special investigation team. After all, she was well aware of their incriminating evidence. No, she must hasten home to organize the evidence and deliver it to the investigation team. This group of scoundrels likely harbored similar thoughts, plotting to implicate their own accomplices. Thus, she must act preemptively and return quickly. With this thought in mind, Lin Jia smiled and said, I have some matters to attend to at the Poverty Alleviation Office. The funding for this year's initiatives has yet to be approved, and I must return for a meeting. Upon hearing this, Li Chang raised an eyebrow and, following Lin Jia's lead, remarked, I also have some matters to address. I shall take my leave. Li Weiguo squinted, inwardly cursing the shameless group as he strode out. Outside, the sky was overcast, dark clouds converging ominously. And the sudden downpour only deepened everyone's gloom, akin to a mountain pressing upon their hearts, rendering it difficult to breathe. The Intermediate Court still had a meeting. In truth, everyone was scheming against one another, hoping to leverage the other's downfall to secure a reduced sentence. At the entrance of the Yulan Xiangxie community, a cluster of black sedans formed a fan-shaped array, their headlights piercing through the rain, resembling cold, predatory eyes. Beside each vehicle stood 2 staff members from the Discipline Inspection Commission, their dark ties flapping fiercely in the wind, yet none raised a hand to shield themselves. They stood like statues of iron, even their breaths stifled by the sound of the rain. Clad in black suits and dark ties, adorned with party emblems on their left chests, their eyes gleamed like those of bloodthirsty wolves. Chen Jixing slowly lifted his downcast gaze. He Yang stood beside him, holding a black umbrella. At the press of a button, the umbrella sprang open with a sharp snap, sheltering Chen Jixing from the downpour. The Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission's Special Investigation Team was fully assembled. With a swift motion, everyone stood at attention, their gazes keenly fixed ahead. Still, I have yet to find the image I seek. I shall make do for now. Chapter 58. The Infamy of the Young Underworld King Target List. Director of Poverty Alleviation Office Lin Jia. Director of Finance Li Chang. Director of Social Security Zhang Jingguo. Director of Construction Bureau Liang Xiaolong. President of the Intermediate Court Li Weiguo. Director of Public Security Su Daoguang. Chen Jixing slammed the list onto the hood of the car, raindrops seeping through his fingers and onto the paper. The implicated individuals extend far beyond these names. There are accomplices of Song Qinglin within the municipal committee. However, I require evidence. The black criminal investigation jacket flapped in the fierce wind as he stood resolutely in place, his gaze sweeping over the action team, poised for deployment. Regardless of the means employed or the fate that awaits these individuals, the evidence must be secured. Understood. Let us depart. Everyone flung open the car doors and entered. the sound of slamming doors echoing in the air. The headlights pierced through the curtain of rain, and the engine roared to life. 2 vehicles remained at the scene, and He Yang turned to Chen Jixing, inquiring, "Where to?" Chen Jixing shook his head slightly. "Song Qinglin is cunning. He certainly will not leave any incriminating evidence behind. Even if we apprehend these individuals, it will not touch him in the slightest." He Yang paused, muttering a curse at the old fox before asking, "What shall we do now?" Since the establishment of the special task force, every decision made by Chen Jixing has proven to be correct. There has been no diversion. A veritable straight path to success. Even the security for Deng Rong had been meticulously arranged. Yet, who could have anticipated the ruthlessness of the adversary? Who even resorted to eliminating security personnel? A gunshot to the head, no less. This brutality reveals the depths of their cruelty. It can only be said that they overestimated the opponent's bottom line, for there is no bottom line to be found. Chen Jixing let out a cold laugh, a glint of icy determination flashing in his eyes. He spoke each word with deliberate intensity. The death of Deng Rong cannot be appeased with merely a few department heads and a vice mayor. My fury demands more. Since we wield the sword of anti-corruption, certain individuals must be made aware. He paused, a surge of murderous intent rising within him. Blood must be cleansed with blood. The Finance Bureau and the municipal government are separated by merely a street, and in terms of distance. He was among the fastest to return to the office. Upon returning, Li Chang's first action was to shut the door and lock it securely. Only then did he exhale deeply. Cold sweat soaked through his shirt. Throughout the journey, he had been envisioning the scene of police sirens blaring. And now he finally collapsed into his chair. His fortune seemed to hold. Lin Jia, that venomous woman, was likely contemplating surrender. While Li Weiguo was adept at manipulating legal loopholes, Li Chang retrieved a bottle of whiskey from beneath his desk, pouring himself a half glass and gulping it down. The alcohol scorching his rationality. If they were to hand over evidence first, I would be finished. Suspicion had taken root and flourished in this web of interests. Now, as the ship of their conspiracy threatened to sink, why should he still hold back? His fingers drummed increasingly rapidly on the table, his mind racing with calculations, clinging to a glimmer of hope. But what if the special task force fails to uncover my involvement? Wouldn't surrendering be akin to walking into a trap? Yet, if they were to capture me, it would be too late to consider surrender then. He felt that the office, symbolizing the pinnacle of financial power in Haixing City, stripped him of any sense of security. Shadows loomed around him, and he sensed countless eyes fixated upon him. Li Chang's fingers tightened around the wine glass, and a hoarse monologue escaped his throat as he suddenly hurled the bottle at the bookshelf. I cannot gamble. He lunged toward the safe. The mechanical sound of the dial turning reverberating sharply in the silence of the office. His trembling hands were suddenly interrupted by a cacophony of footsteps outside the door. Thud, thud, thud. Each step felt like a pressure on his taut nerves. Li Chang's pupils constricted. This was no janitor's soft-soled shoes, nor the usual cadence of a secretary. Cold sweat trickled down his temples into the collar of his shirt as he furiously yanked out a file labeled Poverty Alleviation Special Funds from the safe, only to freeze midway. A sudden knock echoed in his ears. Bang, bang, bang. Director Li, the deputy secretary of the Municipal Party Committee, is looking for you. Outside, Chen Jixing, He Yang, and 3 staff members from the Special Investigation Team pressed against the walls. Through the peephole, Li Chang could see only the office director outside, and for reasons unknown. He breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, at least it wasn't he the Special Investigation Team. He still had time. Once he finished here, he would report himself to the Special Investigation Team. Li Chang suppressed his racing heart and feigned calmness as he cleared his throat. Please wait. I will open the door shortly. He swiftly shoved the file back into the safe, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, adjusted his crumpled shirt collar, and turned the lock. As the door swung open, his smile abruptly froze. Almost instantly, He Yang surged forward, forcefully pushing the door wide open. Then, Chen Jixing rushed in front of him, and within Li Chang's astonished gaze, the pent-up fury erupted in an instant. A fist the size of a sandbag crashed into his nose. Li Chang staggered backward from the blow, warm blood gushing from his nostrils. Vision blurred. And before he could regain his balance, Chen Jixing had seized his collar and slammed him against the wall. Director Chen, it's a misunderstanding. I was just about to turn myself in. Upon hearing this, the previously subsiding fury in Chen Jixing's eyes ignited anew. A misunderstanding? Why didn't you say it was a misunderstanding when you injected drugs into Deng Rong? 7 types of drugs administered together. Do you dare call that a misunderstanding? When you sent people to humiliate her dignity, why didn't you mention misunderstanding? When you failed to coerce Deng Rong and assaulted her, capturing the depraved footage, why was there no mention of misunderstanding? And now, with a single utterance of misunderstanding, you wish to cleanse the blood debt. Chen Zhixing's roar detonated within the office, piercing Li Chang's eardrums as he tightened his grip around the other's neck, veins bulging, nearly pinning Li Chang to the wall. He Yang swiftly led the team to seal off the room, drawing the curtains and shutting the door. Li Chang grasped Chen Zhixing's wrist tightly, speaking in a fragmented manner. Chen, resorting to violence is not in accordance with protocol. The mention of protocol only fueled Chen Zhixing's fury. How dare a criminal like you lecture me on procedures? The more he pondered, the angrier he became. The image of Deng Rong flashed in his mind, along with the seemingly carefree words in her farewell letter, and his rage refused to dissipate. In a fit of anger, he seized the wine glass from the desk and brought it crashing down upon Li Chang's head. With a resounding smash, shards of glass scattered across the floor, and blood streamed down Li Chang's face from a wound on his scalp. Still unsatisfied, Chen Zhixing picked up the ashtray and struck Li Chang's head with it forcefully. Li Chang retorted, "Do you believe I would die right before you?" Then, his eyes rolled back, and he promptly lost consciousness. He Yang's lips twitched slightly as he let out a resigned sigh. If you were truly enraged, perhaps you should partake in the provincial anti-terrorism operation tonight. To vent your frustrations. It is rather inappropriate to assault our witness like this. Chen Zhixing glared at He Yang. When have I ever been angry? I am not angry. Besides, am I striking a human? I am merely striking a beast. Chapter 59. When officials turn malicious. Do not blame the people for skinning you alive, as Xiao Hu and Xiao Zhang supported Li Chang on either side. The normally arrogant director of the Finance Bureau now resembled a defeated dog, his head drooping. Blood dripped from his chin onto the pristine collar of his shirt, leaving a sporadic trail of crimson on the tiled floor of the corridor. Through the slats of the office blinds, countless pairs of eyes watched in terror, and the corridor, once bustling with onlookers, was now littered with a few hastily discarded sheets of paper. Have you seen enough? Chen Zhixing stepped out of the office, his black leather shoes leaving a half-circle of dark red on the floor. Suddenly, he yelled into the nearest half-open office, and the sound of a chair crashing to the ground echoed through the glass. The clerks from the Finance Bureau collectively held their breath, resembling a flock of sheep under the gaze of a fierce tiger. After all, everyone understood that if someone of Li Chang's stature could be so thoroughly beaten, what fate awaited them? Mere foot soldiers. After emerging from the office, Chen Zhixing instructed the last remaining disciplinary inspection staff member seal Li Chang's office after the search. He glanced at the offices on either side before striding into a neighboring room. In an instant, the office, previously filled with self-important section chiefs, directors, and other figures who held themselves high among the city's departments, now resembled a covey of quails, heads bowed in fear of being targeted by the leading. Chen Zhixing clasped one wrist with the other, stretching slightly. This simple gesture caused beads of sweat to appear on the foreheads of everyone in the office, as they wondered if this living demon was searching for a suitable weapon. Who is Li Chang's secretary? Chen Zhixing scanned the room, his gaze icy. A young man, on the brink of tears, timidly raised his hand. A leader. With an indifferent grunt, Chen Zhixing asked, "Will you walk out on your own, or shall I make you?" Gulping, the young man's voice trembled further. I can walk on my own." Meanwhile, outside the Municipal Construction Bureau, the relentless downpour could not wash away the sins, but it could certainly wash away the dirt from the ground. The torrential rain drenched the steps outside the bureau, where over 100 migrant workers, clad in faded camouflage uniforms and worn-out rubber shoes, stood in the rain. They clutched crumpled IOUs, the red fingerprints on them blurred by the rain into dark splotches. Some wore hard hats, water dripping from their brims, while others had their heads bare, letting the rain wash the grime from their faces. "Repay us. Repay us." Old Zhao stood at the forefront, holding up a piece of cardboard with hastily scrawled words that read blood and sweat money, 3 years without payment. The rain streamed down the cardboard, gradually smudging the ink. The gates of the construction bureau were firmly shut, and several security guards stood nervously behind the glass doors. What do we do if the leaders refuse to show themselves? Someone shouted, the voice piercing through the rain. Break the door. Rush in. A few young laborers pushed forward, their fists pounding against the glass, making a resounding noise. Suddenly, a black sedan emerged from the side entrance, its wheels splashing through puddles and sending mud flying. It was the director's car. Someone recognized it, and the crowd erupted in chaos. "Stop him. Don't let him escape." Dozens of individuals rushed forward, encircling the vehicle, pounding on the windows, their fists striking the hood with a dull thud. The window slowly lowered a crack, revealing an impatient face. Liang Xiaolong could no longer contain his fury. What on earth is all this commotion? If you continue, I will have you all arrested. Anger surged within Liang Xiaolong as he contemplated the audacity of these commoners. Was it truly worth it over a mere... How dare they approach and vandalize a government institution? Did they not value their lives? He needed to flee quickly. If he delayed any longer, imprisonment would be his fate. Grab him. After all, one cannot survive without money. Old Zhao slammed his hand against the car door, his voice hoarse. My son is waiting for money to attend school. Do you officials have hearts of stone? As the rain poured more heavily, the crowd's anger intensified, with someone picking up a brick from the roadside and raising it high. Bang! A dull sound echoed as the brick struck the car roof, leaving a dent. The driver wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Director Liang, what should we do? Yang Xiaolong ruthlessly raised the window, unable to suppress his roar. Can't you just ram through? The driver grimaced. But Director Liang, someone could get hurt. I command you to ram through. These commoners will clear the way. The driver gritted his teeth, shifted into neutral, and pressed the accelerator a few times as a warning. Then, he shifted into first gear and gradually released the clutch, allowing the car to move slowly forward. In the downpour, over 100 figures stood at the entrance of the construction bureau like a silent wall. These laborers were merely victims in the chain of corruption that plagued Haixing City. Their hard-earned money lining the pockets of the corrupt, bolstering their private coffers. Little did they know, in countless households awaiting financial relief, they were unwittingly destroying family after family. In the next moment, the driver abruptly slammed on the brakes, causing Liang Xiaolong's head to collide with the passenger seat headrest. He shouted in anger, "Do you even know how to drive?" Then, he saw 3 black sedans had already surrounded them between the construction bureau and the main road. A chill ran down Liang Xiaolong's spine, and his expression darkened. A terrible premonition arose within him. The special investigation team. Surely they hadn't found him so quickly? They had only just entered Haixing City the day before. Moments later, they witnessed figures in black suits, adorned with party insignias, exiting the vehicles, clearly members of the disciplinary committee. One young man approached their car. Yang Xiaolong recognized him as Chen Jixing, the rising star of the discipline inspection, who had been promoted that very morning from a powerful department to the deputy director of the 10th Inspection and Investigation Office of the Provincial Discipline Committee, known as the Little Yama. The kitchen warrior. Secure the car lock. I cannot believe he can do anything to me. Liang Xiaolong commanded the driver, who nodded in affirmation, indicating that he had locked it properly. Chen Jixing observed his opponent's silence and refusal to open the window as he approached the roadside, prying a brick from the flower bed. After weighing it in his hand, he suddenly struck the rear window with a resounding crash. The glass shattered, revealing a pair of eyes, bloodshot and fierce, fixated upon him. Chen Jixing then revealed a peculiar smile. Director Liang, where are we off to? Perhaps to enjoy some tea with our special investigation team? Yang Xiaolong scoffed. If you have the guts, come and arrest me. He Yang held a black umbrella over Chen Jixing's head, snorting disdainfully, stubborn fool. Just wait. Do you think the one nicknamed Little King of Hell is joking with you? He has even prepared his resignation letter, just waiting to bring down your corrupt ilk. Ignoring He Yang, Chen Jixing addressed the leading migrant workers. Brothers, this corrupt official, who has embezzled your hard-earned money, your children's school fees, and your life-saving funds, is right there in that car. What do you wish to do? I shall pretend I saw nothing. After speaking, Chen Jixing hurried back to his vehicle, leaning against the front and making a yay gesture. He Yang was taken aback. Yay, have we captured another corrupt official? He was momentarily at a loss regarding Chen Jixing's intentions. Smoke, and watch the spectacle unfold. Just wait. He will beg us to take him in. Chen Jixing grinned enigmatically, sending a shiver down, as he had previously stated at Yulan Xiangxia. What constituted rules? Chen Jixing's rules were the only ones that mattered, since they disregarded the rules. Why should he adhere to them? As for Yu Qingha, well, the leader governs the people while the deputy oversees affairs. He Yang handed him a cigarette, and after lighting it, they both focused their attention on the scene. In the pouring rain, Chen Jixing leaned against the black sedan's hood, fingers clutching a cigarette, while He Yang held the umbrella above him, his expression impassive as they gazed ahead. Suddenly, after Chen Jixing's words echoed through the air, a deafening roar erupted from the gathered migrant workers. Brothers, that corrupt official is inside this car. Let us give him what he deserves. Bang! Liang Xiaolong's arrogance froze on his face as he bellowed. I am the director of the construction bureau. You lowly peasants dare to lay a hand on me, assaulting a public servant. I can have all of you arrested. The crowd hesitated momentarily before erupting into greater fury. Over 100 migrant workers surged forward like a tidal wave, fists raised, curses flying. Blood and tears mingling with the torrential rain as they descended upon the corrupt official's vehicle. He Yong watched the scene, exhilarated. This is so invigorating. It feels amazing. Chun Jixing glanced at him. Care to kick a few times? He Yong rubbed his hands together hesitantly. Is that allowed? Chun Jixing blinked innocently. That asked the workers doing the beating. What does it have to do with you, He Yong? The law does not punish the masses. What a sight. Is this how the principle of collective culpability is applied? He Yang forced his way into the crowd, mercilessly delivering several kicks to Liang Xiaolong, who lay on the ground, battered like a dog. Chun Jixing remarked coolly, "Brothers, let us not harm him too severely. We still need to bring him back for legal accountability." Standing alone under a black umbrella, he gazed down the road. It seemed that the whimsical, innocent young girl, her hair tied in a high ponytail, stood by the street, hands clasped, smiling at him. He murmured to himself, "As you say, when officials harden their hearts, do not be surprised when the common folk strip away your skin. You see, is it not, as you wished?" Chapter 60. The abyss is empty. The demons take the stage. The afflictions of the world consume the lives of 9 out of 10 individuals. While diligence may yield mere sustenance, it rarely paves the path to prosperity. The aspiration for wealth sometimes necessitates the temporary suspension of one's conscience. Such is the plight of Liang Xiaolong at this moment. Ultimately ensnared by his own avarice, Chun Jixing gazes indifferently, perhaps for him, ever since Deng Rong's demise. The principles and standards he upheld in 2 lifetimes have dissipated like smoke with the other's passing. Is the means truly significant as long as one can punish corruption? As the adage goes, when impoverished, one may focus solely on oneself. When wealthy, one should strive to assist the world. He does not seek a world devoid of greed. Merely a lifeline for the downtrodden, nothing more. Liang Xiaolong, curled in the mire, finds his identity, an administrative jacket, torn to tatters. The torrential rain washes over his swollen visage, mingling with blood to form a dark red stream beneath him. I was wrong. I truly was wrong. He erupts into a wail akin to that of a slaughtered pig, his fingers digging deeply into the asphalt as he drags his broken leg towards Chun Jixing. Team Leader Chun, save me. I confess. I will confess now. Please, tell them to stop beating me. I will die if they continue. Sob, sob, sob. A shard of brick grazes his ear and crashes to the ground, startling him into a jiggling frenzy. Liang Xiaolong finally crumbles, his face a canvas of snot and tears. I will return the poverty alleviation funds. I will compensate the migrant workers. I beg you. Before he can finish, a kick sends him sprawling. Now you realize the need to compensate. Old Zhao raises his safety helmet and brings it down upon his back, the dull thud eliciting a twitch from He Yang. Who lurks within the crowd? Where were you when my daughter dropped out to work? Where were you when old Li drank pesticide? This group, though impoverished, possesses an abundance of strength. As for Liang Xiaolong, he is indeed suffering the consequences of his past misdeeds. Like a maggot, Liang Xiaolong wriggles towards Chun Jixing's feet, only to have his wrist pinned by He Yang just as he is about to touch the polished leather. With a bruised face and bloody countenance, he raises his head, voice pitiful. Team Leader Chen, please save me. I beg you, save me. I realize my mistakes. I truly understand my faults. Having crawled to Chun Jixing's side, the migrant workers cease their assault. After all, without Chun Jixing, how could they strike this corrupt official? Chun Jixing, as if extinguishing a cigarette butt, steps on his fingers, looking down upon him with a cold, detached demeanor. When Deng Rong pleaded for your mercy, why did you not spare him? Now that the blade falls upon you, you feel the pain. When injustice befalls you, you know to resist. You do not truly understand your fault. You merely comprehend that you are facing death. The rain pours relentlessly, yet Chun Jixing's voice is colder than the deluge. He gazes down at Liang Xiaolong, who lies feeble and pliant like mud, his eyes brimming with an unfathomable malice. At last, Liang Xiaolong comprehends the essence of fear. His body trembles, engulfed in dread, as he realizes that Chun Jixing harbors even more severe measures in store for him. Does it hurt? Chun Jixing ground Liang Xiaolong's fingers, the joints emitting faint cracking sounds against the sole of his shoe. Deng Rong was tortured by you, injected with drugs. A pain tenfold greater than this. Liang Xiaolong's cries abruptly ceased, his pupils constricting violently in fear. Chun Jixing suddenly yanked his hair, forcing him to gaze upon the ragged workers. "Look at these people." His voice, hoarse and jagged like a blade scraping iron rust, pierced the air. "Their children drop out of school because of your corruption. The elderly resort to drinking pesticides for lack of wages. Do you now know to beg for mercy? Are you filled with regret? But there is no remedy for regret in this world. You do not lament. You merely fear death, nothing more." With a sudden motion, he slammed Liang Xiaolong's head against the ground, blood splattering onto his trousers like a blooming cluster of spider lilies. "Team Leader Chen, I will expose it. Song Qinglin's mistress is hiding in." Liang Xiaolong shrieked in madness, only to be kicked over by Chen Zhixing. From his lower back, he drew forth cold handcuffs, gleaming with a blinding silver in the downpour. This was borrowed from Zhou Jigang. Alas, it was too late. "I do not accept your apologies or confessions. If you wish to atone, go to hell and apologize to her in person. All I can do is send you to hell, nothing more. If you had given her even a chance to live." He clicked the handcuffs shut around Liang Xiaolong's wrist, then broke into a self-mocking laugh. "There are no ifs. This world, where would so many ifs come from?" The workers involuntarily took a step back. At that moment, Chen Zhixing resembled a vengeful spirit clawing its way out of hell, the black umbrella long forgotten, rain cascading down his chin, mingling with Liang Xiaolong's blood as it seeped into the earth. He refused the new cigarette offered by He Yang with a raised hand. "No need." Chen Zhixing loosened his tie, revealing the grotesque veins on his neck. "This has only just begun." He dragged Liang Xiaolong towards the police car like a dead dog, suddenly turning back to flash a grin at the workers. "Ladies and gentlemen," he pointed at the pool of blood on the ground, "every corrupt official, one and all, I, Chen Zhixing, shall personally send them to hell." As the car door slammed shut, a bolt of lightning cleaved through the dark clouds, illuminating the crimson obsession in his eyes. The scene seemed to freeze in time. In the torrential rain, Chen Zhixing's bloodied silhouette dragging a corrupt official formed an epic tableau against the silent gaze of the workers. Chen Zhixing's eyes glinted with a deep, lingering bloodlust. Next, the true architect of Deng Rong's descent into this grave of power, Lin Jia. Chen Zhixing sat in the passenger seat, his anger intensifying, while He Yang pressed his lips together, choosing not to speak further. At least he believed Chen Zhixing was in the right. The Deng Rong case held far-reaching implications, marking one of the gravest political events in nearly a decade. Behind this incident lay the intricate maneuvering of powerful figures. "What does that mean?" He Yang frowned, recognizing that the most terrifying entity was not a madman, but a rational one. At this moment, Chen Zhixing epitomized that description. Lin Jia was dubbed the Iron Lady for her resolute and uncompromising style. In the beginning, Lin Jia and Deng Rong were similar, both subjected to the torment and threats of Song Qinglin, which ultimately led them to their current state. Initially, Lin Jia was merely a woman used by him for transactions. As Song Qinglin ascended in power, Lin Jia transformed into his substitute, aiding him in his nefarious deeds. Ensnared in the gilded chains of a monetary empire and the zenith of authority, she too succumbed to moral decay. As for what followed, Chen Zhixing let out a cold sneer, a frigid glint emerging in his gaze, his tone suddenly turning chillingly severe. He dragged more girls into the abyss, utilizing poverty alleviation funds to establish nightclubs, collaborating with the so-called minister of an underground organization to lure girls into these establishments, ensnaring them with drugs, and transforming these nightclubs into venues of debauchery. On the surface, he appeared to be an innocuous director of a poverty alleviation office, wielding immense funds with merciless efficiency in the political arena, yet behind closed doors, who did not refer to him as Mother Lin. Drugs, power, corruption, and moral degradation. If Liang Xiaolong and Li Cheng were mere accomplices, then Lin Jia was the principal offender. The crimes she committed were sufficient to warrant her execution countless times without quelling public outrage. He Yang's expression darkened suddenly, as he could envision the plight of those girls under his control. These girls, ensnared by drugs, were coerced into providing companionship, their daily existence akin to a living hell, trapped in a state of neither life nor death. More alarmingly, as the director of the Poverty Alleviation Office, Lin Jia's establishment was predominantly filled with girls from impoverished families. Should anyone report them, Su Daowang would dispatch individuals to apprehend them, and whether they lived or died. Chen Zhixing fell silent for a moment, his expression complex as he continued. Who knows? Each one of them is Lin Jia, yet Lin Jia is not them. Among them was Deng Rong. He Yang listened, his heart racing in terror, fists clenched in fury as he growled. Is Lin Jia not merely a woman? Why must she inflict harm upon these girls? Does this woman possess no conscience? Does her conscience not ache? Chun Jishing let out a cold laugh, then derisively scoffed. Because hell is empty, and the devils are at the helm. Chapter 61. The Methods of Chun Jishing. A torrential downpour cascaded from a leaden sky, as if the heavens had been torn asunder, unleashing a frigid curtain of water that pounded upon the weathered stone steps of the Yulon Club, enveloping the scene in a shroud of mist. Chun Jishing's administrative jacket was thoroughly soaked, clinging to his form, the bloodstains seeping through and blending into a pale red hue, dripping from the edges of his garment. The abrasions on his brow had scabbed over, yet the relentless rain washed over them, revealing a faint whiteness beneath. He Yong silently extended a black trench coat, its fabric billowing in the fierce wind like an eagle taking flight, the sound slicing through the downpour. Chun Jishing took it with a nod. Standing just outside the shelter of the umbrella, he allowed the rain to strike his face, his gaze sharp and piercing, fixed upon the far end of the street. 3 black sedans pierced through the mist, tires splashing through the standing water. Before the vehicles had fully come to a halt, the director of the 3rd inspection room, Cui Xueming, had already thrown open the door and leapt out, his polished shoes shattering puddles, oblivious to the mud splattering upon his trousers. He hurried to Chun Jishing. Breathless, Captain, only Su Daoguang and Lin Jia remain. As per your directive, Su Daoguang is to be kept until last. Chun Jishing nodded, maintaining his silence. The only sound left was the drumming of the rain, as black umbrellas unfurled amidst the curtain of water, the atmosphere thick with tension and gravity. 2 minutes later, another trio of vehicles sped into view. Following closely behind were over 20 police cars and 3 buses. Leading the charge was a deputy director from the municipal police. While the absence of Su Daoguang, well, that was a matter open to interpretation. Alighting from the buses was the provincial armed police detachment, led by Qin Zhan. The armed police quickly formed ranks, their dark combat uniforms coalescing into a formidable array against the rain-soaked backdrop. The sound of boots striking the ground drowned out the rain, while the metallic clinks of firearms and equipment resonated sharply in the damp air. The commanding officer, Qin Zhan, jogged up to Chun Jishing and saluted. Captain Chun, all members of the 3rd Detachment of the Provincial Armed Police are present and awaiting your orders. Sun Xiang, the executive deputy director of the Haixing City Public Security Bureau, rushed over to salute. The special police team of Haixing City has assembled. At that moment, all eyes turned to Chun Jishing, awaiting his next words. Gradually, he raised his hand and then sharply brought it down. Director Sun, you are in charge of the outer perimeter. Secure this area. The armed police detachment will proceed to apprehend the targets. Understood, Qin Zhan exclaimed, gesturing decisively as the armed police kicked open the doors and began their incursion. Chun Jishing strode forth, hands tucked into the pockets of his trench coat, with He Yang beside him, holding the umbrella. Together, they advanced towards the elegantly exterior yet foul interior of the building. Cui Xueming followed closely behind with the disciplinary committee staff, their footsteps merging into a dull rumble amidst the rain. Meanwhile, on the 3rd floor of the Yulon Club, in Lin Jia's office, the woman, previously honored as a provincial poverty alleviation advanced individual, was frantically destroying account books, beads of sweat rolling down her meticulously maintained forehead, soaking her silk blouse worth thousands. Damn it, they all deserve to perish. She trembled as she extracted 2 documents from the concealed drawer of the 2nd compartment. The first document pertains to the offspring of individuals associated with their interest group, with at least 20% of the impoverished suffering as a consequence each year. As for the subsequent poverty alleviation report, while it is indeed genuine, it also serves as a source for the female public relations of the Yulon Club. The youngest is merely 10 years old, while the eldest barely exceeds 25. Their crimes are egregious, and justice seems elusive. Lin Jia languidly reclined in her Italian leather office chair, her gaze sweeping over the Pioneers of Poverty Alleviation banner adorning the wall. Beneath the banner, a collection of photographs depicting several young girls crammed into a KTV private room were carelessly pinned to a corkboard. The gaunt girls in the images feigned smiles, while she gracefully poured wine for the rotund, corrupt officials. Even if I were to confess, I would still face the death penalty. Lin Jia was acutely aware of her fate. For the deeds she had committed, even 100 deaths would not suffice to absolve her of her sins. Jiajia, the office door was thrust open violently, and her confidant Wang Chung burst in, drenched. There are numerous officers and armed police outside. Lin Jia's fingers tightened abruptly around the edge of the list, crumpling the paper in her palm. The shredder continued to hum. Yet the muffled sound of boots striking the ground outside became unmistakably clear. In a sudden movement, she yanked open the bottom drawer of her desk, revealing a silver handgun glinting coldly in the light. Allow Su Daoguang to escape through the drainage system. She tucked the gun into the small of her back, her voice hoarse like coal soaked by rain. If he falls here, those ledgers could topple half the provincial committee. As she spoke, she retrieved a lighter to incinerate the incriminating documents. But in the next moment, bang! Lin Jia's hand faltered before she leaned closer with the lighter to ignite the two lists. In that instant, the office door was forcefully kicked open. Chen Zhixing lunged forward, seizing a potted pot hose from the windowsill and hurling it at her. The ceramic pot struck Lin Jia's wrist with precision, shattering against her expensive mahogany desk, soil and plant debris mingling with blood splattering onto the evidence. Subdue her. Qin Zhan's voice echoed down the corridor. 3 armed police officers pounced like ferocious tigers, and before Lin Jia could grasp her handgun, she was pinned to the ground. Her meticulously styled hair came undone, and her costly jade hairpin shattered into 2 pieces. The handcuffs clicked shut around her wrists. Chen Zhixing approached the desk deliberately, resting his hands on the surface. His gaze traversed the evidence stained with soil, finally settling on a photograph of a girl, no more than 10, clad in ill-fitting revealing attire, trembling in the corner of the KTV room. Chen Zhixing's hands fell naturally to his sides as he sank into her office chair, while the disciplinary inspection staff entered to begin gathering evidence. Director Lin, how composed you are, even in the face of impending doom, still finding time to play with fire. Chen Zhixing stepped on the scattered lists, glancing down. Using poverty alleviation funds to operate nightclubs, coercing the daughters of impoverished households into selling themselves, controlling them with drugs. Lin Jia, you are a woman. How can you be so vile? With your kind of rot, do you even deserve to be called an Iron Lady? What right do you have? Lin Jia suddenly erupted into manic laughter. Chen Zhixing, what pretense of moral superiority do you put on? When Song Qinglin and his cohorts were tormenting me, where were you to play the hero? He Yang frowned and stepped forward, only to be halted by Chen Zhixing's raised hand. So, you resort to dragging more girls into hell? Chen Zhixing extracted a syringe from the evidence bag, the very instrument used to inject drugs into Dang Rong. Is it your intent to control them with narcotics, then threaten them with recorded videos? Lin Jia's complexion changed drastically as she suddenly seized a paper cutter, aiming it at her throat. Do you wish to die? Chen Zhixing retaliated with a sharp slap that sent her staggering against the wall, the paper cutter clattering to the floor, when Dang Rong was injected with 7 different drugs. She lacked even the strength to take her own life. And now, you wish to end your life so easily? Too simple. Rest assured, I will ensure you are in a state of despair, unable to live or die. Once you find yourself in the interrogation room of the Special Investigation Team, I will take my time to entertain you. Chen Zhixing crouched down and methodically placed handcuffs on her. What a pity. He leaned closer to Lin Jia's ear, his voice as soft as a serpent's hiss. There are 3 more drugs in your drawer, and the evidence is irrefutable. Drugs? It is impossible for there to be any in her office. Therefore, Chen Zhixing bent down, leisurely picking up a broken jade hairpin from the ground, and traced a long, bloody line across her face, a manic smile spreading across his features. What a pity. He leaned closer to her ear, his voice as delicate as a serpent's tongue. There are 3 more drugs in your drawer, and the evidence is irrefutable. He Yang watched from the side, particularly observing Chen Zhixing, who exuded a calm and unsettling madness. The longer he refrained from physical action, the more it indicated that Lin Jia's fate would be increasingly dire once they returned to the interrogation room. Coerced confessions? What constitutes coercion here? Did they not bring this upon themselves? What does this have to do with us? You are framing me. She screamed and struggled. Yet Chen Zhixing seized her long hair and snipped it into small fragments with scissors. He then retrieved a bottle of liquor from her cabinet, pouring it into a glass, the hair mingling with the alcohol, and tossed in 2 small blades from the ground. Chen Zhixing extended his index finger to his lips and chuckled softly. Sure. Please don't utter a word. What a shame, no milk tea. Otherwise, it would have been judicial milk tea. Chapter 62. Her Ordeal. Lin Jia's endless crimes. Lin Jia's pupils constricted violently, and she emitted a desperate, suffocating gasp from her throat. The metallic tang of the blade mingled with the rusty scent of her blood-soaked hair, spreading through her mouth. She desperately tilted her head back to evade the threat, only to find Chen Zhixing's grip tightening even further. His thumb pressed against her throat, and with the slightest pressure, he could force her to swallow a mouthful of blades. experiencing the gruesome fate of being internally torn apart. Ugh, ugh. She squirmed in her shackled state, akin to a venomous snake pinned at its most vulnerable spot. Cold sweat soaked her shirt, clinging to her back, and the air conditioning's chill sent shivers coursing through her body. In that moment, Chun Jixing's breath, mere inches away, sent a more profound chill down her spine than the sound of the armed police marching outside. Suddenly, she froze, feeling warmth on her tongue. Blood. This realization sent tremors through Linjia. The blade had cut through her tongue. Chun Jixing's low laughter slithered into her ears like a serpent's tongue, causing her entire being to quake with fear, her pupils wide with terror. Demon, you are nothing but a demon, Lin Jiao mumbled, her tongue too damaged to articulate properly. Blood trickling down the corner of her mouth. Ha! I am a demon. Then what are you? You are nothing but a swarm of parasites, a band of executioners. The blood on your hands will never wash away. The blood I hold is all yours, you pathetic wretches. What right do you, Lin Jiao, have to call me a demon? Upon hearing this, Chun Jixing erupted into raucous laughter. You break the rules, yet you demand I adhere to them? When I follow the rules, you play tricks. When I don't, you accuse me of having issues with my methods. Damn it, are you going to let me finish? If you're so impressive, why don't you try changing the law? Damn. Chun Jixing struck Lin Jiao across the face, the blade slicing through the inside of her mouth, the sharp sound of the slap echoing in the office. Lin Jiao, after receiving the blow, had no time to retaliate. She quickly bowed her head, opening her mouth wide in fear of swallowing the blade. Yet what poured from her mouth was nothing but crimson blood. Chun Jixing seized her hair, dragging her to the wall behind the office chair, his cold voice resonating in Lin Jia's ear. Open the darkroom. Lin Jiao lifted her gaze, her face contorted with hatred as she fixed her glare on Chun Jixing, silent yet resolute. A sudden malicious grin spread across her face. Aren't you impressive, Chun Jixing? Why don't you find a way out? Chun Jixing remained silent, turning to grasp a bottle of whiskey from the desk. Lin Jiao fixed her gaze on the bottle, abruptly comprehending his intent. The marks from Chun Jixing's previous assault still marred her face. The thought of alcohol pouring onto her wounds was unbearable. No. Wait. Her voice quavered with fear. Too late. The icy liquid cascaded down, soaking her facial wounds. Agonizing pain surged through her body like a jolt of electricity, and Lin Jia's screams reverberated in the confined office. Her body convulsed violently, the handcuffs clanging against the back of the chair. The code. Chun Jixing tightened his grip around her neck. The code to the darkroom. Otherwise, I wouldn't hesitate to carve a few more openings on your face. I assume you would prefer not to be disfigured, with one hand wielding a paper cutter and the other a bottle of whiskey. A sinister grin adorned Chun Jixing's face, instilling a profound sense of dread within her. Alternatively, my report might state, the criminal Lin Jiao fell during her resistance, her eyes landing amidst the shards of glass. The devilish whisper of Chun Jixing echoed in Lin Jia's ears. She suddenly realized that this madman was capable of anything, yet behind this lay the greatest secret of the Yulan Club. With a splash, the remaining whiskey was hurled onto her face, and almost instantaneously, a wretched scream erupted once more, accompanied by a voice strained to the point of exhaustion. 945-234, 945,234. Chun Jixing stepped back, and behind him, Qin Zhan gestured for the soldiers beside him to press the code, rifles aimed steadfastly at the door as it began to unlock. The dark room was an expansive space, dimly lit with a suffocating atmosphere. There was no sound, only the audible, labored breaths. Search, Qin Zhan commanded. Armed to the teeth, the SWAT team entered the dark room, tactical flashlights illuminating the area, while shouts of anger echoed from within. Report. We have found something. Report. It's all girls, barely clothed, requesting medical assistance. Female doctor. Report. Chief, most of the girls inside have been injected with drugs, their attire equivalent to nothing. There are also torture instruments on the walls. We have discovered 3 corpses. Chief, in the refrigerator, we found 2 elderly bodies, along with a girl around 18 years old. She claims her surname is Deng. At this revelation, all eyes turned towards Chun Jixing. Upon hearing these words, He Yang's heart sank. He thought to himself, hoping there was no connection to Deng Rong. Otherwise, this man would explode with rage. Upon hearing this, Chun Jixing collapsed into a chair, his voice hoarse. There are only girls inside. It would be inappropriate for me to enter. Ask her if her name is Deng Jiaying. Silence lingered for less than 30 seconds before the soldier inside responded, yes. Chun Jixing extended his hand, and He Yang opened his mouth, ultimately tossing a vial of medication to Chen Jixing. Deng Rong has a younger sister. During school, she showed me her sister's photograph. I have always been puzzled. Given Deng Rong's character, she could have directly contacted the teachers, employing a strategy of absolute confrontation, yet she chose not to do so. I have been contemplating why. I pondered that she could have contacted the teachers directly, even the Provincial Disciplinary Committee, clearly possessing numerous avenues to bring you all to justice. Yet she refrained from utilizing any of them. Now it appears that you have long since apprehended her parents and sister, using them as leverage against her. Is that correct? Chen Jixing, after a prolonged silence, exhaled a plume of smoke, suppressing his fury as he inquired. Although phrased as a question, his tone conveyed certainty. As expected, Lin Jia erupted into laughter, which soon morphed into derision. She could have easily secured hundreds of thousands with just a signature, yet she obstinately chose to defy her superiors. After Song Qinglin, Li Weiguo, Liang Xiaolong, and Li Chong forcibly violated her, she even contacted the Provincial Procuratorate and the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission. Thus, I had no choice but to resort to drugging her. But who could have anticipated that this young lady was so stubborn, insisting that we would pay a price? Tell me, how could we possibly allow her to report us? Therefore, Su Daowang apprehended her parents and sister under the pretense of aiding the Haixing police investigation. Chen Jixing tightened his grip on the cigarette, but, slowly rising as shadows enveloped Lin Jia, his voice chilling. So, you resorted to such despicable means to control her? Lin Jia scoffed. What else could we do? Kill her? At that time, we were only interested in money, not in taking a life. Chen Jixing clenched his fists, his face contorting with rage as he growled. Then why must you humiliate her? Such degradation of her character. Compliance testing. We needed to confirm that she posed no threat to us. Only through a dual collapse of her mental and physical state could she be reduced to her pawn. All of this was of her own making. Had she chosen to cooperate with us, none of these events would have transpired. In fact, she could have become the youngest division-level cadre in the entire province. Upon hearing this, Chen Jixing's internal fury reignited as he seized the whiskey bottle and, with a resounding crash, brought it down upon Lin Jia's head. Damned. Chapter 63. Redistribution of power and the contest among titans. The on-site investigation continued to be pursued by two criminal investigation experts. While the armed escort from the Armed Police Special Task Force accompanied Chen Jixing and other members of the Special Investigation Team back to the municipal guest house. The disciplinary inspection staff who followed the vehicle immediately took each apprehended suspect to the interrogation room. To put it plainly, every major criminal apprehended by Chen Jixing bore the marks of their struggles. There were the Construction Bureau Chief, bruised from a confrontation with migrant workers, the Finance Bureau Chief, who had broken his nose in a fall within his office, and the Director of the Poverty Alleviation Office, who had suffered an accident while resisting arrest at the Yulon Club. The Special Investigation Team maintained a unified stance. The suspects were agitated, leading to unfortunate incidents during the arrest and escort processes. The central figure of this anti-corruption storm, Chen Jixing, was intercepted by a direct phone call from Yu Qinghe the moment he stepped out of the vehicle. At this moment, all 13 standing committee members of the Provincial Party Committee were stationed in Haixing City. The iron fist of law enforcement had struck, and the next act was to extend a ladder for all parties involved. The report prepared by the Provincial Disciplinary Inspection Committee had to be reviewed by the standing committee members before the Provincial Party Committee could submit this black and evil eradication report to higher authorities. In the small conference room, the aroma of Longjing tea filled the air, and only 15 chairs were arranged around the oval table. The thermos of the Provincial Party Secretary, Lin Shanhe, occupied the first position on the left, while the notebook of the provincial governor, Zhou Zhengming, was placed at his right. Curiously, the seat that should have belonged to the Provincial Disciplinary Inspection Committee Secretary was currently occupied by Chen Jixing, dressed in plain clothes. In the bureaucratic sphere, one cannot escape the myriad meetings. Following verification by the investigation team and the evidence in possession of the special team, it was confirmed that the Finance Bureau Chief, Li Chong, the Construction Bureau Chief, Liang Xiaolong, the Poverty Alleviation Office Director, Lin Jia, and the President of the Intermediate Court, Li Weiguo, had all faced justice. However, the Vice Mayor and Police Chief, Su Daowang, remained unaccounted for. Leading the vast interest group was the Executive Vice Mayor, Song Qinglin, and the others, who had flouted the law and committed numerous crimes, including but not limited to drug trafficking, power for sex transactions, corruption, collusion with criminal elements, and the persecution of women. Simultaneously, they exerted control over the parents and sister of the director of the Municipal State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission, Deng Rong, using them as leverage to subject Deng Rong to drug control, extortion through compromising videos, psychological torment, and sexual assault. As Chen Zhixing spoke, he distributed the prepared materials. The breathing of the 13 standing committee members was distinctly audible. It is noteworthy that Deng Rong was a centrally appointed cadre. Under normal procedures, this case would have been escalated to the ministry, yet an incident had occurred here. One must ponder the consequences for local authorities. In reality, today's report meeting served as a signal for political mediation. The details of Chen Zhixing's report from the main seat were, in fact, a political signal indicating the provincial party committee's concession of discourse power to the special investigation team. The grave reactions of the standing committee members regarding the Deng Rong case revealed that the Central Disciplinary Inspection Commission had yet to intervene, reflecting their careful deliberations. The provincial committee sought to conduct a political reckoning under the guise of black and evil eradication, submitting a report while avoiding accountability for ineffective oversight. The emphasis in the special investigation team's materials on the victimization of centrally appointed cadre Deng Rong was a strategic maneuver to exert pressure on the provincial party committee. When Chen Zhixing directed shocking evidence of drug control and abusive videos to specific standing committee members, these materials became instruments for shifting responsibility. They not only solidified the crimes of the Haixing City Interest Group, but also, through the act of proactively lifting the lid, circumvented higher-level intervention. Indeed, Chen Zhixing was not fond of such scenes. He preferred the straightforwardness of the special investigation team, devoid of devious maneuverings. However, from another perspective, the arrangement of the Provincial Disciplinary Committee secretary yielding to Chen Zhixing hinted at an internal compromise within the disciplinary system. Yet, this was not what Chen Zhixing desired. The Deng family had been reduced to a single sister due to this incident. She herself had perished. How could Chen Zhixing allow this matter to conclude? The highest consequence would merely be the demise of a vice-ministerial-level executive deputy mayor, which was far from sufficient. Yet, this affair was not solely within his purview. Unless he could produce evidence, the missing Su Daowang had become crucial. Comrade Chen Zhixing's report was laden with sorrow, a reflection of our provincial committee's lack of oversight. Provincial Secretary Lin Shanhe was the first to speak, a statement that effectively set the tone. He continued, "Does a vice-ministerial-level executive deputy mayor truly possess such formidable capabilities? I think not, comrades." Lin Shanhe slammed his pen onto the table, surveying the room with an ominous demeanor. Is there truly no one behind Song Qinglin? I cannot guarantee that one of the provincial committee members present here is not a supporter of Song Qinglin. Consider this. What justifies the ability of an executive deputy mayor to orchestrate such significant events? I believe each of you harbors a sense of discernment. Lin Shanhe, with an air of composure, lifted his teacup and took a sip, a cold smile creeping onto his lips as his gaze, sharp as a blade, swept across every standing committee member present. Comrade Chen Zhixing, on behalf of the provincial committee, I authorize a thorough investigation, regardless of who is behind this. Regardless of the support Song Qinglin may have, we shall investigate to the fullest extent. Simultaneously, the special investigation team of the Provincial Disciplinary Committee may report directly to me and Comrade Bao Wenrui, possessing the highest authority. For all those below the provincial and ministerial level, if one is found, they shall be dealt with. For those at the vice-ministerial level and above, notify Comrade Bao Wenrui and me immediately. I will personally report to the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection. Lin Shanhe forcefully set down his thermos, his icy tone sending chills down the spines of every committee member present. This was a reckoning. Indeed, this matter could not be suppressed. And the most crucial aspect was that if they did not carry out the reckoning, they themselves would be the ones to face it. Chen Zhixing narrowed his eyes, estimating that this provincial secretary was already aware of who was behind it all, but, for certain reasons, could not disclose it. After all, if a provincial secretary were truly unaware, it would be quite implausible. Comrade Zhixing, you may leave now. Chen Zhixing nodded and exited the conference room, followed shortly by Yu Qinghe, who emerged from the back door, leaving only 13 provincial committee members in the room. Matters of uncertainty are better left unspoken, as they can easily become thorns in the eyes of others. In the corridor, Yu Qinghe lit a cigarette, taking a deep drag before speaking with an air of concern. He referred to the fact that, in the absence of direct evidence implicating Song Qinglin, it would be unwise to mention him. If indeed there exists a powerful patron for Song Qinglin within the standing committee, then Chen Zhixing would have to confront the oppressive might of a committee member. Chen Zhixing chuckled lightly. Do you truly believe that anyone would dare to lay a hand on me now? With one central cadre having perished in Haixing City, what do you think would ensue if another were to meet a similar fate here? To put it bluntly, do you not think that if I were to take my own life at this moment, it would be the provincial committee members who would be most fearful? Yu Qinghe responded. Chen Zhixing, holding the cigarette, observed the flickering flame reflected in his eyes. After inhaling deeply, he exhaled slowly. It was highly probable that Su Daoguang would meet his demise at the hands of those behind the scenes. This was clearly a scenario orchestrated by others. Brother, he continued, do you believe that the vehicle belonging to Song Qinglin's benefactor is of the same make as that of Secretary Lin? Chapter 64. The death of Su Daoguang and the dissolution of his path. The special investigation team sometimes serves merely as a blade of power. A torrential downpour washed over the winding mountain roads on the outskirts of Haixing City, where a black Audi A6L sped recklessly across the slick pavement. Su Daoguang gripped the steering wheel tightly, his knuckles turning white, as the flashing lights of police sirens in the rearview mirror stabbed at his eyes with unbearable intensity. Damn you, Chen Zhixing, he bellowed, slamming the steering wheel. The dashboard displayed the final text message, meet at the old place, bring evidence. The sender was ominously labeled as boss. The silhouette of an abandoned cement factory flickered in and out of visibility amid the lightning. Su Daoguang drifted into the factory grounds, his tires carving deep ruts in the muddy earth. Stumbling towards the rusted iron gate, the document bag he clutched tightly was now soaked through with rain. Drenched to the bone, his expensive suit smeared with mud, the authority he once commanded had vanished. Did you bring the items? A familiar voice emerged from the shadows. But Su Daoguang froze in place, realizing the voice came from 3 different directions. As he discerned the figure stepping out from behind a concrete pillar, his pupils constricted in shock. To his astonishment, it was Yu who had come for the items. Su Daoguang's voice trembled, his throat constricting. Zheng Guoming, the deputy chief prosecutor of the provincial procuratorate, stepped out of the shadows, the shiny soles of his shoes splashing softly in the puddles. 2 bodyguards in black flanked him, standing at angles with their right hands resting inside their suit jackets. Old leader, what brings you here? Su Daoguang retreated 2 steps, the document bag falling into the muddy water with a plop. A memory of the shredder in Lin Jia's office surged to mind. At that moment, he felt as if he had become a piece of discarded paper awaiting disposal. Zheng Guoming bent down to retrieve the document bag, the moonlight illuminating the Patek Philippe on his wrist. Ah, Su, do you know why Song Qinglin must die? He leisurely unfurled the drenched documents. The bold red characters Provincial Committee, Standing Committee on one page, beginning to blur under the rain. Zheng Guoming's tone was as gentle as if discussing the weather, because he, like you, always believed that holding the chips meant he could survive. Suddenly, Su Daoguang comprehended something, cold sweat mingling with rainwater sliding down his forehead. Song Qinglin had not yet been revealed. The implication of Zheng Guoming's words was clear. Song Qinglin would certainly die, and it would occur before he was ever exposed. This was a sacrifice. Director Zheng, I have the ledger, Su Daoguang exclaimed, a surge of excitement coursing through him. Not only the urban renewal funds, but also the highway projects, the land transfer fees in the development zone, social security. Zheng Guoming let out a light chuckle, retrieving a photograph from his coat and tossing it in front of Su Daoguang. The image depicted a young girl with a backpack entering a campus. Your daughter is a junior at Fudan, isn't she? Majoring in finance with outstanding grades. Zheng Guoming brushed off non-existent dust from his suit sleeve, sighing, what a wonderful age. Su Daoguang's face drained of color, his legs buckling as he knelt in the muddy water. Director Zheng, you can't. I have worked for these years. Hush. Zheng Guoming raised a finger to his lips. Listen. In the distance, the wail of police sirens approached, and the flickering lights became faintly visible. It seems that your old friend, Deputy Team Leader Chen, has arrived. Zheng Guoming sighed, realizing that time was running short. Upon hearing this, Su Daoguang's pupils constricted sharply. Su Daoguang suddenly lunged at Zheng Guoming, his voice a desperate roar. You cannot do this. I have done so much for the old leader. The 3,000 acres in the development zone, the special funds from the province, and a bodyguard stepped forward, pressing the muzzle of his gun against Su Daoguang's temple. Little Su, you have greatly disappointed me. Zheng Guoming shook his head. Do you think the old leader cares about these minor affairs? He leaned closer to Su Daoguang's ear, lowering his voice to a whisper. The provincial leadership is about to undergo a reshuffle. At this critical juncture, we cannot afford any mishaps. Yet, you have still caused such a significant disturbance that the old leader has no choice but to silence you. The blunders you have committed are too grave for even him to manage, leaving him with no option but to safeguard himself. Zheng Jian. Su Daowang clutched Zheng Guoming's pant leg. Grant me a chance at life, and I promise to vanish, never to reappear in this country. Zheng Guoming looked at him with pity. You know too much. He turned to the bodyguard. Dispose of him cleanly. Once Zheng Guoming entered the dark vehicle, a gunshot echoed through the abandoned factory area. 5 minutes later, the arriving police officers found Su Daowang lying in a pool of blood and made a phone call. This call marked the chaotic onset of a power struggle among provincial leaders. At the city guest house, Chen Zhixing immediately immersed himself in the interrogation work upon returning from the municipal committee. Boss, bring me 5 bottles of Erguo 2 and a pack of Likun. After purchasing his items from a nearby shop, Chen Zhixing headed toward the city guest house. Although Song Qinglin had not been captured, he believed that after tonight's interrogation, direct evidence would emerge. He could not fathom how these individuals could withstand the scrutiny of the disciplinary committee. The reason they had not yet apprehended him was the lack of direct evidence. Once their testimonies were secured, they could promptly apply for detention orders. He Yang, Cui Xueming, and a group of disciplinary committee staff approached Chen Zhixing, who nodded in acknowledgement. Open all the interrogation room doors. Begin with interrogating Liang Xiaolong. Also Old Xiao. Have the doctors from the city hospital on standby, along with an ambulance. Xiao Dexian responded, Wait, are you truly planning to conduct the interrogation in the hospital? You really have no fear of oversight, do you? He Yang expressed his indifference, having already kicked Liang Xiaolong several times. Liang Xiaolong was perhaps the most unfortunate. Having been surrounded and beaten by nearly 100 migrant workers, his leg was shattered, the bone protruding through the skin. Friends familiar with leg fractures know that the bone in the calf can be felt by hand, and once fractured outward, it can pierce the skin in an instant. Liang Xiaolong had withheld wages from his laborer friends for several years. The fact that he was not killed in the process could be considered an act of mercy from the workers. Inside the interrogation room, Liang Xiaolong's anguished whimpers had persisted for over an hour, his voice now hoarse. He slumped in the interrogation chair, his right leg encased in a cast, and the left side of his face swollen to the point he could not open his eye. Chen Zhixing entered with 2 bottles of Erguo 2. Leaning against the interrogation table with his arms crossed, He Yang remained the scribe. Wake up, you scoundrel. Start explaining. Chen Zhixing suddenly roared, causing He Yang to shudder, his eyes clearing with a look of deep resentment. You could have given me a heads up. You nearly scared me to death. Liang Xiaolong jolted as well, instinctively lifting his injured leg, pressing it against the ground. The sharp pain shooting through his nerves was more excruciating than before. A wretched scream echoed through the room. I'll confess everything. Liang Xiaolong struggled desperately, the handcuffs biting into his wrists, leaving bloody marks. There are over 8 million left in the construction bureau's petty cash. Chen Zhixing coldly regarded him. Who asked you to disclose that? I want you to talk about Song Qinglin. About Song Qinglin, this. Liang Xiaolong hesitated immediately. Noticing this, Chen Zhixing swiftly opened one of the bottles. Liang Xiaolong thought, are you planning to get yourself drunk to confess? Isn't that against procedure? He then saw Chen Zhixing walking over with the bottle, slowly pouring the liquor. Liang Xiaolong screamed in agony, the veins on his neck and forehead bulging, his other leg straining against the chair, causing it to rattle painfully. His screams reverberated in the interrogation room, the burning sensation of the liquor on his wounds nearly rendering him unconscious. His body convulsed violently. The broken leg beneath the plaster trembled uncontrollably, cold sweat mingled with alcohol rolling down his forehead, soaking his collar. I'll tell you. Liang Xiaolong shrieked, his voice hoarse like sandpaper. Song Qinglin's mistress is hiding at the Baihua Forest Cadre Sanatorium. Room 308. There are ledgers. There are videos. Everything is there. Chen Zhixing scoffed, slamming the bottle down onto the table. What else? Liang Xiaolong's pupils dilated in terror, his lips trembling. Song Qinglin is backed by Zhao Wei, Deputy Secretary Zhao of the Provincial Political and Legal Committee. But Zhao Wei is just a mere middleman. The real big shot is. Suddenly, the door to the interrogation room was flung open with force. P.S. The pace will slow down a bit from here. I fear I might lose it. I will do my best to maintain intensity while ensuring the storyline unfolds gradually. However, I am also worried that the readers might drift away, sob sob sob. Chapter 65. Has Song Qinglin transformed into a bear official? Chui Shuiming rushed in, his complexion ashen, clutching a mobile phone. Team Leader Chen. We have located Su Daowang. However, it appears he has become a corpse, likely a victim of homicide. After all, he was shot at close range. Upon hearing this, Chen Jixing's expression shifted dramatically, his gaze darkening with a glint of coldness. It seems that those orchestrating events from the shadows can no longer remain still. They are frantically severing ties between themselves and this group, even resorting to murder. Yet, the pressing question remains, amidst the current turmoil. With all provincial committee members actively involved in Haixing City, how dare they commit such an act? Wait, Chen Jixing suddenly perceived that he might be playing a pivotal role in this grand scheme, wielding the sword of anti-corruption. Continuing with his earlier line of thought, the presence of all 13 provincial committee members in Haixing City signifies that no committee leader from the province is present. Could it be that the provincial leadership is fishing, waiting for the big fish behind the scenes to leap out? This evening, Haixing City is anything but tranquil. The Provincial Public Security Bureau, along with the armed police and special police forces, has launched a thunderous operation against the city's criminal elements. The streets are reverberating with the wailing of police sirens, filling the air with their cacophony. Yet, in this critical moment, the key figure Su Daowang lies dead, marking the end of many matters connected to him. Thus, only Song Qinglin remains. If he were to perish as well, the evidence leading upwards would sever at their hands. Among these mid-level officials, none possessed the entry ticket to the grand scheme, let alone any knowledge of the participants above them. They could certainly expose Song Qinglin, but that would require time. This creates a significant time gap. Having suffered losses in the past, he would not repeat such an error. Old He, immediately apply for Song Qinglin's detention order. Chen Jixing squinted, inform Qin Zhan to carry only a handgun and join me on the field. Old Chui, apprehend everyone on the list from Deng Rong's notebook, leave no one behind. Additionally, prepare a complete set of photographs from Su Daowang's crime scene. At that moment, Chui Shuiming suddenly interjected, Deng Rong will be cremated tomorrow, according to the protocols of the public security and civil affairs systems. If no family members claim the ashes, they will be handled by the authorities. Song Qinglin felt an increasing sense of unease. The events of the day rendered him incapable of finding peace in slumber. From the information he had received, all those around him had been apprehended, particularly Lin Jia, who had been with Su Daowang half an hour prior to his arrest. Lin Jia and Su Daowang undoubtedly possessed evidence that could implicate him. He had always acted with caution and prudence, striving to leave no traces, yet he was not infallible. Perfection was unattainable. The special investigation team had yet to capture him, either because they had not yet amassed sufficient evidence against him or because they were utilizing him as bait to ensnare those lurking in the shadows behind him. Every case at the departmental level shares a commonality, particularly evident in this instance, where systemic corruption serves as a defining label. Song Qinglin's wife holds the position of vice president at Haixing City Bank, through which a significant portion of financial expenditures flows. Rest assured, they will not trace anything back to us. Song Qinglin's fingers trembled slightly. Outside, the wailing of sirens echoed, as if an invisible net was tightening around him. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain his composure. They won't trace it back to us. A sardonic smile escaped his lips, mocking his own sense of invincibility. The audacity to silence someone in the presence of the Provincial Committee's standing members in Haixing City indicates that the forces behind this act are desperate. So desperate that they are willing to take reckless risks. The power struggles among the elite reveal glimpses of their true nature, and in this grand contest, Song Qinglin is but a disposable pawn, ready to be discarded at any moment. You are overly naive in this world. There has never been a wall that does not allow the wind to pass through. After speaking, Song Qinglin abruptly stood up and strode towards the safe, inputting the code to retrieve an unused backup phone. He dialed the number, and the call connected after a single ring. Something was amiss. Lowering his voice, he said, Su Daowang is dead. Lin Jia has been arrested. They must possess something. There was a brief silence on the other end, followed by a deep voice inquiring, Are you certain? I am not certain, but I cannot afford to gamble, Song Qinglin replied through gritted teeth. The special investigation team has yet to act against me, which could mean either insufficient evidence or they are simply waiting for me to make a mistake. What do you intend to do? There are two paths. Song Qinglin's gaze turned cold. First, I could vanish immediately, but that would imply guilt, and they would undoubtedly pursue the matter relentlessly. Second, he paused momentarily. I will ensure they cannot proceed with their investigation. The implications of this were abundantly clear, yet the individual on the other end understood the gravity of the situation and, given the current circumstances, did not hesitate to reject the notion outright. The risk is too great. The province is currently in a state of vacuum. I suspect the provincial committee is fishing for information, attempting to extract the truth to satisfy higher authorities, which aligns with their current interests. With such a significant upheaval in Haisheng City, the provincial committee must bear responsibility. They urgently need a scapegoat. Do you think I would appear at such a time? Su Daoguang is dead. Who will be next? You or I? Song Qinglin fell silent, fully understanding the implications of the other person's words. When facing that leader, maintaining composure is nearly impossible, especially considering the immense power they wield, which could obliterate them in an instant. To be a pawn holds little weight for him. After ending the call, he quickly destroyed the SIM card, his gaze lingering on a family photograph on his desk, where his wife smiled gently and his daughter radiated innocence. Exiting the room, he retrieved a suitcase to pack his belongings, declaring as he did so, "Do not ask me anything. You must take our daughter to the airport immediately. I have already arranged everything with Baiju. Remember, no matter what happens, do not look back." The wife was aware of the situation. She nodded without uttering a word. After tidying up, she escorted them downstairs, repeatedly reminding them before returning to the room. Song Qinglin stood by the window, watching his wife's Santana 2000 disappear into the curtain of rain. He took out his Motorola V3, its blue light piercing the darkness, and sent a text message. Tonight at 11:15, China Southern Airlines CZ3117. Just as he finished sending the message, a knock echoed at the door. His heart raced, and he squinted, momentarily uncertain of who was knocking. It could either be someone come to resolve his situation, or someone intent on doing him harm. Song Qinglin approached the door and opened it, and as expected, he was greeted by the familiar face of Qin Jixing. "Mayor Song, you have all come. Will you not invite me in for a moment?" Chapter 66. Am I coercing confessions? Clearly, you are the one defying the law. The torrential rain hammered against the glass window, resembling countless fine bullets. Song Qinglin stood in the shadows of the living room, the glowing tip of his cigarette flickering, casting a light on his taut jawline. Qin Jixing's voice dripped with mockery, as if he were relishing a meticulously choreographed performance. He flashed a grin, revealing his pearly white teeth, akin to a wolf locking onto its prey. "Mayor Song, the lights are still on at this late hour. Are you waiting for someone?" Song Qinglin stepped aside, a smile typical of bureaucratic circles adorning his face. "Group Leader Qin, your late-night visit surely is not merely for tea." Astute. Qin Jixing crossed the threshold, his polished shoes leaving damp imprints on the floor. He casually tossed a stack of photographs. Vivid images of Su Daoguang's corpse scattering across the floor, blood still seeping from the gunshot wound at his temple. Song Qinglin cast a glance downward. The images from the crime scene sent jolts through his nerves. "You will attend the memorial service for Deputy Director Su, won't you, Mayor Song?" Qin Jixing settled onto the sofa, reclining casually as if in his own abode, crossing his legs, lighting a cigarette. He was soon joined by armed officers who swiftly occupied every corner of the living room. Song Qinglin's gaze swept over the fully equipped officers, a sardonic smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Is Group Leader Qin intending to conduct a raid? A raid? Qin Jixing exhaled a puff of smoke, his eyes sharp as blades within the mist. "Mayor Song, you exaggerate. We are merely here to ensure your safety." "Safety?" Song Qinglin approached the tea table, his fingers gently caressing the Zisha teapot. "With firearms for protection?" Qin Jixing suddenly leaned forward, elbows resting on his knees. Who was Su Daoguang's employer before he died? What was in the dossier he carried? Why do your backers wish to silence him? Each question struck Song Qinglin's heart like a hammer. His hand, steady as a rock while pouring tea, sent the liquid tracing a graceful arc. "Group Leader Qin, one must rely on evidence in an investigation. You invade the deputy mayor's home in the dead of night, armed only with a few photographs? Evidence." Qin Jixing scoffed, producing an envelope from his inner pocket and gently placing it on the coffee table. "Perhaps Mayor Song would care to examine this." Song Qinglin did not reach for it immediately. Instead, he leisurely savored a sip of tea. "Group Leader Qin, you are young and promising, with a boundless future ahead. Some cases cannot be unraveled solely through brute force. Is that so?" Qin Jixing abruptly rose, towering over Song Qinglin. "Then enlighten me. What should one rely upon? Your system of mutual protection among officials?" Finally setting down his teacup, Song Qinglin's gaze turned icy. Mind your words, Group Leader Chun. I am a member of the Standing Committee of the Haixing Municipal Party and the Executive Deputy Mayor. Not for long. Chun Jixing leaned closer, nearly whispering into Song Qinglin's ear. Your wife and child are currently guests of the Special Task Force. Their flight will likely be delayed. The teacup slipped from Song Qinglin's grasp, shattering on the marble floor with a crisp sound. His complexion turned ashen in an instant. What? What did you say? Song Qinglin's voice rose sharply, like a string stretched to its limit. What have you done to my wife? Song Qinglin's hands began to tremble uncontrollably, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He lunged towards the coffee table, seemingly intent on seizing the envelope, but was firmly restrained by two armed police officers gripping his shoulders. Let me go? Do you know who I am? Song Qinglin struggled, his expensive suit becoming wrinkled. His tie askew, losing the dignified aura he once held. Chun Jixing lounged on the sofa, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, relishing the moment as he lit a cigarette. Oh, I know, the spokesperson for the interest group of Haixing City. If we delve into it, you, Song Qinglin, have quite a few charges against you. Lin Jia could face the death penalty, let alone you. A criminal, indeed. Through gritted teeth, Song Qinglin growled. What evidence do you have? If you lack evidence, I can sue you for defamation. Upon hearing this, Chun Jixing's fury surged. Damn it. I try to speak to you civilly, and you just don't comprehend. Do you want to provoke me? Chun Jixing stood, delivering a kick to Song Qinglin's chest, causing him to stagger back, his elbow crashing heavily against the television behind him. How dare you talk about defamation? You know full well what you've done, don't you? Do you think you matter? Does Deng Rong's life count as evidence? What about the lives of his parents? The girls Lin Jia kept imprisoned and the drugs discovered? Does that not constitute evidence? Chun Jixing kicked the tea tray aside, standing on the coffee table, raising his hand and delivering a resounding slap across Song Qinglin's face, the force causing his hand to ache. It was a display of sheer strength. Song Qinglin stood in shock. Is this a joke? I am a member of the municipal committee, the executive vice mayor of Haixing City. How dare a mere deputy kick me? He was merely a deputy director, while I hold the rank of deputy bureau chief. How dare he usurp my authority? A fiery anger ignited within Song Qinglin. A raging inferno he had never encountered from a mere deputy director. His cheek throbbed painfully, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. He stared in disbelief at his swollen right cheek, his administrative jacket stained with the spilled tea. You dare to strike me? His voice twisted with fury. I am a senior official. I strike you because you deserve it. Chun Jixing leaped from the coffee table, seizing Song Qinglin's tie, pulling him forward unsteadily. The tightening sensation of the tie around his throat caused Song Qinglin's eyes to bulge as he instinctively clutched Chun Jixing's wrist. When Deng Rong was injected with drugs. Did you ever think about your position as an official? Chun Jixing raised his right fist and struck Song Qinglin squarely on the nose. The sound of cartilage breaking accompanied the spray of blood, bursting forth as a vivid crimson on his pristine white shirt. Song Qinglin fell backward onto the solid wood floor, the back of his head striking with a dull thud. He struggled to rise, but was pinned down by Chun Jixing's foot on his chest. Cough, cough. This is torture. Song Qinglin coughed up blood, buttons flying off his administrative jacket. Torture? Chun Jixing bent down to grasp his hair, raising his head to inquire of the surrounding armed police soldiers. Have I coerced a confession? Qinzhan silently turned away, replying, You cannot be deemed as coercing a confession. This is merely a matter of personal vendetta. No, it should be. Song Qinglin's defiance of the law, while you, Chun Jixing, merely employed methods to apprehend him. Indeed, that is correct. The armed police soldiers tacitly averted their gazes, with Qinzhan even thoughtfully turning off the ceiling light in the living room. In the dim light of the desk lamp, Chun Jixing's shadow loomed over Song Qinglin like a malevolent specter. Lin Jia has confessed, Chun Jixing declared, extracting a stack of documents from his lower back and slapping them onto Song Qinglin's bloodied face. The poverty alleviation funds flowing into your overseas accounts, the deceased quotas for the housing renovation project, and, he suddenly lowered his voice, the daughters you have in room 308 of the birch forest. Song Qinglin's pupils dilated in shock. This subtle shift in expression did not escape Chun Jixing's keen observation. It seemed he was not lying. A cold smirk crept across Chun Jixing's face as he abruptly seized the purple clay teapot from the coffee table. Do you enjoy drinking tea? No. Wait. Song Qinglin's agonized scream was stifled by the scalding tea that lodged in his throat. The boiling water at 100 degrees Celsius splashed onto his face, causing blisters to swell at a visible pace. Like a fish out of water, he thrashed wildly, yet Chen Jixing pressed his knee firmly against his throat. This pot is dedicated to Deng Rong. Chen Jixing then picked up the thermos, twisting off the lid as the rising steam obscured his features. To meet violence with violence may not be the most prudent approach, yet it is undeniably a means to achieve personal satisfaction. After all, he no longer wishes to continue. Why should he care about anything else? The next pot is dedicated to those girls you sent to the club. Chapter 67. The Black Cat Police Chief and a One-Eared Man. I say. I have said it all. Song Qinglin howled in despair, his burnt visage contorting painfully. It was Zhao Wei, Deputy Secretary of the Provincial Political and Legal Affairs Committee. But the true mastermind is Zhang. The shattering of glass abruptly interrupted his testimony. A bullet grazed Song Qinglin's ear and embedded itself into the floor, sending splinters flying, leaving a streak of blood across his cheek. Sniper! Qin Zhan suddenly lunged at Chen Jixing as a second bullet shattered the teacup before Song Qinglin. The armed police instantly went into combat mode. Two soldiers near the window immediately dropped to the ground and hastily drew the curtains to obstruct the sniper's line of sight. In a sudden fit of manic laughter, Song Qinglin's face, marred with blisters, cracked as his facial muscles twitched. He grasped Chen Jixing's clothing tightly, the instinct for survival surging within him. It doesn't matter who the standing committee member or the deputy mayor is. I just want to live. Protect me. I can identify Zheng Guoming. From the provincial procuratorate. Bang. Ah. Song Qinglin screamed in agony, and Chen Jixing watched as his lips twitched, one ear shot off. Indeed, rendering him a one-eared man. Meanwhile, the curtains had been drawn. An armed police officer pulled the wailing Song Qinglin behind the wall, with Chen Jixing shielded by Qin Zhan. Get everyone to take cover. Chen Jixing commanded, pulling out his phone to speak to Qin Zhan. The armed police were not mere officers. They answered directly to Qin Zhan. He was determined not to let anyone else die. Hello, Director Qi. Is this your counterterrorism operation? We are being shot at in Song Qinglin's home. They have a sniper rifle. Chen Jixing shouted, his anger boiling over, disregarding the identity of the person on the other end. Yet, Qi Ziyuan responded with an air of indifference. Oh, Team Leader Chen. All the personnel I dispatched are currently out, and the counterterrorism operation is still ongoing. I simply cannot spare anyone. With that, he abruptly hung up the phone. What the hell? Chen Jixing felt as though he had been struck dumb. What did Qi Ziyuan mean by that? Was he truly indifferent to their plight? Are you serious? You casually placed us in jeopardy with your flippant words, and you're not even worried about facing consequences? Wait. A sudden realization struck Chen Jixing, illuminating the paradox. If Qi Ziyuan was unperturbed by the possibility of being reported, could it be inferred that he played a cleaner role in this affair? Or had he struck some clandestine deal with those behind the scenes? The only way to prevent a report was death, and the dead do not lodge complaints. Captain, the sniper's position is abandoned. A voice suddenly broke through his thoughts. Without hesitation, Qin Zhan immediately instructed, gather around me, protect Team Leader Chun and the witness. Get them into the vehicle. The process of boarding took 5 minutes. Fortunately, no further gunfire erupted during this crucial span. Chen Jixing's lips curled slightly, a hint of a cold smile revealing a glimmer of the expression of a fish caught on the hook. At the Municipal Police Bureau, Qi Ziyuan ended the call and slammed his phone onto the desk. This office, once belonging to Su Daoguang, had now become his temporary command center. The body of Su Daoguang, the vice mayor and police chief of Haixing City, lay in the hospital's morgue. The news of Su Daoguang's death had yet to spread widely. Only a few were aware, but the members of the standing committee were certainly informed. At 50, Qi Ziyuan had navigated the police system for 30 years, rising from a grassroots officer to the provincial police chief, having witnessed countless storms. Yet, this time, he felt as though he stood on the edge of a precipice. The plan to eliminate Song Qinglin tonight was inherently perilous, but with Su Daoguang dead, his leads had been severed. Thus, Song Qinglin had to be silenced. As long as Song Qinglin lived, he would undoubtedly leak information about those behind the scenes, and the battleground would shift from Haixing City to Changtian City, inciting dissatisfaction among the standing committee members. Suddenly, the phone on the desk vibrated, displaying an unknown number. Qi Ziyuan took a deep breath and pressed the answer button. Your subordinates appear to be not as formidable as you claim. You cannot even deal with a single Song Qinglin. Are you truly a waste as the provincial police chief? Do you understand the trouble his survival will bring us? Although the voice was merely that of a child, Qi Ziyuan was acutely aware that this was a tactic to obscure the caller's identity, as a few candies could easily turn a street child into a messenger. That is your concern. I may pull the trigger, but I will then face accountability from the provincial committee. You had better fulfill your promises to me, otherwise I shall not hesitate to bring calamity upon us all. Qi Ziyuan's voice was icy, a glint of cold light flickering in his gaze. This shot held the potential to disrupt his political career. His reputation with the provincial committee was already tenuous, and now he had taken this drastic action. After a moment of silence, the child's voice returned, somewhat softened. Director Qi, do not be agitated. Your position is secure. Chen Jixing is merely a minor character, unable to stir any significant turmoil. As for Song Qinglin, we will take care of it. Let us hope so, Qi Ziyuan replied coldly. Remember, I possess considerable evidence as well. Furthermore, the true issue at hand is not Song Qinglin, but rather Chen Jixing. Until Chen Jixing is dealt with, a sword will hang over your heads. Chen Jixing observed the vehicles behind him through the rearview mirror, only relaxing slightly upon confirming he was not being followed. He turned to Song Qinglin, who was sandwiched between two armed police officers and had already received rudimentary bandaging. Vice Mayor Song, you may continue your previous testimony. Chen Jixing stated calmly. Zhao Wei, the Deputy Secretary of the Provincial Political and Legal Committee, is the one behind you. However, I have a question. Zhao Wei is merely at the departmental level, and even as the Director of the Provincial Anti-Organized Crime Office, it seems he lacks the capacity to orchestrate such extensive operations. May I justifiably harbor doubts that there exists a formidable figure behind Zhao Wei? A figure whom you serve as your master? The pain from his wounds caused him to writhe incessantly. Yet more daunting than the agony of his flesh was the terror invoked by the implications of that name. He was acutely aware that should his adversary truly desire his demise, it would merely require a single utterance. After all, his former students and acquaintances were scattered throughout the province. What he divulged today could lead to his untimely demise by tomorrow. I shall perish. Song Qinglin murmured, they will slay my entire family. Chen Jixing leaned in closer, his voice resolute. You are under our protection now. Identifying them is your sole path to survival. Who else lies behind Zhang Guoming? Song Qinglin's lips trembled, seemingly engulfed in a fierce internal struggle. Ultimately, the instinct for survival triumphed over his fear. The Deputy Chief Prosecutor of the Provincial Procuratorate, Zhang Guoming. After a brief pause, he struggled to swallow. His voice quaking, Zhang Guoming is merely a figure in the limelight. The true mastermind is. Chapter 68. The mysterious phone call and the King of Hell's intimidation. Before he could finish his words, the sudden ringing of a mobile phone filled the car. Chen Jixing glanced at Song Qinglin, who, trembling, retrieved his phone, revealing the caller ID labeled boss. In an instant, Song Qinglin's face turned ashen, despair glimmering in his eyes as he looked towards Chen Jixing. The term boss encompassed everything. Answer it. I am curious to know what he wishes to convey. Chen Jixing remarked with a cold smirk, a hint of malice flickering in his gaze. Song Qinglin's voice quivered. Shouldn't we not answer it? Chen Jixing shot him a sidelong glance and replied nonchalantly, do you truly believe he is unaware of our presence together? Since he knows, this call is certainly not about your tea preferences. Despite his fear, Song Qinglin's political instincts, honed over many years, alerted him to the complexity of the situation. He swallowed hard, regaining a semblance of composure, his voice still trembling as he asked, are you suggesting that he is likely confirming my presence in this vehicle? Chen Jixing slightly shook his head but refrained from speaking, merely gesturing for him to answer the call. He was certain that even if the other party was audacious, they would not be reckless. Since their arrival in Haixing City, every action had clearly indicated that the other side had long since crossed the line. Given the magnitude of the current situation, they would not dare to dance on a tightrope again. Any further transgressions would invite scrutiny from the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection. The Provincial Standing Committee was fully engaged, and behind these committee members were powerful figures. Ultimately, it was a battle of giants, as they too wished to avoid their own people meeting a disastrous fate. The checks and balances from above sought to expedite a resolution. Only after providing an explanation could they themselves be accounted for. How to put it? If this matter were not handled properly by the Provincial Standing Committee, it would undoubtedly become a scandal of the new era. Taking a deep breath, Song Qinglin pressed the answer button, his voice quivering as he spoke, boss. On the other end, there was a moment of silence before a voice, aged and weathered, emerged. Let this matter rest here. With Xiaosong's death, at least there is a semblance of closure. After all, the life of one Deng Rong has cost so many others. This statement was not directed at Song Qinglin. The implication was starkly clear. After Xiao Song's demise, the meaning was unmistakable. Song Qinglin trembled violently, his complexion paling in an instant. Chen Jixing took the call, his tone icy as if it had emerged from the depths of a frozen abyss. To you, Deng Rong is merely a minor official, a mere division-level figure. You have even discarded a deputy bureau-level Song Qinglin. Yet to me, she remains the girl who adored magnolias. A classmate and friend whose demeanor and speech exuded a certain elegance. She is not a pawn to be bartered, nor a topic for discussion between us. What I intend to do is ignite your documents atop her grave, carrying with me her unfulfilled desires, and survive, nothing more. This world has always been shrouded in darkness. Yet most individuals are unworthy of confronting such shadows. Ordinary people often struggle to meet their basic needs. How can they possibly engage with the darker facets of existence? In truth, I find myself quite intrigued. Are you situated in the provincial capital or Haixing City? Chen Jixing narrowed his eyes, letting out a cold snort. His gaze sharp as a blade. This inquiry is rather intriguing, irrespective of who the powerful figure behind Song Qinglin may be. This question strikes at the heart of the matter. If the response is the provincial capital, it implies the presence of either a current or retired high-ranking official. If it is Haixing City, then it points to one or several members of the provincial standing committee. Young man, with such trivial tactics, I have long since moved beyond their use. There is no need for you to inquire about me. At your level, you remain far removed from my sphere. Since you fail to recognize the gravity of the situation, let us see who possesses the superior strategy. The other party promptly ended the call, leaving Chen Jixing with narrowed eyes, lost in thought. He tossed his phone aside nonchalantly, then turned to Song Qinglin, speaking in a tone devoid of warmth. Did you witness that? The other party is clearly intent on your downfall. Do you not wish to speak? Song Qinglin fidgeted, his lips trembling as he spoke, his complexion pale. I do not know. The only thing I am certain of is that Zhao Wei, the deputy secretary of the Provincial Political and Legal Committee, is my mentor. The other individual is Zheng Guoming, the deputy chief prosecutor of the Provincial Procuratorate. Beyond that, I am unaware, as I primarily only communicate with my mentor. He has mentioned that there is a powerful figure behind him. Chen Jixing now found himself in dire need of calm contemplation, reflecting on whether he had encountered such an individual in the news during his previous life. At this moment, a vague notion floated in his mind, something he felt he had encountered but could not quite recall. He was not a genius. Even following the trajectory of his past existence, he had been dismissed this year, falling into decline for half a year before venturing into the business world, where he spent several decades, passing away in his 50s. In essence, asking a man in his 50s to reminisce about events from 25 or 26 years ago is no simple task. Apart from significant events, who can truly remember? Indeed, for his former life, those moments were hardly monumental, especially since he had not remained within the system. Thus, reflecting on them now proves to be quite the challenge. It would be simpler for him to dive into the depths of the sea than to recall such details. 10 minutes later, he safely returned to the municipal guest house without incident. After instructing Lao Chui to place Song Qinglin in the conference room, he noticed that He Yang was absent. Lao Chui. Where is He Yang? Chen Jixing inquired as he opened the door to an interrogation room. Chui Xuanming is currently questioning Lin Jia. He is on the verge of a headache, as Lin Jia is refusing to divulge a single word. As he spoke, Chen Jixing entered the room, glanced at the statement before him, and continued to inquire, how much has been revealed? Chui Xuanming remarked with a bitter smile. It can be said that he left no account. He did not utter a single word. As for Lao He, I am uncertain. In any case, it was not long after you departed that he went out, and no one answered his calls. Chen Jixing rolled his eyes and turned to Lin Jia, who was seated in the interrogation chair, and coldly stated, Did Lao Chui mention that you have divulged nothing? TSK. It appears the physician you engaged has done an admirable job. The sutures on your face are quite skillfully executed. Upon seeing Chen Jixing, Lin Jia shuddered, as if recalling something, and swallowed hard, his voice rising in pitch. Let him go. Let him go. I will divulge everything he wishes to know. But you must let him go. Chen Jixing dug into his ear and replied icily, Could you please speak properly? Your voice is quite bothersome. Lin Jia trembled, responding, I apologize. I am frightened. Chapter 69. Temporarily stripping you of your humanity. The situation is as such. To be frank, I have never witnessed Chen Jixing in such a state. He appears to be on the brink of collapse. The only solution that comes to my mind is you. He Yang's fingers unconsciously tugged at his cuff, his ears gradually turning crimson. Today he donned a deep blue shirt. The cuffs now wrinkled from his anxious grip, resembling curtains that had been clawed by a cat. Therefore, I would like to ask you to accompany me. Furthermore, he paused, his Adam's apple bobbing, seemingly embarrassed to converse with a girl, a hint of awkwardness in his demeanor. You are in the medical field, and the task force currently has many injured individuals. Suddenly, he lifted his gaze, a stubborn light flickering in his eyes, as if he had just conceived a brilliant excuse. This way, it would also save costs. The year-end bonuses could be more generous. His voice abruptly halted, and he hastily added, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, "Do not misunderstand. My family is not short on money, but bonuses are different." He waved his hands, as though grappling with an invisible foe. The bonuses I earn myself and the funds provided by my family are entirely different matters. This proclamation was nearly a shout, echoing faintly in the empty corridor, startling a passing nurse who nearly dropped her tray. Realizing he had digressed, He Yang awkwardly cleared his throat, his voice resembling that of a rooster with its neck grasped. He quickly inquired, "So, would you be willing to come with me?" Zhou Ruoli tilted her head, her gaze as clear as if she were observing a talking husky. Today, her hair was pulled into a high ponytail, and her lab coat pocket housed several pens and a pair of scissors, exuding an aura of "I am busy, do not disturb me." Is Qin Jixing injured? She directly bypassed He Yang's meticulously prepared monologue, cutting to the chase. He Yang's expression instantly froze, as if he had been pressed on pause. He opened his mouth, then closed it, resembling a goldfish gasping for air. "Huh, is that right?" He finally regained his voice. "How is your thought process so different? You only care about Qin Jixing, don't you?" Zhou Ruoli blinked innocently, her expression one of simple understanding. "Otherwise, what? So, is Qin Jixing injured, or not?" Zhou Ruoli was beginning to grow impatient. He Yang scratched his head, disheveling his previously neat hairstyle into a bird's nest. "Well, I suppose. Other than the first time, he mostly fights others." Zhou Ruoli's eyes widened in astonishment, and she seized He Yang by the collar. "Is he serious? Did he go to the hospital? Where is he now?" He Yang stumbled under her grip, his tie constricting around his neck. "I suppose it is somewhat serious? He received quite a few stitches." "What?" Zhou Ruoli's voice shot up an octave, startling the family members of patients at the end of the corridor, who nearly pressed the emergency call button. She released He Yang and turned, dashing towards the nurse station, her lab coat trailing behind her like a superhero's cape. "I will now request leave from the director. I am going with you," she shouted without looking back, her voice laced with uncontainable urgency. He Yang stood rooted to the spot, adjusting his crooked tie, staring at the retreating figure of Zhou Ruoli, his expression akin to that of someone who had just witnessed an alien abduction. "So, you only care about Qin Jixing, right?" He questioned the air, then answered himself. "Oh, that makes sense. After all, Qin Jixing is her boyfriend, so concern is only natural." But his voice suddenly turned bitterly indignant. "Isn't a life still a life? Everyone deserves human rights, for goodness sake." A passing cleaning lady cast him a glance akin to that reserved for the mentally unstable and silently maneuvered her mop away from him. No sooner had he finished speaking than Zhou Ruoli, like a whirlwind, dashed back, clutching a massive medical kit, having changed from her white coat into casual attire, though a stethoscope still dangled around her neck, resembling a doctor who had just escaped from the emergency room. Bang! Zhou Ruoli slammed the car door shut and leaned out from the passenger seat, shouting at He Yang, who was still engulfed in smoke, as if she were about to leap from the vehicle to take the wheel herself. "What are you still doing? Hurry up and drive." He Yang coughed from the smoke, hastily extinguishing his cigarette. I'm coming. As the car exited the hospital gates, Zhou Ruoli immediately pulled out her phone, her fingers dancing across the screen as if performing some arcane ritual. "Stop texting. His phone is broken," He Yang glanced over to say. Zhou Ruoli's fingers froze midair. Why did he break his phone? Because the suspect resisted arrest and called him a worthless cop. He Yang maneuvered the steering wheel. So he ended up beating that guy into the hospital and smashed his own phone against the wall with the force of this damn phone. Can't even express my rage. Zhou Ruoli nodded in understanding. Well, that was certainly warranted. He Yang? He nearly wrenched the steering wheel off. No, you guys, you really are not from the same family. But you are in the same house. He rolled his eyes, in the afternoon, when he was arresting the director of the Urban Construction Bureau. A group of laborers swarmed him, breaking his legs, and you didn't say he had a good temper then. When he was apprehending the director of the Poverty Alleviation Office, pouring strong liquor on the man's wounds, you didn't call him temperate then either. Zhou Ruoli's eyes lit up. Really? He can do that too? Her tone brimmed with pride, as if Chen Jixing were not engaging in violent law enforcement, but had achieved some remarkable artistic accolade. Yi Yang. Ah, now I remember. You two really are a match made in heaven. Chen Jixing handles the beating, and you take care of the treatment, right? Perhaps while administering first aid. You could also disinfect with iodine. 2 hours later, the car halted at the entrance of the municipal guest house, and before Yi Yang could turn off the ignition, Zhou Ruoli dashed out with the medical kit in hand. As she burst into the second floor of the guest house, a heart-wrenching scream echoed from above. It was a man. Zhou Ruoli hastily rushed towards the direction with a medical kit, only to witness Chen Jixing pouring a bottle of Red Star Erguo 2 onto Liang Xiaolong's wound. Monster. You are a monster, Chen Jixing. This is coercion. This is forced confession. I will report you. Please stop pouring. I beg you. Don't pour anymore. I'm going to die. I'm really going to die. Doctor. You have finally arrived. If you hadn't come sooner, I would have perished here. Woo-woo. Doctor? Didn't the doctor leave? Chen Jixing turned in confusion, only to see Zhou Ruoli, dressed in casual clothes with a stethoscope hanging around her neck. Ruoli? How did you? Before he could finish his sentence, Zhou Ruoli swiftly approached him, placing the medical kit on the table with a thud, cupping his face in her hands as she examined him. Where are you injured? Besides your hand, where else? Why didn't you answer my calls? Do you have any idea how worried I was? Zhou Ruoli's questions bombarded Chen Jixing like a rapid-fire barrage as she deftly unwrapped the bandage on his hand. Witnessing this scene, Liang Xiaolong felt his psyche shatter, and he cried out in despair, "It's me. I'm the patient. Can someone please show concern for my life? Even corrupt officials have human rights, you know?" Cui Xueming squinted his eyes, a smirk playing on his lips as he replied, esteemed corrupt official. Your rights as a human have been temporarily revoked, so kindly refrain from barking. Do you have any idea how much effort Team Leader Chen expended to catch you? Why can't you let him have a moment of respite? Xiao Zhang, gag him, and give him another bottle of white liquor to disinfect the wound and lift his spirits. Chapter 70. The leaders of the Special Investigation Team, both the head and the deputy, have been suspended. Well, there are now two widely acknowledged truths surrounding the investigation team. First, all the criminal suspects fell by their own accord, and there is no connection to the investigation team whatsoever. Secondly, Deputy Leader Chen Jixing's girlfriend is not merely his romantic partner. She also serves as the medical officer for the investigation team. From the establishment of the investigation team to its deployment in Jiping County, nearly all the casework has been led by Chen Jixing, while most others merely followed along to claim credit. Their contributions have been limited to securing evidence and sorting through leads. Leader Chen, please attend to your wounds with Comrade Zhou Ruoli first. We can handle the interrogation. You should take a couple of days to rest, one of the team members suggested. Oh, by the way, I've received news from Secretary Yu. All materials related to the Hu Wei case were submitted to the Provincial Procuratorate yesterday, and results should be forthcoming by tomorrow. Cui Xueming seemed to recall something and added this remark. Chen Jixing nodded in acknowledgement. All right, then I appreciate your efforts. It's no trouble. It's our duty, came the response. The day after the Provincial Disciplinary Committee's Special Investigation Team arrived in Haixing City, the high-level protective umbrella had already been dismantled. The interest group, led by Song Qinglin, was entirely apprehended, and the Provincial Disciplinary Committee's team entered a rapid interrogation phase to confirm all evidence. In truth, merely capturing the suspects does not conclude the matter. They must also secure evidence, deliberate on whether additional evidence needs to be gathered, ensure the completeness of the evidence chain, and search all locations where bribery-related items may be concealed. For instance, the ledger hidden by Song Qinglin in the birch forest and other illicit items must be verified, a process that demands considerable time. Naturally, if there are sufficient personnel and the interrogated individuals cooperate, this time can be significantly reduced. Chen Jixing was pulled into the makeshift medical room by Zhou Ruoli, and the moment the door closed, the girl's tears fell upon his bandaged hand. The scent of medical alcohol mingled with the jasmine fragrance of her hair, diluting the lingering odor of blood from the past days. Do you know how terrified I was upon hearing about your situation? Zhou Ruoli pressed a cotton ball harshly against his wound with tweezers. Her eyes slightly reddened as she gazed at his injuries. Her voice choked with emotion. Why didn't you tell me? Chen Jixing inhaled sharply, but managed to smile as he wiped away her tears with his other hand. Aren't you the one who despises weeping nurses, Ruoli? Shut up. Zhou Ruoli glared at him with red-rimmed eyes, though her touch remained gentle. Outside, the rain intensified. and the faint screams emanating from the interrogation room seemed to shatter the somber atmosphere. Zhou Ruoli gently grasped his index finger, cautious not to squeeze too tightly, her tears falling onto the gauze before she hurriedly wiped them away and forced a smile. From now on, please don't hide anything from me, all right? With a quivering voice, she lowered her head to unwrap the blood-stained bandages, her throat tightening. You told me to prepare the medical kit before you went on your mission. I promised I would do it quietly, without bothering you with calls. I've seen so many dramas where accidents happen because girls make calls. When you're on a mission, I assure you I won't call. You see, I've even practiced breathing lightly. I want tea become a burden to you. A warm current surged through Chun Jixing's heart as he gently clasped her palm, unable to suppress a smile. He brushed his forehead against hers and murmured, "Silly girl, how could you ever be a burden? Wherever you are, that is home." Zhou Ruoli burst into tears, the emotions she had been holding back suddenly pouring forth. Chun Jixing comforted her for quite a while, somewhat flustered. It was the first time he had seen Zhou Ruoli cry so sorrowfully in all the time they had known each other. "Sister Rome, let us go see Sister Rome tomorrow. She has been suffering so much." All right. After tending to Chun Jixing's wounds, and once Zhou Ruoli had regained her composure, she continued to treat the injuries of the members of the Special Investigation Team. For a moment, it seemed as though Zhou Ruoli had become an unofficial member of the investigative team. The following morning, the interrogation continued, while Yun Shui, a peripheral figure from the Special Investigation Team borrowed from the provincial radio station, seemed almost invisible. Yet, in the span of one night, the bond between Yun Shui and Zhou Ruoli had blossomed. Early in the morning, Yun Shui ventured out to carry out the orders Chun Jixing had given her. The city's broadcasting vehicle was promoting the Special Investigation Team throughout the streets, although today's narrative had shifted. They claimed that the city's big tiger had already been caught, urging the public to report any relevant information. As for the counterterrorism operation from the previous night, it went unmentioned. The matter had stirred too much commotion, and some topics were simply not to be discussed, even in private. With the Olympics approaching next year and the provincial, municipal, and county-level elections looming next month, the National Bureau for Corruption Prevention was set to be established in September. Anyone with a modicum of intelligence could surmise that the two iron-fisted secretaries of the Provincial Disciplinary Committee, known as the Yama Kings, would likely associate Chun Jixing, the little Yama, with the new bureau. It appeared that Chun Jixing's presence had suddenly completed the final piece of the Provincial Disciplinary Committee's puzzle. Above him were the resolute secretaries Yu Qinghe and the Yama King, responsible for coordination. Below him was the deputy director of the 10th Review and Investigation Room of the Provincial Disciplinary Committee, Chun Jixing, tasked with investigations and arrests. United in purpose, this configuration of the disciplinary committee was a formidable deterrent. The previous night, under the leadership and directives of the provincial committee, the Provincial Public Security Department launched a sweeping crackdown on organized crime, resulting in the deaths of over 60 criminals and the apprehension of more than 1,000 members of criminal organizations. The detention centers were overflowing, and the city police, district branches, and local police stations were in a frenzy, with the courts receiving dozens of cases early in the morning. Furthermore, due to the detention of Li Weigua from the Municipal Intermediate Court, the Provincial High Court had temporarily dispatched a vice president to oversee operations. The Provincial Organization Department is exceedingly busy, as various departments have commenced the expedited process of matching the vacant positions in Haixing City. Currently, the principal affairs of Haixing City are being overseen by the full-time deputy secretary of the provincial committee. The leadership team of the provincial committee has no intentions of returning to the provincial capital, and the cadre leaders in Haixing City, from clerks to those at the level of department heads, are all in a state of heightened anxiety, fearing that they may be summoned at any moment. During breakfast, He Yang began to share the latest updates. For the special investigation team, any sign of movement is significant information. Chun Jixing picked up a fried dough stick, took a bite, and after some effort managed to swallow it, his face reddening as he asked, "Why haven't you gone to participate in the interrogation work?" He Yang glanced at Zhou Ruoli, who was ordering breakfast, and indignantly replied, "Secretary Yu's intention is for me to serve as your deputy now. Am I not your superior? Am I not the director of the 10th Investigation Office? I am the director. For a director to be your deputy, you can just enjoy yourself. Who else but me, as your leader, can connect with you on such a personal level?" Just as he finished speaking, He Yang's phone rang, and without hesitation, he answered it. His expression shifting dramatically, he took out a cigarette, exhaled a long plume of smoke, and with a grim countenance stated, "Two pieces of news, bad news. A deputy director of the Supervisory Bureau has accepted the case regarding your violations of organizational procedures and coercive interrogation during law enforcement and has decided to suspend you. Additionally, the secretary is also facing suspension due to potential influences on the fairness of the case, pending review by the Supervisory Bureau." Chapter 71. The Suspension Controversy and the Conspiracy at the Funeral Home Chen Jixing. What? Both Secretary Yu and I have been suspended? In a moment of bewilderment, Chen Jixing found himself grappling with the reality of his situation. Despite being a minor figure, even a deputy division chief, his role in this case was insignificant. His suspension was somewhat comprehensible. However, the fact that his senior, Yu Qinghe, had also been suspended was utterly unexpected. Yu, after all, was the executive deputy secretary of the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection, holding a ministerial rank. That he too had fallen from grace was astonishing. If memory served correctly, the Provincial Standing Committee member and secretary of the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection, Bao Wenrui, was also the director of the Provincial Supervision Bureau. Given the close ties between Secretary Bao and his senior, it seemed implausible that the situation could escalate to such a grave level of suspension. Moreover, the Special Investigation Team was steadily advancing its work, with the Huawei case already handed over to the Provincial Procuratorate. How could such a predicament arise? The ash from his cigarette fell onto the plastic covering of the breakfast stall, forming a small mound alongside the 3 extinguished cigarette butts that He Yang had crushed. The suspension notice from the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection struck him like a dull blade, severing the veil of his naivety and ignorance. With even a prominent executive deputy secretary like Yu Qinghe being ousted, it was evident that powers beyond Bao Wenrui's jurisdiction had been exerted, or perhaps someone had bypassed Secretary Bao altogether. Ding dong. He Yang's phone buzzed once more. Glancing at the screen, he spoke in a low voice. The Provincial Procuratorate has returned Huawei's case files, citing insufficient materials and an incomplete chain of evidence. Insufficient materials? Chen Jixing suddenly let out a cold laugh. The evidence chain for the Huawei case could encircle Jiping County thrice, yet they dared to make such claims. As he crushed the cigarette but between his fingers, a recollection of the phone call from last night with Song Qinglin surfaced in his mind. The boss's voice resonated through the connection, exuding an air of composed authority. In hindsight, it was not a negotiation but a mere notification. Having extinguished 3 cigarette butts, He Yang sat across from the small breakfast stall at the city's guest house. The atmosphere thick with tension. He rapped his fingers on the table. The Procuratorate exercises its prosecutorial powers independently. Even if the Provincial Committee intends to intervene, it must first pass through the party group meeting. The underlying implication of his words rendered both men silent. Procedural justice had now become a weapon for their adversaries. The sudden aggression from the Provincial Procuratorate could either indicate a betrayal from the Procuratorate's head or, more likely, that someone was exerting pressure from an even higher echelon. After all, the force capable of silencing Bao Wenrui, a member of the Provincial Standing Committee and secretary of the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection, could scarcely number more than 5 individuals in the province. Confronted with such a terrifying notion, Chen Jixing found solace in believing that this was merely an order issued directly by one of the deputy directors of the Supervision Bureau, bypassing Bao Wenrui. Yet, could it truly be that Bao Wenrui was unaware of this? Are you not eating? Is it not to your liking? At that moment, Zhou Ruoli approached with 2 baskets of soup dumplings, her smile brightening the atmosphere. Chen Jixing gently shook his head. I'm full. You should eat quickly. Afterward, we will attend to Deng Rong's burial. Understanding the gravity of the situation, He Yang refrained from pressing further. Yet, the heavy sentiment lingering in their hearts shadowed them like an unshakable specter. Both the Provincial Procuratorate and the Supervision Bureau were mired in turmoil. The significance represented by these 2 institutions is markedly different. The prosecutor's office stands as a bastion of legal oversight, exercising prosecutorial powers independently and free from interference by administrative bodies, social organizations, or individuals, in accordance with constitutional and legal provisions. The Provincial Prosecutor's Office operates autonomously in the execution of its prosecutorial authority. This implies that, at this juncture, the Provincial Committee cannot intervene. Such cross-system interference diminishes power by at least 60%, and furthermore, it would be an intrusion upon a supervisory body, a reputation that even the Provincial Committee would prefer to avoid. Naturally, while the Provincial Prosecutor's Office exercises its prosecutorial powers independently according to the law, It also conducts its work under the guidance of the provincial committee, establishing a relationship of unity between the two. Even if there were to be any intervention, it would be channeled through the chief prosecutor. However, it is now evident that decisions are being made without prior consultation. Is the intervention from the prosecutor's office reflective of the chief prosecutor's intentions or those of the deputy prosecutor? In the case of Song Qinlin, it is evident that individuals from the province have already intervened, demonstrating a struggle for power against the provincial leadership, in which Chen Jixing is manifestly unqualified. After breakfast, Chen Jixing secluded himself in his room, leaving no one aware of his activities. Half an hour later, he summoned He Yang, confiscated his phone, and again locked himself away. Throughout the morning, both phones were rendered inactive due to non-payment. By noon, Chen Jixing emerged from his room, a knowing smile illuminating his face as he greeted Zhou Ruoli and He Yang before heading directly to the funeral home. He Yang, astonished, gaped at the message indicating a 50 yuan overdue balance. Had he really made international calls? Even if he had used his phone all morning, it should not have resulted in such a deficit. Chen Jixing's lips curled into a bemused smile. It's nothing, merely a few hours of phone calls. Since someone wishes to play, let us indulge them in their game. Instead of taking the offensive, it is wiser to await their misstep. The corridor of the funeral home stretched out interminably. Chen Jixing held the urn in front, his wrist wrapped in bandages, peeking from the cuff of his black suit. The urn was surprisingly light, reminiscent of the cardboard box filled with legal books he had helped Deng Rong carry during their graduation year. Sister Rong had a fondness for magnolias. Zhou Ruoli cradled a bouquet of fresh white magnolias, her fingertips unconsciously brushing against the petals. She once said that when magnolias bloom fervently, it feels as though they have consumed the entirety of spring. He Yang silently trailed behind, his nerves akin to those of the Sichuan land, prompting him to inquire. It seems there must be a beautiful story between you two. Chen Jixing paused momentarily, a smile gradually emerging on his lips. Indeed, it was because of him that I found my way to Ruoli. Ruoli was a year junior to us, part of the class of 04. I still recall that year when Deng Rong and I, as representatives of the law school freshmen, welcomed the new students filled with youthful exuberance. While others arrived with a variety of texts on politics and law, Ruoli brought along a suitcase full of local specialties. One could hardly imagine the weight of that suitcase, as if recalling a joyful memory. Chen Jixing broke into a broad smile. I remember that girl brought a jar of stinky tofu, but due to the heavy box, Deng Rong lost her grip on the stairs, and the box tumbled down, shattering the glass jar of stinky tofu. Subsequently, rumors circulated that there was a fool playing with feces in the girl's dormitory. Ha ha ha. Zhou Ruoli shot Chen Jixing a fierce glare, her charming little face visibly reddening, while a small hand discreetly pinched the soft flesh at Chen Jixing's waist. Chen Jixing's lips twitched as he sighed. It was only at graduation that I discovered our old nickname for him, Old Bald Zhang, was actually that of a powerful figure. At that moment, I realized that perhaps being a professor at the University of Political Science and Law was merely the lowest tier of his identity. As they spoke, the trio had arrived at the cemetery. After selecting a burial plot for Deng Rong, Chen Jixing wiped the photograph on the tombstone, a smile gradually spreading across his face. Sister Rong, this time you've triumphed. However, some individuals desperately attempt to conceal the sordid map of intertwining power and capital. Rest assured, they will accompany you. Chen Jixing placed the party emblem from his chest before her gravestone. A beam of sunlight cascaded down, with the golden emblem and Deng Rong's smile seemingly radiating brilliance. At that moment, a dark figure approached from a distance. You truly are something for arranging to meet me here. As the figure drew closer, He Yang realized it was Secretary Yu Qinghe. After calling out, he prepared to step back, but Yu Qinghe waved his hand. The Provincial Procuratorate and the Provincial Supervisory Bureau have already taken action, seeking procedural faults. This indicates that those behind are no longer daring to overstep boundaries. This matter can be contained at a certain level. Since the opposition has revealed their cards, it is now our turn. Brother, regarding the forthcoming events. Chen Jixing slowly raised his head to gaze at Yu Qinghe, a chilling smile gracing his lips. Yu Qinghe exhaled, staring at the sky, and remarked, indeed. It is time for the heavens to brighten. You need not concern yourself with the suspension matter. Continue the investigations as necessary. This issue will be resolved by Secretary Bao. Some individuals can no longer remain patient and have begun plotting against Secretary Bao. Yu Qinghe sneered. Even a senescent tiger remains the king of beasts. It is not a few pesky insects that can provoke him. Chapter 72. a series of traps in the power vacuum in the interlude of the provincial committee members' collective absence. A meticulously orchestrated political snare suddenly erupted. The deputy leaders of the Provincial Disciplinary Inspection Team's Special Task Force, Yu Qinghe and Chen Jixing, found themselves abruptly suspended from their posts, with the suspension document conspicuously bearing the signature of He Zhiyong, the deputy director of the Supervisory Bureau. This seasoned cadre, personally appointed by the Provincial Disciplinary Committee Secretary, Bao Wenrui, from the prosecutor's office, had unwittingly become the detonator of this powder keg. The crystal chandelier in the small conference room of the municipal committee illuminated the grave expressions of the 5 individuals with remarkable clarity. Lin Shanhe forcefully slammed his thermos onto the solid wooden table, causing the teacup lid to clatter. Suddenly, Lin Shanhe realized that this apparent administrative intervention targeting the special task force was, in fact, an attempt by someone to sever the investigative chain of the Provincial Disciplinary Committee concerning significant cases. Comrade Wenrui, how dare your Supervisory Bureau suspend the leaders of the task force at such a critical moment when the Provincial Disciplinary Committee's Special Task Force is ready to reel in its findings? The profound warning from Governor Zhou Zhengming pointedly highlighted Bao Wenrui's lapses in personnel management. Bao Wenrui, now acutely aware of his entrapment in a meticulously designed deadlock, recognized that the decision for the provincial committee members to be collectively absent was his own, while the temporary authorization of He Zhiyong to exercise power originated from him as well. At this juncture, any defense would appear feeble, as the suspension of key personnel during a power vacuum was a classic tactic of factional strife. Secretary Lin, Governor Zhou, now is not the time for accountability, interjected Wang Jianjun, the full-time deputy secretary of the provincial committee, as he toyed with his lighter. A spark flickered to life. The suspension of Yu Qinghe signifies a fracture in the command chain of the task force, while Chen Jixing, responsible for the case investigation, has also been suspended. The work of the special investigation team is likely to come to a standstill, and during this vacuum, unforeseen incidents could easily arise. After all, since our arrival, have there not been numerous unforeseen events? Wang Jianjun, calmly dissecting the essence of the crisis, highlighted that the power vacuum created by the disruption of the task force's command structure was indeed the optimal window for certain forces to engineer unexpected occurrences. What appeared to be a hunt targeting Bao Wenrui was, in reality, a sinister plot orchestrated by unseen hands utilizing a double-edged sword. Upon realizing the gravity of the situation, Bao Wenrui forced a wry smile, inhaled deeply, and asserted firmly, Secretary Lin, Governor Zhou, Secretary Wang, I assure you on the basis of my party loyalty that I am completely unaware of this matter. I am set to retire next year. Would I truly want to embroil myself in such turmoil at this crucial juncture? You all know my character well. The individuals present were no fools. Each was more astute than the cunning foxes of ancient folklore. Bao Wenrui's solemn vow amidst the hushed conference room weighed heavily, and as all evidence pointed towards him, he finally discerned that the true adversary in this game was lurking in the power vacuum that had unexpectedly formed within the provincial capital, poised to strike. In other words, those concealed within the provincial city had chosen this moment to deliver a lethal blow. Should he falter, the disciplinary system would face a state of disarray, with the executive deputy Yu Qinghe's suspension directly impacting the upcoming People's Congress. This signified a breach in his arrangements, leaving the position of the Provincial Disciplinary Committee Secretary precariously unoccupied. I am now arranging for the dismissal of He Zhiyong, awaiting the review by the Discipline Inspection Commission. Simultaneously, I will restore the positions of Yu Qinghe and Chen Jixing. At this moment, Lin Shanhe smiled faintly, saying, there is no need to rush. An hour ago, Chen Jixing contacted me. Since the other party has already taken action, let them reveal all their cards. A turtle with its head withdrawn into its shell is troublesome, but if its head is extended, one can certainly strike it down. Bao Wenrui sighed. Next month, at the National People's Congress, I will retire. Let Comrade Qinghe take over my position. Meanwhile, at the city guest house, the sudden roar of engines pierced the air as 3 black Audi A6 LS splashed through puddles and halted at the entrance. As the car doors swung open, Chen Jixing caught sight of the Omega Seamaster adorning the wrist of the leading figure, a timepiece once commonplace among officials. Standing by the window, Chen Jixing allowed a smile to emerge at the corners of his mouth. Indeed, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Please notify Qingjun. He Yang turned and exited the room. In the stairwell, the distinctive cough of Zheng Guoming echoed. Zheng Guoming, The Deputy Chief Prosecutor of the Provincial Procuratorate and Director of the Anti-Corruption Bureau held a deputy departmental rank. The Chief Prosecutor of the Provincial Procuratorate holds a vice provincial rank, while the Executive Deputy Chief Prosecutor holds a full departmental rank. Thus, it is not unusual for the Deputy Chief Prosecutor and Director of the Anti-Corruption Bureau to hold a deputy level, clad in a dark blue prosecutor's uniform. The national emblem on Zheng Guoming's chest gleamed coldly in the morning light. As the deputy leader of the Special Investigation Team, it was only customary for Chen Zhixing to receive him. The presence of the Procuratorate leadership indeed brought a certain gravitas to the Special Investigation Team. With a hint of a smile, Chen Zhixing remarked, "The arrival of the Procuratorate leadership truly elevates our humble establishment." Zheng Guoming, standing in the shadows, maintained an impassive countenance. His tone frigid as he slowly addressed him, "Deputy Leader Chen, by resolution of the Provincial Procuratorate Party Committee, you are to immediately hand over all case files and materials. Effective immediately, the Anti-Corruption Bureau of the Provincial Procuratorate will take over all operations of the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission's Special Investigation Team. We kindly request your cooperation." The emphasis on the title Deputy Leader was unmistakable. Behind him, two investigators from the Anti-Corruption Bureau stepped forward, the handover checklist in their folder already unfolded. Chen Zhixing suddenly chuckled, leisurely rolling up his shirt sleeves to reveal a scabbed wound on his forearm. "Director Zheng has personally come to collect scrap paper? Have you perused the autopsy report of Su Daoguang?" Zheng Guoming's expression shifted slightly, but he quickly regained his marble-like coldness. "Please mind your position. The Anti-Corruption Bureau is officially taking over." "Huh. Previously, you refrained from taking charge, yet now that the investigation has reached Song Qinglin, you are in a state of panic and wish to take over? Mind your words." An investigator behind Zheng Guoming rebuked sharply, only to be pinned in place by Chen Zhixing's piercing gaze. "I am discussing the case with Director Zheng. What are you?" Chen Zhixing suddenly rebuked loudly. As the members of the Discipline Inspection Commission's Special Investigation Team densely filled the entire corridor, standing resolutely behind him. Stepping forward, Chen Zhixing leaned closer to Zheng Guoming, whispering just above a murmur, "Shall we have a look at the hard drive from room 308 of the Birch Forest, Director Zheng?" Zheng Guoming's pupils constricted sharply, the watch face reflecting the sudden tension in his jawline. This subtle expression did not escape Chen Zhixing's keen observation. Hidden within Baiwa Forest 308 was a videotape documenting the illicit transactions involving Song Qinglin's mistress. Deputy Team Leader Chen, Zheng Guoming suddenly chuckled, his finger tapping the remarks section at the end of the document. "You may not have noticed, but we have already reported to the 8th Supervisory Office of the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection." This statement reverberated down the corridor like a muffled thunderclap. The premature intervention of the Central Commission signified a fundamental transfer of jurisdiction over the case. "Oh, is that so? How fortuitous." Just this morning, the Standing Committee of the Provincial Party Committee passed a resolution. He intentionally elongated his tone, and Zheng Guoming's brow furrowed, a foreboding feeling rising within him. The Provincial Anti-Corruption Bureau could take over, but the original case files must be escorted to Beijing by the Armed Police Corps. Chen Zhixing produced a specially authorized document from the Provincial Committee, revealing only the opening and the signatures below. Shouldn't Prosecutor Zheng first call the Chief Prosecutor? The corridor fell into an oppressive silence. Zheng Guoming understood that this document, requiring the signatures of the Provincial Party Secretary, the Provincial Governor, and the Provincial Secretary of the Commission for Discipline Inspection, decisively eliminated any possibility of covert maneuvering. Furthermore, Secretary Yu Qinghe had already arrived at the provincial capital's Beijing office. Should Prosecutor Zheng send someone to apprehend Secretary Yu at the Beijing office? Chapter 73. The Director of the Anti-Corruption Bureau, at the end of the road perhaps. Had it been anyone else in this situation, they would have scrutinized the authenticity of the document in question. However, at this moment, first came the hard drive from the Birch Forest, then the original files were dispatched to Beijing, and ultimately, there was the arrival of Yu Qinghe at the provincial office in the capital. One incident after another had thoroughly unsettled Zheng Guoming. He understood all too well what the involvement of the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection signified. Moreover, the notes in this document referenced the 8th Supervision Office of the Commission. Had they truly filed a report? This was akin to a death row inmate voluntarily confessing to the police, claiming to have escaped prison to avoid the government covering the cost of his execution. In short, 3 words summarize it: utter nonsense. The document in Zheng Guoming's possession was forged, while the one in Chen Zhixing's hands was genuine. No, that is incorrect. The document Chen Jixing possessed was indeed authentic, as it had been signed by the provincial committee last month, thus not constituting a forgery. However, Zheng Guoming could not be so certain. If Chen Jixing were replaced by He Yang, the case would likely have been transferred to the Anti-Corruption Bureau, given the substantial amounts of money involved, even if handed over. There wouldn't be significant issues from a functional perspective. Yet, Chen Jixing was not He Yang. He had already submitted his second resignation letter to the Provincial Organization Department, which transformed the situation into Old He. Immediately contact the 8th Supervision Office of the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection to inquire whether any report had been filed. Chen Jixing's voice, like a thunderclap, suddenly erupted, leaving Zheng Guoming momentarily dizzy. What? How dare you, a mere deputy director, deviate from the norm? I am the deputy chief prosecutor. Had this been your provincial discipline inspection committee, I would hold the position of deputy secretary. How dare you defy your superior? Yes, I will contact the Central Commission right away. He Yang was no fool. He sensed the oddity from Zheng Guoming's subtle expressions and Chen Jixing's words, and he immediately raised his voice in a loud shout. Regardless, the momentum was certainly there. Zheng Guoming's lips twitched in irritation. Damn it, are you out of your mind? The report to the 8th Supervision Office? What nonsense. If this document were genuine, I would swallow my badge on the spot. Yet, against all odds, this madman, Chen Jixing, dared to have He Yang call the Central Commission in his presence. He Yang retrieved an old Nokia phone, his thumbs swiftly dialing, deliberately activating the speakerphone, the busy signal echoing through the corridor. Beep, beep. It sounded ominously reminiscent of a countdown to death. With each tone, Zheng Guoming's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly took a deep breath, clenched his fist, his knuckles turning white from the strain. Deputy Leader Chen, concerning procedural matters, let us. He had no choice but to relent. Before he could finish his sentence, a piercing screech of brakes echoed from downstairs. Xinjiang, accompanied by 12 armed police officers, stormed into the hall, their tactical boots shattering the sunlight scattered across the floor. The pine branch insignia on the shoulder of this provincial armed police squad leader was far more imposing than the badge on Zheng Guoming's chest at that moment. Chen Jixing raised his hand, making a yes gesture, and He Yang immediately understood, handing him a cigarette. After igniting the cigarette, he took a deep breath. Then, the process? Chen Jixing chuckled derisively, exhaling a plume of smoke into his face. Zheng Jian, do you require my guidance on the stipulations of Article 28 of the Regulations on the Inspection of Party Discipline Cases? Zheng Guoming thought to himself, What does Article 28 state? I've long since memorized such details. He Yang flashed a grin, revealing his pearly whites. The Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission possesses the authority to execute corrupt officials summarily. Upon hearing this, Zheng Guoming's heart sank. Before he could utter a word, Chen Jixing commanded in a low voice, Team Qin, apprehend him. Qin Zhan immediately gestured, and the 2 men behind him advanced, seizing Zheng Guoming's shoulders from either side. Chen Jixing, how dare you lay a hand on me? Zheng Guoming thrashed wildly, but was pinned against the wall with his arms twisted behind him. His face contorted. I am the Deputy Chief Prosecutor. Deputy Chief? Chen Jixing leaned closer to his ear, a smile lacing his voice. Article 280 of the Criminal Law. The crime of forging official documents starts at a 7-year sentence. Not to mention the amount you embezzled. He abruptly extinguished the cigarette, the embers scattering onto Zheng Guoming's hand. That's enough to warrant 3 executions. He leaned in to whisper, the head of the Anti-Corruption Bureau has been placed under investigation and is to be overseen by the higher prosecution authority. Thus, your case will be referred to the Supreme Prosecutor's Office. Zheng Guoming's complexion. Oh wait, one could not see his face, as he was still being restrained against the wall. Comrades, we are ready to receive our guest. Prepare an interrogation room for the Chief Prosecutor of our Provincial Prosecutor's Office. Let us ensure this prosecutor recounts the details of his illegal activities. Zheng Guoming erupted. Chen Jixing, this is imprisonment. This is extrajudicial punishment. Chen Jixing scoffed. Deputy Prosecutor Zheng, have you not yet grasped your current predicament? Do you truly believe that we would apprehend you without possessing evidence? How naive you are. At your age, you should have known better. After capturing Song Qinglin last night, we immediately commenced his interrogation. According to his testimony, you were one of the backers behind him. Thus, in accordance with the regulations of the Discipline Inspection Commission, Deputy Prosecutor Zheng, I hereby formally notify you that the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission will immediately initiate an investigation into you, which will also be reported to the Provincial Prosecutor's Office and the Provincial Supervision Bureau. With that, Chen Jixing flashed a smile. Thank you, Zheng Jian, for delivering yourself to us. It saves us a trip. Zheng Guoming was pressed against the wall, his cheek pressed against the cold surface, his nostrils catching the acrid scent of wall dust. His initial rage deflated like a punctured balloon, as Chen Jixing's meticulous revelations gradually extinguished his arrogance. He struggled to twist his neck, attempting to glare at Chen Jixing with his peripheral vision. You're spouting nonsense. Can Song Qinglin's testimony be trusted? That bastard wanted to drag others down with him even as he faced death. As he spoke, saliva splattered against the wall. Yet the grip of the armed police on his shoulders was like iron clamps. Even the badge on his chest pressed painfully against him. You are fabricating a wrongful accusation, he roared, only to hear He Yang rustling through a stack of documents. The topmost sheet revealing a startling photograph of him and Song Qinglin at a private club. The red silk ribbon of a box of Mao Dai in the background piercing his eyes with its brightness. This is you, isn't it? Zhang Guoming exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief as he gazed at the photo. How could he possibly possess such an image? It was inconceivable, absolutely impossible. Chen Jixing, observing his dazed expression, rolled his eyes and commanded, take him away. The badge on his chest clattered to the ground, and in that moment, he suddenly recalled Article 280 of the criminal law. 7 years prior, he had personally sentenced the director of the Land Bureau under this very charge, who had uttered the same words before facing execution. Zheng Guoming chuckled sinisterly. Chen Jixing. His voice faltered, and he suddenly turned his head, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Do you think I'm the only one? If that catfish from the province capsizes. Hee. Chapter 74. The emergence of the Heavenly Bureau last night. Chen Jixing had finally recalled everything, clarifying all his thoughts. And he remembered the circumstances surrounding the downfall in Changtian province. The former provincial committee member, the full-time deputy secretary of the provincial committee, and the secretary of the Political and Legal Affairs Commission, Zhou Weiman. It is essential to understand that the position of deputy secretary of the provincial committee is no mere ornament. It is a genuine authority, a position that allows for direct reports to the central government. The role of full-time deputy secretary is not a nominal post. In fact, its power ranks just below that of the secretary and the governor, overshadowing other committee members, particularly Zhou Weiman, who previously concurrently held the position of secretary of the Political and Legal Affairs Commission, wielded even greater power, being the true leader of the political and legal sector. He was indeed a veritable third-in-command. To put it plainly, Zhou Weiman represents the pinnacle of deputy ministerial status, a figure of considerable influence even upon retirement. According to the timeline of political power decline, the first 3 years post-retirement still afford a substantial presence, with indirect influence over local policies. And even within 3 to 5 years post-retirement, his social prestige remains intact. After Zhou Weiman's retirement, Lin Shan has separated these two positions, effectively diminishing the influence of this authority. Yet, Zhou Weiman's sway persists, and he remains at the deputy ministerial level. To investigate him, one would require the involvement of the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection. After instructing He Yang to interrogate Zheng Guoming, Chen Jixing entered his room, locked the door, and contacted his mentor. After waiting for the busy tone to cease, once the call connected, Chen Jixing respectfully addressed, "Teacher." The other end of the line was filled with a cacophony of discussions, and Zheng Lao's voice quickly resonated in his ear. "I am giving you a number. Contact him directly. He is responsible for your area." With that, Zheng Lao hung up. Not long after, a text message notification sounded on Chen Jixing's phone. Glancing at the number, his lips twitched. If his memory served him right, this was the Secretary General of the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection, a provincial-level deputy position. Nonetheless, after a moment's consideration, he resolved to make the call. For this matter implicated a former provincial committee member and involved one of the top 3 leaders still within the influential period. Upon dialing, the busy tone echoed. Chen Jixing felt his throat tighten. To say he was not nervous would be a lie. Although he did not possess the rank of provincial secretary Lin Shanha, the authority of this individual was nonetheless considerable. "Hello, may I ask who is speaking?" After all, anyone whose personal mobile phone could be reached had no reason to disregard such a call. Taking a deep breath, Chen Jixing promptly introduced himself. "Hello, Secretary Zhang. I am Chen Jixing, the deputy leader of the Special Investigation Team of the Changtian Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection. Zhang Lao provided me with your mobile number. Zhang Guiyuan responded with a soft hum, and with a smile, he replied, Comrade Xiaoqin, good to hear from you. Zhang Lao has already briefed me. How is your investigation team progressing? If it were not for the presence of his mentor, such a person would hardly have deigned to respond to him. Leader, it is thus. We can currently confirm that there are provincial-level leaders involved, but we lack direct evidence at present. The Deputy Chief Prosecutor of the Provincial Procuratorate, who also serves as the head of the Anti-Corruption Bureau, is already in the midst of interrogations, and we should know the identity of the individuals involved within 2 days. After a brief pause, Zhang Guiyuan's voice finally came through. What is it that you seek? The public security and judicial systems are united in their efforts, with national security also intervening. This phone call lasted for an hour, and perhaps only Chen Jixing knows the substance of his conversation with the member of the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection and the Secretary General at the vice-ministerial level. Thus, a grand scheme begins to unfold. After taking a deep breath, Chen Jixing turned to Zhang Guiyuan and said, Uncle Zhang, I trust that the newly established National Bureau for Corruption Prevention next month will not miss this grand occasion, will it? Once the call concluded, Chen Jixing proceeded directly to the interrogation room of Zhang Guoming. Upon noticing this, He Yang stood up and left without a word. The counterpart's silence was far more challenging to breach than others. Chen Jixing merely shrugged, indifferent. Select your most trusted individuals and accompany me to the countryside. He Yang felt a sudden unease, wondering if Chen Jixing was attempting to bait him. Otherwise, why would he request his most trusted people? It should be noted that the special investigation team was operating smoothly thus far. He brought Chen Jixing into the room containing the files and, after a deep breath, inquired, What do you mean? Are you suggesting that the special investigation team is compromised? Chen Jixing scoffed. What do you think? He Yang fell silent, his expression darkening. Do you not find it peculiar? After I sought out Deng Rong, she died the very next day. If Song Qinglin and others truly wanted her dead, why wait until after my meeting with her? Why not silence her immediately? Furthermore, Deng Rong and I are both students of Elder Zhang, who is a figure so esteemed that even Secretary Lin of the Provincial Committee addresses him as Elder Zhang. Deng Rong possesses the means to resolve her troubles with a mere phone call. Why did she not contact Elder Zhang after being assaulted initially? Even after all that transpired, why did she not reach out? Chen Jixing lit a cigarette, his demeanor dark and cold. He Yang scratched his head. Wasn't it Lin Jia who had control over her parents? Chen Jixing laughed derisively. Are you underestimating our cohort of law students? If it were me, if you had already killed my parents, I would undoubtedly choose to perish with them rather than endure their humiliation. This made He Yang's lips twitch. Given what he understood of Chen Jixing, it was highly likely he would indeed choose such a path. If you want to let me play, then I'll upend the table, and no one will play. But as for Deng Rong, He Yang had no insights, only what he had heard from Chen Jixing. Thus, the question arises, based on what I know of Deng Rong, why would she suddenly take her own life? She was aware of my arrival. Logically, she still had a younger sister who was alive. Even for her sister's sake, she would not easily contemplate suicide. So, the dilemma remains, why did she choose to end her life? This defies reason. Moreover, she had arranged for 2 special police officers to ensure her safety, with their skills. How could they have merely knocked out a single tooth of the assailants? Such feeble combat capability seems implausible. Thirdly, if she could choose to die, why not opt for a collective demise? Is it so difficult to place a call to Mr. Zhang? Fourthly, after her death, all developments seem exceedingly peculiar. The Provincial Public Security Bureau, the National Security, and even the higher echelons of the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection have remained inactive, as if they were already aware of the situation, yet refrained from taking any action. Why is this so? It appears that our disturbances are considerable. Yet do you not sense that everything seems orchestrated? It resembles a predetermined procedure. Once the preliminary protocols are activated, the system operates automatically, overriding previous commands. The most significant action taken appears to be counterterrorism. At least, it seems to me that we are dismantling some obsolete firewalls, as they serve no purpose anymore. Chen Jixing's series of statements left He Yang utterly bewildered. What were these predetermined procedures and firewalls? Though he had heard of them, their amalgamation rendered them incomprehensible. He concluded, So, do we have a ghost among us? Chen Jixing nodded affirmatively. Indeed, there is a deeply concealed specter. It is a nail that must be extracted. Identify the trustworthy individuals. We shall investigate the catastrophic mining accident at Hangzhou Coal Industry. Behind Hangzhou Coal Industry lies young Master Zhou, and tracing this thread will lead us to Zhou Jiqiang, the director of the Provincial Coal Bureau. He Yang exclaimed. Wait, your leaps in logic are rather extensive, are they not? What connection exists between young Master Zhou and Zhou Jiqiang? I have heard that a formidable figure stands behind Zhou Jiqiang. He could crush us with ease. Have you lost your mind? Chun Zhixing exhaled a puff of smoke and grinned. Precisely. That is the one we shall investigate. Are you afraid? He Yang's lips twitched in irritation, and he cursed. Damn. I can't believe I'm falling for your madness. How can you be so audacious? Forget it. If you want to fish, then fish. Who am I to object as the director of the 10th Investigative Office? Deputy Director He, please commence your performance. Chun Zhixing rolled his eyes. The bait has been cast. Now we shall see who bites. Inform Qin Zhan to assign 6 of his most trusted confidants to guard the archives. The others will accompany us. You shall take your most trusted associates as we investigate the Hangzhou mining disaster. With that, Chun Zhixing glanced toward the door, his smile broadening with excitement. Chapter 75. In-depth investigation into the major mining disaster. The number of disciplinary committee staff members has increased from 26 to 48, reflecting the Provincial Disciplinary Committee's unwavering support for the Special Task Force. After a night of thorough examination of all personnel's backgrounds, He Yang and Chun Zhixing engaged in an extensive discussion lasting over an hour, ultimately selecting 24 clean background core members from the existing team to participate in the operation. The remaining personnel, who raised suspicions, were uniformly detained at the municipal guest house. The mining disaster directly pointed to the underlying web of power, implicating the grandson of former provincial committee member and political legal committee secretary Zhou Weiman, whose son Zhou Jiqiang currently serves as the director of the Provincial Coal Bureau. Thus, the mining incident became a pivotal entry point for breaking through the interests of the power group. To ensure the confidentiality of the operation, Chun Zhixing and He Yang decided to only involve the later recruited disciplinary committee personnel in the investigation, while the initially dispatched team remained at the guest house. Should any information about the operation leak, it would allow for the identification of suspicious individuals within. Conversely, any anomalies at the guest house would pinpoint issues originating from the detained group. This strategy was undeniably shrewd, a classic case of killing 2 birds with 1 stone. It not only aimed to expose the mole within the task force, but also intended to reveal any missteps by the opposition in the mining disaster case. During the investigation, aside from the leaders and heads of the special task force, all disciplinary committee staff were required to surrender their mobile phones, enforcing a silence on the proceedings. This regulation further narrowed the potential pool of leakers. The following morning, a team led by Chun Zhixing, He Yang, Zhou Roli, and Yun Shui, accompanied by 20 armed police officers under the command of Qin Zhan, departed the city in 2 coasters, heading straight for the Daegu mining area in Haixing City. As a pillar industry contributing 30% of the city's tax revenue, the intricate web of interests behind the coal mines was deeply entrenched. The fact that the mining disaster could be forcefully concealed was not solely attributable to Song Qinglin. The senior officials of the municipal party committee and government bore their share of responsibility. Upon arriving at the outskirts of the mining area, the armed police changed into civilian attire and equipped themselves with handguns and 6 magazines, striving to avoid alerting any potential observers. Even at night, the Daegu mining area was brightly lit, operating around the clock. The dilapidated worker housing starkly contrasted with the illuminated coal mining frames. Within the command center of the mining area, the 2-story makeshift command office appeared somewhat dim under the lights, comprising 8 rooms, including the dispatch room, emergency room, financial office, and general office. At this moment, in the innermost office on the 2nd floor of the command center, mine manager Wang Daqiang received a phone call. Hello, General Su. You're still awake at this late hour? After receiving the call, Wang Daqiang immediately rose from his bed, standing with a slight bow and a sycophantic smile on his face. Sleep? How could I possibly sleep? The Provincial Disciplinary Committee's Special Investigation Team has already come to our mining area. How can I rest easy? Unaware of the implications this represented, Wang Daqiang respectfully replied. Rest assured, General Su, all these troublesome folks have signed confidentiality agreements and provided their thumbprints. They wouldn't dare speak out. The compensation funds are still with me and have yet to be distributed to them. Would they dare to make any noise? On the other end of the line, General Su slammed the table, causing the microphone to buzz ominously. You fool. Do you think the Special Task Force is here to investigate those miners? They are focused on the accounts. Wang Daqiang felt a cold sweat break out on his forehead, his fingers turning white around the microphone. All the accounts have been redone as per Mayor Song's instructions, and the acceptance report is. Shut up. Su interrupted, his voice lowered. Immediately transfer the files from the safe in the archive room, including both the cabinet and the documents. Remember to use the abandoned coal transport passage on the west side of the mining area. Suddenly, the sound of paper rustling was heard, and after a pause, the boss's voice was laced with surprise. Wait, did you just say the compensation funds are still in your possession? Yes. A total of 3,200,000, all stored. You pig-headed fool. Disperse it at once. Su's voice turned chilling. Instruct the finance department to deliver cash door-to-door overnight, ensuring family members sign for the receipts in person. Remember, the dates on the receipts should all be recorded as the day after the mining accident. The call was abruptly terminated, and Wang Daqiang spat angrily, cursing, "Damn it. You are the real fool. If we distribute the money now, those pesky villagers will surely escalate the situation. Do you think the mining area is a joke? Without some means of self-preservation, I would have long been killed by those unruly miners." At that moment, the head of the mining security department rushed in, knocking urgently on Wang Daqiang's door. Mine chief, this is bad. Old Zhang has gone mad. I don't know where he got the gasoline, but he is dousing himself with it, holding a lighter. He demands an explanation for his son. He wants us to bring out his son's body. In front of the newly opened mine entrance, Zhang Daqian was screaming as he raised the gasoline can, the cheap fuel soaking through the patchwork clothes covering his hunched back. The onlooking miners silently stepped back, some instinctively reaching for the wage arrears slips hidden in their pockets. Wang Daqiang has bought a Santana. Is my child's life worth only 20,000? I don't care. Let that scoundrel Wang Daqiang return my son to me. I have said time and again that the mine is unsafe. Yet the security department and Wang Daqiang refused to listen. 20,000. Can I buy your life with that? The death compensation from Hangzhou coal industry had become a well-known secret, intercepted at various levels. The Mining Bureau deducted safety management fees. Contractors siphoned off funds for post-accident coordination. Even the village head demanded a consolation fee. Ultimately, what reached the families often amounted to less than 1/10 of the provincial standard. Zhang Daqian's son's compensation agreement bore a glaring, crimson official seal indicating voluntary acceptance of a one-time subsidy, along with the family member's fingerprint, that was pressed down by the security department onto the thumb of a family member who was in a daze. Zhang Daqian, what on earth do you want? I have told you many times that it was an accident. Your son did not adhere to safety standards, which led to the incident. Why are you causing such a scene here? The furious voice of Wang Daqiang echoed, accompanied by the head of the security department and a group of people shouting behind him. As he stepped outside, a pungent and acrid scent of gasoline assaulted his senses. Cursing Zhang Daqian vehemently, he lamented the inferior quality of the fuel purchased. Zhang Daqian's eyes were bloodshot, his body trembling, as the noxious aroma penetrated his nostrils with excruciating intensity. He fixed a fierce gaze upon Wang Daqiang's glistening face, his teeth grinding audibly. An accident? My son is merely 20. On his first day in the mine, even his safety helmet was defective. You wretched beasts! In a sudden burst of energy, he charged at Wang Daqiang, his frail frame unleashing an astonishing force, gasoline trailing in an arc from the hem of his clothing. Members of the security team swiftly converged, raining blows upon him like a torrential downpour, one assailant delivering a kick to his knee that sent him crashing to the ground. Yet, he persisted, clawing forward, leaving streaks of blood on the earth beneath him. Return my son, return my son. Wang Daqiang, frightened by his frenzied assault, backpedaled 2 steps, his complexion paling. However, fury soon overtook him as he pointed at Zhang Daqian, bellowing, "Bind him up! How dare you defy us?" The security personnel overwhelmed Zhang Daqian, restraining him with a flurry of hands. One individual yanked off a belt to tighten around his neck, while another pressed a knee into his back, forcing him down to the ground. Zhang Daqian's face was pressed into the coal ash, the metallic taste of blood filling his mouth. Yet he clutched the lighter with a death grip, his knuckles whitening from the strain. "Wang Daqiang, may you meet a dreadful fate," he rasped, his voice echoing like a demon clawing its way from the depths of hell. "You all shall perish." Wang Daqiang let out a derisive chuckle, stepping closer and nudging Zhang Daqian's face with the tip of his polished shoe. "You old fool, do you think this commotion will yield any results? Many have perished in the mine. Your son is but a mere statistic. 20,000 is enough to buy the lives of your entire family." Chapter 76. Wang Daqiang accidentally enters the heavenly bureau in the next moment. A faint yet piercing flame erupted from the lighter, Wang Daqiang's smile froze on his face. As the security personnel remained oblivious, Zhang Daqian suddenly thrashed violently, the gasoline-soaked hem of his clothing igniting in an instant. Boom! The flames swiftly engulfed half of his body, and the intense heat forced everyone to retreat in haste. Zhang Daqian emitted a heart-wrenching scream amidst the fire, yet he staggered forward towards Wang Daqiang, intent on dragging him down with him. Let us die together. Wang Daqiang was paralyzed with terror and turned to flee, while the security personnel scattered in panic. Zhang Daqian resembled a human fireball, madly pursuing them. As the flames ravaged his body, the acrid scent of charred flesh permeating the air. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the mine, Chen Zhixing and his companions were intercepted by the mine's security. I've told you, without the foreman's orders, no one can enter. Are you deaf? The security personnel, growing increasingly irritated, bellowed. Chen Zhixing offered a cigarette, attempting to placate them with a smile. Brother, could you please make an exception? It would help us explain to our superiors. The mine was akin to a small society, where rules reigned supreme, and personal connections were as fragile as paper. Naturally, he could reveal his identity, but that would hinder their covert investigation. The security personnel glanced at the cigarette Chen Zhixing proffered but declined it, sneering instead. Spare us the nonsense. The foreman has decreed that even if the heavenly king himself were to arrive, he must wait outside. Chen Zhixing's smile faltered momentarily before he quickly resumed a more ingratiating demeanor. Brother, we all work in this field. Why take it so seriously? Moreover, we are merely following orders. If we delay matters for our superiors, it would be difficult for everyone involved enough with the chatter. The security personnel impatiently waved their hands. If you keep talking, don't blame us for being rude. At the mention of this, several team members behind them tightened their grips on their rubber clubs, glaring menacingly at Chen Zhixing and his group. Just then, a cacophony of shouts erupted from within the mine, followed by the unmistakable scent of burning. Chen Zhixing furrowed his brow and instinctively glanced towards the mine. What is happening? He quietly inquired of his companion, who merely shook his head in bewilderment. The security personnel also sensed the disturbance, and soon they witnessed a figure ablaze charging towards Wang Daqiang. The flames illuminated the entrance. Chen Zhixing's expression darkened immediately, a cold glint appearing in his eyes. Self-immolation. Damn it. Hurry up and subdue him. Zhang Daqian's actions threatened to ruin everything for him. What the hell is wrong with that lunatic? As Wang Daqiang's voice echoed, those around him dared not approach. What a joke. If Zhang Daqian managed to grab hold of him, wouldn't he that spell certain doom? Chen Zhixing's eyes sharpened, and he quickly gestured. Go. Follow me. The group swiftly surged into the mine, but as they turned the corner of a factory building, the sight before them brought them to an abrupt halt. Amidst the roaring flames, a figure engulfed in fire frantically pursued several members of the security team, their chilling howls mingling with the acrid stench of charred flesh, creating a truly horrifying scene. Insanity. Pure insanity. He Yang murmured softly, as if his worldview had been entirely upended. Just as their shock reached its peak, Zhang Daqian's agonized cries began to fade. He stumbled and fell to the ground as he lunged towards Wang Daqiang, the flames on his body gradually extinguishing, leaving only a charred remnant. The scene fell into a heavy silence, all present rendered speechless by the unfolding spectacle. At the mining area, igniting a new tunnel had not resulted in a gas explosion, which was an extraordinary stroke of luck. After a jolt of fear coursed through him, Wang Daqiang noticed Chen Zhixing and his group among the crowd. His gaze sharpened, and he coldly demanded, "Who are you? How did you get in here?" Turning to the head of the security team, he berated, "What the hell are you doing? How could you let these unknown individuals enter? Do you want to lose your job?" He bellowed, "Get them out of here at once." Wang Daqiang was in a frenzy, burdened with numerous pressing matters. The safe in the archives needed to be sent out that very night. It contained internal accounts that absolutely could not fall into the hands of the disciplinary inspection team. Such an outcome would spell disaster. Internal accounts were for trusted eyes only, while external accounts were meant for scrutiny. He was all too familiar with this procedure, and it was nearly time for the monthly submission. Chen Zhixing's expression turned icy. They had already been driven to the brink of self-immolation, and now Wang Daqiang still thought to expel them? Team Qin, secure the scene. The security team generally carries firearms. Take control immediately. Lao He, lead your team to secure their office. No one is allowed in or out. Contact the local police station and public security bureau. Surround the mine. Qin Zhan promptly accepted the orders. Control everyone in the security team. Liuzi, Huzi, take the head of the security team and ensure their firearms are closely monitored. Understood. Understood. The head of the security team attempted to flee but was immediately subdued by the nearest armed police officer, his hands forcefully restrained behind his back. The reason for his flight was evident. 5 hunting rifles were secretly stored in the mine, intended for dealing with unruly miners. He Yang raised his hand decisively. Team 1. Follow me. Xiaohu, contact the municipal bureau. Have them dispatch the local police station, public security bureau, and available forces. Yes. Yes. Chen Jixing calmly issued orders, slowly lifting his gaze to meet Wang Daqiang's. I am Chen Jixing, deputy leader of the provincial disciplinary inspection team. You must be the mine manager, correct? Wang Daqiang's heart sank. How long had President Su been trying to reach him? The disciplinary inspection team had already arrived. The ledgers. Damn it. The internal accounts had yet to be submitted. A cold sweat broke out at the nape of his neck as he caught sight of the head of the security team being restrained. No. These individuals with sparse hair. Why are their methods so professional? It seems even the police don't operate this proficiently. Who exactly are they? Upon witnessing the activation of the serve the dish buff, Wang Daqiang immediately rubbed his hands together, a sycophantic smile gracing his face as he approached Chen Jixing with small, hurried steps. Team leader Chen, I sincerely apologize for having you witness this scene. This De Qian has a mental illness, and the mine has been providing him with a subsidy each month. Who would have thought he would suddenly go mad this evening? President Su had already informed me of the arrival of the leadership from the disciplinary committee's special investigation team, and I truly did not anticipate that you would witness this spectacle. Upon hearing these words, Chen Jixing's eyes narrowed slightly. President Su had indeed mentioned their impending visit. How intriguing. One of the 2 baited hooks had already caught a fish. It was merely a matter of time before the other one took the bait. Are you implying that President Su called you and explicitly informed you of our arrival, correct? Chen Jixing inquired with a smile, as though engaged in ordinary conversation. Wang Daqiang, having never encountered such a tense situation, possessed no sense of vigilance. He nodded eagerly. Yes, approximately half an hour ago. He continued speaking casually, seemingly in an effort to project an air of confidence. It was just half an hour ago when President Su instructed me regarding my safe. The words hung on his lips, and before he realized it, the truth slipped out. The mine manager instructed that there is another safe. Immediate control required. Wang Daqiang felt as if he had become the fool in this scenario. Chapter 77. The betrayer exposed, resistance to in-depth investigation an hour prior. After conducting an interrogation with Lin Jia, Cui Shuiming returned to his room to rest. Lin Jia disclosed everything that needed to be revealed, her confession occupying a full 30 pages, with 2 different recorders taking notes throughout. She had secretly collaborated with the so-called minister of the underground organization, Guo Shanfeng, in the trafficking of drugs, using them to manipulate young girls brought from remote mountainous regions. The attractive ones were sent to the Yulon Club, while the less appealing ones were dispatched to the province. However, when asked why they were sent to the province, she shook her head in ignorance, her expression suggesting sincerity. Since Lin Jia's capture, neither she nor the investigators had enjoyed any respite. They had been enduring a relentless vigil. Just as Cui Shuiming contemplated resting on his bed, the sudden ring of his phone jolted him upright. Glancing at the number on his screen, his expression darkened. He locked the door, drew the curtains, concealed himself behind them, and answered the call. At this hour, you shouldn't be calling me. It's perilous. If I am exposed, it will not bode well for you. Cui Shuiming spoke in a hushed tone, his voice laden with urgency, fearful of being overheard. On the other end, a robust voice replied, Xiao Cui. I certainly comprehend your current predicament, but I hope you can also grasp mine. The coal mine accident in Hangzhou was finally suppressed. This matter must not resurface. Hence, I need you to divert Chen Jixing's investigative direction, which should not be difficult for you. Furthermore, I have another proposition. Chen Jixing has taken most of his team away, and your room is directly across from the archive. Therefore, I require you to set fire to all the documents. Cui Shuiming was taken aback by these 2 options, his heart racing with shock. Are you out of your mind? Do you realize that the provincial committee is all in Haixing City? If a fire ignites here, I will be implicated as well. I assure you, do not even think about these 2 matters. I will never agree. At most, I can inform you when Chen Jixing and his team will arrive at the mine. Anything beyond that is impossible. There was a prolonged silence on the other end before a deep sigh emerged. Xiao Cui, since my father retired, you have truly become unyielding. It is said that after retirement, familial ties gradually weaken, and it seems rather cruel now, doesn't it? Cui Shuiming scoffed. Cruel? Now you acknowledge cruelty? When you were engaged in those detestable deeds that drew public ire, did you ever consider the cruelty inflicted upon others? They have traveled at least halfway. If you wish to sever ties for survival, do so swiftly. Time is not on your side. Unbeknownst to Cui Xueming, Xiao Hu and Xiao Zhang exchanged glances at the door. Meanwhile, at the mine, Wang Dechang's smile gradually froze on his face, an awkward expression overtaking him as he realized he had inadvertently let slip crucial information. How did he manage to articulate his innermost thoughts? Team Leader Chun, Team Leader Chun. The safe contains nothing but some important documents, and it also holds a considerable amount of cash. This is the wages for the miners this month. If you seize the safe, what will happen to the workers' salaries? Team Leader Chun, the safe cannot be seized. It simply cannot. Wang Daqiang immediately grew anxious. This box does not merely contain documents. Indeed, there is money, but that is not the most critical aspect. The ledger is. That is the internal account. The company behind the mine is Hangzhou Coal Industry, a state-owned enterprise in Haixing City. Although it operates at a departmental level, Hangzhou Coal contributes a substantial amount in taxes annually. As the mine manager, despite holding a mere section chief position, Wang Daqiang is acutely aware that if the internal accounts fall into the hands of the task force, not only will he face consequences, but many others will also be implicated. Hangzhou Coal will certainly not escape unscathed. Chun Jixing regarded him with a cold smile. The more anxious Wang Daqiang appeared, the more it indicated his guilty conscience. Observing Wang Daqiang's flustered expression, Chun Jixing smirked. He raised his hand to signal the armed police officers to step forward, his voice icy and resolute. Seal all offices, including the finance room, dispatch room, and emergency room. None are to be overlooked. Without my permission, no one is allowed to enter or exit. The armed police officers immediately sprang into action, swiftly dispersing to secure all rooms in the mine's command center. He Yang led his team directly to the finance room, kicking the door open and pinning the finance personnel, who were frantically destroying documents, against the table. Don't move. Discipline Inspection Commission Investigation Team. Audit Bureau. Where are the Audit Bureau personnel? Hurry up and seal the accounts. Wang Daqiang's forehead was drenched in cold sweat, his legs weak, his voice trembling as he pleaded. Team Leader Chun, please listen to me. The safe truly cannot be opened. The workers' salaries are inside. If you seize it, how will they survive this month? Chun Jixing remained unmoved, slowly approaching him, towering over him. Salaries? Very well, then open the safe now, and I will verify it on the spot. If it is indeed wages, I will immediately ensure they are distributed. If not, his gaze sharpened. Song Qinglin has already been apprehended by the task force. If you were wise, you would understand the consequences. Do you think the task force would come here without evidence? Wang Daqiang's face turned ashen, his lips trembling, rendering him speechless. He knew he was utterly finished. Once the internal accounts were exposed, not only he, but also Hangzhou Coal and even higher-ups would be implicated. To open or not to open? Chun Jixing pressed. In despair, Wang Daqiang closed his eyes, ultimately trembling as he retrieved the key from his pocket and approached the safe. At the moment the safe was opened, neatly arranged cash and several thick ledgers were revealed to all present. Wang Daqiang abruptly collapsed onto the ground, trembling, murmuring, "It's over. All is lost. The sky has fallen." Chun Jixing let out a cold laugh, devoid of any sympathy. As he picked up the ledger and flipped through its pages, his countenance growing increasingly grim. What a sum for the workers' wages. He slammed the ledger shut and commanded sternly, He Yang, immediately seal all accounts. How much longer until the police arrive? Seal off the entire mining area. Contact the fire department and clear the collapsed mine shafts. We must recover the living and the dead. Ensure every body in the mine is retrieved. Just then, a cacophony of shouts and hurried footsteps erupted from outside the mining district. This is bad. Team Leader Chen, a member of the armed police, rushed in to report. A large group of villagers and personnel from the police station have arrived, blocking the entrance to the mine, demanding answers. Chun Jixing furrowed his brow and swiftly approached the window. Outside, a dense throng of people brandished torches and clubs, with several police officers at the forefront standing off against the armed police. The villagers' furious roars filled the air. Hand over the mine manager. On what grounds do you seal our mine? We demand an explanation today, or no one leaves. Wang Daqiang, whose body had been trembling, now stood resolute, a malevolent smile flickering across his ashen face. He lowered his voice and said to Chun Jixing, Team Leader Chun, you see, escalating this situation benefits no one. Perhaps we should each take a step back? This mine is the livelihood of 3 surrounding villages. Most of the people here hail from those villages. By sealing the mine, you sever their source of income. How could they possibly agree? Chen Jixing shot him a cold glance before turning to Qin Zhang with a command. Notify the Municipal Bureau for reinforcements, and everyone must hold their posts. No one is to be allowed entry without my orders. He inhaled deeply, his gaze sharp as he looked out the window. This game of strategy had only just begun. To leverage the villagers' pressure to compel him to abandon the investigation here. A mere fantasy. Chapter 78. 300,000 in compensation, only 20,000 received. As Qin Zhang led 10 individuals to the entrance of the mine, he was met with a throng of people, their heads bobbing like a sea of black. The dense crowd completely obstructed the entrance to the mining area, their torches flickering in the night like a sea of crimson flames, casting grotesque shadows on their faces. At least 200 to 300 villagers wielded shovels and wooden clubs. Several burly men in the front even carried thick wooden stakes embedded with nails, their roars reverberating through the ground, causing the very stones to tremble. What was even more alarming was that 7 or 8 police officers had infiltrated the forefront of the crowd. Although they were clad in uniforms, they deliberately loosened their collars, the badges glinting coldly in the firelight. One individual even brandished a megaphone, inciting the crowd with cries of state-owned enterprises' properties must not be infringed upon. This only served to amplify the villagers' fury. In that moment, the pressure on them surged. Captain Chen, the situation is becoming increasingly difficult to control. There are too many of them. If a conflict ensues, we cannot open fire. Qin Zhang glanced back, intending to inform Chen Jixing, only to find that Chen had already approached from behind. They were bound by strict regulations. Firearms could not be discharged unless in an emergency. Even if this mob were to kill them, the armed police, despite their designation, were still part of the military. Discipline within the armed forces was unwavering. They could never fire upon civilians. I understand. Rest assured, Chen Jixing reassured him, sensing his distress as he patted him on the shoulder. Xiao Hu had already contacted He Yang, who had informed him of the shocking revelation. The mole within the special investigation team was none other than Cui Xueming. This revelation left him astounded, yet Xiao Hu confidently asserted that he and Xiao Zhang had distinctly heard the sounds from outside. Initially, they had intended to step out for provisions, but were met with the sound of the door being locked. It was known that since their capture, Chen Jixing had stated that interrogations would be conducted with the door closed. This was to allow others to hear their cries and to heighten psychological pressure upon them. Furthermore, with the protection of the armed police, they had not even been able to sleep with their doors shut, making Cui Xueming's locking of the door highly suspicious. As the phone call was made on that side, they found themselves facing the current predicament, questioning who would believe that nothing was amiss. This was a hastily orchestrated act of violent encirclement aimed solely at halting their investigation. With hundreds gathered at the entrance, the clamor rendered it impossible to discern their discourse. Chen Jixing furrowed his brow and turned to Qin Zhang, saying, "Fire a warning shot." Qin Zhang nodded, retrieving his pistol, loading it, and raising his arm to pull the trigger. Bang! The sound of the unsilenced gunshot echoed through the night sky. In an instant, silence enveloped the scene. Indeed, it seemed that no matter the time, only a show of equality could compel people to sit and listen. Chen Jixing then stepped forward, standing amidst the crowd. All eyes upon him. "Fellow villagers, allow me to speak." A man at the forefront, wielding a hoe, shouted, "Who the hell wants to listen to you? You're about to ruin our livelihoods. What more is there to discuss?" Chen Jixing immediately turned to the side, his expression indifferent as he said, "Go ahead. You can all enter." Upon hearing his words, not only were the villagers taken aback, but even Qin Zhang's mind momentarily faltered. What? Weren't they banned from entering? Wasn't it said that this place was sealed off? If He Yang were to know his thoughts, he would remark, "You soldiers have a single-mindedness about you." Playing with Chen Jixing? Just look at those who have engaged with him. Each one has met a grim fate. The leader of the group, upon hearing this, did not hesitate and strode confidently toward the entrance. Noticing that Chen Jixing did not obstruct their path, he grew bolder and advanced further inside. As he brushed past Chen Jixing, he suddenly declared, "You all go in. After all, it's not my life at stake. If you wish to perish, I won't stop you. It's futile to reason with those destined for doom." The man abruptly turned, his dark and powerful arm seizing Chen Jixing's tie with a fierce grip. "What did you say?" Qin Zhang instantly became alert, his gun aimed at the man, his voice icy. "Let go." Should the man make any move to harm Chen Jixing, Qin Zhang would undoubtedly fire. After all, their mission was to ensure the safety of the special task force. I said I wouldn't stop those seeking death. Do you not comprehend? Now release me. Chun Jixing, having come from a rural background, understood better than anyone the so-called simplicity of country folk. Some are indeed genuine, while others, well, as Liang Xiaolong put it, they are simply unruly. Otherwise, how did the saying desolate mountains and treacherous waters breed cunning folk come about? For such individuals, gentle persuasion proves futile. Only a firm suppression will suffice. You are all too aware of the collapse incident in the mining area. 45 lives were lost. How can you believe that the deceased are not one of you, or that none of you share in this tragedy? A heavy silence fell over the crowd. They sought to earn money, not to gamble with their lives. Observing their silence, Chun Jixing sneered and suddenly shouted, "Answer me." What? One of the three middle-aged men in the crowd suddenly shouted, "You are in cahoots with the state-owned enterprise leaders. You simply refuse to pay. Fellow villagers, do not listen to his nonsense. I am the village secretary. Would I harm you?" The group of scoundrels simply refuses to provide compensation. Indeed, fellow villagers, they have come to collect the corpses. As long as the bodies are gone, they need not disperse any compensation. This money has all been swallowed by these corrupt officials. Each of the three men chimed in, and the once quiet crowd erupted once more in vehement protest, the atmosphere igniting with fervor. Chun Jixing's gaze fell sharply upon the trio, his eyes narrowing. Village secretary? If his guess was correct, these three secretaries had long colluded with Wang Daqiang and others. This exemplifies the new characteristics of power gone awry. It signifies that, as substantial national resources flow toward the grassroots level, the capital movement within rural society is becoming increasingly vibrant, with the trend of local resource capitalization becoming ever more pronounced, thus providing those who manipulate resources, both overtly and covertly, with swift opportunities for ascendance. Consequently, a class of rent-seekers has emerged at the grassroots level, giving rise to a murky chain of interests. The disorder in grassroots governance and the loss of control over power have led to local strongmen, who prioritize the maximization of personal gain. As the saying goes, severing a person's financial lifeline is akin to slaying their parents. At such a juncture, they seem unconcerned with moral implications. He Yang hastened over, standing beside Chun Jixing and presenting a ledger while gesturing towards its contents. Chun Jixing squinted, intrigued by the unfolding scenario. Which village does Zhang Daqian belong to? He inquired abruptly. The village secretary, a man in his 50s, replied, "He is from our village." With a cold smirk, Chun Jixing retorted, "Zhang Daqian's son perished, receiving a mere 20,000 yuan in compensation, and that was in the form of an IOU. Yet my records indicate that the compensation was actually 50,000. Can you enlighten me as to where the remaining 30,000 has vanished?" Wang Defa, the village secretary, immediately glared and shouted, "You're talking nonsense. Zhang Daqian committed self-immolation. How could you possibly?" Chun Jixing abruptly interrupted, his voice rising in fury. "Your village is a mere 5 kilometers from here. How could you possibly know that Zhang Daqian self-immolated?" Upon utterance of these words, the atmosphere turned silent as a grave. Wang Defa's complexion drained of color in an instant. The fact that Zhang Daqian had died by self-immolation occurred only 5 minutes prior. How could they have known? The village is only 5 kilometers away, and in such a brief span, they could not have arrived to block the entrance. It was evident that something was amiss. A discrepancy in information and time existed. Someone must have informed me. Wang Defa persisted in his defense. Chun Jixing scoffed coldly and continued to bellow. Wang Daqiang's ledger clearly states a total compensation of 300,000 yuan. The director of the Municipal Coal Bureau received 100,000. With 45 individuals, that amounts to 4,500,000. The state-owned enterprise leader took home 100,000. The police station received 50,000. In the end, from the 300,000 in compensation, only 50,000 remains. 20,000 was allocated to Zhang Daqian, and the remaining 30,000 was divided between you and Wang Daqiang. Chapter 79, Wang Daqiang. Oh no, this is a living Yama. The scene erupted in chaos. Even Chun Jixing, upon uttering the words, felt a disconcerting gray chain of vested interests unfolding before his eyes. A compensation of 300,000 for a life, in this day and age, is already considerable. One might even say, exceedingly so. Yet of that sum, a mere 20,000 ultimately reached the victim's family. The majority of the funds had been siphoned off at various levels, from the director of the Municipal Coal Bureau to the leaders of the state-owned Hangzhou Coal Company and down to the local police station. Wang Daqiang and village secretary Wang Defa had reduced the amount to a paltry 20,000. 20,000 for a life. The entire family's worth barely exceeded 100,000. How could this not be shocking? This is the epitome of profiting from death. The crowd fell silent for a moment, but in the next instant, it erupted into an even more fervent riot. Hundreds of people surged forward. Damn it. So you devoured my hard-earned money. My brother's life is worth only 20,000? You beasts. Amidst the roar, Wang Defa was toppled to the ground, receiving several blows to the face, blood streaming from his nose. He curled up, cradling his head, pleading for mercy. Fellow villagers, let me explain. It was Wang Daqiang who forced me to do this. But the enraged villagers refused to listen. Some even brandished a wooden stake studded with nails, ready to strike. Stop! Chen Zhixing's commanding voice rang out, and Qin Zhan immediately rushed forward to separate the villagers. Amidst the turmoil, he cast a cold glance over the crowd. If you kill them, will your money return? The villagers paused, panting heavily, only to see Chen Zhixing raise the ledger. The flames illuminating his sharp profile. It records the whereabouts of every illicit fund. Municipal Coal Bureau, state-owned enterprise leaders, the police station. None shall escape. He pointed forcefully towards the depths of the mine. But now, I need someone to go underground, to retrieve the bodies of those who perished in the mining disaster. I assure you, all those implicated in corruption will face the law. From the crowd, a man with reddened eyes shouted furiously. On what grounds do you guarantee that? Chen Zhixing stepped forward, his voice resonating with authority, echoing in the somber sky. I, Chen Zhixing, from the province, Deputy Director of the 10th Inspection and Investigation Office of the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission. This esteemed individual beside me is the Director of the 10th Inspection and Investigation Office, and the one wielding a firearm is the Squadron Leader of the Provincial Armed Police Corps. By rank, none of you town party secretaries are qualified to meet me. They must bow their heads before me. Moreover, I am also the Deputy Leader of the Special Investigation Team of the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission. Chen Zhixing's words rang out with such force that the attendees were momentarily taken aback. From the province, no less, and from the Discipline Inspection Commission, titles like Director and Deputy Director, as well as Deputy Leader, sounded quite formidable. They were perplexed, truly perplexed. But when Chen Zhixing declared that their town party secretaries were unworthy to meet him, well, that made it clear. Indeed, he was impressive. Observing this scene, Chen Zhixing breathed a sigh of relief. At least it had not escalated into a riotous incident. Once acts of violence escalate, it becomes utterly disastrous. This group seems to invite further affliction upon themselves. Goodness, isn't it merely mining? It is precisely the task at hand. Indeed, there is little distinction between mining and unearthing corpses. I shall partake as well, and I too shall join. In an instant, the atmosphere electrified as fervor surged among the crowd. After all, a compensation of 300,000 translates to a mere 20,000 in their hands. Who would undertake such a task? Good heavens, I nearly fainted. I feared we might not escape today, that we would meet our demise. If my father were to learn of my current predicament, he would undoubtedly assign me a team of bodyguards. As He Yang and Chen Zhixing approached the command center, they exhaled deeply, their faces etched with residual fear. Chen Zhixing raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips as he inquired, "Is your family quite affluent then?" He Yang grinned broadly. "Indeed. Let me tell you, my family is quite wealthy. My father is the second richest man in Sichuan province." "Oh, how surprising. I hadn't perceived you as a wealthy heir." Chen Zhixing scrutinized He Yang from head to toe, causing He Yang to shudder and bristle in response. "What do you mean by that? Are you accusing me of embezzlement?" "Brother, my family has been affluent since my birth. Please do not regard me with such suspicion. I have duly reported to the organization. Comrade Chen Zhixing, I implore you to trust your fellow comrade, all right? Please, spare me that look. I am genuinely frightened." Inside the command center, due to the presence of armed police officers and everyone being armed with handguns, nothing untoward occurred. Owing to internal audits, the auditing team was engrossed in meticulous scrutiny, recording every detail with remarkable precision. The dates, times, locations, amounts given to specific individuals, and the nature of the transactions were all documented with great thoroughness. Report, Team Leader Chen. The audit is progressing slowly, requiring one-by-one verification. However, we can tentatively ascertain that this is a gray profit chain at the grassroots level. From the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission to the Municipal Coal Bureau, the The Safety Supervision Bureau, the state-owned Hangzhou coal industry, local police precincts, and village party secretaries, all are implicated. Moreover, we discovered a mysterious figure in Wang Daqiang's ledger, into whose pockets a significant portion of the funds has flowed. Wang Daqiang sat on the ground, his complexion pale. Chen Jixing glanced at him, settled into the boss's chair, lit a cigarette, and turned to Wang Daqiang, asking, "Will you speak willingly, or shall we resort to more coercive measures?" He Yang, standing nearby, raised his eyebrows in support. "Old Wang, allow me to inform you that the individual before you is known as Little King Yan. If you choose silence, it may spell your doom. You recall our previous apprehension of the Construction Bureau Director, Liang Xiaolong?" Little King Yan shattered his leg, the bone protruding through the skin. Yet, he did not torment him. Rather, he simply poured erguo over the wound to disinfect it. TSK, you can imagine the agonizing screams, can't you? Quite the lamentable sound. However, we truly did not do anything to him. We were merely disinfecting. I cannot fathom why he screamed so pitifully. The members of the audit and security teams were also twitching at the corners of their mouths. What else could this be but torment? A belt soaked in iodine. Striking while disinfecting, is that it? Wang Daqiang gazed at Chen Jixing with trepidation, while Chen Jixing remained silent, smoking, occasionally glancing at Wang Daqiang and breaking into a broad grin, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. Yet, the more he smiled, the more Wang Daqiang's fear intensified. His gaze trembling. "Explain to me what on earth it means to say I do not know why he screamed so pitifully. Tell me, when alcohol is poured onto a wound, who could possibly refrain from crying out?" The more nonchalant Chen Jixing appeared, the more silent he became, and the greater Wang Daqiang's fear grew. The King of Hell. Is that truly the King of Hell? It is indeed a living embodiment of the King of Hell. In that instant, Wang Daqiang realized that the other party would undoubtedly inflict pain with the gentlest of methods, a form of tender brutality that sent chills down his spine. The fear of the unknown is the most terrifying of all. Chapter 80. The beasts of the Special Investigation Team stepped forward. The entire mining area resembled a meticulously engineered machine, operating with fervent urgency. The Special Investigation Team was still scrutinizing the situation, while workers from 3 townships toiled to excavate the previously collapsed mine shafts. Evidence? When the report starkly revealed the presence of 45 corpses. All other evidence seemed pale in comparison. These chilling figures served as the most shocking indictment in themselves. Even more grave was the fact that the provincial leadership, spearheaded by Lin Shanhe, collectively jeopardized their political futures due to this series of events, leading to the premature retirement of Secretary of the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission, Bao Wanrui. The ire of the entire provincial committee was akin to a volcano, simmering and ready to erupt. However, the investigation had currently zeroed in on a singular figure, Song Qinglin, while the remaining implicated parties roamed free due to a lack of direct evidence. Yet, everyone was acutely aware that such a horrifying tragedy could not be orchestrated by a mere individual like Song Qinglin alone. At this moment, beneath the silence of the 13 provincial committee members, a turbulent undercurrent surged. Their fury was accumulating, awaiting the critical point of explosion. When that moment arrived, a reckoning would ensue with thunderous force. After all, could they truly believe that the downfall of an entire cadre's political trajectory was a trivial matter? As if they were mere clay figurines to be molded at will? "Leader, I confess. It was all under the coercion of General Su." Wang Daqiang immediately shifted the blame, a narrative he had grown accustomed to hearing. Chen Jixing sighed and shook his head slightly, instructing, "Let the accompanying interrogation team question Wang Daqiang. I want results by tonight." He Yang nodded and promptly exited to relay the orders. As Chen Jixing extinguished his cigarette and rose to leave, Wang Daqiang, seeing him turn away, panicked and scrambled to grasp Chen's leg, weeping profusely. "Team Leader Chen, please don't go. I confess everything. General Su, he is the mastermind. I'm merely a lackey. On the day of the disaster, he personally called me to conceal the report. He even said that someone from above would take care of it, that we need not fear how many would die." Chen Jixing halted his steps, coldly fixing his gaze upon him. "Above? Which above are you referring to?" Wang Daqiang trembled, his eyes darting nervously, his voice barely a whisper. It's that person from the city. He always takes the lion's share whenever money is distributed. The last page of the account book, written in red ink, stating old rules is for him." Suddenly, he clutched Chen Jixing's pant leg tightly, his nails almost piercing the fabric. "Please protect me. I will be your witness. I know where they buried the bodies. I even recorded their profit-sharing conversation. Chen Jixing rolled his eyes. There's no concept of a witness in the mainland. You should watch fewer Hong Kong films. Where's the recording? It's under the third brick in the pigsty at my wife's family home. Wang Daqiang trembled as he fumbled in his inner pocket for a key. There are also photos of General Su and that leader in the safe's compartment. They thought burning the account book would absolve them. But the people in those photographs, none of them will escape. Chen Jixing instructed 2 members of the disciplinary committee and, accompanied by 2 armed police officers, proceeded to retrieve the recording. Turning to He Yang, he suddenly realized that he had not seen Zhou Ruoli for quite some time and promptly inquired, "Where is Ruoli?" He Yang retorted, somewhat exasperated, "Brother, she is your girlfriend. Could you perhaps pay a little more attention? They are investigating the cause of Sun Daqian's death in the 3rd office. By the way, isn't Zhou Ruoli a nurse? Why is she taking on the work of a forensic expert?" At the mention of this matter, Chen Jixing fell into silence. Letting out a deep sigh, the University of Political Science and Law offered more than just legal studies. It encompassed various other disciplines. Zhou Ruoli specialized in forensics. Yet I had been assigned to Yiping County at that time. The young lady failed to pass the examination for the Municipal Public Security Bureau's forensic position. To be precise, due to being usurped by someone else for the spot. Thus, she was officially deemed to have not passed. This led her to accompany me to Yiping County, where she secured a position as a non-staff nurse at the county hospital. In my previous life, after being acknowledged by her biological family, she was coerced into severing ties with me and forced to marry someone she did not love, while I was then a person of no accomplishments. This ultimately resulted in our missed opportunities. I only learned of these circumstances years later when I encountered her again. By that time, she had already ascended to the position of Deputy Director of the Municipal Standing Committee and Executive Vice Mayor. Rest assured, the young lady possesses a strong professional capability. She holds a judicial appraisal qualification certificate. Standing outside the command center, Chen Jixing smoked a cigarette, watching the mining site's searchlights illuminate the previously collapsed area, reflecting on his past life. He recalled the personnel freeze imposed by the provincial leadership and the events surrounding the 17th National People's Congress in 2007. Currently, we were in the personnel freeze period preceding the 17th National Congress, which would persist until October. Therefore, even if the Provincial People's Congress convened, personnel adjustments would not occur until after October. But for now, they were all facing the end of their political careers. This also indicated that the Haixing City incident had undoubtedly alarmed certain individuals, which explained the absence of significant figures at this moment. This revelation clarified his doubts. He also considered Old Jing's emphasis on the greater good, and it dawned on him what the greater good truly encompassed. Hence, their work would at least have to be postponed until after October. At that moment, Qin Zhan rushed over. His expression drastically altered, and he exclaimed, "Something has happened." Chen Jixing's heart sank. He had an inkling of what it might be. The mining site served as the livelihood for the surrounding 3 townships, functioning as the revenue source for grassroots interest groups. Although the village secretary and others had been subdued, the township police station remained unrestrained. And these individuals were more or less connected to the mining operations. In reality, this chaos was also orchestrated by certain individuals. 3 lunatics arrived at the entrance, armed with explosives of uncertain origin. I suspect they might be mining explosives, but they should not have been released today. Thus, Chen Jixing's brow furrowed intensely. Explosives? Qin Zhan nodded affirmatively. Yes, we can confirm they are explosives. Homemade bombs. Chen Jixing felt an expletive rise within him, yet he refrained from uttering it. The frenzied backlash of those benefiting at the grassroots level. This phrase surged into his mind in an instant. He Yang's face twitched as he retreated. I'll head to the mine. Chen Jixing made no attempt to stop him, dashing towards the exit. Watching Chen's resolute figure disappear, He Yang cursed under his breath. Damn it. Ever since I teamed up with you, my luck has plummeted. Are you cursed or something? Damn. Despite his complaints, he still followed closely behind. At the entrance, the leader, a man with a scarred face, leaped from the vehicle, producing a homemade explosive device from his pocket, its fuse wrapped around a lighter. Behind him, 2 foolish-looking youths were shoved forward, each bearing a suspicious package strapped to their waists, entwined with electric wires, makeshift bombs crafted from fertilizer and shards of glass. This contraption certainly did not seem like it originated from the mine. The Special Task Force, come out. Chapter 81, The Ruthlessness of Chen Jixing. An additional update for the esteemed Chui Yinchuan's certification. Step back. Retreat beyond the warning line. Otherwise, we will open fire. Bomb. For the armed police soldiers. Encounters with bombs are not uncommon. Yet this is the first time they face such a situation. They do not retreat. In fact, even after the bomb is activated, they charge forward. They are the purest of individuals. Wang Erga grinned. Oh, come now. No need to be so tense. What else with all the anxiety? My two little brothers are merely searching for someone. If you could just bring that person out, we could all coexist peacefully. The armed police issued another warning. This is the second warning, retreat beyond the warning line. As the words fell, the handguns were already cocked. The appearance of the bomb had thrown the scene into utter chaos. The individuals at the front frantically retreated, while those at the back surged forward. When the sound of the bomb echoed, the crowd finally began to retreat, but not too far. However, with this retreat, many individuals were exposed. In the midst of the turmoil, Director Liu of the police station suddenly pushed through the crowd with 5 auxiliary officers. His police uniform was unbuttoned, the gold chain around his neck more conspicuous than his badge, as he shouted through a loudspeaker to maintain order, deliberately breaking through the armed police's defense line. As Chen Jixing, He Yang, and Qin Zhan arrived at the entrance, they witnessed 3 middle-aged women clad in mink, first seizing the opportunity to pour gasoline at their feet. Wailing at the top of their lungs, the heavens are forcing the common folk to their deaths. Team leader Chen, be careful. Just as Qin Zhan was about to draw his gun, he was clutched tightly by an elderly woman in mourning attire. Her bony fingers dug into his thigh, her murky eyes glinting with a strange light. My son died in the mine. Dare you lay a finger on my grandson? This group comprised solely of the elderly, women, and the mentally disabled. That old crone was Wang Defa's mother, a true shrew. Indeed. Wang Ergu, what do you intend to do? Hurry and get down. A considerable number of people began to curse vehemently, and through their exchanges, Chen Jixing gleaned their origins. They were, for the most part, the family members of the 3 village leaders who had been apprehended. In other words, the grassroots interest group had armed the injured, the elderly, and the women as their weapons. Suddenly, Chen Jixing snatched the loudspeaker and bellowed. How much did Wang Defa pay you? Is it enough to buy a coffin? He tore open Qin Zhan's clothing, revealing the gun holstered at his waist. Do you recognize a gun? The fertilizer bomb you've concocted couldn't even kill a stray dog. Upon hearing Chen Jixing's words, the elderly woman reacted as if someone had stepped on her tail, her withered lips curling to reveal a few yellowed, sharp teeth. She defiantly sat down in the gasoline, her soaked clothing sticking to the concrete, yet her bony hands clung fiercely to Qin Zhan's pant leg, her nails scraping against the fabric with a piercing sound. A gun? Do you think I'm easily intimidated? She squeezed out a hoarse, shrill laugh from her throat, suddenly tearing open the collar of her garment to expose her emaciated chest against the gun's muzzle. Come on, shoot me here. Let the entire nation witness how the police execute a 73-year-old veteran's widow. 3 women clad in mink fur immediately erupted into wails, as if rehearsed, kneeling in unison to bow their heads. The gasoline mixed with the blood smeared upon their foreheads, and seizing the opportunity, the elderly woman grasped Qin Zhan's belt, thrusting her head against his holster, emitting a mournful whine akin to a she-wolf. Where were you officials when my son was blown to pieces in the mine? Now you wish to sever the lineage of the Wang family. Abruptly, she retrieved a filthy cloth doll from her bosom and ignited it with a lighter, hurling it into the crowd. As the flames erupted, this old harpy actually broke into a grin, her toothless gums still stained with the chives she had eaten at noon. Either bring my son out from the station today, or let us all burn to ashes together. Regardless, this old skeleton of mine is destined to seek out De Fa's father. Chen Jixing felt a weight in his heart. Damn, who the hell summoned this crowd? Had he known, he would have waited for the public security to arrive. But had the police not yet come? What was Qi Ziyuan up to? Do you want money, or do you want people? Chen Jixing spoke in a deep voice. The elderly woman blurted out, money. People. I want my son. How can you officials not comprehend the plight of an old woman? My life is so miserable. Chen Jixing observed the old woman clutching her legs. Unable to escape, and disregarding the gasoline on her, he pulled out a cigarette and lit it with a match. Upon witnessing this scene, many screamed, believing Chen Jixing intended to set fire. Little did they know, after igniting it, he tossed the still-burning match far away. He Yang and Qin Zhan both turned pale with fright. Suddenly, Chen Jixing slapped the elderly woman's face, infuriated. Damn. Do you even realize you are obstructing an investigation? I could easily have you all arrested. Are you trying to act tough with me? What do you think you are? Qin, take her away. This old woman must have a share in Wang Defa's embezzled funds. Chen Jixing's sudden aggression took many by surprise. Within the special investigation team and armed police, concerns over impropriety arose, while among the officials present, some began to fear Chen Jixing. Oh no, an official is hitting someone. He is going to kill the old woman. Chen Jixing glared down and barked, "Shut up. If you keep screeching, I'll pour gasoline down your throat and set you ablaze." The elderly woman did not yield, retorting, "Come on. If you have the guts, ignite it. If you lack the courage, then stop your incessant wailing here." Qin, feeling helpless, waved his hand, and two soldiers immediately stepped forward, each grasping an arm, forcibly lifting the old woman. He truly feared that Chen Jixing might go mad and actually ignite her. Some rural folk may be simple, but others, like Wang Defa's mother, were troublemakers by nature. When justified, they sought out trouble even more, aptly termed shrews. Chen Jixing cast the cigarette butt to the ground, and upon contact with the gasoline, it ignited in an instant. The flickering flames illuminated the entrance, casting a sinister pallor upon Chen Jixing's countenance. He surveyed the throng of over 100 individuals before him, gasoline raging infernally to his left. Chen Jixing's voice resonated ominously in the ears of the assembly. "I am aware that some among you harbor discontent. Yet as the head of the Provincial Discipline Inspection Committee's Special Investigation Team, I must issue a stern warning. If you dare to provoke us before we depart, the next encounter will involve the armed police force. The ongoing counter-terrorism operations in Haixing City leave me unperturbed at the prospect of conducting another operation within your trifling villages. Conceal your petty schemes from my sight. Otherwise, do not blame me for being merciless." With that, he advanced directly towards Wang Ergu and his two dim-witted companions, positioning himself squarely before Wang Ergu, his gaze piercing. Wang Ergu, taken aback by Chen Jixing's audacity, was astonished that this madman, seemingly fearless, would approach him so brazenly. Was he truly unafraid of death? Wang Ergu swallowed hard, genuinely intimidated by Chen Jixing's presence. What do you intend to do? Chapter 82. Do not hit, do not strike, you cannot kill a person this way. Press it. Chen Jixing commanded in a sharp tone. Wow, what? Wang Ergu was taken aback. Chen Jixing stepped forward once more, his voice low and commanding. Press it. Press it? What do you mean? Wang Ergu swallowed hard. The man before him was indeed a provincial official, utterly fearless. If that device were to be activated and exploded, he would surely perish from such close proximity. He merely desired money. He did not wish for death. Leader, perhaps we should reconsider. Wang Ergu shrank back, a sheepish smile creeping onto his face. He wasn't foolish. Pressing that button could lead to everyone's demise. He had yet to marry, to experience the pleasures of a woman. Not pressing it, are we? Chen Jixing let out a cold laugh and turned to leave. However, in the next moment, he suddenly stepped forward, hand descending upon the button. Click! A crisp sound pierced the stillness of the night, and the scene fell into a deathly silence, only to erupt moments later into screams and cries from the crowd. Chaos ensued. Surprisingly, the anticipated explosion did not occur. Instead, the devices strapped to the two fools ignited in a splendid display, burning continuously. He Yang's legs weakened, nearly causing him to collapse. His face turned ashen. My goodness. This madman Chen Jixing is willing to gamble with such stakes. Though my family is wealthy, there are no guardians in the underworld. Must we play such dangerous games? Working with this lunatic, one could perish either by others' hands or his own. My heart cannot withstand this. Not only he, but even Qin was utterly flabbergasted, his mind drifting into the realm of the surreal. He had been prepared to sacrifice soldiers, yet he never anticipated such audacity. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Qin's forehead as he gazed at the two fiery displays. His lips twitched in disbelief. Disassemble it. Get it off me. Qin's voice, tinged with panic, echoed suddenly, prompting the two soldiers nearby to rush forward. After all, it was merely a spectacular display. Explosion was not a concern. In no time, they disassembled the devices, even breaking them into pieces once the flames had died down. Chen Jixing coldly regarded Wang Ergu, his tone indifferent as he inquired, Who instructed you to do this? Wang Ergu, momentarily dazed, instinctively replied, What? I asked, Who commanded you to act thus? Chen Jixing reiterated. Observing Wang Ergu's expression as he began to regain his composure, Chen Jixing thought to himself, if he regains his wits, can I still ascertain who is responsible? Who? He shouted once more, causing Wang Ergu's mind to spiral again. I, My brother-in-law. He is the chief of the Riverbank Town Police Station. Where is he? Chen Jixing pressed. He was just here. Chen Jixing turned to Qin Zhan, his voice cold. For endangering public safety, apprehend him. His icy gaze scanned the crowd, quickly locking onto a single individual. There was no need for the armed police to intervene. The people swiftly subdued him to the ground. Chen Jixing remained silent, while He Yang hurried over, jumping and exclaiming like a clown, "Stop hitting him. Please, stop." He refrained from uttering the latter part of his sentence, mindful of their representation of the province and the importance of maintaining decorum. Such divisive remarks could not be uttered. For now, it was assured that no one would incite further unrest among the masses. And Chen Jixing's demeanor conveyed a singular message to everyone present. He was unafraid of death and resolutely prepared to confront them. Thus, some among them would do well to refrain from causing trouble, lest they face consequences. Just then, the wailing of police sirens echoed, and the flashing red and blue lights brought a sigh of relief to Chen Jixing. Old He, stay here and liaise with the police. I will check the situation at the mine. Ren Zhong, the director of the coal bureau in Haixing City, held an administrative rank equivalent to a departmental level. Upon receiving a call from the chief of the police station in Haibian Town, he found himself unable to sleep. The special investigation team had reached the mine and sealed it off, yet the conditions of the mining area remained unknown. After a prolonged silence, Ren Zhong involuntarily lit a cigarette, his fingers trembling as he dialed a number. How could they have uncovered the mining accident at Hangzhou Coal? Even if Song Qinglin and his associates were apprehended, the investigation team shouldn't have been focused on the mining incident. These are entirely separate matters. Unless they had set their sights on the individuals behind Hangzhou Coal, there exists but one explanation. Hello, young Master One. Ren Zhong exhaled deeply, his tone gravely serious. However, the loud music blaring from the other end suggested that this debauched young master was currently at a club, likely in the company of a young lady. What is it? Zhou Wenrui's voice boomed through the phone. Ren Zhong, overwhelmed by the cacophony, nearly wished to slap him. The special investigation team had traced their findings back to Hangzhou Coal, yet he was still indulging in frivolity? The special investigation team is targeting you. They have already reached the mining area, and the safety incident cannot be concealed any longer. Ren Zhong lowered his voice, his tone heavy with concern. The blaring music abruptly ceased, followed by a few seconds of silence before Zhou Wenrui's icy voice responded, Director Ren. Are you certain the investigation team is focused on the mining accident? Or is it some trivial matter related to Song Qinglin? Ren Zhong extinguished his cigarette, his knuckles turning pale. Wang Daqiang has already been taken down. Even Su's accounting records and recordings have been handed over. Now Chen Jixing is digging up corpses. If 45 bodies are exposed, the provincial government will be outraged. Young master One should be more aware of the consequences than I am. Chen Jixing? A crisp sound of shattering glass echoed from the other end of the phone. How could a mere deputy director of the Provincial Disciplinary Committee dare to meddle with the affairs of the Zhou family? Truly, he is unaware of the dangers he invites. Yet, he comes wielding the authority of the Provincial Committee like a sword of state. Ren Zhong finally lost his composure and bellowed. The collective downfall of the Provincial Committee's careers serves as a cautionary tale right before our eyes. Your father feigns ignorance only out of fear of igniting a fire. Silence. Zhou Wenrui's voice suddenly pierced through. Uncle Ren, your little grandson is due to enter the experimental elementary school next year, ISNT. I've heard that the Peace Campus has been plagued by dump trucks driving against the flow of traffic lately. Ren Zhong felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. Before the call ended, he heard a final whisper. If we must play this game, let the mine remain forever silent. Meanwhile, at the site of the collapsed mine, Chen Jixing stared grimly at the bodies strewn across the ground. Due to the crowd, time had been cruelly compressed, and within a fleeting moment, numerous miners' lifeless forms lay before him. Chen Jixing took a deep breath and immediately commanded, instruct the police to transport 46 corpses back to the city. Notify Qin Zhan, and order the special investigation team at the command center to evacuate immediately. I have an ominous premonition. Chapter 83. The radiance of the party emblem will ultimately sweep away all darkness with thunder. Upon hearing these words, He Yang did not hesitate for a moment and swiftly turned to inform others. As the collapsed mine was gradually excavated, lifeless bodies were laid upon the ground by the miners, a harrowing sight that struck the heart. In the open area before the mine, 46 corpses were lined up on waterproof tarpaulins. The pitch-black coal dust mingled with dark crimson stains, congealing upon contorted limbs, some curled up like fetuses, their nails embedded with fragments of coal. Others lay with mouths agape, their oral cavities choked with mud, as if still shouting in their final moments. As the evening breeze swept through, a noxious white frost crept from the purple-tinged ankle of a young miner, whose left foot was still clad in a peeling safety shoe, its laces tied with a faded talisman. Suddenly, the crowd erupted in heart-wrenching wails. An elderly woman with graying hair staggered forward to a specific corpse, her frail fingers desperately scraping the cold dust from the deceased's face until revealing a crescent scar on the forehead. "Oh, my child. Mother brought you pancakes that you haven't finished yet." She abruptly seized a piece of hardtack, as unyielding as stone, and attempted to force it into the corpse's mouth, dark crumbs mingling with her tears as they fell into the collar of the lifeless figure. 3 children stood motionless behind the woman, the youngest girl pointing at the body and crying out for her father to carry her, yet her brother tightly covered her eyes. Beyond the police cordon, a pregnant woman clad in a red floral coat was battering a police shield with her belly. "Let me in. You promised to earn money to buy our child a gold lock." The pristine longevity lock in her plastic bag clattered at her feet, only for her to suddenly collapse to the ground, dry heaving, as amniotic fluid mixed with blood soaked the earth beneath her. Further away, several mothers of young miners sat despondently before a police car, mechanically striking the frozen ground, their palms marked with blood. One cradling an unfinished embroidered pillowcase adorned with mandarin ducks, the crimson thread glaring like uncoagulated blood. Qin Zhan suddenly kicked an empty barrel aside, the steel-like man feeling a violent lump in his throat. "Chen Jixing." Qin Zhan's voice came out hoarse, yet choked with emotion. This scene of human tragedy brought tears even to this forged titan. Chen Jixing lit a cigarette, remaining silent in place, oblivious to the surrounding cacophony. Of course, he heard it, yet what could he possibly say? What was there to say? The events had already transpired. He merely unearthed the bodies, and that was all. Chen Jixing firmly believed that delayed justice could not be considered justice. True justice is the protection of the weak by the strong, while delayed justice is at best mere retribution against the perpetrators. 45 bodies, 45 shattered families. When the mine collapsed, their cries for help were buried in darkness. With no rescue forthcoming, only silencing, no compensation, only threats. Their names were erased, leaving behind the cold words mine disaster. Some awaited their husbands to return home for dinner, only to receive a lifeless body, while a child asked where father had gone, and the mother could only weep and lie. "He has gone to a faraway place." The mastermind behind the scenes has exchanged luxury cars one after another, while the lives of the miners hold no value whatsoever. The price of a single life pales in comparison to the profits of just 1 hour in the coal mine. They perish in darkness, while the perpetrators raise their glasses in celebration amidst a lavish atmosphere. The bodies hastily buried as if they had never existed. The police chief acts as an accomplice, and the director is the puppet master pulling the strings. Recordings, ledgers, and evidence lie suffocated under the weight of money and power. The families are threatened into fabricating accident reports, transforming blatant murder into mere operational mishaps. The hard-earned money of the miners becomes mere chips on the table for the killers. They did not die from calamity, but from insatiable greed. 45 lives exchanged for sordid shares of profit. Such a shocking event. How can it not stir deep emotions? The lives of the miners are merely pawns in their game of power. Intimidation, bribery, silencing. Their methods are more ruthless than those of organized crime. Chen Jixing gazes at the corpse, his hands trembling. This is not an accident, it is a massacre. The 46 lives shall not have been lost in vain. A debt of blood must be repaid in blood. Chen Jixing grits his teeth, his voice nearly a roar. Beside him stands a figure, equally silent, who after a long pause, speaks in a hoarse voice. Upon preliminary inspection, it can be determined that Zhang Daqian suffered multiple fractures, indicative of assault. Zhou Ruoli, observing the scene, feels her scalp tingle. At a loss for words, she remains silent. It is evident that Zhang Daqian endured beatings before his self-immolation. Yet this detail was not disclosed by Wang Daqiang. Has Wang Daqiang retrieved the evidence? Chen Jixing suddenly inquires. Zhou Ruoli shakes her head. I did not see them when I exited. However, I did notice a long line forming over there, with many claiming to possess evidence, all coming to present it to the Special Investigation Team. Chen Jixing decisively orders, Team Qin, please monitor the scene, and have your men inform the police that all these bodies must be transported back to the city. Qin Zhan nods, grinning broadly. Don't call me Team Qin. It feels too formal. We share a bond of life and death. Just call me Lao Qin. After all, in a certain sense, we are of the same kind. We both dwell on the precipice of darkness and light, traversing between two worlds. He pauses, revealing a smile. Whether in the past or present, those who share the same ideals, we refer to as comrades. Chen Jixing returns the smile. Greetings, comrade. Qin Zhan. Greetings, comrade. The command center is bustling. 2 coasters have arrived, flanked by police vehicles. A sea of heads surges at the scene. Members of the Special Investigation Team are documenting everything meticulously. Physical evidence is being collected and documented, while those without tangible evidence are swiftly recording testimonies. Everything proceeds in an orderly fashion. Wang Daqiang has returned, bearing evidence and recordings. The audit team is loading ledgers and other evidence onto the vehicle, preparing for departure. The situation has been handed over to the police, with He Yang coordinating with them. Simultaneously, individuals dispatched by the Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection have commenced their operations based on testimonies, leading to the apprehension of a series of grassroots beneficiaries, including the police chief and village secretary. The anti-corruption campaign, alongside actions against organized crime and the dismantling of protective umbrellas, continues unabated. Chen Jixing is acutely aware that the genuine reckoning will only commence after the personnel freeze period of the 17th National Congress on October 21st. This is what is referred to as the broader picture. The current anti-terrorism efforts and the actions against mid-level beneficiaries, such as Song Qinglin, may momentarily quell certain factions. But this does not imply that others will acquiesce. The formal reckoning that follows the overarching agenda is when the true drama will unfold. Likewise, with the establishment of the National Bureau for Corruption Prevention next month, a decisive operation will be essential to secure their foothold, at least on a national level. No case currently under investigation can compare to the one being pursued. Having discerned this, Chen Jixing understands that even if those behind the scenes wish to act against him, he will not act recklessly. Although Zhou Weiman is now retired, he remains categorized under central management personnel. With his organizational ties governed by the Organization Department and under the supervision of the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection, it is now certain, as his mentor has stated, that following the 17th National Congress, the Central Inspection and Supervision teams will intervene. Despite their simultaneous engagement, there will be no conflict, as their responsibilities differ. The inspection teams serve as the sort of intra-party supervision, focusing on identifying and resolving issues related to governance. The supervision teams act as a mechanism to promote special work, emphasizing accountability and ensuring policy implementation. Conducting operations within the same province creates a dual deterrent effect of political oversight and targeted governance. Everyone must accelerate their pace. We must return within half an hour. Chen Jixing's foreboding intensifies, with a rising tide of unease swelling within him. The haunting image of 45 corpses resurfaces, brutally unveiling this cruel and stark reality. 45 lives. They perished due to greed, the arrogance of power, and the degradation of humanity. Yet, justice will not remain absent forever. Minds may collapse, but the truth will not. The perpetrators may be brazen, but the law will ultimately deliver judgment. The light of the party emblem will eventually sweep away all darkness with thunderous force. Chapter 84. Do you really wish to know? Following an in-depth investigation by the Provincial Disciplinary Committee's Special Investigation Team, it was revealed that a catastrophic accident occurred in the mining area under the jurisdiction of Hangzhou Coal Industry, resulting in a tragic toll of 45 lives lost, alongside one individual who perished by self-immolation. This information was brought back from the scene by the deputy head of the investigation team, Chen Jixing. Furthermore, the investigation uncovered that Hangzhou Coal Industry underwent bankruptcy restructuring 2 years prior, during which it was acquired at a low price as part of the retreat of the state. Advancement of the private sector policy. The asset evaluation was opaque, and there were instances of directed agreements leading to the transfer of interests. Currently, the ownership structure of Hangzhou Coal Industry consists of only 2 parties. The Haixing city government holds 49, while Su Shichang controls 51. Although Su Shichang is the nominal legal representative, there remains another figure behind him, known only by the honorific title, Master Gil. In the conference room of the Municipal Party Committee, Provincial Disciplinary Committee Secretary Bao Wenrui was synchronizing the information received from Chen Jixing. As the Provincial Committee convened an urgent expanded meeting of its leadership, Qi Ziyuan, the Provincial Public Security Department Director, was also present. Lin Shanhe tapped his teacup. his gaze sweeping over the 12 standing committee members. The concealment of the Hangzhou coal industry mining disaster, with its harrowing loss of life, was shocking. Today, we shall discuss 3 matters: ascertain the facts, impose severe penalties on those responsible, and ensure stability in the broader situation. The term broader situation weighed heavily at this moment, and Lin Shanha emphasized it with great gravitas. On the eve of the 17th National Congress, such a significant mining disaster, coupled with the events transpiring in Haixing City, it is now certain that the entire provincial committee's leadership will have to face the consequences, with a high likelihood that 2 individuals will be dealt with. With a single stroke, Zhou Weimin has effectively severed the political trajectory of the provincial committee since its establishment. The special investigation team has gathered 3 substantial pieces of evidence. First, all bodies from the mining disaster have been exhumed, with forensic confirmation of asphyxiation. Second, recordings of Su Shichang discussing the old rules regarding payments to higher-ups. Third, testimony from Wang Daqiang revealing that compensation funds were intercepted at various levels, including the Municipal Coal Bureau, local police stations, and village leaders. Qi Ziyuan, the Public Security Department director, added that illegal firearms were discovered in the mining area, along with evidence of violent suppression of miners. Currently, the police have detained local police station heads and village leaders who acted as grassroots protectors. The police have now handed over the matter to the Municipal Disciplinary Committee. The executive vice governor slammed the table: the loss of state assets, the concealment of the mining disaster, and the protection of organized crime. I propose a thorough investigation into the source of the 51% stake in Hangzhou coal industry. This pointed directly at Master Zhou as the actual controller of Hangzhou coal industry. The provincial deputy secretary chuckled disdainfully. The stock transaction was approved by the Provincial State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission 5 years ago. Are we really digging up old accounts now? In this sensitive period before the 17th National Congress, do certain comrades wish to create chaos in Haixing? Bao Wenrui shared a similar sardonic laugh. Create chaos in Haixing? Deputy Secretary, your words are quite amusing. At this stage, is there anywhere in the country more chaotic than Haixing City? As Bao Wenrui approaches retirement, he remains a formidable presence. He is unreserved in his speech, directly addressing the essence of the matter. The provincial deputy secretary's remarks focused on stability maintenance, yet they were ruthlessly dismantled by Bao Wenrui's incisive critique. In ancient times, such a remark would have warranted a death sentence. Discussing the court was a grave offense. At this moment, the provincial organization minister opened a document and spoke with measured calm. Su Shichang has complex social connections, and his son Su Bin was introduced to the Provincial Development and Reform Commission last year through the Talent Introduction Program. Should we consider recusal from the investigation? Observing the escalating argument among the assembly, Lin Shanha firmly set down his thermos, decisively declaring 3 matters to address. First, establish a special audit team for the asset restructuring of Hangzhou coal industry to thoroughly investigate any potential interests transferred under the guise of state retreating and private advancement. Second, the Provincial Public Security Department shall expand its investigation into the coal mining area's criminal elements and their protectors under the pretext of eradicating organized crime, ensuring timely information sharing with the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission. Third, we shall pause any adjustments to provincial-level officials until after the conclusion of the 17th National Congress. Yet those involved in the case must be suspended and dealt with immediately. The attendees, astute individuals, could certainly discern the underlying meaning in Secretary Lin Shanha's words. One must not merely heed what he said, but rather delve into the essence of his discourse. What is the essence? It is a duality, complying with the central directive to freeze personnel changes while simultaneously leaving room for future reckoning. As the meeting adjourned, the provincial deputy secretary casually remarked, "I heard Ren Zhong's grandson is at the experimental primary school. There have been quite a few dump trucks at the school gate lately. How fortuitous." This comment was overheard by a member of the Provincial Standing Committee, who also serves as the deputy director of the Provincial People's Congress and the minister of the Provincial United Front Work Department. He immediately retorted, "What a delightful coincidence. Xinjiang's armed police detachment has just applied to conduct exercises around the experimental primary school." The high-stakes maneuvering was beginning to take shape. After the meeting, Lin Shanha retained Bao Wenrui, saying, "Comrade Wenrui, regarding your supplementary materials on Zhou Gongzi's involvement in revenue sharing, please submit them once the inspection team arrives." A sense of foreboding washed over Bao Wenrui as he sensed something exceedingly abnormal. The inspection team. is affiliated with the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection. Yet, they had not informed him, while Lin Shanhe appeared to be privy to the information even earlier than he. What did this signify? It indicated a distrust from the organization toward him. What could Bao Wenrui do but offer a wry smile and nod? Understood, Secretary Lin. After October, the truth shall be revealed. Lin Shanhe patted his shoulder with a smile, saying, do not overthink it. Has the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission received reports regarding the director of the Provincial Coal Bureau? Since they have, let us allow for discreet investigations. Comrade Chen Zhixing possesses commendable capabilities and shows promise. By the way, regarding Chen Zhixing's girlfriend, Zhou Ruoli. At that moment, Bao Wenrui comprehended Lin Shanhe's implications, his expression turning grave as he produced a document, speaking with utmost seriousness. Secretary Lin, this matter may be quite significant. This is the DNA match result, which aligns with that of the individual from the capital. Thus, at the city guest house, 2 large buses came to a halt, and armed soldiers immediately cordoned off the area. Only then did the special investigation team begin to disembark. Meanwhile, at the guest house, Cui Xueming approached with a group of people, walking briskly to greet them. Standing under the dim light of the guest house, Cui Xueming wore a courteous smile, though the corners of his eyes twitched slightly. He strode forward briskly, rubbing his hands along the seams of his trousers before extending them in a gesture of respect. His voice deliberately lowered. Leader Chen, I appreciate your hard work. Has there been any trouble over at the mine? His gaze seemingly wandered over the file boxes held by the task force members, and as he swallowed hard, he swiftly redirected the conversation. Ah, it's late at night. Surely, everyone must be hungry. I've prepared some midnight snacks, steaming buns. He then trotted closer, inquiring with a hint of mystery. I heard there was a fatality at the mine. Those troublesome folks. I mean, the families haven't caused any disturbances, have they? If you ask me, such incidents should be dealt with decisively. Chen Zhixing and He Yang exchanged glances filled with complexity. A jolt ran through Cui Xueming as he sensed the tension. Chen Zhixing sighed. Old Cui, are you so eager to know what we've uncovered? The smile on Cui Xueming's face slowly froze. Chapter 85. The meeting, I assure you. I have no intention of implying anything. I must reiterate this. After all, I was merely reflecting on the fact that, given the gunfight that has transpired, igniting a fire, I truly harbor no insinuations. I owe an apology to my esteemed colleagues. I sincerely apologize. Cui Xueming felt an unsettling jolt in his heart, his thoughts spiraling into chaos. Had he been exposed? That should not be the case. He had closed the door during the call, and since his arrival, he had consistently demonstrated the professionalism expected of a director in the disciplinary inspection office. They had no reason to suspect him. When had he revealed himself? Or could it be that they were merely toying with him? Yes, indeed. They must be deceiving him. Cunning and crafty. Chen Zhixing was known as the Little King of Hell, possessing little genuine knowledge of the disciplinary inspection field, only harboring ulterior motives. With this realization, clarity dawned upon him. He immediately chuckled. Ah, Team Leader Chen, are you not simply concerned about the progress of the case? With the current intensity of the interrogations, their actions are alarming. I, too, wish to apprehend them all swiftly. Once they are all captured, I can finally return home. This work in the disciplinary inspection office is truly burdensome. Cui Xueming felt a sense of relief. It appeared that they were merely probing him. He forced a chuckle, his nails digging unconsciously into his palm. The case was significant, and all comrades were eager to. He Yang suddenly interrupted. Old Cui, how long have we known each other? Once again, Cui Xueming felt a sinking sensation in his heart, the color draining from his face as if drawn away by a pump. The opening of this inquiry was already quite evident. With a heavy heart, he replied, 5 or 6 years, perhaps. He Yang said nothing further. He had already extended an opportunity, but if Cui Xueming was ineffectual, he could hardly be blamed. Chen Zhixing wasted no time, issuing a terse command. Take him down. As those 2 words echoed, the combat boots of the armed police shattered the stagnant air. Cui Xueming stumbled back a step, his back colliding with the icy wall. Had he been exposed? When had they begun to suspect him? Did Chen Zhixing possess some hidden insight? How could he possibly know that the mole within the special investigation team was him, especially after he had already gone to the mining area? Just as the armed police were about to seize him, he suddenly spoke, his voice hoarse. I'll walk myself. The final 4 words floated like a withered leaf, softly resonating in the night. The mole within the special investigation team had been apprehended. This news swept through the beleaguered city of Haixing like autumn winds scattering leaves. In truth, despite the tumultuous events in Haixing, for the common folk, the most significant news was the anti-terrorism operation. With the eradication of criminal forces, young girls could now venture out confidently. During this period, police patrols were a common sight on the streets. Compared to previous conditions, the crime rate had plummeted, and the rate of reports had also significantly declined. At this moment, Chen Jixing received a call from Yu Qinghe, summoning him to the municipal party committee for a small meeting. A small meeting. Chen Jixing squinted slightly, showing no hesitation. Lao He, immediately take your team to apprehend Ren Zhong, the director of the Municipal Coal Bureau, and Su Shichong, chairman of Hangzhou Coal Industry. I want to see both of them seated in the interrogation room upon my return. He Yong nodded, instructing Xiao Hu and Xiao Zhang to gather the field team for the task. Qin Zhan promptly assembled personnel, and 3 vehicles headed towards the municipal party committee. In the municipal conference room, Bao Wenrui appeared visibly fatigued. After enduring 2 meetings throughout the night, this soon-to-be 65-year-old man was feeling the strain. It was already nearing 1 o'clock. Xiaoqin, this matter concerning Cui Xueming must be dealt with swiftly and rigorously. As the head of the disciplinary inspection department, his violation of the law is exceedingly egregious. Moreover, it is even related to the ongoing investigation. This indicates that we are on the right track, uncovering issues that the other party wishes to conceal. Upon Chen Jixing's arrival, Bao Wenrui set the tone regarding Cui Xueming's case. Subsequently, Yu Qinghe relayed the provincial committee's evening meeting to Chen Jixing, emphasizing the importance of maintaining the overall situation. This statement weighed heavily on Chen Jixing's chest, leaving him breathless. For your grand scheme, must we endure a delay of several months? The issue is that my second resignation letter has already been submitted. Thus, we must unearth the major culprit within this month. At the very least, we need to present direct evidence pointing towards them. Time, oh how it eludes us. Throughout this brief meeting, Chen Jixing remained silent, merely observing as Yu Qinghe and Bao Wenrui exchanged thoughts. Once they concluded, Bao Wenrui dismissed them. It was apparent that Chen Jixing was dissatisfied with the provincial committee's directives. After the meeting, Chen Jixing and Yu Qinghe walked side by side along the dimly lit street. The 2 figures clad in administrative jackets elongated in the shadows. Junior brother, it's not that I don't want to investigate, but the current circumstances dictate otherwise. You understand that this is a sensitive period. Yu Qinghe sighed deeply, expressing his helplessness. With the provincial committee's orders in place, there was little he could do. He was merely a department-level official. Had he been a member of the provincial standing committee, he could have contested the decision more vigorously. Secretary Bao is set to retire next month. While I aspire to ascend, it still hinges on the Central Organization Department's intentions. He is retiring next month, but must remain in position until after October. Tonight's meeting was indeed intriguing. The majority were in favor of the investigation. Yet the provincial deputy secretary sought to suppress it under the guise of maintaining stability. The former provincial standing committee member and current deputy secretary, Zhou Weimin, wields considerable influence. He is the top figure in the political and legal affairs sector, highly respected within the system, and has numerous projects. This is also why we are temporarily holding you in Haixing City. Firstly, we aim to surround and diminish the opposition gradually, capturing each individual as they surface, akin to a game of whack-a-mole. Secondly, Shanghai City, as the provincial capital, is fraught with intricate relationships that are challenging to untangle. Thirdly, while you remain in Shanghai City, every action of yours is scrutinized under Zhou Weimin's watchful eye. The Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission has already been covertly investigating certain individuals. Once the inquiry reaches a substantial conclusion, the Special Investigation Team will enter the provincial capital, poised to uproot the corruption entirely. Yu Qinghe expressed numerous sentiments. As both a senior and a leader, he has performed commendably. Within the confines of the system, many matters are beyond one's control, necessitating compliance with the overarching circumstances. At times, one cannot simply act against anyone at will. It is contingent upon the directives from above. The intentions from higher authorities are now quite clear. They are indeed inclined to take action. However, during this sensitive phase, it is imperative that no moves are made. As for Chen Jixing, he has long wished to resign. Even if he were to submit his resignation, it would adhere to the principle of 3 resignations and 3 deferments, with a maximum of 3 attempts before acceptance, after which he must depart within a month. He has already submitted his second resignation letter, leaving him with but one opportunity. Secretary Yu, it is not that I am indifferent to the greater good, but the death of Deng Rong has illuminated for me that the world is not merely black and white. Some individuals truly deserve to perish. At worst, tomorrow I shall have 45 corpses displayed at the entrance of the Municipal Party Committee courtyard. At worst, I, Chen Zhixing, will offer my official garb as a sacrifice, demanding that this world of ours settle its blood debts with blood. Chapter 86. Cui Xueming leads to lynching. Did Cui Xueming provide an account? Early the next morning, at the breakfast stall opposite the city guest house, Chen Zhixing sat across from He Yang, while Zhou Ruoli had been temporarily reassigned to the police forensic team. The number of 45 corpses was indeed overwhelming, leaving the forensic team overwhelmed. As for Zhou Ruoli, her credentials were recognized during the handover last night, prompting her reassignment. Naturally, 4 armed police officers were assigned to ensure her safety. He mentioned wanting to see you, but seeing you were sleeping so soundly, I refrained from waking you. Additionally, Ren Zhong and Su Shichang have been apprehended. They have remained silent since being interrogated since last night. Moreover, after we left the mining area last night, an explosion occurred, obliterating the command center. Fortunately, there were no injuries, yet the perpetrator remains at large. As He Yang recounted this incident, a grimace crossed his lips. Despite having already underestimated their lack of humanity, he was astonished by their utter depravity. If it weren't for Chen Zhixing, they might have become charred remains last night. Chen Zhixing scoffed. Do you still hold any expectations for such soulless beings? They are nothing but beasts, hardly even human. Hurry and eat. Once you're finished, I shall interrogate Cui Xueming. 2 flowers blossom, each representing its own branch. The Zhang brothers, Zhang Long and Zhang Hu, who had detonated the mine last night, hurried back to report to Zhou Wenrui. Zhou scolded them harshly. You blew up the command center without confirming whether Chen Zhixing was there. Do you comprehend how difficult it was for me to procure that explosive? You 2 fools. If you fail the mission and Chen Zhixing survives, you will never return. In summary, Zhou Wenrui's tirade was as harsh as it could be. Brother, what shall we do? The explosives are gone, and there are numerous armed police at the guest house. We can hardly gain access. Zhang Hu hid on the rooftop opposite the city guest house, observing the armed police patrolling in groups. He rubbed his bald head, expressing his dilemma. Zhang Long, smoking a cigarette, pondered their strategy. Last night, to ensure Chen Zhixing's demise, all 5 explosives were deployed at the command center, yet not a single person was harmed. Young Master Zhou stated that since they have acquired evidence, it must vanish forever, along with the individuals involved. Zhang Long crushed his cigarette, but, a glint of malice appearing in his gaze, prepares several barrels of gasoline. Tonight, we shall incinerate them. Oh. Young Master Zhou had mentioned that only the dead would pose no trouble, thus transforming all of his adversaries into corpses, and Chen Zhixing would be no exception. At this moment, Chen Zhixing was overseeing the transport of all the original documents to the municipal committee as boxes of materials were loaded onto trucks. He then approached the room where Cui Xueming was confined. After conversing extensively with Yu Qinghe last night, they had reached a consensus. Zhou Weimin currently wields considerable influence within the province, and in order to sever their connections, unconventional methods are undoubtedly to be employed. Consequently, Qi Ziyuan, the director of the Public Security Bureau, is at the forefront of these efforts, having stationed numerous special police forces around the city's reception center for covert protection. In the dimly lit interrogation room, Cui Xueming sits with his hands clasped on the table, his knuckles whitening from the pressure. His gaze is lowered, avoiding the glaring light of the desk lamp, though it cannot conceal the beads of cold sweat trickling down his temples. Transitioning from interrogator to the subject of interrogation, Cui is acutely aware of Chen Zhixing's tactics, having worked alongside him for some time. Chen Zhixing strides in, slamming a stack of files onto the table. The metallic scrape of the chair legs against the floor causing Cui to flinch. Will you confess willingly, or shall I inquire? Chen Zhixing inquires directly as he settles onto the chair. Cui Xueming forces a bitter smile. Team leader Chen, I regret it. His cracked lips tremble as he finally raises his murky eyes, the lamp's light revealing the blood vessels beneath. Initially, Zhou Wenrui leveraged my son's overseas education as blackmail, and I foolishly thought just this once. Yet once the dam was breached, they coerced me into signing false reports and suppressing news of the mining disaster, ultimately daring to bury the living. Cui suddenly grips the edge of the file with such force that his knuckles nearly pierce the paper. Those 45 individuals, one named Lu Laosi was impaled by rebar and begged me for help. His voice breaks into a sob, and in a fit of despair, he strikes his temple with his fist. How could I not have stopped the bulldozer sent by Zhou Weimin? Chen Zhixing coldly observes the weeping man until Cui slumps back in his chair, gasping for air. He then opens the file and pushes it toward him. Are you weeping for the dead now? Was it not you who approved the explosive materials for last night's mining disaster? Chui Xuanming, in a state of collapse, exclaims, it wasn't me. It has nothing to do with me. I merely hinted at your visit to the mine. I said nothing else. Suddenly, he processes the implications and stares blankly. The mine exploded? He Yang, the recorder, nods. Indeed, there was an explosion at the mine last night. Confirmed by public security to be caused by a bomb. Retribution, it's all retribution. The Zhou father and son were already preparing to silence me. Zhang Long and Zhang Hu even managed to find out my daughter's hospital room. He lunges toward the table but is halted by the fixed chair before him. Team Leader Chen, I will confess. I implore you to send someone to protect my daughter if you wish to investigate Zhou Wenrui. You must go to Linqing. Why? Chen Jixing asks. Chui Xuanming offers a grim smile. I trust you are already aware of who stands behind Zhou Wenrui. Zhou Weimin once served as the secretary of the municipal committee in Linqing, during which many events transpired that are still traceable today. After his term ended, he became the secretary of the municipal committee in Shangbei City, subsequently ascending to the provincial leadership. Linqing was where he served the longest. And Zhou Wenrui is currently in Linqing as well. It can be said that most of the leadership in Linqing are still Zhou Weimin's people. Even those who aren't directly his associates have ties to him, however tenuous. In merely 5 years, Lin City has plummeted from being an economic powerhouse to ranking third within the province. Do you not sense that there is something amiss here? Chen Jixing remained silent, simply observing him. Of course, he was well aware of Lin City. In his previous life, Zhou Weimin's downfall was accompanied by a political earthquake in Chantian province, resulting in the provincial secretary Lin Shanhe being sidelined. Following the end of his term, he was reassigned to the Political Consultative Conference until retirement, a relatively fortunate fate. The provincial governor fell ill and withdrew from his position, while the deputy provincial secretary was imprisoned, leaving only Yu Qinghe to remain unscathed amidst the upheaval. This was regarded at the time as the most significant case of the new era. In retrospect, it seems that the current situation surpasses that of his previous life. Chen Jixing was not averse to visiting Lin City. Rather, the collective focus on the greater good had deprived him of the opportunity to voice his thoughts. Now that Chui Xuanming has provided a confession, he is curious to see how the provincial leaders will respond. Will they investigate or refrain from doing so? P.S. I sincerely apologize. I did not intend to imply anything. My aim was to maintain the momentum of a high-stakes plot, which revolves around Lin City's anti-corruption efforts. The political power struggles within the provincial committee, the subsequent reckoning from the central authorities, and the competition for personnel between the organization department and the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection, with the female protagonist's background being unveiled amidst it all. There will be some quieter moments throughout, as I strive to sustain a high-energy narrative focused on anti-corruption. Once again, I genuinely apologize. I assure you there was no intention to imply anything. Chapter 87. Chen Jixing enters the fray, investigating Linqing. Chen Jixing turned and exited, swiftly dialing Yu Qinghe. Senior brother, I must meet with Secretary Lin. Yu Qinghe replied. What did you say? Please repeat that. Whom do you wish to meet? His voice elevated an octave. Secretary Lin from the provincial committee. Yu Qinghe responded. Ah, my dear junior brother, are you aware that Secretary Lin is currently exceedingly occupied? The province is in a state of vacuum. Yu Qinghe felt a surge of anxiety. Just yesterday, you assured me that you would align with the overarching situation. And now, after a night's rest, you have forgotten? You are clamoring to meet Secretary Lin as if he is someone you can simply approach at will. How do you possess such audacity? I require merely 10 minutes. Just 10 minutes. Speak with Secretary Bao. This matter is of utmost importance. Yu Qinghe's lips twitched in resignation as he finally conceded. Very well. I shall contact Secretary Bao. After hanging up, Chen Jixing meticulously placed the testimonies into a file and addressed He Yang. All original documents must be delivered to the Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection within half an hour. Expedite this. He Yang nodded affirmatively. Understood. At this juncture, the internal system of the commission had yet to be activated, and based on disclosures from previous years, it would take at least another decade. Therefore, the preservation of paper documents was paramount, especially these original files. Chen Jixing proceeded directly to the municipal committee, while Qin Zhan led a security detail of 10 individuals. On the rooftop opposite the municipal reception house, Zhang Long squinted, murmuring to himself, with so many armed police deployed, it appears this is the most vulnerable moment for defense. Now is the opportune time to act. Zhang Hu, what on earth are you doing? Hurry and bring me the gasoline. Now. Following his phone call, Yu Qinghe promptly sought an audience with Bao Wanrui, who immediately contacted Lin Shanhe. Upon receiving Lin Shanhe's approval, Bao Wanrui relayed the message back to Yu Qinghe, who then called Chen Zhixing again. Though it was a cumbersome process, it was procedural. After all, the provincial secretary's time was exceedingly precious, with his days fully scheduled. It was only under these circumstances that a meeting was feasible. At other times, it might not have been possible to secure an audience with such a high-ranking official. What? You are already downstairs at the municipal building? Such haste. Yu Qinghe sensed an unusual tension in the air. Although Lin Shanhe had previously stated that the special task force could report directly to him, there was an established process to follow, namely, a prior report through Bao Wanrui, as anything else would be considered bypassing protocol. Yu Qinghe hurried downstairs. As the nominal leader of the special task force, he felt compelled to ascertain the situation. He was remotely directing personnel from the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection in their investigation concerning Zhou Weimin and his family. Junior brother, what is the situation? Yu Qinghe approached Chen Zhixing swiftly, sensing an ominous atmosphere. Cui Xueming indicated that the investigation into Zhou Weimin must commence from lynching. Zhou Weimin once held the esteemed position of secretary of the Lynching City Party Committee. During his tenure, Lynching transformed from an economically robust city into one of the bottom 3 in the province. A grievous decision-making blunder that has not impeded his ascent to the role of secretary of the Beishur City Party Committee. Brother, what is your perspective on this? As the executive deputy secretary of the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission, his views must be insightful. It is evident, even from the literal interpretation, that there are significant issues at play. The rapid decline of Lynching from a thriving economic hub to one of the least prosperous cities in the province within just a few years is hardly believable. Yu Qinghe understood the implications of Chen Zhixing's words. He intended to investigate Lynching. But do you comprehend the magnitude of the consequences of probing into a city? Yu Qinghe swallowed hard. Despite being dubbed the iron-blooded secretary of the Discipline Inspection Commission, he recognized the formidable resistance he would face in such an inquiry. Even he harbored doubts. Chen Zhixing turned to him, astonished, and countered. Do you believe that Haixing City would allow Lynching to act recklessly? Or do you think they would dare to defy the winds of authority? Chen Zhixing's retort rendered Yu Qinghe momentarily speechless. Currently, the security measures of the Special Investigation Team are entirely managed by armed police. Hence, if Lynching truly dared to act out of line, it would necessitate counterterrorism operations. At the very least, they would refrain from crossing the line. Such matters should not be spoken of lightly. Zhou Weimin is not an inconsequential figure. As you mentioned, his political errors are glaring. Yet he has been promoted to secretary of the Provincial Capital City Party Committee and is also a member of the Provincial Standing Committee. Moreover, Lynching is his stronghold. As they spoke, Yu Qinghe led Chen Zhixing to the temporary office of the former secretary of the City Party Committee and now secretary of the Provincial Committee. The provincial secretary's aide awaited them at the door, a middle-aged man in his 40s. Secretary Yu, Team Leader Chen, Secretary Lin and Secretary Bao of the Discipline Inspection Commission are already inside, he said while opening the door. Upon entering the office, the aide poured tea, and Chen Zhixing and Yu Qinghe greeted Secretary Lin before standing to the side. Lin Shanhe regarded the two with a stoic expression, gesturing for them to sit. They refrained from taking their seats until Lin Shanhe set aside his pen and moved to the sofa. Comrade Wanrui mentioned that the leader of the Special Investigation Team specifically requested to see me, Lin Shanhe remarked with a smile. Chen Zhixing awkwardly scratched his head, replying, Secretary Lin, it isn't as serious as you suggest. I merely have a thought and seek your support. Lin Shanhe remained silent, instead lifting his teacup and lightly rubbing its rim, the rising steam obscuring the sharpness in his gaze, clearly waiting for Chen to continue. Without hesitation, Chen Zhixing opened the dossier, extracting the specialized testimony paper from the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission, and presented it with both hands, stating, Secretary Lin, I wish to lead the Special Investigation Team to Lynching to investigate the former Provincial Standing Committee member, Deputy Secretary of the Provincial Committee, and Secretary of the Political and Legal Committee, Zhou Weimin. He abruptly placed the teacup heavily on the coffee table, the sharp clatter of porcelain against glass causing the atmosphere in the office to freeze momentarily. Lynching. The sound of Lin Shanhe's voice trailed off like a dull blade scraping across the ice. Xiao Chen, Do you comprehend the significance of these three words in the standing committee of the provincial party? Facing the piercing gaze of his counterpart, Chen Jixing once again pushed the file bag across the table. It signifies that Zhou Weiman's independent kingdom, cultivated over a decade, will be exposed during this sensitive period. Laid bare under the sun, I discovered that last year, the fiscal transfer payments to Linsheng exceeded its GDP by threefold, yet the municipal engineering tenders failed 7 times. As young master Zhou's construction company consistently underbids others by 20%. Lin Shanha pressed down on the documents. The Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission received a tip-off 3 years ago. The deputy secretary in charge of the investigation is now serving as an advisor at the Linxing nursing home. Suddenly, he exerted pressure with his fingertips, causing the file bag to emit a creaking sound under the strain. What makes you believe this time will be different? Or rather, what leads you to think you can uncover the truth? Chen Jixing flashed a grin, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. Because I have submitted my second resignation letter to the Provincial Organization Department, I am willing to risk everything. Chapter 88. Countdown to MVP Settlement. Targeting Zhou Weiman of Lin City meanwhile, Zhang Long and Zhang, who had prepared Molotov cocktails on the rooftop. They filled glass bottles halfway with gasoline, stuffed the necks with cloth strips, and soaked the cloth in gasoline. Once ignited with a match and thrown, the shattered glass would ignite the gasoline on the ground in an instant. Zhang, who clumsily stuffed the last gasoline-soaked cloth into a beer bottle. The pungent odor of low-quality gasoline mingling with the stifling summer night air. Wiping the sweat from his bald head, he turned to his brother Zhang Long, who was fine-tuning a walkie-talkie. Brother, 3 vehicles from the armed police have just left. There are only 2 patrols left in the courtyard. We should wait until nightfall to act. It would be too easy to expose ourselves in the daylight. Zhang Long's gaze was cold as he stared at the guest house, a fierce expression gracing his face. Young Master Zhou promised a reward of 500,000 for burning Chen Jixing alive. He has special channels to help us leave the country. With that 500,000, we can hide in the United States for 2 years, and by then, no one will remember what we did. When we return, we will be seen as returnees. Zhang, who grinned foolishly, brother, I'm all ears for you. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Yu Qinghe appeared in the meeting room of the Special Investigation Team, taking his place at the head of the table. He observed the fatigue etched on the faces of many team members and cleared his throat. Most of them forced themselves to pay attention. Comrades, Yu Qinghe began, his voice resonating through the room. At a critical juncture in the investigation of the Haixing City case, the Provincial Party Committee had conducted a special study and sought higher approval, and now the formal decision was as follows. First, all members of the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission's Special Investigation Team will return to the province tomorrow to participate in a summary and commendation conference. Upon hearing this, many team members felt a surge of excitement, as attending the commendation conference signified the conclusion of their work. Finally, they could rest well. This was the sentiment shared among the staff present. Yu Qinghe, observing their reactions, shifted his tone. However, in meetings, one need not fear praise from leaders. But one must be wary of the however. What could they do? After all, he was the executive deputy secretary of the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission, a legitimate second-in-command, leaving them with no choice. Secondly, based on public reports and feedback from the provincial inspection tour, there are prominent issues in the party's conduct and integrity construction in Lin City. After research by the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission's Standing Committee and approval from the provincial leadership, it has been decided that your politically robust and ethically sound team will transfer to Lin City to continue the special anti-corruption efforts. In fact, this decision was the result of discussions among Chen Jixing, Bao Wenrui, and Yu Qinghe. During a small meeting, Lin Shanha's exact words were, "The transfer of the special investigation team to Lin City is not an end, but a beginning." Following the commendation conference, the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission, Public Security Department, and Audit Office would jointly establish a supervisory group to conduct a thorough investigation of Zhou Weiman and his affiliated forces. Once the investigation was complete, it would be reported to the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection without delay. The Central Commission had already grown impatient. The commendation conference represented the full support of the provincial leadership for the special investigation team's work. It was also a decisive action. The commendation conference is merely a FAAD for certain individuals. The special investigation team is akin to a dagger, poised to pierce the very heart of Zhou Weiman. The mere thought of this sends a tremor through Yu Qinghe's heart as a grand scheme unfolds under the auspices of the provincial committee. With Secretary Lin Shanha making his move, This dagger, the Special Investigation Team, is more than capable of inflicting profound anguish upon Zhou Weimin. Lin Shanhe's maneuver is a deliberate stratagem, seizing the opportunity during the 17th National Congress to investigate the criminal evidence from Zhou Weimin's tenure. Once a chain of evidence is established, it will be promptly reported to the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection. After the 17th Congress, the inspection and supervision teams from the Central Commission will descend, marking the beginning of Zhou Weimin's demise. This is a political chess game, a battle of survival where it is either you or me, thus all manner of unscrupulous tactics will be employed. Tonight, everyone should rest well and prepare for tomorrow's commendation conference, Yu Qinghe concluded before declaring the meeting adjourned. Chen Zhixing followed him out of the conference room. Lin City may prove to be even more alarming than Haixing City. One must be prepared. The secretary's intention is clear. The armed police will continue to ensure the safety of the Special Investigation Team, and once you arrive. Before Yu Qinghe could finish his admonition, a sudden shattering sound pierced the air. His pupils dilated, a flame igniting within them, just as a glass bottle shattered upon impact, spilling gasoline. In an instant, the flames from the cloth ignited the gasoline. Boom! The fire erupted violently. The flames consumed the entirety of the corridor, their tongues of fire racing along the wooden door frames and wallpaper. The inferno engulfed wooden doors and curtains, exacerbating the conflagration. The armed police, with clear divisions of labor, kicked open doors, smashing the wooden boards of interrogation chairs with their rifle butts, seizing individuals like Li Chang and Liang Xiaolong, and urging them towards safety. Those from the disciplinary investigation team who could save lives did so, while others focused solely on escape. On the very first night in Haixing City, the Special Investigation Team had meticulously outlined all potential dangers, including protocols for handling emergencies. A salient point was that the investigation team should evade when possible, seek refuge, and refrain from interfering with the armed police. Chen Zhixing forcefully kicked open the door containing Cui Xueming. In that room, the curtains were already ablaze. Yet Cui Xueming sat calmly on a chair, a sardonic smile creeping across his face upon seeing Chen Zhixing burst through the door. Leader, this is merely the tip of the iceberg. The Zhou family does not wish for you to delve deeper, especially now that it involves Lin City. They are even more adamant about preventing your inquiries there. Chen Zhixing bellowed, enough of your nonsense, damn it. He struck the tabletop with a forceful blow, the sharp edge instantly staining his knuckles with blood. Grasping the handcuffs, he sprinted toward the exit. However, as he stepped outside, a gasoline bottle fell at his feet. Chen Zhixing's pupils dilated in alarm, and he abruptly halted, quickly retreating, fearful of the gasoline's touch. At that moment, contact with gasoline could indeed be fatal. The entrance was engulfed in flames, trapping both him and Cui Xueming within the confines of the room. The wooden door crackled and splintered under the heat, and they could feel the terrifying waves of heat igniting the oxygen. If this continued, they would suffocate. Jump out the window, Chen Zhixing shouted. Cui Xueming's eyes widened in fear. But this is the third floor. The distance from the third floor to the ground was nearly 10 meters. Leaping down like this would likely result in fractures. Forget it, damn it. I'll be out in a few years at most. Staying here is a death sentence. Cui Xueming gritted his teeth and shouted angrily. Chen Zhixing, I'll jump first. I'll be your cushion. Damn those bastards. They want to kill me too. Without a moment's hesitation, Cui Xueming leapt from the building. Chen Zhixing followed suit, grasping the window and leaping down with determination. As he descended, he noticed two middle-aged men below, lighting match after match to ignite bottles and hurl them upward. Chapter 89. Countdown to MVP Settlement. 2. The most critical moment arrived when Chen Zhixing suddenly spotted Zhou Ruoli emerging from the alley. Suspended in midair, his pupils constricted sharply, and a look of horror washed over his face. Ruoli, how could she possibly be here? What was she doing in the alley? A sudden scream pierced the air, emanating from Zhang Hu below. As Chen Zhixing glanced down, Cui Xueming had already crashed onto him. Gradually, he began to descend the pipe outside. Cui Xueming turned to look, his lips twitching in irritation, and he couldn't help but curse. Chen Zhixing, you bastard. If you were going to crawl through the pipe, why didn't you say so? Damn it. I've broken my bones. It hurts like hell. At that moment, he finally comprehended why He Yang, despite being a civil servant and the director of the 10th Investigation Office, always spoke profanely when conversing with Chen Zhixing. Chen Zhixing rolled his eyes and replied earnestly, You're handcuffed. How could you possibly climb? Suddenly, a slap landed on Cui Xueming's face as Zhang Hu, furious, climbed up and struck him. Cui Xueming was momentarily taken aback, completely unprepared for not only having broken bones but also receiving a slap. After all, he was a county-level official. What the hell? Why did you hit me? Ugh. Zhang Hu growled in anger, clutching his abdomen and gagging. At least 2 of his ribs had been broken by Cui Xiuming's fall. While retching, he noticed Chen Jixing preparing to jump down, and a fierce glint appeared in his eyes as he dashed toward Zhou Ruoli almost instantaneously. Chen Jixing's pupils dilated in alarm. He was about 4 or 5 meters above the ground and leaped directly off the wall. Upon landing, he felt a numbness in his legs but pressed on in pursuit. If anything were to happen to Zhou Ruoli, he would never forgive himself. In his previous life, he had forced her to leave, and it was only in hindsight that he realized his grave mistake. He recalled how, after being recognized by her original family, she had been trapped in that courtyard. When he encountered her again, she had said, "A person spends their entire life yearning for what they could not attain in their youth." She expressed feeling like a bird in a cage. Despite having wings, she could not escape her prison. On her exposed arms were several scars, and she had confided, "I once fought against fate by cutting my wrists. If only they had recognized me while you were still the head of the construction bureau, perhaps everything would have been different." Thus, in this life, Chen Jixing vowed never to let her experience the same fate as in his previous life. What significance does a powerful background hold if one lacks dreams and allows others to dictate their life? Is that truly living? It is merely existence, devoid of purpose. How dare you harm her? I will annihilate your entire family. Chen Jixing roared. And though the distance of merely 20 meters felt like the convergence of both his past and present, the closer he aimed to get, the further away it seemed. Blood began to seep around the edges of his eyes, rapidly engulfing his gaze. Zhou Ruoli, with a bag slung over her shoulder, appeared remarkably composed as she watched Zhang, who charged towards her. She stood frozen in place, seemingly dazed, her gaze lowered as she rummaged through her bag. Zhang Hu let out a ferocious laugh, brandishing a knife from his waist, its cold blade glinting ominously as he sneered. "Little girl, blame your misfortune." As the distance between them diminished, a sudden sparkle of joy illuminated Zhou Ruoli's expression. She deftly drew forth a knife, even more resplendent than the dagger in Zhang Hu's grasp. With a swift motion, she raised her hand, the delicate blade gliding across Zhang Hu's neck. While she nimbly evaded his thrust, the two brushed past each other. However, Zhang Hu's body continued its forward momentum, stumbling several steps before he staggered to a halt, murmuring, "What an